Upon awakening, Li Feng discovered that the world had been reset. Was this a world enriched with Pokémon? Was it a nascent realm of sprites? But why? What on earth is this popularity system? Thus, Li Feng embarked on his extraordinary journey to become a renowned superstar trainer. Let me known, I Li Feng do not cheat. I do not indulge in pretentiousness. Main Pokémon: Charizard, Gardevoir, Machamp, Chandelure, Mimikyu, Dragonite. Secondary Pokémon: Rhydon, Ditto, Modicam, Toxapex. Chapter 1. Pokémon. Guangdu Central City. August 31st, 2022 morning. I'm a super hardcore gamer. After an overnight bath, Li Feng, invigorated, intended to seize his Switch and delve back into Pokémon. Where my Sword and Shield, my Arceus. I just completed the Pokédex and was gearing up to capture Arceus. Upon opening the Switch, a moment of bewilderment washed over him as he instinctively navigated through the game menu. What happened to Pokémon, Digimon, Mario, Kirby, The Legend of Zelda, and the like? They were all gone. In their place were various games he had never heard of. What is this Wolf of the Battlefield, Pursuit, Dark Bible, WTF? Is this world truly that bizarre? Li Feng instinctively began to speculate, had he been drugged? What madness is this? What drug could it be? He had consumed nothing but soda. For heaven's sake, in the time it took to take a bath, you're telling me the era has changed? No. Has the world changed? I wasn't even hit by a vehicle, so why am I in this alternate reality? Feeling his own face, Li Feng realized he still appeared remarkably handsome. The only difference being that he, a nearly 30-year-old man, now looked so youthful. The reflection in the mirror revealed a visage that seemed no more than a teenager, brimming with vitality, his skin radiant with collagen, quintessential young man. Though he excelled at basketball, he certainly lacked in singing, dancing, and rapping skills. It's not that he couldn't sing, rather, his singing ability was merely on par with an average person, devoid of breath control or technicite would be a miracle if it sounded pleasant. Damn it. Li Feng gazed at his supple hands, all the calluses had vanished, and the results of his fitness regimen had completely disappeared. He was indeed handsome, but appeared somewhat gaunt, lacking a robust masculinity. Having grasped the extent of his transformation, Li Feng eagerly opened his computer to investigate the circumstances of this new world. Then Li Feng. Oh, Ampharos. Li Feng stared, incredulous, as the door to his room swung open, revealing a creature before him. What on earth is that? Is this a new kind of doll? Or could it truly be a Pokémon? Ampharos, a Pokémon adorned in deep purple and white, bore horns on either side of its head, with a significant sexual dimorphism between males and females. Before Li Feng stood a female Pokémon known as a Lurantis. Its antennae drooped gracefully, and a subtle smile graced its lips, while the triangular patterns adorning its eyes shimmered in shades of crimson. The white portions of its body exceeded those of its male counterpart. Lurantis possessed the ability to sense the emotions of others through its antennae, and at that moment, it sensed its master was engulfed in a state of astonishment. However, it soon found itself perplexed when had its master developed such a rich emotional spectrum, from shock to disbelief, then to joy and a myriad of expressive reactions. The expression on Li Feng's face instilled a hint of fear in Lurantis. Could it be that its master harbored some peculiar inclinations? Lurantis felt a wave of melancholy. Observing Lurantis's display of extraordinary capabilities, Li Feng was now certain. This truly was a world inhabited by Pokémon. Yet, further understanding was necessary, so he addressed Lurantis, saying, "Lurantis, please place the breakfast in the computer room. I shall partake after I finish my morning routine." Understood. Lurantis nodded, using its psychic abilities to levitate the tray. As Li Feng went about his morning ablutions, he noticed several Pokémon busily engaged in gardening within his yard. Mimikyu, a male Lurantis, and Machamp among them. The sight of these industrious figures filled him with excitement. How splendid are the terms Pokémon, creatures, and sprites. Upon entering the computer room and consuming his breakfast, Li Feng began to research using his computer, but the more he delved, the more peculiar the information appeared. He discovered that these creatures had only emerged in this world a mere 23 years ago, tracing back to the year 1999, that upon seeing the year 1999, a sense of frustration washed over him. So, the events of 99 can no longer be concealed, can they? On March 17th, 1999, a platinum light enveloped the globe, leading to the gradual discovery of beings known as Pokémon across various regions. Unlike wild beasts, these creatures were inherently drawn to humans apart from few with less agreeable temperaments. the vast majority of discovered Pokémon exhibited an amiable disposition toward humanity. Moreover, those who had been touched by the Platinum Light found themselves naturally inclined to form bonds with Pokémon. Yet, there were also extreme individuals who treated Pokémon poorly, leading to the most chaotic year. This tumultuous period was marked by a multitude of dark events, including the dissection of Pokémon, treating them solely as tools and exploiting their immense value. However, as the profession of Pokémon trainers emerged, these dark practices gradually dissipated. People realized that when Pokémon and humans formed partnerships, the Pokémon grew stronger, and in turn, the physical prowess of their trainers also improved, shattering numerous athletic records. Furthermore, the extraordinary capabilities of Pokémon far exceeded human imagination, significantly aiding various scientific endeavors and industries. Upon reaching this point, Li Feng narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Could it be that legendary Pokémon intervened to forcibly restore order to a chaotic world? The rapid acceptance of a new phenomenon, coupled with the world's momentum towards it, almost assuredly indicated the involvement of greater powers at play. In Li Feng's perspective, this development aligns with his beliefs, as he advocates for harmonious coexistence between humans and elves rather than mutual exploitation. This chaotic situation essentially leads to two possible outcomes. Either humans and elves coexist peacefully, or they engage in a war of races. Once such a racial conflict commences, the accumulated animosity would become irreconcilable over time. Consequently, the emergence of the Platinum Light to rectify this situation resonates with Li Feng's ideology. However, the capacity of this platinum radiance to envelop the globe seems to rest solely with that singular alpaca. The subsequent pace of elf development left Li Feng utterly astonished. Within a mere 23 years, a remarkably comprehensive system was established worldwide. In the new millennium, the World Elf Alliance was formed, with the 5 permanent members continuing to oversee global elf affairs. Following this, the vast majority of nations established their own trainer associations, aiming to seize the forefront of the burgeoning training industry. Large-scale research into elves ensued, resulting in a significant influx of elf scholars over the next 5 years. Innovations emerged in areas such as large-scale breeding and hatching of elves, training methodologies, skill acquisition and inheritance, evolution and mutation, and elf-related items. Without a doubt, the most monumental invention was the Pokeball, conceived by Dr. Fuzenda. Originally, trainers could only carry a single elf, but now they were capable of transporting numerous elves. However, this convenience also led to management challenges and various criminal incidents stemming from the misuse of Pokeballs. Consequently, regulations regarding the management and matching of Pokeballs with elf identities, as well as numerous laws concerning trainers, gradually took shape. The rapid advancements left Li Feng in a state of disbelief, as elf skills, breeding techniques, and other unique aspects of the elf world proliferated like mushrooms after rain. Is there a legacy of documentation? This rate of development is utterly absurd, Li Feng exclaimed, utterly bewildered. The subsequent educational initiatives in elf studies, the widespread adoption of elves, and the large-scale restructuring and promotion of the trainer profession revealed the concerted efforts of a nation. This is not merely a personal journey through time. This world has undergone a complete transformation. Li Feng thought, overwhelmed. What astonished him the most was the emergence of a device called the Elf Power Detection Apparatus. Watching the video of the detection device, he noted that the elf energy contained within the elves of novice trainers ranged from levels 1 to 9, with level 10 signifying an elite. ELF.D. Oh, not underestimate the youth and poverty, right? Isn't this essentially a level system from 1 to 100? Li Feng mused, unable to suppress his inner commentary. The classification of trainer levels was straightforward, possessing an elf automatically designated one as a novice trainer. After meeting certain standards and undergoing assessments, one could ascend to elite, professional, gym leader, and eventually, champion levels. The 18 types of gym leaders were not the only ones. Multiple gyms existed within the same type, yet only one received official recognition. This officially sanctioned gym could be regarded as the most formidable among its peers. In addition, there are numerous trainers of the king rank, yet a considerable disparity exists between ordinary kings and those adorned with titles. The 18-type titled kings stand elevated above the common kings. Aside from the developmental lag concerning Pokémon, the overall framework remains largely unchanged. Currently, it is known that there are merely 700 to 800 types of Pokémon, a stark contrast to the vast number recalled by Li Feng, who remembers at least 1,000 types, including those newly introduced by Zhu Zi. Nonetheless, in this world, Pokémon are gradually emerging, each accompanied by spatial distortions and the advent of mysterious realms. In a mere span of 23 years, the remarkable progress in establishing a foundational framework for this world is astonishing. Seriously? All three closely bonded EVs have been discovered? So many hidden traits have been unveiled as well. Fortunately, the four major systems remain intact. If even they were lost, how could he, as a transmigrator without a system, manage? Li Feng meticulously cross-referenced the knowledge of Pokémon from his previous life. Yet, the most absurd consensus shared among nations is the notion that, when faced with uncertainty, battles serve as a resolution. According to the research conducted by Dr. Fusenda, Pokémon battles between trainers generate peculiar energy fluctuations. These fluctuations allow the victorious Pokémon to absorb a portion of the energy, while the remainder dissipates. However, further studies reveal that this dissipated energy contributes to the stabilization of the blue planet's ecosystem, with numerous ecological issues rapidly recovering over the past 23 years. Consequently, the promotion of trainer battles is fervently endorsed worldwide. Ding. System. Detecting that the host's mental state is stable, binding popularity system. A popularity system? What is that? Nonetheless, this is inconsequential whatever it is. If it is a system, it must be beneficial. At least I now possess a golden finger. System. Popularity system. Binding successful. System. Detecting the host's inherent essence of ostentation, this system shall assist the host in becoming the paramount figure of arrogance. Li Feng, I suspect you are insulting me, and I have evidence. I possess wealth and charm. I exude an innate air of arrogance. I need to feign it? However, the system disregarded Li Feng's mental musings and continued its explanation. System. The popularity system requires the host to evoke awe-inspiring actions that garner admiration and reverence from others. This system will continuously tally the host's fan count, which will increase daily, enhancing the host's popularity. Popularity can be utilized to purchase items from the shop and enter lotteries, among other benefits. Whether through battles, performances, or other means, any action that generates fans will be accounted for by this system. Li Feng found himself at a loss for words once more. Isn't this the fusion of Pokémon and the real world? Does this system seem somewhat unorthodox? Host, Li Feng. Popularity, 66-67. Items, none. Trainer skills, none. Additional skills, none. The number of fans, 13. How did this popularity come about? Could it be that I have 13 admirers? Might they be my devoted followers? Li Feng had never engaged in any extravagant stage performances. The only thing that might have drawn attention was perhaps his basketball skills. It must be his handsomeness that captivates the most. No, it is wealth that truly attracts. Li Feng pondered thoughtfully. Upon accessing the system shop as prompted, he found it empty. System shop, empty. Li Feng. What use is this so-called popularity? There is nothing to purchase. Is this some kind of joke? With a face full of frustration, Li Feng clicked on the lottery interface once more. Before him appeared a spinning wheel divided into 5 segments: consumables, attributes, skills, specials, and a mysterious category. The size of these segments varied significantly. The consumables nearly occupied half the wheel, while attributes and skills took up most of the remaining space, leaving only a small portion for specials, and the category was so minuscule that Li Feng almost overlooked it. Even more infuriating was the fact that spinning the wheel required a staggering 10,000 points of popularity. It seemed that this so-called popularity system not only had an empty shop, but also rendered him incapable of participating in the lottery. Why did others have powerful abilities right from the start, while he had nothing but a mere green caterpillar? Was this possibly the most underwhelming system in history? Nonetheless, Li Feng chose to click on the final option. Achievements. Achievement 1. Reach a fan count of 10. Randomly reward the host with a basic skill. Beside this achievement was a glowing button to claim the reward. Below it were all marked with. According to Li Feng's understanding of game mechanics, such circumstances typically required claiming the previous achievement to unlock these question marks. Thus, he decisively selected to claim Achievement 1. In that instant, a gift box materialized before him. The box opened as if filled with air, and subsequently, a stream of light surged into Li Feng's body. System. Random skill extraction in progress. Skill. Telepathy activated. Feeling nothing, Li Feng began to doubt whether this system was merely a figment of his imagination. However, the achievement interface now displayed the disappearance of Achievement 1, replaced by Achievement 2. Achievement 2. Reach a fan count of 100. Reward the host with 2 basic skills. Li Feng, what a load of rubbish. What use is telepathy? I am not a Pokemon. I will not be battling personally, nor can I engage in doubles matches. Am I supposed to use telepathy to negate friendly AoE effects? Li Feng wore a face full of exasperation. Though he complained, he understood the benefits of telepathy well enough. Initially, trainers communicated with their Pokemon primarily through conjecture, with humans striving to interpret the intentions of their companions. This was particularly critical during training sessions, where the feedback from Pokemon played a vital role. After devising a training regimen, the trainer would observe the Pokemon's execution, relying solely on their own observations and inferences to identify issues and optimize the process. However, many intrinsic factors remained elusive to guesswork, which could hinder training progress and, in some cases, lead to injuries due to improper training strategies. The advent of telepathy transformed this dynamic, allowing Li Feng to directly inquire about the Pokemon's feelings. This development proved immensely beneficial for novice trainers. Upon realizing this, Li Feng found himself quite content with this foundational skill. Yet what weighed heavily on his mind were the challenges posed by fandom. Despite being somewhat charming and possessing the potential to debut as a trainee with support from his family background, achieving a center stage position was fraught with difficulties beyond the realm of fleeting fame. There seemed to be little else to aspire to. Li Feng struggled with singing and acting, and sustaining a stable fanbase required consistent exposure and production. According to the system's guidelines, fan popularity accrued daily at midnight, generating a steady influx of popularity points. One fan equated to one popularity point. The dilemma, however, lay in the fact that, apart from diehard fans, other types of supporters would gradually wane in number without regular exposure or new works. If a fanbase diminished by 10% within a day, it would trigger a halt in popularity accrual for the subsequent week, and a continuous decline over a week would yield the same consequence. This limitation essentially compelled Li Feng to cultivate popularity and engage in ostentation. While Li Feng understood this predicament, comprehension did little to alleviate his frustrations. As he conducted research, he stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. The illustrious poets of this world, such as Li Bai and Su Shi, had vanished. Icons like Jay Cho and J.J. Lin were also absent. Goodness! Cautiously, Li Feng delved into the classic poetry and lyrical compositions he vaguely remembered. Haha! Every trainer had a side career surely. Aspiring to be a star was not unreasonable. With both Karuna and Lalina pursuing stardom as a secondary vocation, emulating predecessors was entirely feasible. Nevertheless, given his lackluster skills, he found himself incapable of producing those timeless songs. Even if he were to manage a paltry imitation of one or two, it would be a disservice to the originals. Having experienced the era where popularity was paramount, Li Feng recognized the elements likely to generate significant attention. Fortunately, this age embraced rapid melodies, and after a couple of hours of exploration, he discerned that popular content shared striking similarities. The primary distinction was that among 10 short videos, 5 or 6 prominently featured Pokemon. This insight sparked considerable inspiration within Li Feng. Many aspects that required special effects in his former era might not necessitate such embellishments in this world. With his clarity, Li Feng devised his own strategy. Yet, amidst the chaos, he was still confronted with the grueling demands of his final year in high school, which included the looming specter of college entrance examinations. Curse it all! The lone silver lining was that the first day of his senior year marked a joyous occasion for all students to receive their initial Pokemon. This is a universally accepted regulation across nations. One must reach the age of 18 to receive their initial Pokemon. The prerequisites are exceedingly stringent. 1. Adults must undergo a medical examination, ensuring the absence of hereditary high-risk diseases, such as heart conditions. 2. There must be no criminal records within 3 generations, and the family should not have a history of tax evasion. 3. Proof of assets must be presented, demonstrating the ability to care for a Pokemon. These stipulations primarily serve to safeguard the initial Pokemon eggs designated for novice trainers, preventing them from falling into the hands of unscrupulous individuals, and ensuring that financial constraints do not lead to the mistreatment of these creatures. The initial Pokemon eggs are meticulously cultivated by esteemed breeders, and their quality far surpasses that of the majority of wild-caught Pokemon. High-quality Pokemon command exorbitant prices. For instance, the starter Pokemon from games, even those of average quality, can cost several $100,000, while those of exceptional caliber may reach millions. The even rarer Quasidivine Pokémon are truly beyond the reach of the average person, typically possessed only by the affluent or those trainers who have proven their mettle. For novice trainers, it is generally advised to select Pokémon with gentler temperaments, as those with more pronounced personalities can be challenging to manage. At this moment, Li Feng is quite curious about the Pokémon that will be available on the school's exchange list tomorrow. Although he could leverage his family's connections to purchase one directly, the initial Pokémon provided to third-year students is a national benefit, with the purchasing price typically being half of the market rate. Li Feng is wealthy, but he is not foolish. Why not save half if he can? Ah, little master, I have packed all your belongings for you, AI Guanshi said with a charming smile. Li Feng nodded. Thank you. AI Guanshi cast a curious glance at her young master, sensing a subtle change in him, though she could not quite articulate it. He seemed more approachable. Li Feng's parents are the type of busy individuals who are rarely present, a reality he has grown accustomed to. Furthermore, they provide him with little financial support, merely leaving him with a collection of rental properties. Consequently, Li Feng, at a young age, had lost his dreams. He had resigned himself to mediocrity, becoming rather lackadaisical. September 1st, Zhongqing Memorial High School. As Li Feng stepped out of the Bentley, many gazes turned in his direction. Old Joe, there's no need to fuss, I can manage a single suitcase on my own. Driver Old Joe, who had watched Li Feng grow up, replied kindly, Then I shall leave it to you. Young master, Li Feng, clad in a school uniform, wheeled his suitcase toward the school. Memorial High School is a boarding institution that employs a fully enclosed educational model. The campus spans over 800 acres, featuring numerous facilities for Pokémon training, making it the premier institution in Zhongqing for both educational and Pokémon resources. Having studied here for 2 years, Li Feng navigated his way effortlessly to his assigned dormitory. Boys' Dormitory Building 3, situated on the mountain. The dormitory for third-year students differs from that of the previous 2 years, previously accommodating 8 students, those who formally declare. Their intention to become trainers will now be allocated to 2-person rooms. Room 225 on the 2nd floor. Brother Feng, I have chosen the bed nearest to the restroom. The rotund Fan Lulu chuckled merrily, while accepting Li Feng's suitcase. Fat Lu, your overly eager demeanor undoubtedly raises suspicions, Li Feng remarked as he observed Fat Lu assisting in organizing the luggage, his tone nonchalant. Hee, Brother Feng, your wisdom is unparalleled. Fat Lu offered yet another flattering remark. Chapter 2. The initial spirit Fan Lulu hailed from a prosperous family, yet the disparity between his circumstances and those of Li Feng was nothing short of astronomical. Brother Feng, could I possibly borrow some money? Fat Lu ventured, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Li Feng, absorbed in his phone, replied nonchalantly, How much do you need? And what is the purpose? Fat Lu, feeling compelled to be forthright, confessed, My father's company encountered some financial difficulties recently, and the 1 million initial funds he had prepared for me. Li Feng nodded, indicating his understanding, and then inquired, Are your parents aware of this situation? His question pertained to Fat Lu's request for a loan. Li Feng, however, did not harbor doubts. He was unaware of his father's business dealings, having been shielded by his family's influence. Nevertheless, a cursory investigation into Fan Liolio's family revealed that they operated a factory with annual sales in the tens of millions, making such a substantial sum critical for liquidity, especially when required all at once. All right, as long as your parents are informed, that suffices, Li Feng assented, retrieving his phone to contact his driver, Old Joe. Joe, please visit the garment company and seek out General Manager Fan. Bring the loan documents for signature. Understood, young master, came the reply before the call ended. Turning to Fan Lulu, Li Feng smiled. I will transfer the funds to you once your father has signed. Thank you, Brother Feng. Fat Lu expressed his gratitude. For most individuals, 1 million would indeed be a significant sum, and even Li Feng would typically deliberate before lending such an amount. However, Fat Lu was different. He recalled a night in their first year of high school when Li Feng and his friends had gone out for late-night snacks, and he had simply joined them at a bustling food stall. Though Li Feng's family was wealthy, they did not employ bodyguards. The situation escalated when some inebriated patrons began causing a ruckus. Li Feng, accompanied by a group of friends, 3 boys and 7 girls, found themselves in a precarious situation when one of the drunken troublemakers, overwhelmed by bravado, attempted to strike Li Feng with a beer bottle. Fat Lu, leveraging his size, stepped in to shield him, resulting in a grievous injury. Typically, It is rare for someone you have only recently met to risk themselves for your protection, but following a thorough investigation, Li Feng had confirmed that the incident was indeed accidental, which led him to regard Fat Lu with newfound respect. 1 million for a mere head injury? Li Feng had no intention of engaging in such exchanges. Moreover, Fat Lu had never asked for Li Feng's assistance over the past 2 years. So when the need arose today, Li Feng was more than willing to lend a hand. Besides, Fat Lu's intention was not frivolous. He sought the funds to choose a spirit and pursue a career as a professional trainer. In today's world, the profession of a trainer was highly coveted and presented the most lucrative opportunities. Young master, the documents have been signed, and the interest rates are set at the bank's minimum, without any collateral required, driver Old Joe messaged. Upon receiving the notification, Li Feng promptly accessed his spirit bank and said, "Fat Lu, please provide me with your account number." Fat Lu was astonished by the swift progress and gratefully replied, "Thank you, Brother Feng. I've sent you my account details." Li Feng remarked, "Let us prepare to depart. We are heading to the breeding house." The current expanse of Memorial High School spans over 800 acres, and with the continuous development of Pokémon, it can be said that it expands year after year. Consequently, students from the entire central city are eager to gain admission to Memorial High School. Although institutions such as Central City First High School and Xiao High School possess formidable capabilities, the disparity when compared to Memorial High School is still quite pronounced. The primary issue lies in the fact that these two schools are situated in the town's center, where opportunities for Pokémon breeding are scarce. While it is not impossible to rent facilities elsewhere for breeding, such arrangements lack the convenience of an integrated system. The most significant drawback is that during class, Pokémon cannot be effectively placed in various training facilities, remaining confined within their Pokeballs. Over time, this leads to considerable gaps in training, resulting in substantial differences in Pokémon strength. Nevertheless, it is rumored that these prestigious historical schools are already in the process of identifying sites for new campuses, as future training institutions cannot afford to overlook the burgeoning industry of Pokémon trainers. The gathering of over 1,000 individuals did not feel cramped. The expansive breeding house could easily accommodate such a crowd. Upon entering, one could observe numerous large screens continuously displaying Pokémon encyclopedias. These encyclopedias were rather rudimentary, akin to the Pokémon cards of the character Kojiro, featuring images, names, and a selection of easily learnable skills as well as general personality traits. "Brother Feng, do you have any thoughts?" Fan Lulu inquired, curious about which Pokémon Li Feng would choose. Given Li Feng's wealth, it was reasonable to assume he would opt for a quasi-divine Pokémon. After all, Memorial High School seemed capable of applying for such prestigious creatures, though it appeared that the quasi-divine Pokémon in Dongwang were Dragonite and Bloodwing Dragon. Without any hesitation, Li Feng declared, "I choose Charmander." "Are you not selecting a quasi-divine Pokémon?" Fat Lu expressed confusion. Li Feng shrugged, stating, "Dragon and flying types are incredibly powerful, but I simply cannot resist." Having researched the relevant information, he was undoubtedly aware of Donghuang's signature quasi-divine Pokémon. While Dragonite was indeed an option, Charmander was his true passion. That alone was sufficient. It was certainly not because Charizard possessed 2 Mega Evolutions and 1 Gigantamax form. Such superficiality was utterly beneath him. However, although quasi-divine Pokémon were strong, they were indeed not particularly well suited for novice trainers like them. Even if you choose Charmander, with your discerning eye, it is certain that you would select the most exceptional one, Fan Lulu remarked. "Your flattery is seamless, yet transparent." Li Feng retorted, "What about you? Do you have any ideas?" Fat Lu lamented, "I initially wished to select a well-qualified psychic-type Pokémon, but given my current family circumstances, I shall refrain. Psychic, Ghost, and Fairy types all involve mental energy. Consequently, skills associated with mental energy are notoriously difficult to learn, and mastering them is even more challenging. Furthermore, the breeding costs for these 3 types of Pokémon are among the highest, while they may not be as exorbitant as double the costs for other types. A significant increase is entirely normal. However, the crux of the matter lies in the issue of skill acquisition. In the game, upon reaching a certain level, one can naturally learn specific moves. Yet, if the innate qualities or foundational strengths of the Pokémon are lacking, they will remain unable to learn these moves. Regardless of their level, the disparity between reality and the game is ultimately profound. Take, for instance, a Pokémon like Butterfree, which has the potential to learn psychic moves. Without a tailored regimen for cultivating mental prowess, it is highly improbable that it would acquire such abilities even upon reaching the requisite level. In Li Feng's view, the game resembles a template. Individuals possess varying degrees of aptitude, and this holds even truer for supernatural beings such as Pokémon. Psychic types are notoriously challenging to nurture, and considering one is not a psychic themselves, pursuing a psychic Pokémon may be unnecessary. The most manageable types to cultivate are grass, bug, and rock. Grass types thrive on photosynthesis, bug types feed on vegetation, and rock types derive sustenance from the earth, making them remarkably resilient, Li Feng remarked with a smile. Fan Lulu interjected, Brother Feng, while I may be financially constrained, it hardly warrants such extreme measures. Li Feng replied, you have misconstrued my point. These three types are easier to sustain, which translates to a significantly reduced cost of cultivation. If the investment for fire types is 1, and for psychic types 1.5, then these three can be viewed as merely 0.8. Brother Feng, you speak wisely. Fan Lulu's eyes lit up. Yet, there was more that Li Feng refrained from mentioning. For instance, grass types can indeed be quite splendid, and there are psychic types among them as well. Pokémon such as Celebi and Li Feng exemplify this, and with such Pokémon, he would have no qualms whatsoever. Brother Feng, would you care to take a gamble? There is a fate house nearby, Fan Lulu inquired. Li Feng scoffed, 100,000 for a single attempt, even with the best of luck. One would merely acquire a Charmander or something of the sort, not to mention forfeiting the right to benefits. The school would never place the most qualified Charmander within that offering. Indeed, Fat Lu wholeheartedly concurred. As they stood in line, it soon became their turn. Hello. I am the attendant, Chun Kai-chong, greeted a bespectacled young man with a warm smile. Allow me to introduce the details of the breeding house. Firstly, the breeding house is divided into 4 corridors. The first corridor is the welfare corridor, where the school provides free Pokémon eggs selected based on national welfare policies. These Pokémon can be kept as pets, and they exhibit far greater intelligence than ordinary pet dogs or cats, making them particularly suitable for students with physical limitations or those from challenging home environments. Li Feng perceived this as one of the greatest benefits Pokémon offer humanity. Many individuals with disabilities can lead more convenient lives due to the capabilities of Pokémon. It can be said that this is a significant outcome of the government's vigorous promotion. Secondly, there are rooms categorized based on the classification of Pokémon eggs by breeding masters, with 1 million and below and 1 million and above. The quality of Pokémon eggs inevitably correlates with their price. However, the importance of quality is paramount, as is the subsequent nurturing. Investing all funds into purchasing Pokémon eggs while neglecting future financial needs would be an imprudent decision, Shin Kai-chong kindly advised. This is akin to buying a car. Acquiring the vehicle is easy, but maintaining it is challenging. Maintenance, insurance, fuel, and loan payments all require financial resources. Thus, it is crucial to act within one's means. As for the fourth room, it is known as the Fate Chamber, where the bond between humans and spirits is truly extraordinary. Half of the spirit eggs possess qualities rated at 100,000, while the other half boast even greater qualities, exceeding 1 million. Chen Kaichong explained. Oh, Li Feng, with an impassive expression, directly entered the room designated for those of 1 million and above. Fan Lioli, filled with envy, was about to enter the lower tier when Chun Kaichong abruptly stopped her, unable to restrain his curiosity. I must ask, my classmate, was that individual who just entered there for a visit? If Brother Feng cannot afford it, then perhaps you should promptly close off that section for those above 1 million. Fan Lioli was at a loss for words. Having spent 2 years at Genian Middle School, she had yet to encounter anyone wealthier than Li Feng. Perhaps there were individuals of comparable affluence, but that was merely her conjecture. Is that true? Chen Kaichong responded with skepticism. Nonetheless, curiosity was of little use, as he had to continue attending to the students waiting in line. The passage leading to the 1 million and above room was nearly deserted. Those who could access this chamber undoubtedly hailed from affluent backgrounds. Upon entering, Li Feng beheld hundreds of spirit eggs soaking in individual glass nutrient dishes. At that moment, fewer than 10 people were present, perusing the information regarding the spirit eggs. Spirit egg, Piku. Type, electric. Description, Piku is a small, pale yellow mouse Pokémon with pink electric sacs on its cheeks. Its ears are adorned with black patterns, and its tail is also black. Its demeanor is charming and gentle. Inherited skills, charm voice, charge. Price, 2 million. A yellow mouse? 2 million, is it? Not overly expensive. If this were a game, The inherited skills would be limited, but in reality, there are no such constraints. The ability to inherit depends entirely on the spirit's innate talent. Could it be that this price is based on the inherited skills? That indeed serves as a reasonable benchmark, as understanding which inherited skills a spirit possesses can indicate its strengths, while individual values are more tangible and cannot be easily assessed. An adept trainer should be able to discern the strengths of their spirits during cultivation. Both Charm, Voice, and Charge are considered practical and powerful skills among novice trainers. Mastering these skills through secret techniques or seeking assistance from a spirit skills master would cost tens of thousands. As Li Feng continued his exploration, he finally discovered 3 spirit eggs of Charmander. The prices for these eggs were 9 million, 17 million, and 69 million, respectively. What in the world makes these so exorbitantly priced? Li Feng was astonished to find a Charmander nearly reaching 70 million. The 9 million egg seemed unremarkable, having inherited the move double return. However, the 17 million egg caught Li Feng's attention, boasting the inherited skills Metal Claw and Ancient Power. It is well known that these 2 inherited skills significantly enhance Charmander's capabilities, effectively compensating for its skill pool deficiencies. Just observe how Dan D tackles AI Lawn. Ancient Power to the face. Only a fool like AI Lawn would attempt to use Dragon Claws and Explosive Flames against a Charizard in an internal conflict, resulting in the absurd spectacle of a Super Charizard being unable to prevail against its own kind. Truly outrageous. Yet, this little Charmander pales in comparison to the final creature before it. Pokémon Egg, Charmander. Type, Fire. Description: the body of Charmander is adorned in a vibrant orange hue, with its belly and the underside of its tail in a creamy shade. Its tail is crowned with a flickering flame, while its eyes gleam a striking blue. It possesses 4 diminutive teeth situated in its upper and lower jaws, short limbs with 4 minuscule fingers, and 3 tiny claws on its feet. Inherited skills: Dragon Dance, Ancient Power, Air Slash, and Metal Claw. For inherited skills, and it even has the audacity to possess Dragon Dance. Has this little Charmander been granted some extraordinary advantage? This is utterly ridiculous. However, this little Charmander comes with a cautionary note. Warning: this Charmander has been flagged for potential unknown defects. Li Feng, do you have an interest in this Charmander as well? Li Feng turned to his female classmate Dong Shui and smiled. Are you interested too? Dong Shui promptly shook her head. I cannot afford such extravagance. This Charmander is undoubtedly one of the most expensive Pokémon eggs in our school, second only to demigods. Li Feng, intrigued, inquired, are there other items of similar value? Indeed, there are. A Squirtle with the inherited skill of Dragon Pulse, a Swablu capable of Dragon Ascent, and a Chikorita with inherited Healing Pulse and Aromatherapy, among others. However, none of these compare to the absurdity of this Charmander, though their prices are not as exorbitant. Dong Shui replied with a gentle smile. While Li Feng is indeed quite affluent, the prospect of suddenly producing tens of millions to purchase a single Pokémon would undoubtedly impose a certain level of pressure, especially considering this nearly 70 million Charmander carries unknown risks. Most ordinary individuals would hesitate to wager such a sum. However, those who might are not ordinary folk, and should they fail, many would likely find themselves facing dire consequences. Is there truly no interest from others in such a remarkable Charmander? Li Feng queried. Pokémon eggs valued above 1 million must undergo registration. It is not merely a matter of handing over money. After all, these creatures possess exceedingly rare qualities. If no one is vying for them, then it is no issue, but should competition arise, negotiations or demonstrations of financial capability become necessary. Dong Shui shook her head. No one dares to gamble on such an unknown, and the individual with the financial means to purchase this Charmander is likely disinterested. Oh, Li Feng was not surprised. He is not the wealthiest person in the country, and it is not unusual for others of similar financial standing to exist. Within the entirety of Jinyan High School, only he and the sole daughter of a real estate magnate, Long Shanshan, could muster over 100 million to acquire an initial Pokémon. This Long Shanshan is an ardent enthusiast of Dragon-type Pokémon and has no interest in any that lack the Dragon attribute. Upon hearing Dong Shui's remarks, Li Feng found it peculiar. Does Charizard not possess a Dragon type? Indeed, it does not. No fault there, I suppose. Following this line of reasoning, Long Shanshan's target must surely be that Swablu capable of Dragon Ascent. Having surveyed the options, it seems that the finest Dragon-type Pokémon available is indeed that one. Since there is no competition, I shall take this one. Li Feng decisively placed his identification card before the machine for verification. True to his affluent nature, he effortlessly swiped away 70 million without a flicker of his eyelid. Dong Shui gazed at him with envy. However, Li Feng chuckled, stating, "It's merely an investment. The earning potential of top-tier trainers is astonishing. Starting Pokémon can significantly expedite our journey." Dong Shui nodded in agreement. "You are right. Innate talent is indeed crucial. Yet, even if I understand this, I find myself incapable of replicating it." Li Feng merely shrugged, remaining noncommittal. "In the game of parental fortune, I have already gained an advantage." As he observed the little Charizard before him, Li Feng fell into contemplation. This world does not restrict battles to 4 skills, leading to a plethora of flamboyant battle strategies. For every trainer who has enhanced existing skills, there are those who have devised inferior techniques. His Charizard, equipped with Dragon Dance to bolster its formidable moves, along with Origin Power and Metal Claw to cover its weaknesses, required careful consideration for its developmental direction. Fundamentally, after executing Dragon Dance, the Pokémon's physical state would resemble that of having consumed a stimulant. Could the creature endure such explosive power? Therefore, if Li Feng wished for his Charizard to withstand the enhancement of Dragon Dance, rigorous physical training was indispensable. Soon, all the senior students selecting Pokémon worth over 1 million had made their choices. In truth, one need not select a Pokémon solely within the school. Some individuals prepare their own Pokémon as starters. After all, the school's offerings may not be suitable for everyone, as there is an element of randomness involved. Li Feng approached this selection with a curious mindset. Had he found nothing appealing, he would likely have resorted to leveraging connections to acquire a suitable Charizard. Wealth certainly affords one such liberties. Among the students eligible for selections exceeding 1 million, only a handful were present, with most opting for Pokémon valued at 1 to 2 million, while those in the tens of millions, including Li Feng, numbered fewer than 10. At this moment, aside from a few groups competing for certain Pokémon eggs, most selections were one-on-one. The selection pool was indeed vast, with Pokémon eggs in the million-tier rooms clearly outnumbering the demand. Many individuals had multiple targets, preferring to avoid competition when possible. After all, this would ultimately affect the future investment in nurturing their Pokémon. Nutritional products for Pokémon, such as specialized milk blends and berry combinations, were quite costly. While it was feasible for Pokémon to share meals with their trainers, such an arrangement would inevitably lead to nutritional deficiencies, resulting in diminished potential and possibly hindering their ability to learn essential skills. After paying, the Pokémon egg was bound to the red and white Pokéball, which was subsequently linked to Li Feng's identification card. Following this, his trainer's license was issued, prominently displaying name, Li Feng, ID, 5910599792, level, novice trainer. Why does this resemble an information group so closely? Are there really this many people in Dongwang? Li Feng pondered, bewildered. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. What mattered most was that he could finally take possession of his Pokémon egg. According to the Pokémon breeding manual, the Pokémon eggs obtained from school typically hatch within 3 days. While there may be slight variations in timing, the discrepancies are generally minimal. Without a trace of gossip regarding the competition, Li Feng chose to depart, politely greeting Dong Shui as he left. Being classmates, and given her striking beauty, it was certainly a worthwhile gesture. As Li Feng exited the room, cradling the Pokémon egg, he spotted Fan Lulu waiting by the door. He was untroubled by the thought of anyone attempting to steal the egg. After all, the school's security measures had been heightened to the utmost level, featuring 24-hour surveillance and formidable patrols that were rather intimidating. Most alarming to Li Feng was the sight of a gleaming female Machamp. Instinctively, he felt compelled to ask if she was lonely by nature. Chapter 3, The Pokémon Battle Game. "Hey, Fengge, what are you buying?" Fat Lu inquired curiously. Approaching him, with an impassive expression, Li Feng replied, "Just some filming equipment." Fat Lu, puzzled, remarked, "Shouldn't you be purchasing nutritional supplements for your Pokémon right now?" "I've already acquired those," Li Feng stated, revealing his shopping cart. "I followed the initial breeding combination recommended by the Flame King for a little Charizard." In this world, the title of king is divided into ordinary kings and titled kings. Ordinary kings include types such as the Fire King, Water King, and General King. Titled kings, however, possess extraordinary achievements within a specific type and surpass ordinary kings in strength, such as the Flame King, Wave King, and Thunder King, among others. Moreover, there exists a special category known as the Elite Four. This honor is exclusive to titled kings under the age of 30. Typically, these kings are referred to as possessing legendary prowess. The Flame King, a veteran fire-type king in his 50s, boasts an exceptionally powerful flagship Pokémon, Charizard, making his recommended high-speed breeding combination for the initial Charizard quite exceptional. The primary drawback is its cost. Yet for Li Feng, this was hardly an issue. Thus, unless special needs arose, the dynamic recommendation from the Flame King was more than sufficient. It was through his research that Li Feng discovered that the top trainers in this world often commanded fanbases numbering in the millions. Even gym leaders, who seldom engage with their own fan interactions, could amass hundreds of thousands of followers, a truly astonishing phenomenon. What piqued Li Feng's envy the most was the staggering number of followers enjoyed by the pop diva Machamp, which astonishingly exceeded 100 million. Li Feng was certainly not coveting her ethereal beauty or alluring physique. Rather, he was envious of her fan value. Such prowess at the level of the Elite Four, coupled with an astounding side career. To cultivate Pokémon, the paramount considerations are finances, resources, and the degree of dedication invested. Money can be acquired through various side ventures or by selling one's secret realm resources. Resources may be obtained through exploration of secret realms, bartering, or completing association tasks for merit points in exchange. The degree of dedication is an essential prerequisite for anyone aspiring to excel in their profession. However, what truly astonished Li Feng was the fact that a pop diva, presumably burdened with a busy schedule, could also be recognized as one of the contemporary four heavenly kings of the East. Was this current iteration of the four heavenly kings truly lacking? Or was Machamp's talent genuinely extraordinary? A search for videos of Machamp's battles revealed a scarcity, with her music dominating the results instead. Upon casually clicking on her most popular song, Li Feng discovered it had amassed an astonishing 600 to 700 million views, with an overwhelming number of likes, shares, and comments. Almost 90% of the comments were mere praises for her melodious voice and captivating songs, lacking in substance. With nothing else to occupy his time, Li Feng decided to appreciate her music, believing that understanding both friend and foe was essential for success. Aspiring to become a star trainer, he recognized the necessity of familiarizing himself with the entertainment landscape of this world. It must be noted that despite the reconstruction of the worldview, to replace the celebrities of his former existence, one must possess considerable talent. Take Machamp's song, for instance. It was undoubtedly on par with certain iconic tracks from his previous world. Brother Feng, do you also admire Sister Machamp? Fat Lu exclaimed in surprise. Li Feng chuckled. She's fine, but I am merely curious about how she balances her career as a star with her other pursuits. Clearly a fan of Machamp, Fat Lu patiently explained. Sister Machamp comes from a privileged background, so her career as a singer and actress is merely a hobby. She releases her work at her leisure and rarely engages in commercial performances. What a curious case indeed. Li Feng nodded thoughtfully and inquired, but with her beauty, doesn't anyone attempt to exploit her? Fat Lu continued, I believe very few would dare to pursue such an endeavor with Sister Machamp. Not only does she hail from a wealthy family, but the Bai family is also one of the three major superpower families of the East. Besides, with her strength as one of the four heavenly kings, who would be foolish enough to attempt to manipulate her? They would likely find themselves regretting it. At this, Li Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was she truly the chosen one? With a privileged background, superpowers, stunning looks, and formidable trainer abilities. Such an extraordinary combination seemed almost surreal. In comparison, he felt somewhat inferior, particularly as he lacked any superpowers. In the realm of trainers, superpowers significantly enhance a Pokémon's capabilities, an advantage not to be underestimated. Moreover, unique powers specific to the East, such as the Dragon Mastery, and the Yoga power exclusive to Tianzhu, are also remarkable forces within this world. Even more astonishing is that these powers did not emerge only after the appearance of Pokémon. Many professionals have analyzed earlier videos and concluded that these superpowered individuals existed long before the supernatural beings arrived. However, prior to the emergence of these entities, families with superpowers tended to remain discreet. It is indeed a rarity to possess innate special abilities among trainers. Fortunately, not everyone from these exceptional families awakens such powers. Those who do are, without exception, exceptional individuals. Like Machamp, her formidable prowess and goddess-like image are the epitome of excellence. But what does this have to do with you purchasing photography equipment? Fat Lu queried, somewhat perplexed. Li Feng smiled and replied, I plan to experiment with quick audio. It seems quite intriguing. Fat Six's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, Brother Feng, are you aiming to cultivate the image of a super-rich second-generation heir? Or perhaps the most devoted romantic in the city? What a chaotic notion. Li Feng, with a look of exasperation, pondered the absurdity of such fabricated personas, aware that their exposure could lead to disastrous consequences. Yet, it seemed he did indeed embody the essence of a wealthy heir, and he was undeniably devoted and affectionate. A singular focus on beautiful women, aged 18, with excellent physique and striking looks. Was that not true? While others were devoted to individuals, he was committed to a concept. What is vision? What is enlightenment? This is it. The spirit of the city, embracing the ideals of cultural philanthropy. What could be wrong with that? Nothing at all. I merely intend to write some songs and have a bit of fun, Li Feng clarified. Fat Six, astonished, responded, Brother Feng, you can write songs. Li Feng shook his head and naturally replied, Not really. Fat Six exclaimed, But I can learn, so I plan to apply for the special class at school. Li Feng, with utmost seriousness, stated, This decision has left Fat Six in disbelief. Brother Feng, with your grades, the homeroom teacher would never allow you to become a special student. Right. Li Feng reflected that it was precisely because of this body's outstanding academic performance that he felt the need to hide. How could a 30-year-old soul endure being in the top 5 of his grade? Wasn't he that a jest? Wasn't he that deceiving the consumers? Thus, he constantly sought ways to avoid pitfalls and prevent issues in future examinations. He concluded that entering a special class was the solution. Such classes comprised students from diverse backgrounds, arts, music, and sports. These classes were exempt from regular examinations, relying instead on their unique talents to gain admission to corresponding schools. Furthermore, trainers were also among these special students. I purchased a nearly $70 million Pokémon egg as my starting Pokémon. It is evident that I aspire to become a professional trainer, and the special class suits me perfectly, Li Feng explained earnestly. With his familial connections, as long as the reason was legitimate, transferring to another class was not something a mere homeroom teacher could control. Was the justification of a $70 million initial Pokémon egg sufficient? Were there individuals who could earn that amount through academic success? Indeed, but how many? Such practical matters did not stem from disdain for education. On the contrary, Li Feng held great admiration for scholars. However, compared to academia, he yearned to become a powerful trainer. He certainly did not wish to be struck dead by a meteor while walking down the street. After all, he had searched for the names of legendary Pokémon like Rayquaza and found nothing but blank spaces. There were no tales of failure to fly, being hooked, or caught in a single ball. This ignited a vague sense of unease within Li Feng. Only by becoming powerful could he confront the myriad of chaotic challenges. Brother Feng, you do have a point, but with such excellent grades, don't you think it's a waste? Fat Six lamented. Li Feng replied, Good grades are merely an external manifestation. What truly matters is acquiring knowledge. One must utilize knowledge to benefit humanity and improve the community. Such earnest words even convinced him. Fat Lu deeply resonated with Feng Ji's words, acknowledging their truth. Without considering whether he would know how to utilize them, Li Feng purchased over $1 million worth of professional equipment and promptly closed the webpage. Having perused various online novels in his previous life, he was acutely aware that since it was a popularity system, it could never entirely deprive him of resources to enhance his appeal. Could it? With nothing else occupying his time, Li Feng decisively instructed his butler to submit a shift change request while he embarked on the exploration of how to create quick music. The first week of the senior year was utterly free for activities, and unlike the prohibitions on phone usage in his former life, this world permitted such devices, especially since one needed to frequently order resources for their Pokémon. Completely banning communication would render the training of Pokémon utterly futile. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Disregarding other concerns, achieving a target of 100 fans on quick music seemed relatively straightforward. He had contemplated purchasing fake fans, but soon discovered that the system had already blocked that loophole. Fans bought for $100 proved utterly ineffective, as the system employed its own set of algorithms. Any fans it did not recognize were deemed as fraudulent and offered no benefit. Yet, a new dilemma arose. What content should he create to attract followers? Singing? Dancing? Playing basketball? Or perhaps, should he sell a persona? Currently, he possessed no Pokémon for battles, making it unrealistic to gain popularity through that avenue. Shall we play a round, Feng? Fat Lu inquired, interrupting Li Feng's contemplation with his phone in hand. What's this? Li Feng glanced over to find it was a semi-real-time Pokémon battle game. However, in an attempt to conceal his own preoccupation, he responded, "You play first. I have other matters to attend to." With a spark of excitement, Li Feng opened the app store on his phone. The store was brimming with numerous Pokémon-related games. Yet only two stood out as the most popular: Pokémon Battle Master and a game titled Pokémon Glory. The former resembled traditional Pokémon battle games from his past life, while the latter mirrored the combat mechanics of Pokémon Legends Arceus, allowing for rapid multiple attacks within a short span. Goodness, the variety is astounding. After downloading both games, Li Feng noted that, upon a cursory examination, the games lacked comprehensive skills, featured incomplete Pokémon, and many Pokémon traits were unrecorded. It was evident that the Pokémon battle games in this world were constructed based on real Pokémon, created after gathering extensive data, essentially functioning as a Pokémon encyclopedia that could be accessed anytime. However, the Pokémon games from his previous life were markedly different. They required no data collection, only creativity, implying a fundamentally disparate nature. Thus, the Pokémon encyclopedia in this world was undoubtedly incomplete, and many tactical strategies were likely absent. The ingenious design approach was rather impressive. The ability to amalgamate a game with an encyclopedia was something Li Feng had never considered. The most intriguing aspect is that the profit model is entirely based on free Pokémon, items, and skills. However, it is only partially free, as Pokémon require coins for purchase, which can be obtained through daily quests within the game. The sole genuine expense lies in the skins. If it weren't developed by the illustrious Goose Factory, I would have devoured my phone, lamented Li Feng. Yet, upon downloading Pokémon Glory, he was immediately enveloped by a wave of nostalgia. Timmy, damn it! Li Feng nearly hurled his phone across the room. Upon opening the interface, he encountered ranks such as Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Starry, Master, Glory Master, and the Strongest Master. Li Feng, aside from exclaiming 666, felt utterly desensitized. In the ranked mode, there were both singles and doubles, but thankfully no 5-player matches. Otherwise, he believed his worldview would undoubtedly shatter. No peak matches, no national servers. However, the game's enforcement of player conduct was terrifying, even binding to one's trainer license. The repercussions of poor performance and unsportsmanlike behavior directly impacted the license, with penalties that were both horrific and unfathomable. Thus, those who attained the title of Glory Master could be considered exceptionally rare and of immense value. Due to the mechanics, even a Glory Master accompanying a novice would find it exceedingly difficult to ascend to the Master tier, hence many ordinary players proudly celebrated reaching the Master rank. However, Li Feng's attention was soon diverted. At this moment, all he could utter was, "This game is fantastic." The bikini skin for Shinado. The alternate color bikini skin for Shinado from Star Legends. This design is nothing short of genius. A swimsuit event, indeed. An array of skins dazzled Li Feng, and the quality compelled his hand to instinctively click on the recharge interface. Instantly, he purchased everything available. Damn it, limited editions are the most infuriating, Li Feng grumbled. Yet, before long, he found himself enamored again. The vibrant models, splendid moves, and 360-degree visual engagement overwhelmed him. With various skins enhancing unique skill effects, Li Feng was utterly captivated. Absolutely phenomenal. Thankfully, there were no frustrating insignia levels to mar the novice gaming experience. Li Feng opted to engage in a solo double match. The rules of the match permitted Pokémon to carry identical items and imposed no restrictions on Pokémon or skills. In ranked matches above Diamond, there would be item, Pokémon, and skill slots. While Li Feng was selecting his Pokémon, skills, and items in a live stream of Pokémon Glory, a battle broadcaster with an audience exceeding 100,000 was showcasing the interface for selecting Pokémon and items. In this live stream, titled Top Tier Technical Streamer, viewers were laughing at the streamer. 666, is the rice bucket determined to prove today that she is not merely a background streamer? Matching against newbies. There's no way this will backfire. The streamer, a female voice whose face remained unseen, explained, "I am here to nurture newcomers in Pokémon Glory, do you understand? Without experiencing the merciless blows of the masters, one cannot hope to grow." The atmosphere in this live stream is characterized by playful banter between the host and the viewers. Although more often than not, It is the barrage of comments teasing the host, followed by the host's spirited rebuttals. Will we not witness the desperate cries of the glutton today? 1,000 voices beseech the host to scream in despair. If Li Feng were to observe the situation in this livestream, he would undoubtedly conclude that this batch of viewers has some issues. What an absurd request. How is it that they derive pleasure from witnessing others falter and hearing their screams? What is so melodious about screams? Glutton, you have gone too far. Are you seriously opting for the formidable Tyranitar and the rugged Golem to play in a sandstorm team? Is tactical play truly necessary against a novice? This is excessive. Let us observe a moment of silence for the novice on the opposing side. To be frank, Glutton, can you even handle this? This is Pokémon glory, and it's semi-real time. The host, a young lady known as Glutton, responds, "You all do not understand. I too was trained this way. Only through practical experience can one truly grasp what Pokémon battles entail. And do not underestimate me." At this moment, Li Feng has already configured his Pokémon. Confident that in the first match, he wouldn't be matched against an overwhelmingly powerful opponent. Thus, he resolves to employ some unconventional strategies from his past life. If successful, it would certainly bring him joy. Li Feng gazes contentedly at the two Pokémon he has chosen. The matching matches are primarily for entertainment. So this doubles mode does not allow for substitutions, presenting a 2v2 experience. The selection of the two Pokémon does not consume much time, as this creative gameplay is rather engaging. As the countdown begins, Li Feng officially enters the game. Opponent matched, let the feasting begin. Li Feng's trainer is adorned in flamboyant attire, and upon entering, various dazzling effects grace the arena, clearly indicative of a lavish display. In Glutton's livestream, wow, the novice comes in at level 10. This is quite the spectacle. The opposing novice even wields a level 10 exclusive effect rename card, which costs thousands. Are they out of their minds? Crimson? The novice's name appears ordinary, yet the effects are explosive, akin to a volcanic eruption. Absolutely stunning. The aura of wealth is palpable. Level 10 costs a fortune. Glutton, quickly ask if the opponent is in need of leg hair. Host Glutton retorts, "You all step aside. Do not disturb my grand display of prowess." At this juncture, Glutton has observed the two Pokémon of her opponent, a Onix and a Chinchou. These two creatures in a doubles match? Surely, this must be a jest. Glutton promptly releases her own Tyranitar and Golem as they enter the fray. A tempestuous sandstorm engulfs the arena, obscuring the sky. Li Feng watches the in-game visuals, as the opponent's skill effects perfectly embody the essence of simplicity, devoid of any ostentation. The word poverty hovers prominently in the air. Instead, the appearance of Li Feng's Pokémon was adorned with shimmering starlight, while the trainer donned flamboyant attire, exuberantly proclaiming his catchphrases as he tossed the Pokeball. It is decided, you shall be my adversaries. The level of melodrama was off the charts, and Li Feng was thoroughly entertained. With such ostentation, just wait and see how I shall dominate you. The hapless girl felt a surge of indignation, overwhelmed by the air of opulence surrounding her opponent. How dare you belittle me with an Onix and a Chinchou? Do you think so little of me, given their wealth? Surely they cannot lack Pokémon, she mused. They may be affluent, but they are not foolish enough to squander money on free Pokémon, would you? Indeed, the truly free Pokémon number only a couple of hundred, and both Onix and Chinchou are among those options. While purchasing one or two favored Pokémon makes sense, acquiring them all seems rather foolish. Their record stands at 0-0, clearly a novice. This time, the hapless girl might truly crush this rookie. Do you think if they were to defeat her, she would scream? Please, spare me your unrealistic fantasies, though I too would relish hearing a live scream. Of course, battles inherently carry uncertainties. Should the opponent initiate a mutual destruction with a double earthquake, there would be little left to discuss. However, one would expect such reckless tactics to be rare, wouldn't one? As the battle commenced, both sides entered their operational modes. Li Feng executed his strategy with remarkable speed, completing his actions in mere seconds as his Pokémon began to unleash their abilities. In stark contrast, the streamer, the hapless girl, took a full 7 or 8 seconds to finalize her move. The agility of both Pokémon and the speed at which trainers execute their strategies are of paramount importance. With the robust physique of a pseudo-legendary, Banquilas chose to initiate the battle with Dragon Dance, facing two Pokémon whose offensive capabilities appeared rather subpar. Surprisingly, while Onix exuded an imposing presence, it boasted a mere 45 points in physical attack. whereas the adorable Chinchou possessed a commendable 95 points. This disparity was quite absurd. Yet, in this world, precise base stats are not so rigorously defined. Pokémon stats are generally assessed through a rough scoring system. Although one can differentiate Pokémon strengths and specialties, pinpoint accuracy to each stat point is unrealistic. Hence, experience is paramount. Seasoned battlers can deduce an opponent's capabilities through their chosen moves, abilities, and team composition. This is one of the key distinctions between Pokémon battle masters and the average trainer. Amidst Chinchou's enchanting melody, an unexpected stroke of luck struck, directly hitting the opposing golem. What on earth? Li Feng was taken aback. His casual singing was not intended to land a hit. Typically, in a sandstorm team context, with Banquila's summoning the sand, it was evident that Golem would undoubtedly benefit from sand force. In contrast to Banquila's offensive prowess, Li Feng was more apprehensive about Golem's impending attack. Thus, he sought to utilize the song to incapacitate Golem, and to his astonishment, he succeeded. Witnessing this turn of events, Li Feng promptly typed in the battle chat, with heartfelt intention, one plants flowers that do not bloom, while with indifference, one inserts willows that flourish. The words floated within a chat bubble. Are we still conversing with cultured individuals? I shall first transcribe this phrase as a sign of respect. Why have I never encountered this saying before? Am I woefully uninformed? Consulted Baidu, but this phrase is absent from the database. Goodness, is it truly an original sentence? Have you all gone astray? The opponent has merely sung a lullaby to the slumbering rock monster. Isn't this splendid? This is indeed the prelude to a mishap. What nonsense! The opposing team consists of two feeble creatures. What can they possibly use to counter the desert tyrant, Tyranitar? Although Li Feng's Chinchou successfully induced sleep upon the rock monster, many netizens remained skeptical about the outcome. The game Pokémon Glory had only been released for less than a year, and the current version was characterized by a brutal emphasis on team enhancements and skill confrontations. Many players did not regard sleep-inducing skills as particularly impactful. They lacked lethality and aesthetic appeal. It was akin to a certain national game in a past life, where the majority of players still failed to comprehend the nuances of line manipulation. What is mine, and you shall not touch it. But is there truly a problem with this? Not really. Most players are fundamentally indifferent to victory or defeat. They merely wish to engage in play, rather than competition. When the starting points diverge, so too do the perceptions of winning and losing, rendering discussions of gameplay rather futile. Your approach may indeed be correct, yet I find it unentertaining. Therein lies the crux of the issue. Of course, there are those who genuinely struggle to grasp this, as being unskilled at games appears to be a talent for some. However, the overall competence of all players tends to improve with the passage of time. With Pokémon Glory having launched less than a year ago, it is entirely normal for numerous chaotic tactics and playstyles to remain unexplored. Not to mention, the champion of the inaugural Pokémon Glory League triumphed through enhancement strategies, further solidifying this playstyle's prevalence in the current version. Thus, within the battlefield, Tyranitar commenced a Dragon Dance enhancement. Veiled in an ethereal dragon-like aura, the desert tyrant roared defiantly, stirring the sandstorm as if the very heavens were upheaved by the intensified winds. This visual spectacle was truly magnificent. As a connoisseur of aesthetics, Li Feng favored games with vibrant graphics and high-quality visuals. Pokémon Master indeed resonated with his taste. Alas, Tyranitar lacked a swimsuit. Onix, use Rage. The imposing Onix, exhaling with fervor, charged forth with its formidable bulk and rather lackluster melee prowess. The display was impressive, yet in reality, it was rather pitiful. Rage? Doesn't this skill possess even less power than the weakest of impacts? Is this what they call impotent fury? Many skills effects are often whispered among trainers. The average player, to be frank, would not remember the effects of every skill system. The colossal rock creature has succumbed to slumber. The allocation of effort values in Pokémon Glory resembles the inscriptions of a particular game, with each creature's distribution being utterly unique. Presently, what leaves Li Feng in uncertainty is whether Tyranitar's speed has been maximized. However, given the circumstances of this world, it is highly probable that its attack has been fully enhanced. The sandstorm first assailed the Chinchou, inflicting damage, yet its initial move left Li Feng's expression increasingly nuanced. Who dares to stand tall? Only I, the divine Onix. At this moment, Li Feng felt an extraordinary surge of confidence. Goodness, another brilliant line from the opponent. I must jot this down. I can appreciate talent, But what gives this individual the right to be so conceited? Have you never heard of losing the person, but not the match? Are you familiar with the term master of verbal prowess? Just a mere newcomer. My Tyranitar has already been fortified, and your two Pokémon are like candles flickering in the wind. Do you comprehend? Li Feng. Is this fate on my side? How audacious to utter such forbidden phrases in battle. You are truly remarkable. Charge forth, Chinchou. The Chinchou unleashed a rock blast against the Onix. My goodness, this newcomer has gone mad. Using Pokémon to attack their own kind. The mindset of the wealthy is beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. The Chinchou, with its ability to strike continuously, can stabilize a 25-hit move to land 5 times. What repercussions might this entail? Li Feng's Onix boasts the ability Shattered Armor, which, while rather mundane, causes its defense to decrease by 1 stage when struck by physical attacks, yet enhances its speed by 2 stages. If it were merely this, then speed would hold little significance. Rage, upon using this move, if attacked, it will increase its attack by 1 stage. The 5 consecutive rock blasts, which were resisted, merely tickled the Onix. It is noteworthy that Li Feng had fortified its health and defense to ensure its endurance. As if undergoing a trial by fire in the depths of the earth, the Onix, now infused with the effects of rage and shattered armor, was propelled to a staggering crescendo of power after being struck 5 times by the Chinchou's relentless assaults. 5 levels of attack, 6 levels of speed. What does this signify? At this moment, before the desert tyrant Tyranitar stood not merely an Onix, but rather, the divine Onix. So, you consider yourself the desert tyrant? The Onix now regarded the Tyranitar as one would a mere ant. Fortunately, the colossal rock creature remained in slumber, spared from witnessing this terrifying spectacle. To prevent the Chinchou from continuing its slumber-inducing tactics, his Tyranitar unleashed a brick break upon the Chinchou. Yet, at this juncture, the opportunity had slipped away. Li Feng once again proclaimed, "Who dares to stand tall? Only I, the divine Onix." Chapter 4, Master of Glory. At this very moment, even the slowest of netizens had begun to grasp the situation. Oh my, is such a maneuver even possible? What does it feel like to perceive your opponent as a novice, only to discover they are a master? Forgive me for my unseemly laughter. The glutton has met with misfortune, much to my delight. The streamer I admire has faltered in a matchmaking battle. Truly, I am in tears. The glutton is undoubtedly acting with intent. The streamer, a food enthusiast girl. Am I intentionally doing this? In ranked matches, I've already faced relentless slaughter. Now in matchmaking, my mindset is being toyed with. This wretched game is not worth a dog's time. 1 strike from a devastating move has taken down the Chinchou, yet it cannot erase the scene of calamity. My Onix boasts an attack power of 13,500 points. By some strange twist of fate, Li Feng uttered this proclamation. Gazing at the dragon dance-enhanced Tyranitar, he thought, is it really this pompous? With the support of a 5-level attack boost, its pitiful 45 points of attack power seemed cataclysmically terrifying. 1 earthquake reverberated through the arena, shaking the very foundations. The earth trembled, and beneath its quaking, both Tyranitar and the slumbering Geodude peacefully departed from existence. Perhaps, in its ignorance of the events unfolding, Geodude found a form of happiness. Observing the victory emblem on the screen, Li Feng found this battle rather engaging. At the very least, he could engage in combat at any moment. Unlike the Pokémon games of his previous life, where one had to endure endless connection waits, a true hassle. Most importantly, he detested regional games. The need for accelerators to bypass barriers was genuinely vexing. Moreover, battles concluded swiftly, often within mere minutes or a short 10, making it the kind of game that could be played in fragmented moments, a hallmark of a truly good game. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Having discovered this game, Li Feng intended to explore the streaming section to gauge its popularity, if the interest proved substantial. Utilizing this game as a launching pad during the initial phase seemed quite promising, provided, of course, that the gaming strategies had not yet been fully explored, allowing him to create unique content. Perusing the streaming section, he noted the immense popularity of Pokémon Masters and Pokémon Glory, with top streamers boasting live viewership in the hundreds of thousands. Simply outrageous. In the face of such titans, those with hundreds of thousands or even 80,000 viewers could only be considered minor streamers. As he casually browsed a few, he found them largely indistinguishable, all favoring a similar enhancement push strategy, and the lineups were exceedingly alike. Yet, He could not deny that the clash of identical enhancement teams exuded a certain brutal aesthetic. After all, this game was unlike those from his previous life. It was genuinely exquisite and dazzling, and the visuals he beheld on his mobile device were astonishingly vibrant. The Food Enthusiast Livestream. This title piqued his interest, prompting Li Feng to click in and explore the content of these lesser streamers with tens of thousands of viewers. However, upon entering, he was abruptly taken aback. Was this streamer not the very adversary he had just bested? What a remarkable coincidence. I must say, if you examine closely, the luck factor in this tactical approach is exceedingly high. First, it is essential to successfully lull my Geodude into a hypnotic slumber, and secondly, one must gamble that my Tyranitar will not strike at the Onix. Such a flawed lineup may occasionally triumph over enhancement-based strategies, but it cannot serve as a reliable tactical approach. This is merely a whimsical endeavor, or perhaps a fleeting moment of inspiration for a minor trick. You have been bested. You have been tormented by the Onix. You have been tormented by the Onix and the Chinchou. The dedicated foodie girl exclaimed. Can we not mention that anymore? Oh, shouted. Everyone, please keep up the good work. Li Feng gazed at the densely packed barrage of comments, pondering the nature of these peculiar netizens. Do they derive pleasure from hearing others scream? Nonetheless, one must admit that the sensation of screaming bears a certain resemblance to that of the Japanese teachers. Please do it again. Brother Feng, what are you watching? Fan Lulu suddenly appeared in front of Li Feng, as if teleporting to his bed. Li Feng mused. Is it the case that whenever such topics arise, men exhibit an extraordinary solidarity, transcending human limits? Oh, you are watching a live stream. This is the Pokémon Glory live broadcast. Brother Feng, didn't you prefer watching the Liu streams? Fat Lu inquired curiously. Liu streams? Li Feng had indeed glanced at it earlier. It featured a dancer enhancing her sword dance, which left him somewhat exasperated. The notion of enhancing everything seemed so outdated. It brought a smile to his heart. Given the various tactical environments of their previous lives, the absurdity of it all was truly overwhelming. Moreover, after this battle, he discovered that many skills had an absurdly high hit rate. He wondered if this was due to the fact that this was a tangible Pokémon world, where skills leaned more towards realism rather than mere numerical values. Consequently, skills like Sleep Powder and Sing had remarkably high hit rates before being fully developed. Initially, he thought it might be his charm or the allure of spending money that swayed the system, but it turned out to be part of the original design. For Li Feng, however, this was unequivocally good news. If he could significantly diminish the effectiveness of numerous skills, surely he would rise to fame? With fame came a fanbase, and with popularity, the system could offer rewards and prizes, allowing for a virtuous cycle. You all don't understand a thing. If I encounter that fellow again, I will ensure he comprehends what true enhancement tactics are. The foodie girl and the barrage of comments continued their banter. This girl is quite amusing. Losing is losing. It's all about the enhancement style. Everyone nowadays seems eager to prove that their enhancement style is the strongest, Fan Lulu remarked, shaking his head. It was evident that Fat Lu had not watched the recording, hence his naive comments. What a bizarre thought. Is this really that impressive? Fat Lu was astounded. His previous statements were completely disregarded. Is this a newcomer to Pokémon battles? Surely, this must be a joke. Impressive. Seeing Fat Lu becoming increasingly excited, Li Feng gently pressed down on his shoulder, signaling him to temper his enthusiasm, and said, Basic operation, don't be too eager. Fat Lu paused. Disbelief etched on his face. Is this really you, Brother Feng? Li Feng showed no signs of concealment. Was it really necessary to be so astonished by an ordinary battle? He logged into his Pokémon Glory account, and there it was, his recent performance in a single double battle match. Maple, judging by the popularity of this girl-esque livestream, it's highly likely that she is at least a solo queue master, which means you've been outperformed by a master. Fat Six was taken aback. Excelling in Pokémon Glory does not necessarily equate to a high level of skill in real-life training. But those who excel in real-world training undoubtedly perform well in Pokémon Glory. It is akin to professional players in shooting games. If you allow them to handle real firearms, their prowess would be evident. Conversely, soldiers and special forces, though initially clumsy with mouse controls and shooting games, would undoubtedly become experts once they acclimate. Their essay saying, don't challenge someone else's livelihood with your hobby. If a novice trainer can tactically outmaneuver a master in the Pokémon game, it indicates exceptional tactical talent. Fat Six, aspiring to become a professional trainer, currently finds himself in a rather stagnant position at the Eternal Diamond tier. This prompted Li Feng to reflect on the astonishing progress made over the past 2 decades. Achieving a solid foundation is remarkable, and slower development in other areas is somewhat acceptable. It's not a complete thrashing, mere luck is involved. Li Feng does not indulge in self-satisfaction. In Pokémon battles, no one can assure themselves of a flawless victory. A single misstep can lead to a downfall. Thus, maintaining a win rate of 70 to 80% to reach master level is undoubtedly a mark of expertise. Having experienced solo battles and grasped the general environment, Li Feng decided to experiment with a reinforcement-oriented strategy, albeit one that diverges slightly from conventional team compositions. Upon seeing Li Feng enter the solo ranked matches, Fan Lulu opted to observe the battles from behind. Over the next 2 hours of ranked matches, Li Feng utilized the same team consistently, achieving a streak that propelled him to the Diamond tier, leaving Fat 6 in a state of numb disbelief. After toiling diligently to reach Diamond, Li Feng accomplished it in merely 2 hours. However, he couldn't help but marvel at the sheer brutality and irrationality of it all. Finally reaching Diamond, Li Feng acknowledged the effort involved. While dominating weaker opponents is gratifying, overindulgence can diminish the thrill. Are you sticking with the same lineup, Brother Feng? Fat 6 inquired curiously. Li Feng shrugged, replying, what is there to change? A bunch of weaklings who only know how to reinforce powerful Pokémon. This is just slaughtering chickens. Besides, I haven't even deployed my second Pokémon yet. I'll switch it up when I encounter someone capable of countering my strategy. In truth, Li Feng invested so much time into grinding ranks to enhance the credibility of his future tactical content. Ideally, he would achieve the title of the strongest master to accompany his instructional material. After all, if one simply dominates weaker players, the audience may dismiss the tactics as mere luck, coincidence, or the result of the opponent's blunders. Below the master rank and above Diamond lies the realm of solo battles with 3 Pokémon rotation, and from Diamond onwards, no Pokémon or items can be reused. Originally, Li Feng's 2 Pokémon were Mimikyu and Swampert, but now he needed to introduce a third. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to add a Ditto. Fat 6 gazed at the team composed of 3 Pokémon deemed lacking in outstanding abilities, momentarily at a loss for words. What indeed is the significance of a weak Pokémon like Ditto? Li Feng merely smiled and remained silent, suggesting that the intricate battle characteristics of the chameleon Pokémon had yet to be fully understood by anyone. Through his skills in Pokémon, Li Feng had gathered that the world was beginning to develop strategies to counter enhancement tactics. Techniques such as Roar, Whirlwind, and Taunt effectively counter such strategies. However, these were completely disregarded by the opponent, a Diamond tier player. On the contrary, Li Feng's skills left Fat 6 perplexed. Moves like Leech Seed, Substitute, and Protect. Fat 6 could not comprehend the purpose of these non-damaging moves. Subsequently, Li Feng summoned his Pokémon, Cloyster, Blastoise, and Polteageist. In truth, these selections were merely a casual choice. Even if the opponent had indeed used these Pokémon, Li Feng felt confident in his own lineup. No Pokémon is flawless. Every one possesses vulnerabilities that can be exploited tactically, which is why Li Feng did not consider positioning to be of paramount importance. As Li Feng unleashed a rampage with Mimikyu, Fat 6 timidly inquired, Brother Feng, can I use Mimikyu in ranked matches? Li Feng nodded, feel free. With so many devious and clever strategies at his disposal, he himself might not even be able to utilize them all, let alone concern himself with others employing his tactics for ranked play. This led to the difficulty for opponents attempting to replicate Li Feng's tactical framework. They would either encounter him a second time or anticipate being thoroughly defeated and thus record their matches. A Mimikyu that consistently executes Sword's Dance can severely weaken opponents with its dual-type Trick or Treat and Shadow Claw, followed by a swift Shadow Sneak to eliminate foes instantly. If the opponent's Pokémon clearly lagged in speed compared to Mimikyu, Li Feng might even perform 2 Swords Dances to teach them a lesson. The disguise ability is simply outrageous and unreasonable. Aside from grinding through ranked matches and eating, Li Feng visited the office of the headmaster to successfully transfer to the specialized class. There was no need to trouble himself with dorm arrangements, as they were allocated based on trainer status, making the differences in roommates rather insignificant. During the class transfer, the former homeroom teacher attempted to persuade Li Feng to stay, for he had consistently ranked at the top in previous class examinations, and it was evident that he did not wish to lose such a talented student. After all, as a homeroom teacher, the performance of his students directly influenced his bonuses. However, Li Feng firmly declined, reasoning that given his current examination abilities, it was best to refrain from further pursuits. The specialized class does not require cultural examination. Instead, it focuses on intensive review before the college entrance examination. Generally, various film and art academies do not demand excessively high scores in cultural subjects, prioritizing specialized skills instead. With Li Feng's proficiency in English and Chinese, a brief review should suffice to secure passing grades. In the following 3 days, after receiving his deliveries, Li Feng tirelessly engaged in Pokémon Master ranked matches day and night. Within a single day, he achieved the remarkable feat of ascending to Pokémon Master, leaving Fat Six utterly astonished. By the next day, Li Feng found himself in the promotion matches for Glory Master. It is noteworthy that currently, there are fewer than 1,000 players who have attained the status of Glory Master, and even fewer, under 100, have reached the pinnacle of Master. The significance of this achievement is that, should Li Feng successfully ascend to the rank of Honor Master, he would undoubtedly possess sufficient credentials to commence the teaching of swift sound techniques. As his ranking ascends, Li Feng has also noticed that the opponents he encounters are becoming increasingly formidable. Generally speaking, the difficulty of promotion matches tends to soar, making it far from easy to advance directly. System: Honor Master Promotion Match Successful. System: Match with Trainer Li Yue. Upon seeing this match, Li Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Had he matched with a prominent streamer? At that moment, Li Yue, blissfully unaware of her opponent's identity, was engaging with her viewers in a lively stream, laughing and interacting. However, some astute netizens, keen on gathering intelligence, quickly noticed the anomaly and began alerting others in the chat. Li Yue, your opponent is a big shot. Wow, that guy named Chi has a 79-win streak in the Honor Master promotion matches. The opponent must be using cheats. Xiaoya, don't take this lightly. Li Yue, noticing the sparse messages, instinctively opened her opponent's profile. Trainer name: Chi. Trainer ID: 591059792. Ranking win rate: 79 wins, 0 losses, 100. Noble level: 10. Gasp. Li Yue instinctively inhaled sharply, contributing to the greenhouse effect. Such a terrifying win rate is something even the most elite masters would struggle to achieve, if not outright impossible. No, it is absolutely unfeasible. She was well acquainted with several of the top masters, and the pinnacle among them were akin to legendary trainers in reality. Even with such prowess, there were instances of misfortune in ranked matches. What on earth was this Chi? Was he cheating? Or had he discovered a flaw in the game? Regardless, Li Yue understood that she was undoubtedly facing a master, and she needed to muster all her focus and strength. Although the likelihood of defeat loomed large, the opportunity to triumph over a player with a flawless win rate could undoubtedly elevate her stream's popularity significantly. Even before the battle had formally commenced, the buzz surrounding her match had already begun to amplify within the community. Victory was imperative. Li Yue resolutely committed herself, beginning her selection of Pokémon with utmost seriousness. After mutual selection, Li Feng observed that her choices included Sylveon, Flareon, and Dragapult. It could be said that she had encompassed the 4 most formidable types in the eyes of the average person: Fairy, Ghost, Psychic, and Dragon. What kind of bizarre Pokémon is that she using? Mimikyu? Swampert and Ditto? Could Li Yue be throwing the match? Or do they know each other? Otherwise, how could such weak Pokémon win? Yet Li Yue did not underestimate her opponent. She was entirely unfamiliar with him, and there was no reason for him to take it easy on her. This indicated that he had earnestly selected such an unusual lineup. The vast majority of Pokémon Master streamers optimize their strategies around 2 or 3 core teams, while they may possess a basic understanding of other Pokémon's skills. Becoming a versatile player is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Perhaps when indulging in casual matches, these Masters of Glory might play whimsically to alleviate their spirits. However, when it comes to ranked battles, it is utterly inconceivable for them to select unfamiliar lineups, as even the slightest miscalculation could lead to defeat. The battle commences. With the system's announcement echoing, Li Feng's spirit makes a grand entrance, showcasing its opulent nature. On the other hand, Li Yu's approach is rather more restrained. Although there are special effects, much depends on the opponent, and one can only say that the difference between the Firefly and the Bright Moon is stark. Is the first spirit merely an espion? Observing the opponent's initial selection, Li Feng decisively commands his Mimikyu to use Swords Dance. Li Yu is momentarily taken aback. completely unaware that Mimikyu could learn such a move. Realizing the potential calamity, he understands that the attack enhancement from Calm Mind pales in comparison to the noticeable boost from Swords Dance. At this juncture, he can only hope that the energy attack from the Espeon, now strengthened, can obliterate the Mimikyu before him. An Espeon that has amplified its psychic power possesses a staggering destructive capability with a single Shadow Ball. Typically, those who are weak to it are swiftly eliminated. Isn't this exceedingly greedy? A single enhanced Shadow Ball. Mimikyu is surely doomed. Yet, the reality left both the online spectators and Li Yu in stunned silence. The power of the Shadow Ball is indeed formidable, yet it precisely reduced Mimikyu's health by only 1/8. System, Mimikyu's disguise has been shed. As Mimikyu tilted its head, appearing as if on the verge of collapse yet remaining unscathed, Li Yu's expression shifted dramatically. With 2 Swords Dances under its belt, Mimikyu now radiates an overwhelming aura. And Li Feng, with a smile, recites a line of poetic bravado. Traveling 3,000 miles, a single sword once faced 1,000,000 troops. The terrifying dark energy claws sliced through the ground, akin to the talons of hell, instantly dispatching the Espeon. Oh no, Li Yu is in peril. Battles are one thing, but that declaration was utterly spectacular. 2 Swords Dances. Has Mimikyu been transformed into a swordsman? Gazing at her remaining 2 spirits, Li Yu realizes that her only hope of overcoming this Mimikyu lies with her Duraludon. Resolutely releasing Duraludon, she can only place her faith in its ghost-type attack to potentially eliminate Mimikyu in one fell swoop. Indeed, is it Duraludon? Li Feng, stroking his chin, directly selects the move Play Rough, not because he is incapable of choosing Shadow Sneak, but rather because enhancing his team directly seemed rather mundane, especially since his Swampert and Ditto had been dormant for quite some time. In a promotion match, it is preferable to engage in some excitement. After all, he is recording this match to utilize as material, and thus he needs to articulate the weaknesses and strategies of his subsequent team. In any case, Li Feng is utterly confident in his victory. Could the opposing configuration truly hope to defeat him? This is not the era of various insidious strategies that plagued his previous life. Most likely, the final Espeon and this Duraludon are both reliant on enhancement tactics. This battle is indeed far easier than facing AI in his former life. Chapter 5. 2 Skills. For instance, if the opponent directly sends out a normal-type spirit, disregarding immunity to this attack, such maneuvers are exceedingly simple to execute. However, Li Yu's strategy is rather straightforward. As the ultra-fast quasi-deity Dolongbarudo, the ability Spirit Assault has a chance to instantly annihilate Mimikyu. Consequently, Mimikyu must either endure the damage or switch to a subsequent spirit. After all, one wields the quasi-deity Dolongbarudo, and under the duress of its incredible speed and formidable attack power, even without enhancement, it can easily overpower 90% of spirits. Does Li Feng care? If he did, he would have opted to use Shadow Strike to eliminate Dolongbarudo directly. Nevertheless, unable to attack the opponent, Li Feng chose to toy with their psychology instead. Sword Dance. 3 successive Sword Dances. Do you dare to be afraid? This is the terrifying you to death series. The Liyue livestream fell into a profound silence, with many comments left in utter disbelief at Li Feng's maneuvers. You're still dancing? Is your dance of any use? I've never encountered such shamelessness. Mimikyu's Sword Dance possesses special effects, creating a strengthening effect under the aura of 3 celestial swords converging above its head. System, Dolongbarudo strikes a critical hit. Li Feng's lips twitched at this spectacle, although he was already prepared to abandon Mimikyu. Landing a critical hit was indeed somewhat humiliating. Yo, Liyue is incredible. The streamer I adore actually landed a critical hit. Truly, I'm in tears. Dolong is a quasi-deity. Even a single enhancement is enough to decimate the opponent. What remains on the opposing side are 2 spirits utterly lacking in offensive capabilities. This guarantees Xiaoya's victory. This Qi must be relying on an unexpected Mimikyu to dominate. Once that is dismantled, their true form will likely be revealed. Unbeknownst to Li Feng, he was currently being broadcasted live to millions, and he decisively deployed Swampert. Swampert is a rotund creature. Adorned with purple and deep green stripes on its back and tail, its body perpetually slick, with black beady eyes reminiscent of a transformed Ditto awaiting a spirit. Li Feng's Swampert was equipped with a simple move set: Rest, Yawn, Charge, and Scald. It was a straightforwardly infuriating strategy. as Li Feng aimed to teach how to dismantle enhancement-focused tactics from multiple angles. Dolong Baruto fixed its gaze upon the blue behemoth before it, a terrifying draconic energy swirling about, its aura exploding in intensity. Dragon Dance, Swampert, with a gaze that was both clear and foolish, simply stared at Dolong Baruto before executing charge. Liyue observed Swampert's use of charge. She was quite familiar with this enhancement tactic. What significance does a mere boost in defense hold? Dragon Dance, charge. Your enhancement and my enhancement amount to no enhancement at all, do they? Gritting her teeth, Liyue decided to gamble once more, anticipating that her opponent would also opt for charge. Li Feng was aware that the opponent would be greedy. Such greed would soon reveal the reason behind the flower's vibrant hue. The thrill of continuous enhancement, particularly in such rare moments, was intoxicating. Even knowing he possessed sufficient ability to eliminate the opponent, he still craved to experience the raw power of further enhancement. Thus, their stats had reached a pinnacle. Elevated to the 6th level. 666, extreme offense against extreme defense. What is the significance of this? As both sides push their strengths to the utmost limits, are they not merely engaged in a contest of original offense and defense? The formidable offensive prowess of the semi-divine Dolong Baruto is nothing to fear from a mere swamp king. What can the dragon rider possibly lose? Liyue, do you still refuse to surrender? Li Feng finds this amusing. Indeed, the people of this world exhibit a certain innocence. Chi, with your spear, strike my shield. Must one resort to archaic language? Is it not possible to converse plainly? Liyue, exasperated, exclaims. Dragon Arrow. This is the exclusive skill of the semi-divine Dolong Baruto. Launching the 2 mini Dolong Barutos from its head to attack. The Swamp King, with its beady eyes, gazes at the oncoming mini Dolong Barutos, feeling utterly unfazed, even amused. Alas, this is not a scenario of real combat, and thus Li Feng chuckles. However, Liyue and the viewers in the live stream are left dumbfounded. Indeed, it is the bloodline. Were it not for the numerical display indicating a loss of health, the nearly unchanged health bar would certainly raise suspicions of a glitch. What the hell just happened? Liyue is bewildered, questioning the nature of this phenomenon. Is it some sort of health locking mechanism that enables a 100% win rate? Observing the opponent frozen in confusion for several seconds, Li Feng realizes their disorientation. Chi. The trait of simplicity allows one to disregard the opponent's offensive capability changes when receiving an attack, and similarly, when attacking, to ignore the opponent's defensive capability changes. Liyue, viewers? Why on earth can such an inconspicuous trait be wielded to such effect? Has this individual memorized all the traits? Many struggle to comprehend. Since the attacks prove ineffective, Liyue still possesses countermeasures. As top players in the Pokémon Masters game, they have continually sought ways to counter enhancement strategies. While matchmaking can indeed hone one's team, it holds little merit without engaging formidable opponents. The same lineup in the hands of novices and experts yields vastly different outcomes. It is important to note that rankings in the Pokémon Masters game come with cash rewards. The top 1,000 each month receive a monetary prize of 1,000 yuan, with higher ranks earning more. The top Pokémon Master can earn a staggering 50,000 yuan, a substantial sum for the vast majority of ordinary individuals. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is that a higher ranking garners popularity and visibility. After all, both Quine and Pokémon Masters fall under the same company umbrella, making it entirely reasonable to promote one's own game, especially with trainers undergoing binding certification. Thus, Liyue is determined not to lose. As one of the 3 esteemed female Pokémon Masters, to suffer such a disgraceful defeat would undoubtedly lead to becoming a laughingstock in the future. Cursed techniques. This is precisely why Liyue employs Dolong Baruto. It not only enhances team strength, but also benefits from the potent dual typings of Dragon and Ghost, culminating in the cursed ability to retaliate at the brink of defeat. You boast of maxed dual resistances? Cursed techniques completely disregard your defenses. Let us see how you maintain your arrogance. Li Feng was somewhat taken aback, observing the opponent's incantation, finally displaying a hint of resistance. At this moment, he felt a surge of excitement. The previous ranked matches hosted by Master Glory had been so monotonous that they nearly lulled him to sleep, but now, at last, there was someone who dared to fight back. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. Such was the sentiment coursing through Li Feng. You wield your incantation, while I possess yawns. Once his yawn successfully struck, Li Yu sensed an impending crisis. However, he was confident that the subsequent execution of the incantation required no further action from his own Doranbaruto. Even if his sprite succumbed to slumber, it mattered little, right? Chi. The incantation was executed quite adeptly. Chi. However, the next moment shall be my time to shine. Li Yu. In the next instant, Li Yu was astonished to witness the opponent switch sprites. To abandon the formidable Swampert for a sprite exchange? This Chi must be out of his mind. A foolish move. Without a doubt, a foolish move. Swapping out Swampert for a Ditto? What on earth is happening? The transformative Ditto immediately initiated its metamorphosis, summoning a beady-eyed Doranbaruto to the battlefield. System. Doranbaruto has fallen into a deep slumber. Li Yu, seeing the opposing dragon type, instinctively opted for Dragon Arrow as an attack. Given the speed of his own Doranbaruto, it should have been his turn to strike first, right? System. Doranbaruto has awakened. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Li Yu couldn't help but chuckle. The opponent's expression was utterly dismal. No, it must be due to his own stunning beauty that the opponent looked particularly glum. 666. Li Yu's luck is through the roof today. Yet, in the following moment, her laughter was abruptly silenced as the beady-eyed Doranbaruto attacked first. This was disastrous. With her Doranbaruto at half health, it would surely be unable to withstand a Dragon Arrow. However, even if it could not endure, Li Yu never anticipated that her Doranbaruto's health bar would vanish instantaneously, as though struck by a disappearing spell. What in the world was this? In her daze, Li Yu released her final hope, the Solar EV. Yet, the beady-eyed Doranbaruto unleashed another Dragon Arrow, obliterating the Solar EV in an instant. At this moment, it was not just Li Yu who was bewildered. Even the online viewers were left in a state of shock. When did Ditto become so outrageously powerful? This seemingly soft and adorable entity could strike down foes in a heartbeat? Why could they not achieve the same results when they used it? I report. Someone must be using a damage hack. Li Yu, do not weep. The opponent is undoubtedly a hacker. Swampert activated locked health. Ditto activated damage boost. Li Feng, thoroughly satisfied, completed the recording, indifferent to his opponent's circumstances or the chaos erupting in Li Yu's livestream. Without professional equipment, the quality of the mobile screen recording was subpar, yet the video was still watchable. After all, he had no significant following at the outset, and uploading it likely would yield no response. However, this would not impede his ability to generate revenue. Purchasing some audio enhancements to boost viewership should create at least a small ripple. The most troublesome aspect of the video was the instructional content. But those strategies had already been contemplated during the match, akin to the unexpected enhancement stream of Mimikyu, like the sighing wall of the Swamp King, akin to the ever-changing transformations of the chameleon. This time, Li Feng has decisively titled his work on the methods of enhancement streams and their countermeasures. After all, the methods for both enhancing and countering enhancement streams are indeed plentiful. Tactics such as baton passing are relics from a previous life. Yet, this world still manages to concoct strategies that resonate in this untamed era. After dedicating 2 hours to crafting the script, Li Feng seamlessly integrated the video with the narration. For the voiceover, he selected a rather pleasant tone for the delivery. As for the background music, he hastily chose a track that sounded exhilarating in this world. The entire production process exuded an air of hasty nonchalance. However, aside from the production quality, the content remains exceedingly beneficial for this era. Li Feng has also observed that, due to the existence of elves in this reality, their approach to battles and games is often grounded in real-world strategies. After all, many tactics that prove effective in games may not translate to reality. This likely explains the relatively stagnant development of tactical gameplay. Primarily, trainers are the main focus of this world. Even the application for regular membership can be determined through battles, and when Li Feng encountered this news, he was thoroughly exasperated. When faced with indecision, battles provide resolution. He is certainly not like that foolish Ash. He would never accept defeat, if it were truly his girlfriend. Even if the opponent were to unleash a Magikarp, his elf would undoubtedly prevail. Having uploaded the video, Li Feng was now ravenously hungry and turned to Fat Lu, asking, "Shall we go for a meal?" Fat Lu was still engrossed in climbing the rankings. Despite wielding a team identical to Li Feng's, he had successfully advanced to Pokémon Master, though the subsequent ranked matches were fraught with challenges. The same team may yield different results based on the user. "Here comes Feng Ge," he announced. Li Feng chuckled and shook his head. Is this something you can flaunt on social media? Fat Lu replied. I'm the only Pokémon master in our class. It's incredible. But it's all thanks to you, Feng Go. As Li Feng donned his shoes, he remarked, I just won the Glory Master qualifying match. Now I'm a Glory Master. Wow, that's terrifying. Fat Lu exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. You're truly impressive, Feng Go. The cafeteria at Jinyan Middle School offers a selection of over a dozen dishes, with chicken, duck, fish, and meat available almost daily, alongside a variety of specialty cuisines that can leave one bewildered. After casually selecting a few dishes, Li Feng and Fat Lu took a seat to dine. Feng Go, could you log into the game? I'd like to see your battle records. Fat Lu suddenly paused, lifting his gaze. Li Feng, perplexed, logged into the game and handed the device to Fat Lu. Upon seeing Li Feng's battle records, Fat Lu nearly choked in disbelief. Every single record was marked in green. 100% win rate as a Glory Master? This was no longer a genius. It was a monster. However, upon witnessing the latest battle, Fat Lu was genuinely taken aback. Crimson Liyue Moonfall. Crimson Victory. The uproar in the Liyue live stream was due to Liyue being utterly dominated by Feng Go. Brother Feng, you utterly defeated the million-follower streamer Liyue in the Master Glory promotion matches, whispered Peng Lu, cautious of being overheard. Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. Was this the streamer who played with Miss Kuner using a strengthening strategy? Indeed, he possessed considerable skill, at least knowing how to counter the formidable fortified teams. Throughout their journey, Peng Lu incessantly inquired about Li Feng's tactical approach to vanquishing Liyue. I recorded a fast-paced audio explanation. I want to reiterate it. Li Feng replied succinctly. After several days of gaming, he had grown weary of it, to the point of wishing to avoid it entirely for a while. Even the most delectable delicacies can become tiresome when consumed in excess, let alone a video game. Upon returning to his dormitory, Li Feng lay on his bed, idly opening his system panel. To his astonishment, he discovered that his fan value had exceeded 100. He promptly accessed the achievement interface, where the second achievement gleamed invitingly, ready to be claimed. After clicking to receive it, a flash of light enveloped him, and the radiant energy, visible only to him, surged into his being. Skill development. This was the first skill Li Feng had acquired. Its function was straightforward. It could assist a sprite in accelerating the development of skill proficiency, requiring a consumption of fan value each time it was used, with deductions based on the difficulty and compatibility of the skill being enhanced. The concept of skill proficiency was familiar to Li Feng, as it had been a feature in Pokémon Legends, Arceus. The tiers of proficiency included beginner, proficient, and master. Once a skill reached the master level, it would exhibit effects of swiftness and ferocity. The former increased the speed of skill execution while reducing its power, whereas the latter amplified the skill's potency but slowed its execution. This provided a more versatile approach to using skills. However, this was reality. If my speed were 100 million, then I would regretfully ensnare you in combat, potentially defeating you before you even realized it. Thus, the significance of skill proficiency was immense. For sprites to enhance their skill proficiency, they either had to practice diligently day and night or utilize skill stones to assist in training and increase proficiency. Naturally, this also depended on the sprite's innate talent. Even if two sprites mastered the same skill, differences in individual aptitude could result in variations in speed. Li Feng's skill development ability was exceptionally potent, requiring merely fan value for skill proficiency enhancement. This remarkable capability left him momentarily speechless. As for the second skill, it was equally impressive, basic music knowledge. At first glance, this skill appeared trivial, yet Li Feng believed it to be extraordinarily powerful. Basic music knowledge encompassed all aspects of music theory, including instruments and music theory itself, granting Li Feng comprehensive mastery over these subjects. To put it succinctly, if Li Feng were to undertake a theoretical examination in music, he could nearly achieve a perfect score, provided it was at the undergraduate level or below. In essence, all musical knowledge from college and lower was indelibly inscribed in his mind, impossible to forget. Originally, he could recall only the melodies of numerous songs, but now he possesses the ability to discern the approximate notes and the chaotic intricacies of sheet music through those melodies. Of course, this is merely theoretical, devoid of practical application. Nevertheless, this skill has laid a solid foundation for Li Feng, ensuring that he can engage in discussions about music without revealing any glaring gaps in knowledge. Unfortunately, His singing ability remains purely emotional, lacking any technical finesse. Li Feng internally scoffed at this, yet soon recalled the many popular instrumental pieces from his previous life. Given that he was producing rapid audio content, why shouldn't the music be his own? The music and cultural patent protections in this world are quite robust. Thus, creating a few explosive instrumental tracks as background music should yield splendid results. Do you think I am merely a gaming tutorial blogger? You would soon discover that I am, in fact, a music producer. Do you believe I am genuinely a music producer? You would then realize that I am, in truth, a formidable trainer. The sensation of infinitely layering identities and personas brings with it a delightful sense of deception. As for the fear of exposure, no, all my endeavors are grandiose. Should I be unmasked, it would only provoke greater astonishment. With this in mind, I ought to cultivate several more personas, seeking opportunities to unveil them and garner a wave of tremendous popularity. Fat Lu, do not reveal my true identity. With this thought, Li Feng effectively sealed the last potential leak. After all, Fat Lu owed him money, and he had always looked after him, thus minimizing the risk of early exposure. Perfect. Chapter 6. The White Charmander. In the stillness of the night, Li Feng was fast asleep. Beside him, the nutrient bowl for his Charmander began to tremble slightly. As the egg rocked within the bowl, a prompt sounded, jolting Li Feng awake from his slumber. Had it hatched? Elated, he leapt from his bed, while Fat Lu remained dead to the world. According to the operational instructions, Li Feng needed to deactivate the nutrient bowl before the Pokémon emerged from its egg. As he did so, the glass cover lifted, revealing an egg that was now riddled with cracks. With bated breath, Li Feng focused intently on the Pokémon egg. Crack! A small head, eyes tightly shut, poked through the broken shell. Li Feng thought, why is this Charmander white? This color was not typical for a Charmander, leaving him momentarily bewildered as he encountered his initial Pokémon. Lo and behold, a white variant of Charmander appeared before him. Could it be that the defect rendered it this pale? Although it appeared somewhat peculiar, the white Charmander exuded an even greater cuteness. Newly hatched Pokémon require ample nourishment and instinctively regard the first creature they see as a source of dependency. As the Charmander gazed upon Li Feng, it stretched out its adorable little arms, yearning for an embrace. Li Feng cradled the warm, white little Charizard, effortlessly reaching for the prepared milk combination beside him to commence its feeding. Ah, how delightful! At that moment, Li Feng embraced the little Charizard as one would a newborn, while the creature, engrossed, held the milk bottle with unwavering focus. He began to ponder the reason behind its unusual coloration. The little Charizard's skin was remarkably soft, devoid of any fur. The texture, upon touch, was not particularly peculiar. As someone who had chosen Charizard as his initial Pokémon, Li Feng had undoubtedly undertaken thorough preparatory work. He had diligently studied its habits, preferences, and nurturing methods, meticulously recording his findings. Newly hatched Pokémon were not suited for rigorous training methods. This week of adaptation was solely for fostering a bond with the trainer. Li Feng, however, harbored doubts about this notion. Having watched Pokémon animations, he was certain such claims were absent. Could it be that this world was relatively underdeveloped, with certain knowledge yet to be uncovered? It was perplexing. After finishing the milk, the little Charizard began to grow drowsy, curling up in Li Feng's embrace with a yawn. Ah, how sleepy! Li Feng gazed at the little Charizard with a smile, gently stroking it. A lingering concern had always troubled him. Could the flame on the Charizard's tail ignite the house? Yet, at that moment, he observed something remarkable. The little Charizard's tail seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, instinctively avoiding objects. If Li Feng draped a blanket over it, the tail's flame would emerge from beneath. How extraordinary! No wonder it was known as the life force of the Charizard lineage. It seemed that a portion of the little Charizard's spiritual energy was contained within. With this revelation, Li Feng began to investigate the latest notification that had popped up in his system. The Pokémon Encyclopedia has been activated. A tinge of curiosity prompted Li Feng to open the encyclopedia. Pokémon, Charizard. Type, Fire. Ability, Blaze. Level, 1. Skills, Scratch, Growl. Inherited skills, Dragon Dance, Air Slash, Ancient Power, Metal Claw. Status, Suspected Albinism. Albinism. Goodness. Can Pokémon even experience such issues? Albinism is a genetic condition resulting from mutations that cause defects in the synthesis of melanin. Of course, Li Feng had researched this online. He was no medical student. After all, Did this mean his little Charizard had a certain degree of genetic defect? Albinism is a hereditary condition, the most significant dangers being ocular damage and susceptibility to skin cancer. But could a Pokémon genuinely suffer from these afflictions? Li Feng found himself at a loss. Pokémon could indeed fall ill, typically suffering from colds or fevers, but he had never encountered such grave diseases within the Pokémon universe. As for doubting the system's judgment, that was absurd. If the system could misjudge, it might as well not exist. Genie in middle school was equipped with a Pokémon Center, but it was the early hours of the morning, and even if he were to go there, he doubted that any Pokémon doctors above the rank of director would be present. Despite his worries, Li Feng could only wait until tomorrow to visit the Pokémon Center. The following morning, he set off to the Pokémon Center with his Charmander, while the sleepy Pang Lu remained fast asleep. Upon arriving at the center, Li Feng registered and joined the queue. There were only a couple of people ahead of him. Number 3, Li Feng, called out the attendant. Hearing his name and number, Li Feng hurriedly entered the doctor's office. What seems to be the issue with your Pokémon? Inquired the on-duty doctor, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. Li Feng promptly released his Charmander, and the doctor appeared momentarily taken aback by the sight of the white Charmander. Is this Charmander newly hatched? A congenital albino? She asked after a brief observation. To become a Pokémon doctor, one must possess ample knowledge of Pokémon care. After all, how could one treat a Pokémon without understanding it? For a Pokémon breeding expert, determining a Pokémon's age is a fundamental skill. Yes, doctor. However, I refrained from mentioning my concerns about albinism. According to my knowledge, an atypical Charmander should be a pale yellow, although this one is slightly lighter than usual. The white color concerns me, which is why I sought a thorough examination, Li Feng explained. The doctor nodded in understanding. I will first conduct a full-body examination of your Charmander to assess its condition. As the doctor began to prepare the necessary forms, Li Feng leaned down to his Charmander. You must cooperate with the doctor during the examination, all right? Yeah. The little Charmander tilted its head at Li Feng in response. Soon, the doctor took the Charmander for a comprehensive examination, which included blood tests, X-rays, and various instruments that Li Feng could hardly comprehend. An hour swiftly passed. The young Charmander now appeared quite fatigued. As soon as Li Feng received his little companion back, he immediately retrieved a milk supplement from his backpack. While waiting at the Pokémon Center, Li Feng, feeling quite bored, donned his headphones and began scrolling through Kuaishou. Upon logging in, he was astonished to discover an overwhelming influx of notifications. 99 private messages flooded his account. Although he had topped up his account with 10,000 yuan for promotional purposes, the rate of engagement was astonishing. In his previous life, he had never engaged with such platforms, while he was financially secure. It was his parents who had earned the money, and he was not one to frivolously spend on gifts or promotions. While he did enjoy watching content, he had never aspired to be an internet celebrity, which left him somewhat bewildered. Had he truly become popular, garnering hundreds of thousands of views in less than half a day? Li Feng's initial investment of 10,000 yuan for promotion proved crucial. The beginning of any venture is often the most challenging, and by breaking through the initial barriers, combined with the novelty and absurdity of his instructional content, he quickly attracted a substantial audience. His battle tutorials did not merely instruct viewers to replicate his actions mindlessly. Instead, they fostered critical thinking. For instance, when he deliberately sacrificed his Mimikyu in battle, many viewers commented that it was merely a mistake. However, after playing dozens of similar matches, he would edit comparable scenes into his commentary for clarification. Numerous netizens, upon encountering this editing technique, have voiced their critiques. The editing is superb, but please refrain from further edits. Divine content, abysmal production. My mother inquires why I consume food from a trash heap. Truth be told, this fare is more delectable than refuse. An actor, achieving an 80-game winning streak to attain Glory Master, reported, prepare for a ban. While many ponder how to dismantle the enhancement flow, most merely substitute a skill or two to cope. However, the sheer audacity of a lineup like Warrior Chi obliterating 6 dragon dances and multi-dragon Baruto in such uncommon circumstances is truly astonishing. I have seen this episode. I was in the Liyue livestream at the time. This esteemed figure has several memorable quotes, exuding both charisma and bravado. The internet is a microcosm of diverse human expressions. Some praise, others disparage, some express skepticism, while others offer calm analysis. Li Feng, however, remains indifferent. He is more concerned with his burgeoning fame and whether his 1,000 followers would soon multiply. Upon casually checking his system, he discovers that his fan count has exceeded 3,000, while the system itself only boasts a mere 300. It stands to reason. Many individuals simply click to follow without genuinely appreciating his instructional content. To have followers who truly admire his teachings requires not only profound respect, but also an understanding of his various tactical intentions. Nevertheless, Li Feng does not despair. For without small steps, one cannot traverse great distances. A towering edifice rises from the ground. Thus, the gradual accumulation of followers is a natural progression. The mere existence of an audience signifies that his instructional content has indeed found its niche. Yet, certain comments have ignited reflections within Li Feng, particularly regarding the quality of his editing, which he concedes is rather subpar. The creations he produces with his phone appear coarse even to his own discerning eye. It seems imperative for him to assemble a team, editors, musicians, and scriptwriters. After all, his primary vocation is that of a trainer. He ought to focus on producing quality material, conveying his battle strategies, and allowing the team to polish and edit it into perfection. No individual possesses omnipotence, yet financial resources can achieve the impossible. At that moment, as Li Feng hears a voice, he looks up to see a female doctor approaching him, prompting his immediate inquiry. "Doctor, how is my Charmander?" The female doctor presents a diagnostic report to Li Feng, stating, "Your Charmander has been preliminarily diagnosed with a genetic defect resulting in skin albinism." Skin albinism? Li Feng feigns surprise. The doctor nods and explains, "Indeed, aside from the albinism, your Charmander exhibits no other anomalies. Its physical condition, energy fluctuations, and other attributes are indistinguishable from any typical Charmander. In fact, your Charmander's physical and energy potential surpasses any I have encountered." Regarding the cause of the albinism, since your Charmander is the first case we have identified, we can only treat it analogously to human albinism for now. As for whether treatment is necessary, I cannot make a definitive judgment. I have just spoken with my mentor, who is quite intrigued by your Charmander's albinism. My mentor is currently the most esteemed Pokémon genetics doctor in Dongwang, Lin Xingnan. Given that albinism is a genetic defect, I believe it would be prudent for my teacher to conduct a direct examination. Dr. Jean Sprite? Li Feng had no reason to refuse, and he was astounded that a mere case of albinism could summon such an esteemed academic figure. What precautions or dangers are associated with this skin albinism? Li Feng inquired. The female doctor replied, "The primary concern with skin albinism is the heightened risk of skin cancer. However, we have never heard of sprites suffering from cancer. After all, wild creatures such as sharks and naked mole rats do not contract this ailment. As sprites are superior supernatural beings, the possibility of cancer is truly uncertain. For humans, cancer is often fatal, but for sprites, it may be no more serious than a common cold. Thus, what troubles me more is whether the genetic defect in your Charmander might prevent it from evolving or potentially lead to other uncontrollable issues," she continued. Li Feng exclaimed, "Not evolving? Don't scare me. If my Charmander can't evolve, that means no mega evolution. What is the point of that? Although one can still nurture a sprite to be quite powerful without evolution, that's in the realms of animation and comics. For instance, while the Skin God is indeed formidable, I suspect that it only conserves energy during less significant battles and truly unleashes its power in crucial confrontations. This is why it can face both formidable foes and lesser ones alike. Much like the hidden deities and swords in various fantasy novels, their true power remains concealed until it is dramatically revealed. However, in my view, such a nurturing method is unnecessary unless the sprite genuinely refuses to evolve. Does my Charmander truly not wish to evolve? It certainly hasn't expressed that desire. Evolution is an innate instinct, and the vast majority of sprites yearn for it. Young man, do not panic. This is merely my conjecture, the female doctor reassured him. It is also possible that your Charmander might perish before evolving. You could just remain silent if you can't offer any comfort. Li Feng retorted. After a deep breath, he asked, "So, doctor, when will Dr. Lin arrive in Zhongqing?" The doctor adjusted her glasses. "It should be at the end of September. Does that mean I won't be able to nurture my Charmander for an entire month?" Li Feng lamented. "Not necessarily. You cannot possibly expect to raise your Charmander to level 16 in just 1 month and then evolve it immediately, can you? Prior to its evolution, you can nurture it without any issues," she explained. Li Feng sighed with relief but felt there was something amiss in her words. "What do you mean by not being able to reach level 16 in a month? When I played Pokémon games, I reached level 16 in just an hour or two. Who do you think you're looking down on? If you truly possess the ability to elevate your Charmander beyond level 16, I personally recommend acquiring a high-quality Everstone to suppress its evolution. Waiting for my teacher to conduct the examination before deciding on its evolution, the female doctor suggested. Li Feng nodded. Regardless of the circumstances, Charmander was a choice he had made. It was impossible for him to abandon it, especially knowing the potential issues beforehand. He could never engage in the act of treating Pokémon as mere tools, carelessly discarding them by the roadside. One must take responsibility for their own choices. However, the little Charizard would undergo a re-examination weekly, which would better ascertain its condition, the female doctor concluded. Li Feng nodded once more, holding the white Charizard. He felt a sigh of relief. At the very least, there were no other issues. Genetic defects are unpredictable in nature, but he could simply be more attentive during training in the future. With the system monitoring in real time, there should not be significant concerns. The Pokémon Center required various checks, and the system provided direct real-time updates, essentially serving as a diagnostic tool. After exchanging contact information with Dr. Xiao Min, Li Feng departed from the Pokémon Center. As soon as he entered his dormitory, he spotted a wood owl standing in the room with its head tilted. It had actually hatched? Where did you go all morning? Pang Lu glanced towards the door upon hearing it open and saw Li Feng. Li Feng explained, I went to the Pokémon Center to have my Charizard checked. Checked? Do newborn Pokémon need to undergo examinations? Fan Lu questioned, puzzled. Li Feng shook his head. Not exactly. My Charizard is somewhat special, so I wanted to ensure everything was fine. Pang Lu's eyes widened as he looked at the white Charizard Li Feng released. Is this a variant color? No, it's a case of leucism. Wait, leucism? That won't cause any problems, will it? After the examination, there were no immediate issues. It's just that its skin has turned white. Pang Lu gazed curiously at the Charizard and remarked, although it seems a bit inappropriate to say this. The white Charizard is truly magnificent. If it were sold, it could fetch several hundred million. Be careful, though, while our country doesn't have many Pokémon hunters, there are still those who might take risks. Your Charizard clearly possesses extraordinary rarity. Pang Lu's warning caught Li Feng off guard. He truly hadn't considered the existence of Pokémon hunters. What if someone attempted to steal his initial Pokémon? However, upon reflection, he realized he had spent nearly the entire year in a closed school environment. By the time the Charizard could evolve in a year, it would surely be stronger. Plus, he might have captured other Pokémon by then. No need to panic. It's all right, I'll be cautious. Li Feng expressed his gratitude for Pang Lu's advice. Until he developed the ability to protect himself, he would simply remain vigilant when outside the school. If necessary, he could always hire a few bodyguards when venturing out. A perfect solution. This is what it means to be indulgent with wealth, as exemplified by Li Feng. Enough about my Charizard. How is your wood owl? Have you finalized your breeding plan? Li Feng inquired, curious. He had chosen the premier breeding plan of the Inferno King, which would cost several million over the course of a month, an expense that would daunt the average individual. Even the Inferno King had based his theoretical plan on personal experience and previous breeding schemes, as well as developments in the Pokémon-related industry. What saddened Li Feng the most was the absence of energy cubes, those miraculous tools of the Pokémon world used for breeding. Let Li Feng handle it himself. He will not succeed. Although he possesses a rough theoretical understanding, the transition from theory to practice is largely impractical without external assistance. He has opted for a nurturing plan costing approximately 100,000 each month. Fat Lu did not conceal this fact. Li Feng nodded and inquired, will your Rowlet have a defined evolution path in the future? Within the realm of Pokémon Masters, Li Feng has observed certain Pokémon with their alternate forms, such as Rowlet, Cyndaquil, and Popplio, whose alternate forms have been clearly established. Even Pokémon like Drampa, Cryogonal, and Huntail fall into this category. With the emergence of space-time distortions, numerous trainers have inadvertently discovered special forms of these Pokémon after evolving them within these anomalies. However, in this world, these alternate forms are referred to as space-time distortion forms. The final evolution of Rowlet, Decidueye, possesses two forms, Grass Ghost and Grass Fighting. In terms of exclusive skill potency, the Grass Ghost form's Triple Arrow is undoubtedly superior, yet the Grass Ghost type boasts significantly better resistances. After all, the Grass Fighting type is burdened with 6 weaknesses and is particularly vulnerable to flying types, which are quite prevalent in battles, as many Pokémon possess flying type moves, creating quite the dilemma. In battles of equal strength, the combination of skills, tactical responses, and the interplay of attributes are of paramount importance. As for crushing weak opponents, even a 100-fold advantage bears no significance. Reality is distinct from gaming. Without breaking defenses, the notion of inflicting damage is non-existent. Have you not yet reached a decision? Li Feng offered an analysis. You are undoubtedly aware of the differences between skills and attributes. The crux lies in the cultivation costs. The grass fighting type will be far less costly to nurture than the grass ghost type. You should understand the rarity and resource demands of ghost type moves. Fat Lu nodded in acknowledgement. I comprehend, he replied. However, even if I cannot cultivate the ghost type effectively, I can still nurture the grass type. I believe the potential of grass ghost is greater. If I can become a professional trainer in the future, or if my circumstances improve, I should be able to cultivate the ghost type then. Indeed, attribute cultivation need not be simultaneous. Talent does not dissipate. A lack of resources in the present does not imply a perpetual scarcity. You are correct. Seeing that Fat Lu had made a decision, Li Feng refrained from further commentary. As a friend, offering a few words of advice is acceptable, but one should not make decisions for another. Fat Lu has determined the cultivation path for his Rowlet. What about his Charmander? Should it pursue a close combat approach, a ranged strategy, or perhaps a dual-wielding style, with inherited skills such as Dragon Dance and Origin Pulse? Abandoning either option seems unjust. In any case, with external assistance and financial resources at his disposal, he could simply choose the dual-wielding path. Others may need to consider resource and time costs, but with his advantages, he need not think like a child. Naturally, he desires it all. Chapter 7, Special Talents. On September 5th, Monday. Today marks the commencement of formal classes. Li Feng, with his Charmander's Pokeball in hand, proceeds to the Special Talents class, Senior Year Class 29. The entire senior year comprises 30 classes, with classes 29 and 30 designated as the two special talent classes. The number of students in each class is approximately 50 to 60. The specialized classes comprise three types: music students, art students, and sports students. With Li Feng entering the specialized class as a music student, it is worth noting that among the entire senior year, there are quite a few beautiful girls. With at least 60 to 70% belonging to these specialized classes, particularly in music, where a certain level of attractiveness is essential for success. As for handsome boys, that is beyond Li Feng's realm of observation. Li Feng, you've really transferred to the specialized class? He looked up to see his former middle school classmate, Miying. Yes, I aspire to become a full-time trainer, Li Feng casually explained. Miying, petite at around 1.60 meters, possessed a round and delicate beauty reminiscent of a refined young lady. In which Pokémon University are you aiming for? Miying inquired with curiosity. Is it the Pokémon Defense University, or the Pokémon Guard Academy? Or perhaps the Pokémon Battle Academy, which rivals the prestigious Imperial University? Li Feng shook his head. I plan to apply to the Guangdu Music Academy. Miying was taken aback. Weren't you saying you wanted to be a full-time trainer? How does that relate to applying to Guangdu Music Academy? That seems completely unrelated. In truth, did Li Feng not wish to attend the Imperial Music Academy? Not at all. The main issue was that the Imperial Music Academy required cultural scores to meet the standards of key schools, which was utterly absurd. Moreover, regardless of which university one attended, Pokémon-related subjects were available, yet most universities treated Pokémon battling courses as mere formalities. It wasn't that they lacked ambition, rather, the most capable battling trainers invariably chose prestigious institutions. How could they possibly waste their talents at a music academy? I'm not joking, Li Feng replied, not intending to elaborate further. With my qualifications, do I really need to follow the conventional path? That would be laughable. As time passed, many students greeted Li Feng, for he was quite the prominent figure at Genian Middle School, wealthy, handsome, and academically accomplished, an almost flawless archetype that undoubtedly attracted many girls. Consequently, those who approached him were mostly female. Aside from a couple of male classmates who already knew him, nearly all the boys in Class 29 chose to ignore him. Unlike the societal norms that emerge after school, wealth did not hold the highest value during student years. Instead, peculiar social dynamics often took precedence. Each cohort seemed to have its own unique and unwritten rules. However, Li Feng paid little mind to it. If a group of immature kids chose to isolate themselves, so be it. Having the mental maturity of a 30-year-old, Li Feng viewed his so-called classmates as if they were younger peers. In this context, caring about their actions would indeed be peculiar. If someone were to stir up trouble, it could add a splash of color to the upcoming year of high school. Years later, such incidents would likely transform into amusing anecdotes, frequently recounted and laughed about. A delightful prospect, indeed. As the class bell rang, the homeroom teacher of Class 29 approached the podium. Teacher Wei, a woman in her 50s, had small yet spirited eyes. First, let us extend a warm welcome to the new students, inviting them to introduce themselves. Li Feng was the third to rise, offering his self-introduction, which was met with a perfunctory round of applause. Following this, the future course arrangements were revealed alongside the timetable. Teacher Wei activated the slide projector, displaying the course subjects: Chinese, mathematics, English, politics, history, and geography, alongside an intriguing course on elves. The course subjects are evenly distributed from Monday to Friday, while the other classes will be adjusted according to the demands of specialized training. This unexpected twist is reminiscent of a day when the physical education teacher announces that the math teacher is ill and takes over the class. Quite absurd. Li Feng opted for a specialization in music, which encompasses music theory, mastery of instruments, and vocal techniques. These subjects are meticulously categorized. For instance, singing includes various styles such as bel canto and folk. One cannot possibly take exams in all subjects, but must choose a specific focus. Li Feng's inclination is undoubtedly towards pop music, considering the myriad of indistinct melodies that swirl in his mind. Singing in classical style would be a waste of opportunity. Moreover, pop music is undoubtedly one of the quickest ways to attract an audience, something Li Feng would never overlook. With popularity comes fans, and with fans comes influence. This influence can aid in enhancing a Pokémon's skills, developing their abilities, and even strengthening them. While this may seem frivolous, it is a testament to Li Feng's dedication. He has thoroughly memorized a plethora of music theory concepts, yet he now grapples with the choice of which instrument to master. The singing style will certainly be pop, and the most suitable instruments for this genre are either the piano or the guitar. The piano seems overly complicated and likely difficult to learn, so Li Feng promptly decided to start with the guitar. A wealth of pop songs that can be played solely with a guitar is enough to make waves in this world. Picture this, guitar in hand, serenading a beautiful girl with "Look over here, girl," only to be met with a fiery blast from her Pokémon. Snapping out of his daydream, Li Feng forced himself to concentrate, albeit for just a few fleeting seconds before his thoughts drifted once more. After offering customary encouragement to the students, Teacher Wei called out, "Li Feng, step outside for a moment." In the corridor, Teacher Wei regarded Li Feng and inquired, "Li Feng, do you truly wish to be a specialized student? Given your grades, it seems unnecessary." Anticipating such a question, Li Feng replied candidly, "Becoming a full-time trainer is my true aspiration. In a regular class, if I were to neglect discipline in favor of training Pokémon, it could lead to negative repercussions. The primary distinction between specialized and regular classes is that the students in specialized classes are already separated for instruction. Even if I were to skip class to train, it wouldn't raise eyebrows. But in a regular class, a student frequently absent would certainly create a poor impression. As for subjects like Chinese, mathematics, and the others, I have no desire to study them again. I have already covered them once. What purpose would it serve to revisit this? It is rather comical. While I cannot speak for politics, history, or mathematics, my proficiency in English and Chinese is commendable. As long as I can pass politics, history, and mathematics in the future, gaining admission to the Guangdu Music Academy will be a cinch." "You do have a valid point." Teacher Wei nodded, acknowledging that apart from Li Feng, there were several individuals in the class aspiring to become full-time trainers. Their status as specialized students merely served as a FAAD. The nation has even begun to plan for the inclusion of trainer-specialized students among high schoolers. As a prestigious institution in Guangdu, Jinyan Middle School is undoubtedly aware of these developments, which is why they established 2 specialized classes specifically designed to accommodate those students who wish to pursue careers as professional trainers. Students granted the status of specialized trainers possess exceptionally gifted initial Pokémon, while the outward designation as art or music students is merely a guise. However, unlike others who merely drift through, Li Feng harbored genuine intentions to acquire knowledge. Aspiring to be a star entails mastering a multitude of skills. The policy of providing initial Pokémon benefits in the 3rd year of high school, alongside foundational courses in Pokémon training, reflects an overarching educational strategy. Nevertheless, a more detailed examination would be required to facilitate discussions on subsequent policy adjustments following field research. The The stipulation that initial Pokémon can only be obtained after reaching the age of 18 represents a significant risk for the country. As a nation with strict firearm regulations, the exceptional public safety in Dongwon can be attributed to the stringent control of potentially harmful elements. Given that Pokémon are supernatural beings with destructive capabilities, Dongwon certainly harbors concerns. However, the collaboration between Pokémon and humans tends to yield greater benefits than drawbacks. By the age of 18, students in their final year of high school have typically established their worldviews, complete with logical reasoning and cultural depth, which leads them to make decisions that are more conducive to societal development. In stark contrast, the United States permits Pokémon ownership at the age of 18. Yet their registration and binding processes for trainers and their Pokémon are largely ineffective. Consequently, numerous children, some as young as 8 or 10, possess Pokémon, resulting in a tragic annual toll of child fatalities due to Pokémon battles. When Li Feng encountered such news, he felt his worldview shatter. Indeed, irrespective of the realm, the United States stands out as exceptionally unconventional. The potential for children lacking moral grounding and judgment, wielding supernatural powers, to engage in nefarious activities far outweighs the likelihood of their positive contributions. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the United States, which nurtures Pokémon from a young age, boasts superior battling prowess in various competitions. With a decade or more of developmental advantage, catching up proves to be quite challenging. Thus, Donghuang's vigorous promotion of Pokémon training is marked by a preference for steadiness over speed, an unmistakable hallmark of the nation. Consequently, the higher-ups at Jinyan Middle School have likely caught wind of certain trends, prompting the initiation of pilot programs for battling specialized students over the past 2 years. On the surface, these students are categorized as music, art, and sports majors. Teacher Wei lamented that Li Feng, despite his outstanding academic performance, chose to forego this opportunity. Jinyan Middle School selected a total of 10 students with the most exceptional Pokémon talents to enter these specialized classes for training in battle specialization, with 5 students in both Class 29 and Class 30. What left Li Feng utterly astonished was the revelation that teachers of subjects such as language, mathematics, English, politics, history, and geography openly stated in their classes that students could request leave whenever necessary for specialized courses. Is this what it means to be a specialized student? How delightful. Chapter 8. The first lesson. Initially troubled by the thought that his little Charizard spent all day confined within its Pokeball, which seemed a lamentable waste of precious training time, Li Feng soon discovered that attendance for these classes was entirely optional, a most fortuitous realization. While conventional classes adhered to strict regulations, the specialized ones leaned towards a more relaxed, collegiate management style, which Li Feng found quite agreeable. Possessing above-average looks, Li Feng stood out in a school predominantly filled with elderly instructors, thus becoming a unique sight amidst the drab surroundings. Observing a beautiful teacher deliver her lesson was infinitely more enjoyable than enduring the lectures of aged men. Please remember to bring forth your already hatched Pokémon. The teacher's melodic voice chimed, prompting Li Feng to grasp his Charizard's Pokeball and make his way to the gymnasium. In this new class, he had yet to forge any particularly close friendships, which conveniently minimized the need for social interaction. Arriving early at the gym, Li Feng settled into a secluded corner and began perusing his social media feed. Thanks to the recent surge in traffic, his inaugural short video had garnered millions of views, eliciting a flurry of comments. A cursory glance revealed that opinions were almost evenly divided. One faction lauded his innovative team strategy, while the other derided it as mere reinforcement of existing methods, claiming that any semblance of originality was non-existent. Li Feng was not naive enough to present subpar content right from the outset. Such lackluster displays lacked both entertainment value and the capacity to capture attention. The strategy of drawing in viewers before delivering substantive content was undoubtedly the preferable approach. Noticing a dip in traffic, he promptly recharged his account with an additional 10,000 credits, just as the class bell rang. Are you familiar with the combatants? Upon entering the formation, Li Feng overheard students engaged in hushed discussions. The recommendation algorithm for the platform filtered viewers based on their interests. Those who never watched Pokémon Master videos were unlikely to receive any recommendations. Additionally, the data-driven system tailored suggestions according to geographical location and personal preferences. Students from Central City who enjoyed Pokémon battles, particularly those favoring reinforcement strategies, would most likely encounter Li Feng's video. Thus, discussions about him began to circulate. Though he was not particularly surprised. Are you referring to Chi? I climbed the ranks using his team composition and have successfully reached Eternal Diamond. One student boasted. Hee. I copied his homework too, but I've only just made it to Star Glory. Wow, you're even more dedicated than I am. What a pity that ranked matches are now dominated by the likes of Mimikyu, Swampert, and Ditto. To think one person could alter the entire competitive landscape, it's truly absurd. 3 Pokémon, 3 distinct reinforcement strategies. This really elevates the concept of reinforcement to new heights. Did you not hear Chi himself declare that this method counters the reinforcement strategy? Do you even believe that? The other student fell silent. Classmates, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shen Xiaoding, but you may call me Teacher Shun. I will be your Pokémon class instructor for the upcoming year. Shen Xiaoding announced. Now, please release your Pokémon. If you have larger specimens, kindly keep them away from the crowd. Thank you for your cooperation. Upon hearing that Pokémon could be released, many students' eyes sparkled with excitement, showcasing an array of striking poses as they threw their Pokéballs to summon their creatures. A dazzling parade of Pokémon appeared before the crowd. However, the most captivating sight was the white Charmeleon beside Li Feng. Could it be a shiny Charmeleon? No way. Shiny Charmeleons are pale yellow. That's golden yellow, isn't it? Have you lost your mind with that pale yellow dress? Li Feng's white Charmeleon quickly became the focal point of the entire gathering, the most radiant creature present. This fellow, Li Feng, always manages to attract attention. Ming murmured softly. Clap. Is this the Charmeleon worth nearly 70 million? As the foremost potential candidate in her class, how could Li Feng not have been researched beforehand? After all, her class 29 is in direct competition with class 30. At such a young age, he is already a 6-star professional trainer. Just a step away from becoming a gym leader. The assessment for star rankings is quite straightforward. It does not require examinations. Merely testing the level of a Pokémon's power, and the trainer's license will be updated automatically. Owning a single Pokémon of the current level qualifies one as a 1-star trainer. For instance, possessing a Pokémon at around level 10 makes one a 1-star elite, while having 6 such Pokémon elevates one to 6-star elite status. The distribution of these benefits reflects a stark difference in tiers, ensuring that no one foolishly clings to their license level. The levels of trainer licenses come with varying privileges. Some items can be purchased for Pokémon, yet professional trainers can procure them with ease. This serves as a means for the state to collect data on capabilities and maintain a semblance of control. While they may not hold sway over individuals, knowing the circumstances of various trainers enables the country to better uphold social order. This is a consideration that any nation must ponder, yet trainers do not resent this multifaceted approach, primarily because the state provides abundantly. If they are giving you money and resources, who would complain? The ability to enlist a top-tier 6-star professional trainer as an instructor for a group of novice trainers speaks volumes about the financial prowess and educational resources behind Genian Middle School. It is simply a matter of wealth. Why would a professional trainer choose any other path? Engaging in any other profession could easily yield an annual income of $1 million. Teaching could lead to a similarly effortless income. One might understand this in world-class cities like the Imperial Capital or Magic City. But in a 2nd or 3rd-tier city like Zhongqing, such expectations seem far-fetched. Shen Xiaoding released her partner Pokémon, Miss Skirt, and continued. Regarding Pokémon, I trust that all of you have garnered ample understanding over the past decade. I shall refrain from reiterating the basics. Today, I wish to impart the conditions necessary to become a true trainer. This student, what do you believe these conditions entail? Shen Xiaoding nodded, and then turned to another student, Zhang Changshan, asking, and you, what is your opinion? Without hesitation, Zhang Changshan replied, it is a powerful tactical combination. Shen Xiaoding nodded again and looked at yet another student, Miao Yuqing, inquiring, what do you think? At this moment, many individuals in the arena were contemplating teacher Shen Xiaoding's questions. To the few students I just inquired, your responses were indeed accurate, yet not entirely comprehensive. Every trainer embarks on a journey from weakness to strength, and the formidable trainers have naturally mastered the vast majority of requisite skills. But what of the fledgling trainers? While each condition is of paramount importance, and when amalgamated within a trainer culminates in a powerful individual, it is often the case that weaker trainers possess only 1 or 2 such conditions. At this juncture, it becomes essential for you to discern which conditions are truly vital at present. Ming raised her hand and asked, then, teacher, What is the most crucial condition for a weak trainer? Shin shouting instructed Miying to lower her hand and replied, "This, in fact, varies from person to person. But I believe that the ability to adapt in perilous moments is applicable to the vast majority of novice trainers. Each individual's method of capturing Pokémon differs, and the actions taken in the face of danger also vary. These are lessons I will impart to you in subsequent sessions. However, one aspect remains paramount. If we encounter a threat in a secret realm or similar environments, and the Pokémon you have designated for alerts is either unfit for battle or unable to flee, what should our immediate response be?" Zhang Changshan quickly answered, "Switch Pokémon." While Li Feng, lost in thought, instinctively remarked, "Use a Pokeball to recall the Pokémon." Shin Shouting's eyes lit up as she turned to Li Feng, praising, "Classmate Li Feng's response is the most accurate." Zhang Changshan cast a somewhat envious glance at Li Feng. This situation is akin to that riddle about putting an elephant in a refrigerator. It appears ludicrous, yet it is the truth. Certainly, one could haphazardly release all Pokémon. But what if the adversary is insurmountable? Recalling the Pokémon is of utmost significance. Shin Shouting continued, "While it is also possible to unleash Pokémon to engage in battle, let us assume we are in a dangerous situation, which typically implies an inability to cope. Thus, the priority should be to recall the Pokémon and switch to a more appropriate one to effect an escape." Upon hearing this, Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. For this is reality, not a game. In a game, one may leisurely select which Pokémon to release, and can even see what Pokémon resides within each Pokéball. Yet in reality, how can one ascertain what Pokémon is contained in identical Pokéballs? Mastery of this requires practice. Teacher Shin's inaugural lesson illuminated Li Feng's understanding. The prerequisite for becoming stronger is to safeguard one's own life. Even amidst Pokémon battles, one must remain vigilant regarding personal safety. After all, who decrees that wild Pokémon must defeat a trainer's Pokémon before they can attack the trainer? Chapter 9. The Pokémon Sports Festival. At this point, everyone, including Li Feng, listened intently to the lesson. Field battles differ significantly from competitions. Unexpected occurrences are likely in the wild. Therefore, trainers must not only command their Pokémon, but also be mindful of their own positioning. Much like in the Pokémon Legends games, the character controlled by the player can be affected by the abilities of battling Pokémon. Should a similar incident occur in the real world, it could result in catastrophic consequences. One might as well summon the legendary healer Hua Ta, for there would be no remedy, no salvation, only the inevitability of a burial. As Shin Shouting announced the end of class, the students gradually departed for the cafeteria to prepare for their meal. Li Feng, Miying, Miao Qingyu, Zhang Changshan, and Peng Li, please stay behind. The rest of you may go eat, Shin Shouting suddenly interjected. The 5 of them were the hidden prodigies in combat, retained by the teacher of the spirit class. Undoubtedly for matters concerning the spirits. You 5 are the seeds of our class. For any inquiries regarding spirits throughout the coming year, feel free to consult me at any time. Shall we exchange contact information? Teacher Shin Shouting said warmly, taking out her phone. Except for Li Feng. The other 4 instinctively reached for their phones, and Shin Shouting exclaimed, "Oh, you all really bring your phones to school?" The 4 who had pulled out their phones were momentarily taken aback and panicked. Li Feng face-bombed. "What are you all so worried about? With spirits around, having a phone is essential, all right?" It was evident that teacher Shin Shouting was quite playful. She likely had her phone confiscated in her school days and now enjoyed teasing her students. This lighthearted exchange significantly reduced the barrier between teacher and students. And Li Feng noted that Shin Shouting indeed possessed a knack for handling interpersonal relationships. Such a tactic could easily make students fond of her. Often, certain students might protest against a teacher by neglecting their classes out of dislike. However, as someone who had been through this, Li Feng believed such behavior to be exceedingly foolish. To leverage the hard-earned money of their parents and their rightful opportunities against others. Did anyone truly care? It was nothing short of absurdity. You 5 are staying not only to hear about this matter, but also because if you need to take leave for spirit training, you must report it to me. Furthermore, in mid-November, the school will host a spirit sports festival, and all 5 of you are required to participate. Each of you must choose an event, and you will also need to join the individual combat competition. The champion of the combat competition will receive preferential resources from the school. Additionally, this serves as a form of assessment for you, Shin Shouting explained. The 3rd year of high school is predominantly spent amidst various examinations. Academic subjects have their own tests, and the spirit class will inevitably have corresponding evaluations. However, the evaluation method is not the crude collective examination style. Rather, it is conducted through a series of activities. After all, spirits are not inanimate objects. Multifaceted assessments are necessary to gauge their development. The Spirit Sports Festival is a unique event initiated by the school over the past few years. Evolving from the traditional sports meet, the entire event involves both humans and spirits, organized by class. Numerous events, such as athletics, long jump, and high jump, are categorized into human and spirit groups. The timing in mid-November is particularly suitable, as most spirits will have only recently hatched and, having been nurtured for over 2 months, will not yet possess overwhelming strength, thereby enhancing the bond between humans and spirits. It also serves to assess the progress of spirit cultivation, marking a grand occasion for novice trainers. U5 and the 5 from Class 30 have been selected by the school as the top 10 trainers possessing the most exceptional talents in spirits. However, this does not imply that the 10 of you are the most gifted among all the novice trainers. Initially, the talent assessment merely serves as a rough indication. The subsequent cultivation resources and methodologies are of paramount importance. Should you become complacent and squander your Pokemon's innate abilities, you shall find no slots available to you when you attempt to enroll in the prestigious Pokemon schools across the nation. Ms. Shin Shouting stated with gravity. Currently, Genian High School holds only 10 recommended slots for the Pokemon department. Securing a recommendation virtually guarantees admission to the newly established Pokemon universities. However, upon entry, there will be a ranking competition for the entire grade, which will determine the initial credits. These credits are essential for utilizing the training facilities within the university. Such facilities, like the Sunlight Room and Tidal Pavilion, are luxuries that even the well-funded Genian High School lacks. It is evident that these are steeped in monetary value and resources. Therefore, while being recommended for university study poses no issue, if one were to rank at the bottom, the recommending high school would undoubtedly suffer a loss of face. Moreover, the education department tends to slightly reduce resource allocation for Pokemon training to high schools with unsatisfactory performance, creating a chain reaction. Consequently, the school places immense importance on these 10 slots, as they pertain to the future implementation of numerous educational policies and the potential for gaining a competitive edge. Consequently, Genian High School has adopted a competitive model, wherein 2 teams are compared against one another. The strong remain strong, as victors receive a greater allocation of resources. Li Feng himself is not particularly concerned with these resources, as the majority of what the school can provide in the early stages can be easily acquired with money. Belonging to the more basic category, what he values is the prospect of gaining a few fans through victories in battles or championships during school events. Given that the entire school serves as a platform, although he has yet to explore rewards or skill development, he has genuinely found the 2 additional skills granted to him through achievements to be exceedingly useful. During his days at school, he has often witnessed Fat Lou misinterpret the intentions of his Wood leading to numerous blunders. While this may not pose significant issues in daily life, it could spell trouble during training. With more than 2 months of preparation leading up to the sports meet, a portion of that time must be dedicated to harmonizing with one's Pokemon. Achieving a mutual understanding is not a trivial endeavor. Li Feng, however, has effectively bypassed this process, akin to using a cheat code that accelerates time by at least 10 days. U5 have essentially formed a small team this year. As in the future, you will engage in cooperative battles. Therefore, I hope you will take the time to foster camaraderie and enhance your synergy, Ms. Shin Shouting earnestly advised. A 5-person team battle? What is this nonsense? Are we to engage in a 5v5 showdown? I excel at ambushing. In addition to the conventional arena matches, individual competitions, and team events, a plethora of new simulations for special circumstances have been introduced, such as large-scale chaotic battles in simulated secret realms and survival competitions with randomly assigned positions. These are the events you will need to learn about and face in the coming year. Ms. Shin Shouting continued to elucidate. Li Feng suddenly realized that the primary purpose of their Pokemon class instructor was to guide them on how to handle various competition configurations and cultivate their Pokemon. Following Shin Shouting's suggestion, the 5 of them introduced themselves once again. My name is Mi Ying, and my initial Pokemon is Chikorita. Possessing the inherited skills Heal, Pulse, and Aromatherapy, Mi Ying shyly stated, encouraged by Shin Shouting. This was indeed a commendable support Pokemon, and Chikorita was well suited for auxiliary cultivation strategies. Li Feng mused while stroking his chin. I am Miao Qingyu, and my initial Pokemon is Pachima. With the ability Torrent and inherited skills Water Ring and Hydro Pump, Meowth declared with clarity. Li Feng was somewhat astonished. Inheriting one of the signature moves of its type, Hydro Pump, meant that if this Pachama were raised well, it could wield this powerful move until at least the gym leader level. I am Zhang Changshan, and my initial Pokémon is Kecleon, with the ability Color Change. And it has only one inherited skill, Dual Chop. Li Feng was taken aback once more. Another signature move for a trump card? Dual Chop in the game boasted a power of 150, with the drawback of causing the user to lose half their health based on the damage dealt to the opponent. However, the Color Change ability could negate this drawback, making it akin to a move with infinite use at 150 power, quite outrageous. I am Pangli, and my initial Pokémon is Sneasel, with the ability Inner Focus, inheriting the skills Ice Shard and Abyssal Rush. Pangli appeared somewhat socially awkward. Setting aside the trainer aspect, Sneasel's inherited skills were indeed impressive, and the Inner Focus ability was advantageous, unlike the relatively weak portrayal of this ability in the game. In the real world, a powerful Inner Focus would allow for better manipulation of energy, a subtle effect that most people would not recognize. Not to mention, both inherited moves were highly compatible with Sneasel, a Pokémon known for its assassination capabilities. I am Li Feng, and my initial Pokémon is Charmander. With the ability Blaze, inheriting the skills Dragon Dance, Metal Claw, Origin Pulse, and Air Slash. I look forward to your guidance, Li Feng said with a slight smile. In terms of the initial Pokémon's value, his Charmander was indeed the most prized among this cohort. However, when it came to innate talent, it was not necessarily overwhelming. Once the introductions were complete, the group seemed somewhat distracted, likely analyzing each other's Pokémon. Shin shouting, seemingly oblivious to the atmosphere, promptly pulled out her phone to establish a group chat for communication. If you fail to complete it, consider it an unsatisfactory performance in the first exam. Except for Li Feng, the other four reacted with disbelief. This is excessive. Is there really an exam based on a game? They had encountered absurdities before, but this was beyond anything they had experienced. Instantly, including Li Feng, they all wore serious expressions. A game that could be endorsed by the Trainer Association was better described as an online cultivation program for trainers. Chapter 10, Memory Gummies. In the following days, Li Feng did not focus on cultivating Charmander. Instead, he spent his free time playing with it to strengthen their bond. Aside from that, he attended classes normally, fully embracing the role of a high school student. Indeed, the essence of humanity is to languish in apathy. However, if one continues to languish, what distinguishes this existence from a former life? Ultimately, he chose to attentively engage in class. At the very least, the music specialization course demanded his earnest attention. In the evenings over the past few days, Li Feng also took to participating in a few ranked matches to gather material. The current Pokémon Master Battle environment resembled that of the original red and green versions from his previous life, characterized by a complete lack of divine intervention. Yet, the opponents encountered possessed little capacity for counterattack, rendering the matches rather unexciting. Such material left him somewhat dissatisfied, and Li Feng resolved to dedicate time during the weekend to properly hone his content. After all, the fans of Quarterfinal had been incessantly urging for the release of the second episode, and he mused that nearly a week had passed. It was indeed time for an update. Presently, Quarterfinal boasted over 7,000 fans, though most were mere casual admirers, simply intrigued by the blogger's entertaining nature. Consequently, Li Feng's system displayed a modest fan value of over 800. The sole piece of good news was that today he had finally amassed enough popularity for a lottery draw. Lying on his bed, Li Feng focused intently on the spinning pointer of the roulette in the void. The wheel spun rapidly, and after a prolonged wait, he noticed no sign of deceleration. In his mind, he shouted, "Stop!" At last, the pointer began to slow down, ultimately halting in the consumption category. He then heard the system's voice. "System, congratulations, host. You have obtained Memory Gum 1. Upon opening the Memory Gum, a description appeared. Wow, what a treasure. Of course, Li Feng was not one to indulge in behaviors that would elicit envy from other men. Should he choose Ya Mikami or Kid Matsushima? Setting aside these frivolous thoughts, Li Feng began to contemplate the true utility of the Memory Gum. Accumulating popularity could be achieved not only through Pokémon battles and aspiring to become a top-tier trainer, but also by venturing into the realm of star actors, which undoubtedly presented a significantly swift avenue. Engaging in poetry, song, and dance was undoubtedly the best choice. He bore no psychological burden in acting as a mere conduit for cultural exchange across worlds. However, hastily replicating verses felt somewhat unreliable, while classical poetry could exude sophistication. It was essential to have an appropriate context, was it not? To compose a poem without cause, particularly when one's identity did not align, would lead most to perceive it as plagiarism. Although it indeed was plagiarism, it was merely a replication of one's own world. Nonetheless, such doubts were not favorable for one intending to write poetry or songs. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Feng. What about the language exams? Gradually familiarizing himself with classical poetry through repeated language assessments seemed entirely feasible. In Li Feng's imagination, there were two pathways for accumulating popularity in the Pokémon realm, one as a Pokémon trainer in the real world, and the other through Pokémon battles in the gaming universe. Similarly, in the path of stardom, he opted for the two easiest avenues, that of a scholar and a singer, primarily because these two were the most accessible for emulation. The former was simply about producing text. Who cared how he wrote it? As long as I continue to write incessantly, the doubts will eventually be dispelled. Of course, my writing cannot commence with something as daunting and monstrous as water melody. Thus, Li Feng intends to begin with a few subtly stunning ancient poems to gather popularity. Furthermore, as a singer, it is undeniable that his current singing is driven solely by emotion rather than technique. However, does he not have a full year to cultivate his skills? With innate talent, his trajectory from bubblegum pop to nocturnes and blue and white porcelain is traceable. Is there a problem? No problem. A trainer and a star flourishing simultaneously. This is what one calls the dual blossoming of literature and sports. Naturally, all of the above serves as preparation for training Pokémon. Popularity is akin to points in a game. The foundational work done in the early stages is to enable more impressive displays in the future. Moreover, Li Feng does not believe that the popularity system would deny him skills capable of attracting attention. Just look at Achievement 2, which offers 1 trainer skill and 1 star skill. Achievement 3 even rewards 3 elementary skills. Thus, Li Feng is eager to amass a fan base of 1,000. Once achieved, he can truly elevate his game. After the lottery, Li Feng is filled with motivation. He decisively enters the Pokémon Master ranking matches, with the goal of challenging the strongest master. It is important to note that fewer than 100 individuals hold the title of the strongest master in the entire Pokémon battle arena. With over 10 billion people in Dongwon, at least several hundred million play this game, making the title of strongest master exceedingly prestigious. In this ranking match, Li Feng plans to showcase what it means to be the universe's #1 blazing roar tiger. Following the usual protocol, he opens the single-player ranking. After achieving master status, the single-player matches require each side to select 4 Pokémon, with both sides choosing 2 Pokémon and 2 types of items. Matching successful. Opponent, Lung Lung. Lung Lung? Is she not one of the 3 most popular female streamers in Pokémon battles? At the very least, she is well informed about matters that might intersect with his own. Li Yue, Lung Lung, and Rinko are the 3 esteemed female masters in the Pokémon battle game. While they may not be the strongest in terms of power, their popularity and streaming effectiveness are undoubtedly unparalleled. This time, Li Feng has encountered one of the 3 most popular female streamers, Lung Lung. At this moment, her streaming room is in an uproar. Holy moly, the prodigy Master Chi. Lung Lung is about to crash. A 87-match winning streak prodigy. Why not ban Mimikyu, Swampert, and Ditto? Is the person above a fool? There are only 2 Mimikyu, and Chi will select beforehand. Exactly. Do you think Chi would willingly cripple himself? No matter where those 3 are placed, they are all formidable. Mimikyu can strengthen without counter, Swampert ignores opponent enhancements, and Ditto is a bane to enhancement types. True to her name, Lung Lung possesses an aura of cold elegance, her appearance exuding a high cold, alluring demeanor, accentuated by a delicate beauty mark at the corner of her eye that adds to her captivating charm. If Li Feng were to rate her looks, temperament, and figure based on the livestream, she would undoubtedly score a solid 90. One can only wonder how she appears without the beauty filter. At this moment, Lung Lung's expression was grave. She had not anticipated encountering the recently renowned prodigy, Chi. She had watched Chi's rapid-fire video on the recommendation of netizens and could only describe it as astonishing. Li Yu's loss was entirely justified. While watching the live stream might not have seemed particularly terrifying, perhaps even invoking a sense of luck, viewing Chi's video commentary revealed that he had deliberately orchestrated his moves. Facing an opponent capable of calculating several steps ahead is inherently stressful. Li Feng's video analysis meticulously dissected the opponent's four skills, providing solutions to each move and thereby gaining the upper hand. He even articulated predictions regarding which Pokémon would be rotated in and the corresponding strategies in a clear manner. Although many doubted that she was able to think so comprehensively during actual battles, even achieving 6 or 7 parts of that level was enough to leave one astounded. Victory was imperative. If she triumphed, it would demonstrate that she surpassed Li Yu. As one of the top 3 female streamers, competition was inevitable among them, with physical appearance, streaming effectiveness, and battling prowess being the arenas in which they vied. The world is harsh, especially in the unforgiving realm of the internet, where memories are fleeting. To maintain her current standing, she had to exert herself fully. After motivating herself, Lung Lung began contemplating which team composition to employ in battle. Every master-level player undoubtedly has several sets of formations they are intimately familiar with, tailored to counter frequently encountered opponents. After all, the number of Glory Masters is limited, making repeated encounters quite probable. After a moment's reflection, Lung Lung decided to drop Swampert and Ditto, as these two were particularly troublesome for all her formations. Li Feng, assessing his opponent's Pokémon, contemplated for a moment before choosing to drop his Blaziken and Talonflame. His team indeed struggled against these popular Fire-type Pokémon. Noticing that his opponent had 2 Fire types, Lung Lung pondered if the opponent's lineup or main force was weak against Fire. Was it Bug, Steel, Grass, or Ice? Steel seemed the most likely choice, as the other 3 types did not possess any particularly strong contenders, making Steel a logical primary option. Regardless of the type, her ace, Garchomp, could handle it. After casually discarding 2 popular items, Li Feng promptly selected the focal point of this match, the cosmic Roaring Tiger. Upon seeing her opponent select Roaring Tiger, Lung Lung was momentarily taken aback. She had not chosen Mimikyu. There was no reason for hesitation now. Lung Lung swiftly eliminated Mimikyu and Garchomp. In the realm of Glory Masters, Pokémon cannot be duplicated, a rule that extends to the opponent as well. If one side selects a Pokémon, the other cannot do so again. How could she not have picked Mimikyu? Isn't that his ace? He must be quite arrogant. Who doesn't he know that Mimikyu is a staple for Chi-Fei? Such arrogance. It's absolutely undeniable. Many netizens were completely baffled by Chi's choices. Chapter 11, The Bug King. As it was time for Li Feng to select his Pokémon, he made his decision without the slightest hesitation, opting for the Wind Fairy and the Sea Rabbit Beast, 2 exceptionally high-quality creatures that would seamlessly complement the fiery Roaring Tiger in mutual defense. Coldly surveying the opposing Pokémon, which were clearly not among the popular choices for enhancement, she remained far from complacent. Rather, a profound sense of vigilance enveloped her. A competitor boasting an 87 consecutive victories would certainly not make erratic selections, and any individual of sound mind would certainly not entertain such a notion. For his subsequent selections, Coldly chose to bolster her defensive lineup with the formidable Bangilas and the regal Emperor Nabo, observing the immediate formation of the weather-based Sandstorm team on the opposing side. Li Feng felt no trepidation. After all, if they were employing a weather-enhanced strategy, it seemed only fair for him to elevate his own standards. Thus, he resolved to include the high-quality Blowing Mushroom in his roster. Consequently, with the Roaring Tiger leading the charge, Li Feng's team comprised 3 exceptionally capable Blowing Mushrooms alongside the Wind Fairy and the Sea Rabbit Beast, forming a robust lineup. In truth, upon assessing the opposing formation, Li Feng could only manage a slight, knowing smile. Has Coldly unveiled her ace lineup? Who would dare to underestimate a prodigy with a flawless victory rate? With the Mimikyu as her trump card, victory should be within reach, no? The commentary reflected a lack of confidence, despite being fans of Coldly. The reality was that they faced an invincible master, Chi, whose streak remained unbroken. Until his golden form was shattered, he was deemed unbeatable. System, the battle commences. Li Feng's character dramatically flung a Pokeball, and amidst dazzling effects, a Roaring Tiger clad in suspenders materialized on the field. Roar. The effects on Coldly's side were equally spectacular, with Mimikyu appearing adorned in a vivid red Christmas hat. System, the Roaring Tiger's ability Intimidate activates, reducing Mimikyu's attack by 1 stage. The nature of the Roaring Tiger's ability was straightforward. However, most preferred the Blaze ability, which, when bolstered at low health, could occasionally turn the tide. In an environment dominated by enhancement strategies, the use of Intimidate was exceedingly rare, as it could only intimidate once and offered little utility against enhancement-focused teams. An Intimidate Roaring Tiger? This must be some kind of absurdity. This Chi is certainly overconfident. Let us not hastily judge. Chi has achieved 87 consecutive victories to reach the rank of Master. Can you claim the same? If not, simply observe the Master at work. Despite Chi having a modest fan base, the curiosity surrounding his potential maneuvers was palpable. Sword Dance. Mimikyu, with its swifter speed, elegantly summoned 3 blades of energy, significantly amplifying its attack power. The onlookers were eager to witness how the Roaring Tiger would respond. Would it adopt a physical enhancement or a sword dance strategy? Regardless of the enhancement, even with 3 stages of sword dance, it was implausible for Mimikyu to be swiftly defeated. How would she overcome the speed disadvantage against the cleverly camouflaged Mimikyu? Chi today, you shall witness what it means to face the universe's premier Roaring Tiger. With that bold proclamation, the Roaring Tiger unleashed its attack, its gaping maw muttering esoteric phrases in Pokémon language. System: Mimikyu's offensive capabilities have decreased by 1 stage, and its special attack has also been reduced by 1 stage. Cold was somewhat bewildered. All the effort she had put into enhancing her sword's dance had vanished. Although Mimikyu did not rely on special attacks, and a reduction would not matter much, the sensation of being outsmarted was utterly disconcerting. However, the 2 consecutive reductions causing no damage were entirely meaningless. Cold decided to play it safe and continued with Sword's Dance. Li Feng had long anticipated her choice. A classic case of boiling a frog in warm water. Here it came. A swift retreat. With a rapid maneuver, the fairy wind vanished once more, making way for the blazing Roar Tiger to reappear. System: Mimikyu's disguise has been shed. System: Blazing Roar Tiger's ability Intimidate has activated, lowering Mimikyu's attack by 1 stage. In that moment, Cold understood Red's strategy. A single enhancement meant Mimikyu could hardly take down the blazing Roar Tiger. Fortunately, her decision to continue with Sword's Dance meant she could maintain a 3-stage boost, sufficient to enable Mimikyu to push through the battle. Was that all? As she watched Mimikyu complete its Sword's Dance, Cold felt that the equation for victory was firmly established. Yet, she did not let down her guard and opted for Mimikyu's most powerful move, Play Rough. Li Feng, as if possessing foresight, switched to Spore Mushroom, and Play Rough was met with a substantial resistance. What the heck? That was a read. This is undeniably a bold heart. Cold realized that her overly cautious play had allowed her opponent to read her perfectly, yet gazing at her 3-stage boosted Mimikyu, she felt she had the upper hand. This is the allure and unpredictability of battle. Li Feng himself understood that he should not have allowed Mimikyu to thrive, as its disguise was indeed quite insidious. Shadow Claw. The pitch-black claws of the underworld emerged from the ground, ensnaring Spore Mushroom, and under the 3-stage enhancement, its health bar vanished in an instant. System: Spore Mushroom retained a sliver of health due to the momentum ribbon. Clearing Smoke. A mass of deep purple contaminants was hurled directly at Mimikyu. The outstanding effect caused Mimikyu to lose a third of its health. System: Mimikyu's ability changes have reverted to their initial state due to the effect of Clearing Smoke. At this juncture, Li Feng began to play with quality. Given his Pokémon configuration, aside from Fairy Wind, everything else was sluggish. Why? This was merely to facilitate space creation. Coupled with Fairy Wind's skill transformations and the priority boost from Prankster, there was no adverse effect. Moreover, upon realizing his opponent was a prominent streamer, he was determined to find a way to gain some advantage. That meant playing flamboyantly, making the battle appear spectacular to attract more viewers. Thus, Li Feng promptly chose Spore Mushroom. As for sacrificing Spore Mushroom, it mattered little. The subsequent Fairy Wind could easily dispatch Mimikyu. As for the Sandstorm team that followed, unless he was to concoct a strategy himself, the world was filled with players relying on enhancement tactics. There was little difficulty involved. As expected, Cold, seeing her opponent's health dwindle, greedily opted to continue enhancing. After some banter, she watched in dismay as her Mimikyu fell asleep. Observing this, Li Feng wasted no time and promptly switched to Fairy Wind. On the other hand, Lung Lung found herself in a perplexing dilemma. Should she abandon her well-enhanced Mimikyu or summon a Sandstorm? Ultimately, she resolved to take a gamble on her luck, recalling how Liyue had once been ensnared in a hypnotic state. However, the outcome revealed that Mimikyu remained in a deep slumber. The Wind Fairy, with remarkable decisiveness, unleashed its quality skill, the Parasite Seed. Given such a significant advantage, Li Feng immediately activated the trick space. Upon the skill's manifestation, Lung Lung was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend its purpose. Yet, upon receiving the system prompt, she was struck with sudden enlightenment. This red sprite, aside from the Wind Fairy, was comprised entirely of sluggish sprites. What use is this space? Does it really matter who strikes first? Without enhancements, one cannot possibly eliminate the opponent, she mused. You know nothing. Lung Lung's expression shifted dramatically. Have you not realized that all those red sprites are sluggish? This means that the revealed Spore Mushroom can infinitely take the initiative to hypnotize Lung Lung's sprites. Is that even allowed? Such a dirty tactic. This is utterly devoid of aesthetic appeal. It's simply unappealing. Under these circumstances, the Wind Fairy's swift retreat was more than sufficient to vanquish its foe. At that moment, Mimic Hill awakened, and in a desperate gambit, unleashed a playful attack that drained 3/4 of the Wind Fairy's health. Yet, the Wind Fairy, having chosen to retreat swiftly, eliminated Mimic Hill without hesitation. Thanks to its regenerative ability, the revealed Spore Mushroom recovered from a single point of health to 1/3 of its total. As the Sandstorm Tyrant materialized, it was immediately ensnared in the mushroom's spore-induced hypnosis. Did Lung Lung possess any sprites for defensive support? Both the Sharpedo and the Kingler could withstand grass-type moves, while the Banquilas was doubly weak to them. What was she to do? Yet, such a purely luck-based move was something Li Feng could never foresee. In the end, Lung Lung's Banquilas, Sharpedo, and Kingler were all succumbed to hypnosis. Subsequently, under the relentless onslaught of Parasite Seed and the swift retreats of the blazing Roar Tiger and Wind Fairy, Lung Lung's composure shattered. This is infuriating. The relentless intimidation and the Parasite Seed, to be caught off guard and then subjected to trick space hypnosis. How can such a despicable tactic even exist? With eyes reddened in fury, she watched as all her sprites were drained of life by the Parasite Seed, rendering her numb with disbelief. How dirty. Is this how battles can be played? I have never encountered such shameless individuals. The red sprite declares, the heavens did not birth my roaring tiger. The bug type endures like an endless night. Does the attribute of the blazing Roar Tiger truly matter? Absolutely not. The swift retreat and the sharp retorts are what define the quality of the blazing Roar Tiger. What is the swift retreat skill? It is a bug-type move. Thus, is it erroneous to equate the blazing Roar Tiger with a bug-type sprite? Not at all. 666. This red sprite is truly verbose. Last time I watched Li Yue's live stream, it was filled with incessant banter, and here it is again. Sister Lung Lung has gone offline. Wow. She was defeated and went offline. The online spectators were astounded. Although they witnessed Lung Lung's defeat, those not directly involved could hardly fathom the sheer repulsiveness of such a quality team. Every step is filled with disgust. Each moment feels as though it is devoid of resolution. It is enough to drive one to the brink of madness. The enhancement battles have taken a turn for the absurd. Is there any enjoyment to be found in this? Coldly, she decisively shut off the live stream. Do not let me discover your identity. At that moment, coldly gritted her teeth, glaring at the profile of Chi displayed on her phone screen, speaking with venom. Chapter 12, Gu Weiwei. The video had been recorded, yet the issue lay in the fact that his rather shoddy editing significantly detracted from the viewing experience. What to do? He considered casually approaching a trendy media company, but Li Feng found the prospect tedious, with too many stipulations. Given his financial independence, establishing his own studio seemed a more appealing option. Primarily, he was reluctant to reveal his identity and that of Chi suddenly. He recalled that at the end of the month, he would need to present his battle results to teacher Shin Shouting, which would inevitably expose him. Should he create a secondary account to grind for a master rank? However, Li Feng quickly dismissed this notion, the more he showcased. The greater the attention and resources from the school would be, and obtaining privileges for independent activities would also become easier. The pressing matter at hand was to resolve the video editing issue, as this remained the quickest method for him to amass popularity. Hello, young master. The butler, Old Gu, answered the call. Old Gu, I am seeking individuals adept in short video editing and copywriting, Li Feng stated directly. Old Gu paused momentarily, surprised by the young master's entrepreneurial aspirations. Young master, I shall compile the information for you shortly, and you may select from it. Li Feng responded with satisfaction, very well. After ending the call, Li Feng couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of wealth. When one is lacking in expertise or inspiration, one can simply delegate the tasks to others. As long as the funds are available, all obstacles can be surmounted. "Ah, I'm hungry," Li Feng murmured. He noticed that his little fire dragon had an astonishing appetite. The nutritional package he had ordered for a month now had dwindled to just a few days' worth. Fortunately, he had the means to reorder the nutritional package. He found himself pondering why his little fire dragon consumed so much food, yet did not seem to gain any weight. Despite his confusion, Li Feng hurriedly presented the nutritional package to his little fire dragon. "Ah, burp." The little fire dragon continued to feast. Observing the little fire dragon devouring its meal, Li Feng contemplated how he should nurture it. Why could it not gain experience through battles to level up directly? Li Feng internally grumbled. To strengthen his little fire dragon, it needed to absorb nutrition and undergo training to transform that into its innate Pokémon power. Pokémon power is not merely a simple measure of strength or energy, but rather an amalgamation of the creature's overall capabilities. Much like human fitness, which is subdivided into specific muscle training, it is impossible to train just one muscle in isolation. Every movement engages multiple muscle groups in unison. Thus, while training may focus on a particular aspect, there will always be a degree of overall enhancement. Training is a demanding endeavor, although Pokémon are naturally resilient. No creature is innately inclined to endure hardship. The essence of Pokémon training aligns with this principle. As a trainer, one should lead by example, sharing both the struggles and the triumphs, allowing the little fire dragon to experience the fruits of its training. Li Feng was not inclined to spend money to rapidly enhance the abilities of his little fire dragon, as he believed that such an approach, which did not align with his current capabilities, must be avoided. Thus, he resolved that starting tomorrow, he would take leave from his cultural courses to train his Pokémon. Ding dong. Upon receiving the document from his butler, Old Goo, Li Feng opened it on his phone for review. The document was divided into 3 sections. The first part contained a list of companies. The first name that caught his eye was Hongxing Film and Television Media Company, Limited. This company was quite renowned in Guangdu, possessing significant strength and extensive connections. However, Li Feng opted to forego this opportunity. Large corporations invariably come with stringent regulations, and as a student with a well-defined future path, he felt that entering such an environment would only lead to a myriad of troublesome contracts and restrictions. Preferring a more liberated existence, Li Feng wished to avoid such vexations. Nevertheless, his lack of interest did not imply that Old Goo had prepared an incomplete dossier. This reflected a diligent attitude and thoroughness in his work. Skipping over the company section, Li Feng examined the studio listings. Some studios were thriving while others were struggling. However, upon reviewing the majority of the list, he found himself rather dissatisfied. Studios that were flourishing were difficult to manage, while those that were failing indicated a lack of competence, making additional investment likely futile. Li Feng's thoughts were quite straightforward. He would invest the funds, assist with editing when necessary, and allow them to take on work independently when not needed. The final section pertained to individuals, those who had departed from certain media companies or studios, or were simply interns. Those selected by Old Goo were generally competent, and Li Feng had faith in that judgment. Gu Weiwei, 23 years of age, graduated from the Eastern Imperial Capital Film Academy. During her senior year, she interned at the Imperial Capital Superstar Media Company and was currently unemployed. Upon seeing this name, Li Feng paused. Was she not Old Goo's granddaughter? The introduction indicated that her abilities were quite commendable, fitting Li Feng's requirements. Li Feng, known for his nepotistic tendencies, felt a certain kinship with Old Goo, who had looked after his family for decades, considering him almost a relative. Curious about Old Goo's granddaughter, he promptly dialed her number. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? Good day? A gentle and recognizable voice responded. Li Feng got straight to the point. Hello, I am Li Feng. May I speak with Miss Gu Weiwei? Old Goo recommended you to me. Oh, hello. Li Feng nodded internally. It was reassuring that Old Goo had provided a proper introduction, as he would have found it amusing if she mistook the call for a matchmaking endeavor. Old Goo, he mused, was quite traditional and responsible, stubbornly believing that as a butler, he should not allow his family to disrupt the lives of their employers. Consequently, Li Feng had never met Old Goo's family, having only heard a mention of his granddaughter in passing. That is agreeable. Let us arrange a time to meet. My preliminary idea is to establish a short video studio, though the future direction may evolve. Li Feng is not one to dawdle. He speaks plainly. If you have any capable friends who are interested in entering this industry, feel free to invite them along for our meeting. Gu Weiwei appreciates this straightforward manner of conversation. I am available tomorrow. I wonder if you prefer the morning or the afternoon. After pondering, Li Feng concluded that after his morning class, around noon, coinciding with lunch, would be ideal for a gathering. Aside from his specialty class in the afternoon, which he is reluctant to miss, he has a few hours available, which should suffice. How about 12:30? He then sent a location pin. Gu Weiwei replied affirmatively. After hanging up, she decisively redialed her grandfather's number. Grandfather. Li Feng called to arrange a meeting tomorrow at noon. Who is this Li Feng? You are aware of my expectations, I presume? Old Gu replied in a steady voice. Weiwei, whether the collaboration materializes is for you two to discuss, but I have a singular request. Even if negotiations falter, do not sour your relationship with Li Feng. Grandfather. Yu haven't revealed who he is yet. Gu Weiwei pouted. Old Gu fell silent for a moment before responding. Grandfather has work to attend to. I must be off. Gu Weiwei stared incredulously at her disconnected phone, taken aback that her most doting grandfather would engage in such enigmatic behavior. Oh, Riddler, spare us from your games. The following day at noon, driver Old Zhou had already been waiting at the school gate. Once Li Feng exited the school with his pass, he promptly entered the vehicle. A mere 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. Although he had scheduled the meeting for 12:30, he believed that arriving early as the responsible party demonstrated his commitment to the matter. However, upon entering the lobby of the National Banquet Restaurant, he was surprised to see a striking woman in a gray-black strapless fitted dress meticulously reviewing documents. I didn't anticipate you would arrive even earlier than I, Li Feng remarked, recognizing the elegant beauty as Gu Weiwei. She looked up to find a young man, even younger than herself, and frowned slightly. You must be mistaken. Li Feng smiled. I am Li Feng. You must be Gu Weiwei? Gu Weiwei was momentarily taken aback. This younger individual was the investor? Surely, her grandfather was not jesting. This fellow was clad in a school uniform, evidently still a student. Are you here alone? Let us proceed to the private room. I have reserved one. Come along. Li Feng spoke decisively. Gu Weiwei, now recognizing his voice, awkwardly tucked away her documents and hurried after him. Surely, grandfather would not lead me astray? Inside the private room, Li Feng and Gu Weiwei sat across from one another. Miss Gu, allow me to share my thoughts. Firstly, I require a team that can maintain confidentiality. Secondly, I need individuals with sufficient expertise to manage my dynamic and Kuaishou accounts. I shall periodically send you videos and materials from Kuayin, and your role will be to assist me in editing and refining them. I will also provide suggestions regarding the script, which means that the content for Kuayin will primarily be supplied by me. Your task will be to create high-quality video productions. I intend to establish a studio with an initial investment of 3 million, and future funding will be contingent upon your performance in completing assigned tasks. Beyond the assignments I give, you are free to pursue your own projects and work independently, a matter in which I shall have no involvement, and any profits derived will not concern me. My sole priorities are the confidentiality of my account information and the high-quality execution of the short videos I require. Gu Weiwei listened intently to Li Feng's words, immediately recalling that she had downloaded the National Anti-Fraud app. Such statements, which appeared to be entirely deceptive, could only be believed by a fool, she mused. Noticing her silence, Li Feng refrained from interrupting her contemplation and instead presented a contract for her review. Here is the contract. You may examine it at your leisure. Should you find your expertise lacking, feel free to consult a lawyer, he offered with a smile. Chapter 13. Wei Feng Studio. Did Li Feng truly care about the profit potential of this studio? Not in the slightest. If he genuinely sought to make money, myriad avenues existed. In today's society, where wealth and connections facilitate capital manipulation, one could effortlessly accrue riches in Zhongqing. Moreover, with his exceptional prowess as a top-tier trainer, he could thrive on national benefits alone, without needing to resort to endorsements or other trivial pursuits. Rather than covet small sums, it would be far more prudent to leverage the strengths of others to achieve rapid advancement. While it may appear that he was neglecting his training of Pokémon, these endeavors were merely a foundation for skill development. Regrettably, his system required no financial resources. Otherwise, he would not need to complicate matters so. Is this contract truly acceptable? You forego profits, relinquish management responsibilities, and abstain from decision-making. Is this not akin to giving away money? Gu Weiwei was thoroughly perplexed. Though youthful, she understood that sometimes The most ostensibly free offerings are the most costly. With neither wealth nor power at stake, could it be that he sought her personally? Instinctively, she glanced at Li Feng. It must be said, Li Feng was indeed handsome, perhaps the most striking man Gu Weiwei had encountered. Yet, attractiveness does not equate to integrity. She valued character and competence far more than mere looks. Furthermore, she was technically his senior, having attended the same school, albeit 5 years his elder. Even if he was a senior in high school, Li Feng, unaware of Gu Weiwei's thoughts, explained, "My aspiration is to become a premier Pokémon trainer. Creating short videos is merely a passion project. Is it not reasonable to invest a bit into one's interests? As for why I chose you, I have encountered many candidates previously, but none were entirely satisfactory. You are simply one of several options that meet my criteria." Li Feng, ever considerate, wished to alleviate any undue pressure from Gu Weiwei, believing that a relaxed mindset would foster greater creativity in artistic endeavors. There is a saying that interests can transform into motivation, while pressure merely manifests as cases of distress. Li Feng, who is not one to thrive under pressure and prefers a relaxed atmosphere, certainly does not wish to discover a heavy air of stress upon arriving at the studio one day. Such an environment would render him uncomfortable. Gu Weiwei suddenly realized that this was indeed a passion of a super-rich air, which she could comprehend. After all, numerous affluent individuals currently engage in the fast-paced dynamics of the entertainment world, like the son of Donghuang's wealthiest tycoon, known for his penchant for revealing sensational gossip. Many of these stories she consumes with great relish. Gu Weiwei's own aspiration is to become a social media influencer, as it offers her freedom and the opportunity to earn a living independently. Although the term influencer has gradually acquired a pejorative connotation in this era, high-quality influencers remain in abundance. As for her capabilities, her exceptional singing voice stands out. Having graduated from a vocal program, her skills are undeniably impressive. Not to mention, she has also independently acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding social media techniques and strategies. Li Feng's conditions are, for her, exceedingly ideal, as what she currently lacks is the seed capital to commence her endeavors. Are you truly certain? Gu Weiwei inquired, still somewhat hesitant. Li Feng nodded affirmatively, absolutely certain. However, I lack the time to handle the trivialities of finding a studio location, as I still have classes to attend. Upon hearing this, Gu Weiwei felt a pang of anxiety. Was this a potential scam? Once you are genuinely certain, please take a photo of the signed contract and send it to me. I will arrange for someone to retrieve the backup. She continued, I hope our collaboration will be pleasant. If everything is in order, I will provide you with the initial funding to prepare the venue and cover operational costs, as well as the short video content that I need edited. Gathering her resolve, Gu Weiwei thought, surely her grandfather would not deceive her. Without hesitation, she pulled out the contract and affixed her signature and fingerprint. Li Feng chuckled. Aren't you going to take a closer look? After all, there are so many scams nowadays. Gu Weiwei shook her head and smiled. Since you, the boss, have said so, it seems unlikely you would openly reveal any intent to deceive me. Please send me your bank account details so I can transfer the funds now. And I will also send you the recorded original video content. She added, by the way, I ordered a batch of photography equipment that should arrive at the studio soon. So you need to secure the studio first and postpone the company registration for now. Seeing Gu Weiwei readily sign the contract, Li Feng responded with equal enthusiasm. Your Elfin Bank has received a transfer of 1,000,000 yuan. Did you just transfer 1 million directly? Gu Weiwei was momentarily taken aback. Does renting an office and purchasing some equipment truly require such a hefty sum? Before your fame takes off, you will handle many cooperative ventures and negotiations. When you need funds, just send me the project plan and contract. If everything checks out, I will arrange the money, Li Feng explained with a smile. If it's your own project, you may also seek my investment. I don't ask for much, just the standard bank loan interest rate. All right, Gu Weiwei felt invigorated, as having the initial funding would facilitate many forthcoming endeavors. As Li Feng noticed that the meal had been served, he suggested, let us eat first and discuss further while we dine. We are all young individuals, and there is no need for excessive formality. Gu Weiwei felt a peculiar sense of being younger despite her greater age and internship experience, as she found herself subconsciously dominated by Li Feng's presence. During their meal, Li Feng successfully transmitted a video to Gu Weiwei. Sister Weiwei, the video has been sent successfully. You may take a look so we can discuss the editing direction, Li Feng suggested. Gu Weiwei nodded, curious to see what her young boss had in mind. As a trainer herself, Gu Weiwei was a one-star elite trainer, with her Pokémon being a Sylveon. Given her family's ordinary circumstances, the path to becoming a professional trainer seemed far too daunting and unrealistic for her. Nevertheless, her passion for Pokémon battles remained undiminished. Watching videos while dining was one of the favored pastimes of contemporary young women. Li Feng's battle recording was captured in real time, known as live recording, which demands a higher level of skill from the operator. This also indirectly indicated that the opponent was not on the same level as him to achieve such a feat. Gu Weiwei's initial disinterest transformed into astonishment, nearly culminating in her choking as she sipped her tea. With wide eyes, Gu Weiwei looked at Li Feng in disbelief. "Is this a video of Qi's battle?" Li Feng nodded affirmatively. "You are Qi." Gu Weiwei felt she had lost her composure, yet could not resist asking. Li Feng nodded again, stating, "This is a first-person perspective. Others would only have received a cold, detached view. Isn't that evident?" Gu Weiwei swallowed hard, questioning. "Is the secrecy you mentioned regarding your identity as Qi, you wish to keep it hidden?" She could not fathom Li Feng's reasoning, as one would typically seek to promote their persona as an internet celebrity. After all, the paths of future stardom and training were already captivating enough. Adding the identity of Qi or even more aliases could complicate matters. The world is not devoid of dangers. If other nations were to discover such a prodigy in Dongwon, it would not be surprising if they sent assassins. Perhaps this line of thought was somewhat paranoid, yet precaution is always wise. It is preferable for nothing to occur. But being prepared for possible events demonstrates prudence and intelligence. Out of mere interest, just playing around, Li Feng offered a plausible excuse. Often, the actions of the affluent are subject to speculation from others, as was the case with Gu Weiwei, who began to wonder if this wealthy heir had some hidden motives. Could it be a family feud? Unbeknownst to her, within a few minutes, she had conjured an elaborate drama of familial discord in her mind. Titled The Fallen Rich Young Master, a tale of endurance and triumph. "I understand," Gu Weiwei nodded sagely. Strangely, Li Feng sensed that Gu Weiwei might have misconstrued something. However, this was of little consequence. As long as Gu Weiwei possessed the capability to fulfill her responsibilities, everything would be perfectly fine. At this moment, Gu Weiwei was utterly exhilarated. While the average person might not grasp the intrinsic value of Qi, anyone familiar with Pokémon online battles would have undoubtedly heard of the recent sensation. The genius prodigy Qi, who boasts an astounding 100 win rate. As long as Li Feng continues to provide subsequent battle videos and maintains his exceptionally high victory rate, Gu Weiwei is confident that with her adept management and topic creation, they could rapidly ignite discussions within the industry. When a studio has a prominent influencer, it becomes remarkably easier to attract others through collaborative efforts. After all, Qi's content is exceedingly challenging to replicate. His imaginative battle strategies, his psychologically provocative battle quotes, and, of course, his unparalleled win rate. These three elements are beyond the capabilities of an ordinary influencer incubation company. If one could achieve such feats, why not pursue a career as a trainer? Only someone like Li Feng, the ultra-wealthy second-generation heir, could utter the infuriating phrase, "It's merely a matter of interest. I have money. I am quite free. I am strong." This is how Gu Weiwei perceives Li Feng at this moment. Oh, and one more thing, I am quite pitiful. This sentiment is purely a product of Gu Weiwei's imagination. I will send you the battle strategies and scripts later. You can edit them as you see fit. If you are not well versed in Pokémon battles, you might consider hiring a consultant for assistance, Li Feng suggested. Gu Weiwei nodded, fully prepared to showcase her talents. Her next course of action would be to swiftly recruit a team and produce Li Feng's video. This inaugural video must undoubtedly satisfy Li Feng. After all, it serves as a testament to her worthiness as a collaborator. Success is the only option. Failure is not permitted. "Boss, what shall we name our studio?" Gu Weiwei inquired. Li Feng shrugged. "That is entirely up to you. I am merely a behind-the-scenes investor. How about we call it Wei Feng?" Gu Weiwei suggested, her cheeks slightly flushed. Li Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated Gu Weiwei would propose such a bold name, yet he truly had no objections. If it sounds imposing, why not? Chapter 14, Training. "Old Joe, later you should bring out the Mercedes 260 from home for Miss Gu to use. A newly established studio could benefit from having a vehicle for convenience," Li Feng remarked. Initially, he had intended for Gu Weiwei to use it, but upon reflection, he felt it might seem peculiar for a girl to drive such a car, thus he discarded the thought. "Don't rush to refuse. I am currently awaiting the edited video. So time is of the essence. At this moment, Gu Weiwei felt somewhat dazed. She was just a child from an ordinary family, although she excelled academically. Today's events felt surreal, benefit contracts and Mercedes cars. The silent Gu Weiwei began to let her imagination run wild again, envisioning a series titled The Rich Air Falls for Me, instantly producing dozens of episodes in her mind. Gu Weiwei recognized her tendency to think divergently, often indulging in whimsical thoughts, which is precisely why she aspired to become a content creator. It would not only allow her to express herself, but also enable her to engage in the fantastical pursuits she yearned for. After all, it's all just a script. If I feel no shame, then neither will anyone else. Understood, young master. The driver, old Zhou, continued to drive without glancing aside. Well, you old Gu. Quietly selling your granddaughter for glory. He must promptly contact his granddaughter. Although he had never met old Gu's granddaughter in person, he had often heard old Gu boast about her and even showcased several photographs. Thus, old Zhou instantly recognized the lovely girl in the car as Gu Weiwei. Old Gu's granddaughter. Farewell then. I look forward to your creations. Li Feng waved goodbye to Gu Weiwei. Blushing slightly, Gu Weiwei replied, I promise to fulfill the task, boss. As she watched the departing Bentley, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Rubbing her face, she encouraged herself. Come on, Gu Weiwei. At Zhongqing Memorial Middle School, old Zhou's voice came from the front. Young master, we have arrived. After Li Feng opened the car door and stepped out, he instructed, old Zhou, please arrange for the photography equipment I ordered to be delivered to Miss Gu's studio. Understood, young master. Old Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. Upon returning to the school, Li Feng released his Charmander. Noticing the time, with over 2 hours remaining before the extended class, he decided to head to the fitness training room with Charmander. Originally established for athletic students, the fitness room was also accessible to ordinary students, as the exercise equipment was available and wasting it would be a shame. After the arrival of Pokémon, the world began to change, and the gym was expanded into a fitness training room. Although the number of people had increased, most came to train their Pokémon, with very few humans utilizing the equipment. In Li Feng's recollection, whether it was Ash or Red, nurturing Pokémon often involved running and exercising together. As for Ash using seeds to teach Noctowl the seed bomb technique, or executing a masterful jump to teach Dragonair to soar, those were skills he could only admire. While mastering skills in the real world was undoubtedly more complex, there was no doubt that adopting human training methods would be beneficial. The animated scenes of Pokémon engaging in martial arts with humans demonstrated that human combat techniques were indeed advantageous for humanoid Pokémon in close combat. This was evident in the various martial arts schools across this world, such as Tai Chi, Bajiquan, and Wing Chun dojos. Consider this, when employing the same holy sword technique. One who relies solely on brute force versus one who employs finesse. Who would prevail? The integration and advancement of techniques are also a further development of skills, showcasing a Pokémon's proficiency. Come, let us train together. Li Feng, eager to exercise, acknowledged that while his current physique was not emaciated, it paled in comparison to his former self. A healthy body is an essential attribute for any trainer. Moreover, training alongside Pokémon fosters a deeper emotional bond and sense of camaraderie. Look at you. As a dragon-type Pokémon, you lack even the slightest muscle. How can you attract a mate? Li Feng teased as he pinched Charmander's chubby cheeks. Charmander replied, I'm still just a kid. Why would I need muscles? Besides, why bother attracting mates? I'll demonstrate the movements first, then you can follow along. Though this world's physique has never experienced the rigors of fitness and has lost all muscle memory, he retains the memories of his past training. After a slight adjustment of his body movements and weights, he concluded a set of standard chest exercises, panting heavily. Little Charizard? Are you sure you're alright, looking like you're about to collapse? Having never encountered such exertion, little Charizard's eyes betrayed a hint of hesitation. Don't worry. I haven't trained in a long time, and naturally, my human physique cannot compare to yours, my dear sprites. Come, let us give it a try. As he spoke, Li Feng added 50 kilograms to the empty barbell. With the bar included, the total weight amounted to a staggering 120 kilograms. Given little Charizard's humanoid stance and mannerisms, despite possessing a tail, Li Feng felt confident that it would not pose a significant challenge. After correcting little Charizard's form with professional precision, Li Feng continued, exhale while exerting force, and inhale as you prepare. Following his guidance, little Charizard began performing squats to strengthen its legs. A stable lower body naturally enhances running speed and explosive power. Observing closely, Li Feng noted that the 120 kilograms was evidently too manageable for little Charizard. After a set, little Charizard expressed its disbelief. Is that all? Without hesitation, Li Feng increased the weight by adding 100 kilograms to each side, bringing the total to an impressive 220 kilograms. As little Charizard hoisted the barbell, it was immediately overwhelmed by the weight. Little Charizard, yikes. Why is this so heavy? 1 squat, 3 squats, 5 squats, 7 squats. At this point, little Charizard's legs began to tremble. Li Feng's face lit up with joy. Was this not a sign of progress? By the 9th squat, tears glistened in little Charizard's eyes. Boom. Finally completing a set, little Charizard collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Generally speaking, for a human, being able to lift a weight equivalent to 1's body mass is considered a novice level. Achieving 1.5 times 1's body weight is regarded as quite commendable. Yet, what of little Charizard? Standing at a mere 70 centimeters and weighing less than 40 gene, or approximately 20 kilograms, it astonishingly managed to lift 11 times its own weight for training. This left Li Feng utterly astounded. The physical prowess of sprites is indeed beyond reason. It's my turn now. Let us endure the hardship together, Li Feng encouraged. Demonstrating by performing squats himself. His untrained body, even with a mere 20 kilograms of weight, nearly left him sprawled on the ground, struggling to maintain proper form. Look over there, little Charizard is squatting. I can't stop laughing. Isn't that Li Feng? The white little Charizard must be one of a kind in the world. The lifestyle of a wealthy young master is truly beyond our comprehension. Is this training for sprites? Or are they merely jesting? Indeed, sprites do not train energy or skills. Seeing a human train muscle seems absurd. A group of trainers, idly supervising their sprites as they trained, engaged in casual conversation, with several gathering together to chat. However, these individuals dared not offend Li Feng, opting instead to engage in hushed discussions from a distance. In truth, Li Feng would not take offense, as the speculation surrounding the relationship between humans and Pokémon has never been entirely dismissed. After all, having witnessed Ash and Brock employing Quick Attack to pursue a truck in the animation, he found the notion of humans belonging to a category of Pokémon quite acceptable. Not to mention the existence of Natsu, who possesses the extraordinary ability to transform humans into dolls. Just look at the black and white dragons. Is the muscular physique of Zekrom a mere illusion? And consider the likes of Machamp, and Primeape. If evolution were solely based on levels, Li Feng might even suspect that a certain threshold of muscle mass is required for evolution. These muscular Pokémon exhibit terrifying melee attacks, demonstrating that strength is indeed advantageous for them. In Li Feng's perspective, a trainer should focus on enhancing areas that the training system does not bolster. Given his skill in ability development, which would aid in training his Pokémon, he resolved to concentrate on physical conditioning for his Charmander. After all, his Charmander was destined to adopt a dual-wielding fighting style, and both energy and physical strength must not falter. This is reality, not a game or an animation. Who says that Charizard cannot evolve into a more advanced form after Mega Evolution? As long as one's physical stamina can sustain it. What could possibly hinder the ability to Mega Evolve at will during a battle? Even utilizing moves post-Mega Evolution is not out of the question. However, this is contingent upon Li Feng maintaining his own physical prowess. This necessity is what drives his unwavering commitment to training. Otherwise, if he were to acquire the means for Mega Evolution in the future, only to discover that he could only sustain it for 3 seconds, he would be left wondering whether it was a moment of glory or a moment of social embarrassment. Oh dear. So, Li Feng is a 3-second wonder. That would spell disaster, for Mega Evolution, moves, and Dynamax all consume stamina from the body. The only unknown remains the scenario of terrestrialization. However, based on the circumstances before the world's reformation, it appears that terrestrialization can be maintained indefinitely in the game, showcasing unparalleled durability. Given the conclusion that greater explosive power correlates with increased stamina consumption, terrestrialization likely demands the least energy. Nonetheless, the imperative for physical conditioning cannot be overstated. Chapter 15. Sharing joys and sorrows the following morning. As the time to rise arrived, Li Feng. Charmander. Refreshing. Normally, Charmander despises entering its Pokeball. Yet today it finds the Pokeball remarkably appealing. Li Feng. Suppressing the aches, Li Feng sighed. Training is arduous, and trainers often lament. The most daunting aspect of fitness is leg training, not only due to the intense soreness, but also the substantial cardiovascular endurance required. The agony of leg workouts surpasses that of training the chest, shoulders, and back by several magnitudes. Consequently, many fitness enthusiasts possess robust upper bodies, while their legs appear as slender as chopsticks in comparison, a phenomenon rooted in this very reason. Such suffering is not something the average person can endure. Brother Feng, what are you up to? Do not indulge excessively, Pang Lu remarked, his expression one of envy. Li Feng was once again rendered speechless. Did he really need to explain the envy that was evident on his face? Oh, this wretched vanity. After a brief training session yesterday, he found himself idly perusing the system during class, and to his surprise, he discovered a progress bar for experience points next to the level section of his Charmander in the Pokémon Encyclopedia. The system's display clearly indicated that exercising in a manner akin to humans was indeed effective. In this world, Pokémon primarily rely on training their moves to enhance their power levels. After all, the skills a Pokémon learns are fundamentally tailored to its own training regimen. However, such training tends to be somewhat biased. For instance, Charmander's Claw and Roar. The former strengthens its hands and claws, while the latter enhances its vocal prowess and mental intimidation. Yet, this training scarcely benefits other parts of the body. Li Feng was unaware of how others perceived him, but he believed that relying solely on skill training was insufficient unless one was a pure psychic Pokémon like Alakazam. After all, sustaining a super system required not only the trainer's efforts, but also the Pokémon's physical stamina. Of course, Li Feng was not dismissive of skill training. Rather, he was eager to test the efficacy of his external aid. Skill training necessitated the acquisition of skill manuals, and the training for Dragon Dance varied significantly. In this realm, manuals were categorized into Master, Elite, and Champion levels, and given Li Feng's penchant for the best, he purchased a Master-level training manual for Claw. Li Feng intended to ascertain whether the external aid or the manual proved superior. Only after comparing the results would he make a decision, as a Champion-level skill manual came with a hefty price tag that made even Li Feng wince. A manual for Dragon Dance could cost upwards of 10 million, which was utterly outrageous. This was precisely why he preferred to invest in a short video studio. The former was a one-time purchase for intellectual property rights, while the latter required a modest investment but promised continuous quality output. It's clear how one would choose in such a scenario. During the morning's Pokémon class, Li Feng finally had the opportunity to release his Charmander. What ill intentions could he harbor? He simply wished to share both trials and triumphs with it. After all, Pokémon experts assert that shared experiences foster stronger bonds between trainers and their Pokémon. The deeper the bond, the less likely it is for a Pokémon to ignore its trainer's commands. In competitive battles, such disobedience might only lead to a loss. But in the treacherous depths of a secret realm, it could spell doom. This is also why many trainers rarely capture wild Pokémon. After all, this is reality, not a game. Only through mutual respect and trust can true affection blossom. Genuine affection can only be exchanged for genuine affection. Manipulating hearts may deceive temporarily, but it cannot sustain a lifetime. Charmander, are you not in pain anymore? Li Feng was astonished. Charizard shook its head and then proudly declared, after a brief slumber. Only a slight pain remains. After having breakfast and resting a bit, I feel perfectly fine. At this moment, Li Feng could still feel his legs trembling slightly. Was there truly such a vast disparity between humans and Pokémon? This was excessive. With a kind-hearted yet expressionless demeanor, Li Feng remarked, I see. In that case, we can adjust your training regimen. There's no need for a cycle focusing on legs, chest, shoulders, and back. From today onward, we shall engage in full-body training. Charizard responded, I suspect I am not a Pokémon, but you certainly resemble a dog. Li Feng was taken aback by the extraordinary recovery abilities of Pokémon. It appeared that not only nutrition was essential, but also the acquisition of supplements to expedite physical recovery. In Li Feng's perspective, he would spare no expense when necessary. Today, we shall embark on physical training. A trainer must maintain a healthy and robust physique, as this is a fundamental requirement for executing tasks in the future as a professional trainer. Thus, let us commence with a 5-kilometer run. Teacher Shin shouting gestured with a wave of her hand, rallying the group. Li Feng. Charizard. Splendid work. Who could fathom how Li Feng managed to persevere? His trembling legs became entirely numb after the exertion. Had he known about the running session today, he would have refrained from the foolish decision to train his legs the day prior. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated taking a day off, but he ultimately resisted. In this lifetime, he yearned to shed his lethargy. The 5-kilometer run was not merely a physical challenge. It also tested one's mental fortitude. Some might question the necessity of mental strength for a trainer. However, the truth remained that Mega Evolution required an emotional resonance between trainer and Pokémon. If a trainer's willpower was too feeble to establish such a connection, what then? Fully aware of the future development of Pokémon, Li Feng was determined to prepare from the outset. Initially believing he would falter, Li Feng discovered that his physical endurance surpassed his expectations. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that once a trainer captures a Pokémon, mutual acknowledgement between them could result in the Pokémon's physical prowess benefiting the trainer as well. With this thought, Li Feng felt an even greater sense of anticipation and motivation for the future. The 5-kilometer run primarily tested their ability to endure. Most of Class 29 fell behind and gave up during the latter stages. Yet as the elite trainees, Li Feng and his 4 companions were compelled to persevere, even if it meant fainting. Although teacher Shin Shouting did not explicitly state it, they all understood that the 5 kilometers were a standard they were expected to meet. Panting heavily, Li Feng lay on the track, utterly unwilling to move. Despite being mentally prepared, the moment he completed the 5 kilometers and his resolve waned, he inevitably collapsed. Fortunately, Charizard, who had been running alongside him, supported him in a timely manner. The other 4 were also fatigued, but none were as dramatically affected as Li Feng. Even the 3 girls appeared to handle the ordeal with more composure than he did. Shin Shouting approached Li Feng with a perplexed expression, inquiring, logically speaking, "Your physical endurance shouldn't be this poor, right?" Li Feng replied with a wry smile, "I spent 2 hours in the gym yesterday, focusing on weighted squats and other leg exercises." Shin Shouting gasped in disbelief and, without further ado, knelt down to assess Li Feng's feat. With muscles this taut, you still managed to complete a 5-kilometer run? Li Feng widened his eyes, exclaiming, "Isn't this what you said, that it's a basic requirement for a professional trainer?" Shin Shouting responded, "I will recommend some elven supplements suitable for humans later. They are far superior to those outdated carbohydrate and protein products. But then again, having these recommendations will save you some trouble. For the upcoming training, just let Charmander keep pace while you observe from the sidelines." Shin Shouting hesitated to push Li Feng further, knowing that with his muscles so tense, continuing could lead to complications. Li Feng sighed in relief and turned to Charmander with a smile. "Train hard and do your best," he encouraged, transforming into an onlooker who cheered on the others. The 4 girls, initially intent on mocking Li Feng for his weakness, suddenly found themselves the unwitting jesters of the situation. Although Li Feng couldn't participate, he remained fully engaged, recognizing that these techniques might prove invaluable in the future. As an aspiring professional trainer, the mysterious realms were certainly challenges he would have to face. Soon, the exhausting physical training class came to an end. That afternoon, Li Feng once again brought Charmander to the gym, which was as deserted as ever. "Today, we will focus on a full-body workout, starting with bench presses." The benevolent smile on Li Feng's face appeared devilish to Charmander. As expected, after an hour of grueling effort, Charmander lay limp on the floor, resembling a lifeless body. Li Feng, stroking his chin, observed the experience points steadily increasing, indicating that Charmander was absorbing the benefits of the workout. Based on this progress, it seemed that another full-body session would likely elevate Charmander to level 2. Li Feng planned to take Charmander for an examination afterward to ascertain any potential issues arising from the increase in elven power. Calculating the time, he realized it was indeed time for that checkup. Chapter 16, Rejuvenation Roar. At level 2, Charmander exhibited a slight enhancement in overall capabilities. According to the nurturing scheme Li Feng had purchased from the Fiery King to cultivate Charmander, it was anticipated that it would master the flamethrower technique by level 24. The primary distinction in the quality of nurturing schemes lies in the growth rate of the Pokémon and the speed at which they acquire their innate skills. With a more average nurturing schema, Charmander might not learn Spark until level 7, while the Fiery King's scheme allows for mastery at level 4. This advantage in early mastery not only affects battle prowess, but also provides a significant temporal advantage for training. It is worth noting that Flamethrower is considered a powerful trump card among professional trainers. However, for trainers at the 30+ level, this merely constitutes a relatively powerful move. Yet, this gives rise to a dilemma. whether to prioritize mastering stronger skills through suppression or to advance evolution for greater physical capabilities. The power of Pokémon is merely one aspect of combat. It is fundamentally akin to a combat power index, where a slight advantage does not necessarily guarantee victory. The disparities among species are markedly evident even at the same level. Otherwise, the term quasi-deity species would not exist. Li Feng intends to have his Charmeleon learn Flamethrower first, as the move is sufficiently potent, and he is uncertain how his white Charmeleon will evolve, which remains to be seen. Thus, it makes sense to focus on mastering the 24th level Flamethrower for now. Observing his sleeping Charmeleon, Li Feng refrains from disturbing it, allowing it to rest on his bed while he proceeds to his desk to review the short video sent by Gu Weiwei. At this moment, Fat Six appears to be taking Moo Moo Owl to partake in some special training, but Li Feng pays it no mind. Upon opening the short video, an energetic and popular piece of music plays first. Following that, Gu Weiwei begins to narrate according to her script. This narration is from a paid voice service, as the free options are either monotonous or overly effeminate, all rather peculiar. A deep, slightly bubbly male voice commences the explanation and guidance. After watching the entire short video, Li Feng feels quite content. Many of the issues stem from a lack of comprehensive tactical explanation, as he had only provided a partial outline of ideas. It seems Gu Weiwei has engaged a professional trainer to analyze her strategy. However, given the prevailing mindset in this world, fully comprehending his own thoughts remains an unrealistic endeavor. Li Feng can only mark the moments he finds unsatisfactory and adjust the script accordingly, which, despite appearing to be a minor task, consumes over an hour of his time. The fact that Gu Weiwei managed to complete this short video in just 2 days is undoubtedly a testament to her diligence. Setting aside her capabilities, Li Feng is particularly impressed by her sense of responsibility. Furthermore, he finds her skills quite commendable. The issues encountered are ones that Gu Weiwei could not resolve. A straightforward example is the song by Miss Dong. The original artist was relatively obscure, yet a cover catapulted it to fame. Such occurrences are prevalent within the same worldview, not to mention the variations across different realms. Moreover, this is a world inhabited by Pokémon, who can ascertain the preferences of its denizens. If Li Feng were a superstar, any release would likely garner attention, as a substantial audience would ensure that quality work does not go unnoticed. But as it stands, who knows who Li Feng truly is? Thus, he finds it absurd to read entertainment novels from his past life, questioning why mere casual releases can achieve success. There is no market research, solely relying on intuition. If it were that remarkable, why wasn't he a notable figure in his previous life? Is this not comical? Thus, Gu Weiwei's role is of paramount significance. She is capable, perceptive, and trustworthy, yet lacks the patronage and opportunity she requires. Currently, Li Feng's approach is one of observation and learning. Building upon this foundation, he engages in numerous low-cost experiments, which is indeed the pathway to success. The outcome of overnight fame often leaves one bewildered as to the reasons behind their sudden rise. Sustaining such success becomes a daunting task. After meticulously repackaging the improved video highlights and sending them to Gu Weiwei, he casually added an encouraging note, commending her efforts. At that moment, Gu Weiwei, resting her disheveled hair on her desk, looked somewhat like a national treasure panda, her eyes slightly drooping. After surveying her workspace, she sleepily picked up her phone to check the latest notifications. Upon reading a plethora of modification suggestions, she felt a wave of discouragement wash over her. Had her tireless efforts and pleas for assistance resulted in such unsatisfactory outcomes? However, when she spotted Li Feng's affirming message, a smile broke across her face. At least her hard work had received recognition. Keep going, Gu Weiwei, she silently encouraged herself. After copying all of Li Feng's requests onto her computer and closing her messages, she noticed a new notification. Fairy Bank, your account ending in XXXX has received a transfer of 500,000. Gu Weiwei was momentarily stunned. In her entire life, when had she ever encountered such a sum? In novels, millions are often trivialized, but for an ordinary person, hundreds of thousands represent a substantial fortune. Even before she had completed her task, Li Feng had injected further funds, indicating that her efforts might not be as lacking as she had feared. Li Feng, this money is for you to manage operations, such as purchasing promotions to increase exposure on Kuaishou. You decide how to allocate it. Li Feng himself was not well versed in such matters and lacked the inclination to learn, as managing the dual skills of a trainer and a star was already overwhelming for him. The following day, the fighter Ji finally released the second installment of his battle tutorial on Kuaishou, the True Bug King, the universe's first blazing roaring tiger. Many followers of Ji eagerly opened the video, particularly the cold fans, including Lung Lung, who were keen to observe this individual's first-person commentary. As Lung Lung opened her victim video, her curiosity piqued about Ji's thoughts during the battle. The more she watched, the more astonished she became. His effortless maneuvers and strategies, with explanations detailing multiple tactics and potential subsequent challenges, transformed a brief 2-minute battle clip into a thorough 10-minute analysis. At that moment, Lung Lung realized just how significant her own flaws were. Every initial move and response was calculated by Ji the moment he assessed her lineup. Many of the so-called flaws were intentionally presented by Ji, testing whether she could counter them. It was akin to two players engaged in a game of Go, with Ji providing himself with strategic guidance. Upon this realization, Lung Lung was left in a daze. Both were masters of glory, yet this individual exhibited such unwavering confidence. The protagonist presented several upgraded and rather distasteful team compositions, leaving Lung Lung utterly speechless. Combinations such as the blazing roar tiger alongside the Incan cat, dual intimidates paired with harsh taunts and volt switches, rendered almost all physical attackers reliant on buffs impotent. Lung Lung struggled to comprehend the audacity of revealing such a formidable lineup as if it were trivial. At that moment, she foresaw the grim future of the Pokémon Master Battle environment. The era of the 6 Dragon Dance-powered teams would likely be a thing of the past. Observing her own Pokémon Master lineup, Lung Lung resolved to dismantle and reorganize it entirely. Goodness, the buffing strategy is doomed. The universe's premier Blazing Roar Tiger? I'm in love. I hereby declare that the Blazing Roar Tiger is my beloved Pokémon. The Roar Tiger cult is officially established today. Buffs are dead. Intimidate reigns. A flurry of chaotic comments ignited a spark in Li Feng's short video, garnering numerous followers for the combatant known as Qi while attending class. Li Feng felt his phone vibrate and glanced at a message from Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei, boss. Your second video has surpassed 1 million views. Oh, Li Feng exclaimed, astonished. It was no surprise that in a world intertwined with Pokémon, anything related would naturally attract attention and traffic. Nevertheless, he calmly tucked his phone away, his gaze fixated on the blackboard. Yet, in his mind, he was perusing the system interface. Followers, 1380. The number of followers continued to escalate. Suppressing his elation, Li Feng opened the achievement panel once more. The third achievement was now illuminated and available for claiming, prompting him to click to receive it. What might the 3 basic skills be? His curiosity piqued. System, congratulations, host. You have acquired 3 basic skills. The Perseverance state essentially functions as a forced health lock for 1 minute. However, this is evidently limited at levels below professional. For instance, if one's own Pokémon is too powerful, the effect may not activate, or if the opponent exceeds professional level, the Perseverance state can be forcibly broken. Despite these weaknesses, the skill's potency remains undeniable. From a certain perspective, if timed correctly, it provides an invincible state below professional level. Revitalizing Roar. Upon seeing this name, Li Feng could hardly contain himself. Pray tell, does your system also have a host named Ash? How audacious to release such an outrageous skill. With this ability, one could easily devise numerous irritating strategies. Critical health curse with Perseverance state. Double retaliation and critical health with Perseverance state. Wouldn't the opponent simply explode? Chapter 17, Soul Binding. Basic Empathy. Enables soul binding with Pokémon below professional level, allowing the Pokémon's power to reflect back onto the host. While the host's training results and mental fortitude will also influence the Pokémon. Binding Limit, 0-1. Soul Binding? Li Feng pondered the significance of this skill. Did the fruits of his solitary training bear any efficacy for the spirit bound to him? Was the meager impact of human exercise even meaningful? Perhaps the primary influence stemmed from the spirit's power affecting the host, with the latter merely being an ancillary effect. Regardless of these musings, since this skill was bestowed by the system, it ought to possess merit. Without hesitation, Li Feng chose to bind his soul with the Charmander. Strangely, there seemed to be no substantial difference. If one were to discern a distinction, it would be the deepening of his bond with the Charmander. He could distinctly feel a stronger attachment to it, reciprocated in kind. In terms of a gaming framework, One might say their intimacy had reached a constant level of 255. It would seem rather remiss not to learn a gratitude-based technique with such a skill, as a fixed power of 102 appeared rather extraordinary. As for other transformations, Li Feng had yet to uncover any. It appeared that the so-called mutual influence did not manifest instantaneously, but rather as a gradual evolution. However, one change was markedly apparent. He felt more invigorated. Most urban dwellers exist in a state of suboptimal health, perpetually fatigued. Yet the spiritual bond with the Charmander had dispelled that drowsiness, invigorated by its mental energy. In any case, with his newfound vitality, Li Feng found himself more motivated to act. This skill, at present, seemed quite beneficial. Upon encountering the skill-basic singing technique, possessing the vocal prowess of a professional singer, Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that his greatest shortcoming lay in his emotional but unrefined singing? Concepts such as chest resonance were entirely foreign to him, let alone more advanced techniques he had likely never even heard of. Coincidentally, he was currently attending a music class where the teacher was expounding on singing techniques. As the entire class engaged in vocal exercises, Li Feng discovered that his voice was utterly transformed. Where once his singing had been thin, lacking depth and resonance, it now bore a striking resemblance to the sounds produced by many so-called elite singers from his past life. The music teacher, who had been listening intently, suddenly lit up with excitement, searching for the source of the voice until her gaze landed on Li Feng. Li Feng, has he had a breakthrough? His talent seems to surpass even my own. Is he a genius, or has he merely been concealing his abilities? She mused. Li Feng, please stay behind for a moment, called the music teacher, Li Feng. Confused, Li Feng followed her to the office, noting that whether in this life or the last, he had encountered remarkably attractive music teachers. Even those who might not fit conventional beauty standards often possessed a unique charm, elegance, grace, and poise, especially when adorned in fitted skirts and black stockings. Yet, he reminded himself that such observations were not his primary focus. He prided himself on his depth of character. In the music teacher's office, Li Feng inquired, Li Feng, have you been hiding your talents all this time? After Li Feng gestured for Li Feng to take a seat, she got straight to the point. Are you concealing your vocal abilities? Li Feng, taken aback, replied, what do you mean by concealing? Your singing technique, Li Feng said, her gaze fixed intently on him. At that moment, Li Feng realized that he had underestimated his music teacher's keen ear. He had never imagined she could discern his voice so clearly. It was evident that a music teacher of her caliber possessed exceptional skills. As distinguishing the subtleties of each individual's voice among a small group was a fundamental ability of advanced music educators. If Li Feng continued to approach the situation with the mindset of an ordinary person, it would surely lead to misunderstandings. Consequently, his singing technique had inadvertently been revealed. Teacher Lin, I have previously studied vocal techniques and occasionally practiced on my own. Today, I felt inspired by your teachings and couldn't help but sing a little. Li Feng explained. To his surprise, Li Feng seemed to doubt his words entirely. Just then, a Chino squirrel emerged from beneath her desk, nibbling on what appeared to be a nut. In the realm of music, there exists a unique harmony known as the fairy harmony. Most melodies incorporate fairies, either as part of the vocal arrangement or as background music. The Chino squirrel before him was undoubtedly Li Feng's fairy. Are you truly a music prodigy, or merely a fairy prodigy? Li Feng suddenly inquired. With a hint of regret, she remarked, to be honest, your singing technique might even surpass mine to some extent. But what a pity. She could not bring herself to suggest that Li Feng abandon his fairy talents to focus solely on singing, especially since trainers were the prevailing trend in their world. Moreover, she was well aware that Li Feng possessed a nearly 70 million rated initial Pokémon, Charmander. In such circumstances, she believed that encouraging him to prioritize singing would undoubtedly lead to discontent from his partner, shouting. Still, she felt a genuine sense of regret regarding Li Feng's potential. Teacher, I believe singing and being a trainer are not mutually exclusive, Li Feng countered. Look, many top trainers have side careers. Most champion-level trainers engage in various peculiar endeavors, and some even take up delivery jobs. Pursuing a singing career alongside my training should not pose a problem, right? Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. His argument held merit, yet she knew that one's focus was finite, especially during adolescence, when learning capabilities peak. Failing to concentrate on a single pursuit could diminish one's innate potential as a trainer. Moreover, If he truly wished to excel in music, he ought to select Pokémon that complemented his vocal strengths, such as Jigglypuff, Swablu, or Chatot. Charmander may not be the best fit for this, she mused, but you should prioritize nurturing your Pokémon, given your exceptional talent. Li Feng shook his head and replied, Teacher Lin, I chose music because I had already planned to pursue this path. Otherwise, I wouldn't have self-studied vocal techniques and most of the fundamental knowledge of music. Regarding the matter of concealing one's talents, as long as one refrains from mentioning it and deftly sidesteps the topic, it ceases to exist, does it not? Lin Fei, following Li Feng's line of thought, mused, Your point is indeed valid, given your personal attributes. Pursuing a career as a pop star would certainly yield greater results with less effort. By the way, which singing style do you embrace? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Feng replied, I favor the pop vocal technique. Lin Fei nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is a preferred choice among your generation. Traditional and operatic styles likely hold little intrigue for you. As New Year's Day approaches, she suggested inviting Gu Weiwei to record from a distance, thereby enabling Li Feng to create and publish his own content. After all, having acquired musical knowledge and vocal skills, he felt confident in replicating a few moderately challenging songs. The primary limitation lay in his inability to play an instrument. Otherwise, he could accompany himself, enhancing the overall effect. Teacher, may I perform a song of my own composition? Li Feng inquired. Lin Fei was not particularly surprised, though she harbored some skepticism. It was not uncommon for music students to write songs, yet the quality varied significantly. You may, but I must first review it. The New Year's Gala will feature performances from various groups and individuals from other schools. Although it is termed a gala, it effectively serves as a competitive stage among institutions. Everyone will approach this event with utmost seriousness, as it will be broadcast on the local television station, presenting a valuable opportunity for recognition. Li Feng nodded in understanding. In truth, he had not yet decided on a particular song. Having listened to countless melodies in his previous life, selecting one from the vast sea of music proved to be quite a challenge. He boldly asked, Teacher, I have several songs in mind, but what themes do you think would be most suitable? Lin Fei replied, Considering the presence of dignitaries, I would advise against melancholic love songs and overly critical, anti-establishment pieces. While it may seem somewhat conformist, songs that inspire encouragement, dreams, and perseverance are far more fitting for your position. However, such compositions may be challenging for you, not due to an inability to relate to the themes, but rather due to a lack of sufficient life experience. Upon hearing this, Li Feng found his direction. Indeed, songs of this nature were abundant. Chapter 18, Skill Development. Upon leaving the office, Li Feng began to contemplate his song selection, but suddenly realized that he currently possessed only one memory candy, which seemed rather inadequate for choosing a single song. With a solid foundation in musical knowledge, he could discern the necessary instruments and vocal arrangements in less complex songs. Given that it was still September, he felt it unnecessary to employ the memory candy so early. Even for rehearsals, there was no rush. Delaying the composition of a song by a month or two before presenting it to his teacher was entirely reasonable. Nonetheless, some preparations could be made in advance, such as identifying potential collaborators skilled in music production. He resolved to inquire if Gu Weiwei had any suitable candidates for collaboration. Only if none were available would he consider seeking assistance from teacher Lin Fei. After conveying his thoughts and requests to Gu Weiwei, Li Feng took his Charmeleon to the Pokémon Center for a health checkup. Following the routine examination, the little fire dragon was found to be in excellent health, and the issue of albinism seemed to be merely a matter of pigmentation. With the assurance that its level could be raised without concern, Li Feng felt a wave of relief. Upon completing the checkup, he made his way directly to the training gym, eager to delve into the long-neglected realm of skill development. Following the spotlight on the Blaze Roar Tiger, the name she had gained considerable prominence online, with over 70,000 followers on the QuickSound platform, whereas the system had only recognized a meager 5,000 fans. However, this did not deter Li Feng, as the utilization of skill development required a whopping 10,000 popularity points for each attempt. In a span of 2 days, he had accumulated just enough points to make a try. As for the skill he intended to select, there was no doubt it would be the highly coveted Dragon Dance. Li Feng realized that whether it was the moves like Grab, Metal Claw, or Dragon Dance, the initial usage of skill development would always cost 10,000 popularity points. Charmeleon, come here for a moment, he called out decisively, observing the little fire dragon who had just completed a set of squats. The white Charmeleon responded, "Yeah? What is it?" Ignoring the little dragon's wide-eyed stare, Li Feng focused on the system panel. He selected the Dragon Dance skill. System, would you like to spend 10,000 popularity points to develop the Dragon Dance skill? Yes. In the next moment, the hand Li Feng placed on Charmeleon's head emitted a faint glow, causing the little dragon's eyes to widen to the size of copper bells. "What is this?" exclaimed Charmeleon. During the skill development process, Li Feng felt an overwhelming draconic presence wash over him, as if he were dancing among a multitude of dragons. A breathtaking spectacle that resonated deeply within his mind. Could it be that with such enhancements, he too could master the dragon dance? Li Feng was utterly astonished. If a small AI could utilize a seed machine gun and rapid movement, why shouldn't he, a descendant of dragons, be able to employ the dragon dance? It seemed entirely reasonable. Dragon dance, proficient of vigorous and mysterious dance that invokes powerful forces from the heavens and earth to enhance oneself. The proficient level of dragon dance would lessen the user's burden. Applying the game's mechanics, mastering the skill was akin to learning the basics, while proficiency represented an increase in the skill's intrinsic value. After all, reducing usage frequency could be viewed as augmenting the number of uses from a certain perspective. Mastery, on the other hand, echoed the legendary Arceus, where both swiftness and might represented advanced methodologies of usage. Clicking on skill development once more, he selected Dragon Dance. System, would you like to spend 100,000 popularity points to develop the Dragon Dance skill? 100,000? Li Feng decisively chose yes. System, insufficient popularity points. Unable to upgrade. Ugh, he scoffed. What kind of nonsense is this? Useless system. It required 10 times the popularity to reach the next level, thus necessitating careful planning regarding his choices in skill development. Have you heard of superpowers? This is my superpower. Li Feng explained proudly to Charmeleon. The little fire dragon, with a skeptical expression, pinched its own cheek, questioning whether this was all just a dream. Bang! Li Feng delivered a powerful punch to the head of the little fire dragon, exclaiming, "How dare you question your great master? You seek death." The little fire dragon retorted, "I officially report the trainer for abusing Pokémon." After their playful skirmish, as the proficiency in Dragon Dance advanced to a competent level, the little fire dragon's inherent power was also stimulated. Initially, Li Feng presumed that with the enhancement of skill proficiency, the little fire dragon would ascend to a higher level instantly. However, he soon realized that his expectations were misguided. The fundamental reason skills enhance a Pokémon's power lies in the integration of their inherent energy and physical strength during training. Only through persistent practice does this power amplify. Skill training resembles a martial arts manual for Pokémon, necessitating continuous effort to grow stronger. Furthermore, the system's skill development is akin to the importation of experience and instinct, rather than a direct enhancement of a Pokémon's innate strength. This is not to say that skill development lacks efficacy in boosting a Pokémon's power. On the contrary, high proficiency skills yield significantly improved results during training. For instance, the effects of practicing Dragon Dance at an entry level may yield a certain benefit, whereas at a proficient level, the gains could potentially double. Naturally, as a Pokémon's power strengthens, the effectiveness of lower-tier skill training may gradually diminish or even become negligible. Similarly, while a lower-tier Pokémon might aspire to master top-tier skills to accelerate training, the challenge is immense, demanding substantial resources and heavily relying on the Pokémon's innate talent. In the realm of reality, unlike in games, individual differences exist even among Pokémon of the same species, leading to various complications. Dragon Dance is evidently one of the premier skills. Typically, training through it necessitates considerable financial investment and resources. Yet, Li Feng's skill development disregarded this constraint. As long as one can learn and possesses sufficient popularity, everything else becomes manageable. This effectively granted the little fire dragon a high-speed training advantage akin to a cheat code at levels below professional rank. In such circumstances, barring the need for exceptionally specialized technique manuals or skills that the little fire dragon cannot intuitively grasp, Li Feng found little reason to purchase skill manuals. After all, his funds were not arbitrarily acquired, but rather earned through diligent rental income. Within the fitness training facility, bolstered by skill enhancements, after completing a set of full-body exercises, Li Feng clearly observed the little fire dragon's experience points surging at more than twice the speed compared to the previous day. At this rate, it was likely that within 2 days, the little fire dragon would reach level 3. Within a week, it would undoubtedly achieve level 4 and learn Ember. The nurturing plan for the little fire dragon, under the guidance of the Flame King, assuredly included the acquisition of Ember. What astonished Li Feng the most was that in just a single afternoon, he perceived that his muscle recovery was faster than the cumulative time spent on previous training. Could this be the impact of the soul bond, where the Pokémon influences its trainer? If the little fire dragon were to evolve into a Charizard, or even achieve a mega evolution in the future, would the enhancement of this influence continue? Would he eventually transform into a superhuman? After a slight attempt, Li Feng discovered that his body only bore a lingering sensation of soreness, which could be completely alleviated with a bit of warm-up. However, the pressing issue was his overwhelming hunger. To accelerate recovery, one requires energy, and for humans, there is no other means to replenish it aside from nourishment. Given the current nurturing pace of the Charmander, it should reach level 9 within a month. As for whether it can break through to the elite level of 10, that remains uncertain, as Li Feng lacked the experience to make an accurate judgment. Nevertheless, achieving the elite level before the upcoming sports meeting should pose no problem, provided the nutritional intake is adequate and there is a continuous enhancement of other skill proficiencies to expedite progress. Indeed, Li Feng felt that establishing a solid fan base was paramount. The Charmander, feeling particularly at ease with today's training, reveled in its satisfaction. Yet Li Feng soon perceived a discrepancy. He promptly began to increase the weight. Fortunately, the gym was empty. Otherwise, he would have doubted whether there were enough weights available. How did Li Feng discern that the Charmander felt unburdened? In truth, the Charmander was displaying immense discomfort through its facial expressions. Oblivious to the bond of souls it shared with Li Feng. Thus, within Li Feng's perception, despite the Charmander's evident struggle, its inner emotions seemed to be reveling in joy. Amidst this puzzlement, a brief observation revealed that the Charmander was, in fact, acting. It had unknowingly mastered the craft of performance. This is a common issue with young Pokémon. Their mindset often resembles that of children, lacking the perseverance to endure hardship. At such moments, the trainer must assist in adjusting their mentality. Much like a gardener shaping a bouquet, pruning away the excess and unsightly elements fosters robust growth. The same principle applies to the development of Pokémon. Leading by example, Li Feng was currently embodying this approach. However, most trainers resemble those in the fitness room, merely responsible for verbal encouragement, oversight, and supervision. Rather than being true trainers, they act more like overseers. Let us train together, Li Feng said, standing opposite the Charmander, both persevering together. Gradually, the Charmander's initial inclination to slack off was touched by Li Feng's dedication. Despite his trembling hands, he remained steadfast in his support. If his trainer could exert such effort, what justification did the Charmander have for wanting to be lazy? The duo formed a stark contrast to the other trainers in the training room. Hard work and sweat will never betray one's efforts. The Charmander, evading the red light of its Pokeball, gazed at Li Feng with wide eyes. Despite being drenched in sweat, Li Feng, understanding the Charmander's sentiments, smiled in response. Chapter 19. Accelerated Relay. That evening, feeling idle, Li Feng opened the Pokémon Master game once more, only to discover a multitude of friend requests within the game. Li Feng, indifferent, promptly accepted friend requests from prominent streamers such as Lung Lung, Liu, and Lin Air. As for the male streamers like the Mighty King, Li Feng suddenly chose to be selectively blind, ignoring their friend requests. He felt a deep sense of regret for missing so many opportunities to connect with prominent streamers. Over the past few days, Li Feng had been preoccupied with training his Pokémon and had not logged into the game much. However, tonight he could spare some time for ranked matches. After all, his ambition was to become the strongest master, or even the top master, and to achieve significant popularity. It would be best to secure the #1 spot in the seasonal rankings. However, before engaging in a match, Li Feng decided to check the latest viewer demands on a streaming platform. After all, what he had to offer could potentially alter the current gaming landscape. In truth, many concepts may seem straightforward when articulated, yet the reality is that deriving results from processes often appears deceptively simple in hindsight. If it were truly so easy, why weren't the pioneers of various gameplay styles the ones to achieve success? Much like the jungle creatures in Dota, which could pull double or even multiple camps before respawning and clear them with a single barrage of skills. Many top foreign players during the Dota era simply did not comprehend this. However, as time progressed, Even beginners became aware of such strategies. The limitations imposed by the evolution of the game are indeed paramount, as Li Feng's innovative maneuvers sparked inspiration in others. Many strategies from his previous life would surely begin to surface. Yet, to possess a comprehensive understanding of a complete system and be aware of each system's weaknesses and countermeasures, as Li Feng did, is not something that can be mastered by an individual in a short span of time. This requires extensive practical experience, accumulation, and reflection. At this moment, Li Feng was akin to a wise strategist after the fact, even when faced with an opponent employing an identical lineup, possibly with some personal modifications. He had already encountered similar strategies in his past life. Essentially, he possessed ready-made solutions in his mind. Upon seeing a comment linking to a strategy for countering the roaring tiger, Li Feng felt no anger. Upon clicking the link, he discovered that the author indeed had some viable methods, which involved using meditation and trickery to bolster his Pokémon. However, the fundamental issue lay in the fact that Pokémon utilizing these two abilities were largely countered by dark and bug types. While they could indeed score hits, the win rate barely hovered around 50% or even less. Given the widespread discontent regarding the roaring tiger, Li Feng decided to prepare a segment focused on strategies against it. As he stroked his chin, he began to contemplate which method to employ. Match successful. Your opponent is home of Rhydon. Li Feng thought. Is this meant to convey that a heart devoid of women naturally transcends the battle? Meanwhile, Rhydon's livestream was already buzzing with excitement. Finally, it's our Rhydon who is in the spotlight. How many of you possess a hint of that peculiar gene? I quite like it. Ban the roaring tiger. Whatever you do, do not let the roaring tiger through. Seriously? The opponent's red selection indicates we are definitely going to lose, you fools. Home of Rhydon is a female streamer with a striking contrast in her persona. Why is this the case? The presence of Rhydon at home is indeed overwhelming. Even more astonishing is her youthful, doll-like visage. One might dismiss this as mere coincidence, but Rhydon's voice exudes an undeniable queenly allure. It's utterly absurd. Before Rhydon revealed her face, many assumed she embodied a cold demeanor, yet the actual contrast is striking. Youthful appearance, towering stature, and a commanding voice. This combination stirs a profound sense of protective instinct in many men, while simultaneously evoking a peculiar sensation of being dominated by an elder sister. Frankly, Li Feng finds it somewhat unbearable to mistreat Rhydon. However, adhering to the principle that black silk proves more enticing, he finds himself in a mindset that beauty ultimately fades. Rhydon, too, bears a serious expression, her delicate brows furrowed, fully aware that her opponent poses a formidable challenge. Rhydon, if I win, will you join my fan club? Chi's current reputation and popularity are remarkably resounding, with numerous top masters privately admitting their inferiority to him. Rhydon certainly lacks confidence, but creating a buzz through public discourse remains feasible. After all, suffering a defeat yields no benefit, and she is unwilling to accept that. Chi, with no woman in my heart, I shall battle the divine. The barrage of comments erupted instantaneously. 666. This Chi fellow seems to have a classic quote for every battle. With unwavering determination, I am the divine great rock serpent. My battles span 3,000 miles. A single sword once confronted 1,000,000 troops. Heaven did not give birth to me, the roaring tiger, while the insect type remains eternal as the long night. And now, here he comes again. Where does this Chi derive such audacious remarks? Rhydon, Li Feng casually disabled the inferior creatures, the spores, and the wind fairy, as he certainly wished to avoid the unpleasantness of parasitic seeds and mushroom spores. This Chi actually unleashed the roaring tiger. He even set loose the Mimikyu. Isn't that a rush? At this moment, Rhydon hesitated. The simultaneous release of the roaring tiger and Mimikyu? It is crucial to note that the current battle environment can be viewed as a clash between the blazing roaring tiger and Mimikyu. Regardless of her opponent's intentions, Rhydon opted for the Swamp King and Ditto first. Then she decisively selected the blazing roaring tiger. Li Feng stroked his chin. Was he indeed vying for the blazing roaring tiger? Nonetheless, this arrangement suited him well, facilitating both his rise in popularity and teaching opportunities. When it was his turn to choose a Pokémon, Li Feng selected two insect-type Pokémon, the Iron Mask Ninja and the Centipede King. His strategy was straightforward. If the enhancement approach is deemed ineffective, then let them witness that it still thrives. The advanced version of enhancement, Baton Passing. Many Pokémon can learn Baton Pass, but only these two insect-type Pokémon possess both the acceleration trait and the ability to bat and pass. Linner stared in bewilderment as Chi chose two insect-type Pokémon. What was his intention? Not only had he unleashed the blazing roaring tiger, but he now continued to bring forth Mimikyu? I can't shake the feeling that Chi intentionally released the blazing roaring tiger and Mimikyu. No need to speculate. The truth is evident. Chi did the same against Lung Long, directly releasing Mimikyu to her. At this rate, should Linner lose, she will undoubtedly become a part of Chi's audio material. Rin, unperturbed, selected the second and third Pokémon, the Rhyhorn and the Mismagius. This configuration, bolstered by the dual intimidate ability of the Mismagius, could become exceedingly formidable with just one additional defensive Pokémon. Furthermore, none of the three Pokémon possessed skills that could achieve complete immunity, ensuring at least a one-fold output. Observing Rin's choices, Li Feng discerned that she had undoubtedly reviewed his previous battles. The satisfaction derived from influencing the competitive landscape was quite gratifying. The subsequent selections of the third and fourth Pokémon were straightforward. Li Feng swiftly chose Blastoise and the Sceptile. This marked Li Feng's inaugural use of a demigod in battle. His experience alone was overwhelming, augmented by the strength of his Pokémon, which felt somewhat unfair. Rin's final Pokémon was the Skarmory, a commendable choice for defensive synergy, as its steel and flying-type combinations provided a plethora of resistances, despite its two notable weaknesses to the prevalent fire and electric types. However, this did not detract from the excellence of this type combination. Li Feng mused that if there had been a mythical beast with this combination in his past life, provided its ability was not subpar, it could undoubtedly have transformed the battle environment. System: the battle commences. Li Feng initiated with the Centipede King, while Rin led with the Infernape. System: the Centipede King is affected by the Infernape's intimidate ability, causing a decrease in attack. Li Feng, unflustered, employed Iron Defense. Rin, contrarily, opted for a textbook approach by delivering a taunt. Overall, this decision bore little cost, yet it rendered her incapable of offensive maneuvers. The taunted Infernape was then switched out for Rhyhorn, which activated Intimidate once more, further diminishing the Centipede King's attack. Concurrently, it executed Volt Switch. The special attack of Volt Switch indeed troubled Li Feng, but under the conditions of maximum dual resistance, he could still manage to execute his strategy. What is this red Pokémon doing? Continuously lowering attack and raising defense? Is this a contest of battery endurance? This is psychological warfare. I will engage in this mental battle for eternity. At this juncture, the Centipede King's physical attack had plummeted to a staggering -5 levels. The Infernape once again issued a taunt, but this time, it was replaced by Mismagius. The Centipede King accelerated. The Mismagius that was switched in immediately succumbed to the toxic spikes, falling into a badly poisoned state. Instantly, Rin's expression shifted. Using a boosting strategy while poisoned was an exceedingly ill-advised choice. With a level 6 Iron Defense, the physical defense was now an impregnable fortress for any physical attacker. The Centipede King stood at a state of 3 levels of speed, 6 levels of physical resistance, -6 levels of physical attack, and -2 levels of special attack. At this moment, the only Pokémon unaffected by poison was the Skarmory, which possessed innate immunity to poison and could traverse toxic spikes without concern. Rin decisively opted to switch in the Skarmory. Immediately, it utilized Defog. The Defog move could eliminate all entry hazards and field conditions affecting both sides. This exemplified the Skarmory's role as a defensive Pokémon. Oh, it possesses a skill to clear hazards? Li Feng expressed his surprise. This Rin is far more astute than I had anticipated, cognizant of the need to guard against spikes. The majority of players in this game remain oblivious to such defensive tactics. Those who are aware of the necessity to defend against spikes are undoubtedly players who engage in critical thinking and possess considerable prowess in combat. Chapter 20. The Charmeleon's Initial Battle. Is there merit in guarding against spikes? Indeed, there is. Yet, all of this becomes inconsequential in the face of a swift bat and pass. Unless one possesses the roar to blow opponents away, the battle is effectively concluded. Bat and pass. In an instant, all conditions are conferred upon the quasi-deity, the Scalchop Dragon. Swords Dance. This is Rin's choice utilizing the Armor Bird. What use is a Scalchop Dragon with a 6-layer debuff? You cannot fathom the thoughts of the esteemed Chi. Impressive yet perplexing. Rin, observing from her home, is equally perplexed by Chi's intentions. With so many negative attacks, does it truly matter even for a quasi-deity? Yet, In the next moment, the armor bird's health bar is instantly depleted. Rin is left in shock. The online spectators are bewildered. I have yet to exert myself, and you have already fallen. Is a 6-layer debuff significant? Does it hold any weight against the move Strike? Strike, a fighting-type move that involves colliding one's body against the opponent. The higher the defense, the more terrifying the damage. This is a technique that assesses damage solely based on defensive capability. 3 layers of iron defense at level 6 under this move yield no distinction from 3 layers of Swords Dance. What results when a fighting-type move is combined with a level 6 offensive destructiveness? The answer is simple. You shall perish. Undoubtedly, the armor bird's shattered armor trait is rendered utterly ineffective, resulting in an instant defeat. With Li Feng's explanation, Rin and the online viewers' eyes widen in astonishment. This is utterly outrageous. They comprehend the baton pass, yet they have overlooked the accelerated baton pass. The acceleration is already terrifying, but in the face of the roaring tiger's intimidation, it is somewhat manageable. However, to have that intimidation completely nullified, it is disastrous. This is the consensus among all present. In that moment, Rin realizes why Chi so unnecessarily deployed toxic spikes. It was a preemptive measure anticipating her replacement of Mimikyu, directly employing toxic spikes to ensure a stable poisoning effect to dismantle the disguise. From the very beginning, the opponent had calculated her demise. How terrifying. No worries. Strike is a fighting-type move. Mimikyu is a ghost-type Pokémon. It can wear down this quasi-deity. Indeed, after all, this Scalchop dragon has had its dual attacks diminished. Rin initially entertained such thoughts, but soon dismissed them. How could she possibly overlook such a significant flaw? She found it utterly implausible. Yet at this juncture, despite her disbelief, she found herself out of options. Mimikyu was her sole recourse. This time, Rin opted not for enhancement, but instead for a playful approach. Utilizing her own type of playful tactics in conjunction with a 4x advantage against the Scalchop dragon should yield effective results. Yet, the Scalchop dragon astonishingly employed Protect. System, Mimikyu's disguise has faded. The toxic effect shattered the golden form of Mimikyu. Li Feng stroked his chin, deciding to let you experience the half-baked defense against poison. The outcome of this battle was that Mimikyu was mercilessly taken down by poison, followed by 2 swift strikes that caused both the blazing Roar Tiger and the Runson Cat to lose their health bars in an instant. After all, even with a 4-fold advantage, it was impossible to breach a level 6 defense directly. In such circumstances, 2 hits from the mischievous staff-tailed lizard dragon successfully pushed the team to victory. Li Feng was quite satisfied with this battle as a teaching material. He had bested all 3 prominent female streamers, and he contemplated compiling it into a collection titled Dominating the 3 Major Streamers. The potential for virality was immense, but he realized it might offend some, so he thought better of it. After wrapping up, Li Feng promptly sent the materials to Gu Weiwei and then began to analyze his battle strategy, documenting it as instructional content. By the time he finished, it was already past 10 in the evening. He hurriedly washed up and went to bed, for he had classes the next day. As for the online discourse at that moment, it was beyond Li Feng's control, yet he believed that his actions would certainly draw considerable attention. Within 2 days, the Charmander successfully leveled up to 4 and undoubtedly mastered the Spark skill. Finally, the Spark awaited him. Without hesitation, Li Feng allocated the popularity points he had accumulated over the past 2 days directly to enhance Charmander's proficiency in Spark. In the Pokémon class, Teacher Shen shouting announced, "Today, we will commence battle training." The students of Class 29 erupted in excitement, for they had yet to experience Pokémon battles. Today marked their inaugural foray. As supernatural beings, Pokémon's offensive capabilities pose considerable danger to humans. The preceding classes on Pokémon were more akin to trainer lessons, primarily teaching trainers how to manage dangers, avoid collateral damage in battles, and effectively command their Pokémon. Any foolish endeavor, such as employing a move of the wrong type against a ghost-type Pokémon, would undoubtedly result in harsh criticism. While there is no absolute immunity in the real world, only relative immunity exists. This means that below a certain level, immunity is indeed present. However, when the disparity in power is too great, such as a professional-level Pokémon facing a novice, immunity becomes irrelevant. Death is inevitable. Generally speaking, if the opponent is 2 levels higher, immunity is nullified. If they are just 1 level higher, immunity is significantly weakened. Thus, The actions of a reverse-type master are only advisable if one is the protagonist, a chosen one, or possesses overwhelming strength. Otherwise, it is ill-advised. You will engage in battle according to my roster. Teacher Shin shouting began to read the list. Soon, Li Feng heard his opponent's name, Meowchingyu. With her initial Pokémon, Pachima, inheriting the skills Water Ring and Water Cannon. She was among the most expensive initial Pokémon, aside from Li Feng's. All participants took turns battling in the order of the list, and upon hearing their names, they entered the arena. Shin Shouting's arrangement was to complete one battle before proceeding to the next. As the instructor, she had to ensure that the initial confrontation unfolded smoothly, without any harm befalling the participants. At this moment, Li Feng was devoid of the regal demeanor he exhibited in online battles. This was his first experience in a real battle setting. Regardless of gender, one tends to be particularly attentive during their inaugural match. The first and second level Pokémon were all engaged in close combat, a stark contrast to Li Feng's expectations. Battles involving lower level Pokémon do not consist solely of incessant skill usage. Mindlessly unleashing the same move only serves to hasten the depletion of one's Pokémon's energy. Consequently, Li Feng observed the combatants utilizing both physical strikes and their inherent racial advantages to engage in brawls, seizing opportunities to deploy skills. This approach to battle resonated more profoundly with the concepts of biology and instinctual behavior. Ming was set to face off against Pang Li. Upon announcing the participants, Shin Shouting felt a surge of anticipation. As two of the most proficient combat specialists, Mi-Ing and Pang Li undoubtedly had superior Pokémon nurturing skills compared to the average trainer. It was a level 3 Chikorita against a level 3 Pachima. In truth, this match was somewhat lopsided, considering it was a healer supporting a stealthy attacker. However, what Shin Shouting sought to observe was not a reversal of fortunes in battle, but rather how one copes when at a disadvantage and how to capitalize on an advantage. This was the crux of her interest. Furthermore, with numerous battle classes on the horizon, it was certain that each individual would eventually face off against one another. After witnessing several matches, it was finally Li Feng's turn. It was a fire type against a water type battle, a level 4 Charmander versus a level 3 Pachima. To everyone's astonishment, Li Feng's Charmander had reached level 4. Many were taken aback. Prior to the battle, trainers needed to place their Pokeballs into a detection device for better control. Shin Shouting was equally surprised. It seemed Li Feng's training of his Pokémon was not as fervent as Zhang Changshan's. At that moment, Zhang Changshan was teetering on the cusp between level 3 and 4. Was this the mark of a genius? The battle commenced. Shin Shouting acted as the referee, accompanied by a Sylveon prepared to intervene if necessary. Pachima, Water Gun. Meowchingyu commanded without hesitation. Li Feng thought, goodness, is this an attempt to eliminate me? While the command was for Water Gun, and it was indeed a hereditary skill, the novice proficiency coupled with the Pokémon's insufficient energy resulted in a mere squirt of water. Nonetheless, even this paltry attack was beyond what a fire type like Charmander could withstand. Unlike previous battles, the confrontation between Li Feng's Charmander and Meowchingyu's Pachima felt elevated. There was no close-quarters brawling to be seen. Sparks clashed against Water Gun. The reality was that the Water Gun, being a powerful move, left Pachima vulnerable due to its wind-up and subsequent slight recoil, while the expertly executed Spark skill easily struck Pachima. Despite Pachima's ability to recover through Water Ring, its energy was finite. With Charmander's agile maneuvers, Pachima found itself at a severe disadvantage. Unable to land a hit with Water Gun, Pachima resembled a toothless tiger. Its combat effectiveness greatly diminished. Shin Shouting was left astounded. A level 4 Charmander possessed a proficient level Spark skill? Others may fail to comprehend, but that does not imply she cannot grasp it. Is this white Charmeleon truly endowed with such astonishing talent? Or has Li Feng procured a remarkably expensive breeding manual? Following an unfortunate mishap, the Charmeleon endured a hydro pump, yet its formidable physique allowed it to withstand the assault entirely. Simultaneously, the flames at the tip of its tail erupted, hurling forth like a fireball, detonating upon contact with the water-type Pokémon, Piplup, under a barrage of successive fiery strikes. Even Piplup, a creature of the water element, could not sustain its fighting capabilities. At this moment, the Charmeleon began to appreciate the advantages of its robust physique. Its reflexes, stamina, and resilience were truly remarkable. Li Feng's fitness regimen is indeed exceptional. The triumph of fire over water is utterly absurd. Meowching's Piplup had inherited Hydro Pump, yet it was reversed by a Fire-type attack. Li Feng's Charmeleon is undeniably extraordinary. I heard that the price for that white Charmeleon reaches 70 million. Is that true? 70 million? That's insane. I cannot ascertain its authenticity, but even if it isn't 70 million, it is surely a figure that leaves us in awe. Given the performance of such a valuable Charmeleon, it does not seem surprising. Many students observing the battle whispered to one another, speculating that if their Pokémon faced the Charmeleon, they would likely be defeated in mere moments. The disparity is staggering, utterly unfathomable. Chapter 21, Ancestral Return? October 28th marks the day when Dr. Li Feng, an expert in Pokémon genetics, arrives in Zhongqing. Initially, Li Feng intended to have the family driver greet her, but she arrived directly on the back of a majestic Pidgeot, descending upon Zhongqing Memorial High School. Witnessing the Pidgeot's descent, Li Feng felt the overwhelming surge of Pokémon energy. Is it typical for a researcher of her caliber to possess such formidable strength as a trainer? Li Feng pondered with curiosity. If he were to pursue a research-oriented path, would his growth accelerate? Yet, he felt an irresistible force dissuading him from such a course. Teacher. The female doctor introduced Li Feng directly to Dr. Li Feng. Xiao Zhao, is this the trainer with the white Charmeleon? Dr. Lin scrutinized Li Feng. At that moment, he too examined the esteemed Pokémon researcher, noting that while she donned the traditional white lab coat, she lacked the combative prowess often depicted in animated portrayals of scientists. Indeed, teacher, I assess it as a case of skin albinism, a type of genetic defect, Dr. Zhao explained. Dr. Lin nodded, stating, let us proceed to your office and bring forth the detailed examination report for my review. We shall conduct another examination here, and I will oversee it personally. Li Feng did not decline. He had intentionally reserved this month's final check for Dr. Lin's arrival. The Charmeleon, familiar with the surroundings, followed Dr. Lin for the examination, which consumed far more time than previous assessments. An entire afternoon was devoted to the examination, even prompting Lin Fei, the music teacher, to call and inquire why Li Feng had not attended class. Li Feng himself was astonished that a single examination could take so long. Dr. Lin, how is my Charmeleon faring? Li Feng inquired. Dr. Li Feng stated, firstly, congratulations. Your Charmander does not suffer from a genetic defect. Rather, its skin has turned white due to the overwhelming influence of a certain recessive gene. This gene is an unknown variant that I have yet to identify in my genetic database, but its potency is undeniably astonishing. After a moment of contemplation, Li Feng inquired, why has this issue manifested in my Charmander? Its parents are merely ordinary Charizards. Dr. Lin elaborated, in simpler terms that you can comprehend. This phenomenon can be referred to as atavism or generational inheritance. The more powerful a gene is, the more stringent the conditions required for its resurgence. Generally, species are in a constant state of evolution, yet certain exceptionally robust individuals far exceed the millennia of evolution experienced by their entire lineage. In such cases, these formidable individuals cannot instantly elevate the entire population. Thus, the inheritance of these genes gradually becomes recessive, influencing the trajectory of the species' development. Therefore, what we call atavism does not refer to a return to the original ancestor, but rather to those exceedingly powerful individuals among the forebears. Your white Charmander is encountering such a situation. Li Feng felt somewhat bewildered, filled with unarticulated thoughts. Could it be that Pokémon experience such occurrences as well? Yet, inexplicably, it seemed reasonable to him. Isn't the inheritance of abilities simply a manifestation of dominant traits? Will my Charmander's evolution be problematic? Li Feng expressed his concerns. Dr. Lin affirmed, there will certainly be issues. Li Feng and Charmander. Due to the awakening of the latent recessive gene, the conditions for evolution may very well change. Just as some Pokémon require a certain level of intimacy or specific evolution stones, the prerequisites for your Charmander's evolution remain uncertain. However, the more stringent the conditions, the more remarkable the evolutionary outcome will be, Dr. Lin explained. Upon hearing this, Li Feng felt a flicker of hope. Although the evolution conditions would require exploration, it promised a more powerful variant Charizard. As for the concern of not finding an evolutionary method, Li Feng was quite confident. Given his access to a system Pokédex and memories from his past life's gaming experiences, the essence remains unchanged. With enough trials, a solution would surely emerge. After conducting various tests, including genetic analysis, talent evaluation, and attribute assessments, It was revealed that your Charmander not only excels in fire, dragon, and flying attributes, but also possesses exceptional prowess in electric attributes. Typically, Charmanders do not exhibit strong affinity for electricity. So I suspect this extraordinary talent stems from the gene's resurgence, Dr. Lin speculated. White, electric, dragon, fire. Could it be that a distant ancestor of your Charmander had a connection with the legendary Pokémon Rhydon? Nevertheless, considering the advantages possessed by your Charmander, along with templates from legendary Pokémon to emulate, it would indeed be foolish not to capitalize on this opportunity. In summary, your Charmander is fundamentally sound. But to uncover the nature of the hidden gene, the current equipment is insufficient for further examination. Moreover, as the resurgence of these genes has only just commenced, many aspects remain undisclosed, making comparative research exceedingly challenging. If one day your Charmander successfully evolves into a Charizard, it would undoubtedly facilitate research significantly once its genes stabilize. Dr. Lin Shengnan continued. Li Feng nodded, realizing that with the foundation laid by the top geneticist from Dongwang, he could fully devote himself to nurturing Charmander. At that moment, he eagerly anticipated whether Charmander could evolve upon reaching level 16. In less than a month, with all its skills mastered, Charmander had reached the pinnacle of level 9. This strength set it apart in Class 29. With dozens of Pokémon under its command, Charmander's presence was undeniably formidable. After all, the strongest among its peers, the Pachama, only reached level 6, not to mention that Charmander had mastered all its skills. Even Xin Shouting was curious about how Li Feng nurtured his Pokémon, and many began to emulate his training methods. Setting aside these scattered thoughts, Li Feng expressed his gratitude once more to Dr. Lin. Thank you immensely for your assistance, Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin responded directly. The situation with Charmander has greatly benefited my research, as this is the first time I have encountered such a case. It serves as an excellent supplement to academic study. Therefore, there is no need for further thanks. I hope to see a successfully evolved Charizard in the near future, and I would appreciate the opportunity to examine it further. Li Feng replied, absolutely. Watching Dr. Lin depart on her Pidgeot, he marveled at her decisiveness. Dr. Lin is truly efficient, he mused. Your instructor has always been this way, since I have confirmed that there are no issues with your Charmander. The follow-up checks for the next week are unnecessary, Dr. Zhao chuckled. Li Feng bowed slightly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Zhao, for your assistance. To him, Charmander, after their soul binding, was akin to a Pokémon version of himself. Li Feng intended to increase his follower count today, especially after his previous 3 episodes where he dominated the female streamer tutorials, and subsequently released an episode focused on countering acceleration with the Flying Roar team. Immediately, everyone realized that the teaching content was merely a continuation of the previous episode's dominance. Li Feng indeed operated in this manner. For instance, the 5th episode centered around the theme determined to root deep. The foundation lies in the cracks. Blow? Roar? Take my rooting. This 5th episode was also aimed at breaking through the 10,000 follower mark. Although Li Feng's actual follower count exceeded 150,000, the number recognized by the system was a mere 9,000, revealing a significant disparity. Most of these so-called followers were casual viewers, merely slightly more attentive than the average passerby. Such followers were deemed utterly unrecognized by the system. What is going on with Charmander? Pang Lu rushed to the dormitory after class. He was aware that Li Feng took Charmander for weekly checkups, hence his inquiry. Pang Lu enviously remarked, that is fantastic. Greater potential is undoubtedly a good thing. Li Feng nodded when suddenly his phone rang. Beep, beep, beep. Li Feng answered the call. Hello? Sister Weiwei? Gu Weiwei replied, Boss, are you free tomorrow? You previously asked me to find some music experts. They will be arriving tomorrow. No problem. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I just happen to have a 2-day weekend. I will head to the studio in the afternoon, Li Feng stated after contemplating the arrangements for the next day. Gu Weiwei chuckled. All right, boss. Li Feng found himself somewhat resigned to this title. Since Gu Weiwei preferred to address him this way, he had no objections. However, having established the studio for quite some time, it seemed he had never actually visited it, and it was indeed time for an inspection. Even if there were some discrepancies, it should not pose a significant issue. Chapter 22, Repayment of Gratitude. The following day, in the morning, Li Feng took his little fire dragon to undergo training. Since the gym had become increasingly crowded, both the little fire dragon and Li Feng found their training sessions to be quite inconvenient. Skills such as Scratch, Roar, Ember, Dragon Dance, Ancient Power, Metal Claw, and Air Cutter were all at a proficient level for the little fire dragon. Generally speaking, to elevate skills from proficiency to mastery. Even with the aid of training manuals, it would require 1 to 3 months, depending on talent, resources, and the quality of the manuals. In this scenario, Li Feng preferred to have the little fire dragon either strengthen its physique or learn new techniques. The more skills one possesses, the greater the power of the Pokémon, thus significantly enhancing the training efficiency of the little fire dragon. Consequently, during the times when he could not utilize the king-level repayment skill manual in the gym, Li Feng arranged for the little fire dragon to practice the repayment move. The primary advantage of soul binding resembles the fixed intimacy level of 255 found in game mechanics. In this case, as long as the little fire dragon successfully masters the repayment move, the resultant power would undoubtedly exceed that of its fire-type Ember. Not to mention, the greatest appeal of this king-level repayment move lies in its passive nature, which allows the emotional essence of the Pokémon's gratitude to infuse each action, thereby significantly amplifying the move's power. The developer of this repayment manual was a king who discovered the evolution of 3 EVs through intimacy, an exceptionally unique king, as all of her Pokémon were EVs, truly earning her the title of EV King. Regrettably, according to the EV King, even she could not enhance the power of the repayment move further, which ultimately led to the classification of the manual as king level. In this world, the power of skill moves fluctuates within a certain range. For instance, Flamethrower does not merely possess a fixed power, but varies between 80 and 90. To achieve the champion level for a skill manual, the power must reach a maximum of 90%, along with distinctive variations in usage, such as the passivation of repayment. Finally, the difficulty of training and cultivation is a comprehensive evaluation model. The trainer headquarters conducts practical assessments on numerous training methods submitted by trainers, and those skill manuals that achieve a successful rating are rewarded by the association. Additionally, each successful sale of a manual allows the trainer to receive a share of the profits. This constitutes a healthy development model, facilitating the progression of trainers while fostering better resource flow, enabling top trainers to assist novice trainers. The reason why the Gratitude Secret technique is esteemed as a king-level technique lies in its capacity to unleash a maximum power of 80 after mastering the technique from the esteemed EV King. This manuscript contains numerous methods for trainers to enhance the intimacy between themselves and their Pokémon. However, achieving a perfect mutual understanding among individual beings is fundamentally unrealistic. The reality is not akin to a game, and the relationship between trainers and Pokémon cannot solely rely on victories in battles to foster intimacy. It is a matter of daily interactions, governed by the dynamics of their companionship. Even in the human mother-child relationship, only a scant few can attain the pinnacle of 255 intimacy. In contrast, Li Feng and his Charmander astonishingly maintain this maximum threshold post their soul binding. In a typical scenario, one's own intimacy with oneself would already be at its peak, which seems rather absurd. Thus, once Charmander learns the gratitude move, it equates to a powerful burst skill. Li Feng is also quite eager about this prospect. The foremost challenge in the real world is the cumbersome process of learning skills, which is often more arduous than enhancing the skills themselves. Upon realizing that he possessed a system, Li Feng discovered that his situation was entirely opposite to that of others. While others practiced skills to enhance their physical abilities, they were striving to keep pace with skill progression. Others fretted over the slow advancement of their skill training, while they lamented the struggle of balancing physical training with skill acquisition. However, the challenges faced by Li Feng and his companions pale in comparison to the resources and time consumed in skill practice, likely not even reaching a tenth of the effort. The progress rate of Charmander can be described as exceeding that of contemporaneous Pokémon tenfold, if not more, which is indeed remarkable. Yet, this is contingent upon Li Feng's popularity being able to keep up. Thus, after completing the morning training, Li Feng ventured with Charmander to the Wei Feng studio, located on the 13th floor of the Qingfeng building. En route, he realized that while the distance from Jianian Middle School to Qingfeng building was not negligible, the presence of a national highway rendered the journey relatively swift. After arriving at Qingfeng building in about 10 minutes and casually enjoying a bowl of rice noodles, he chose not to notify Gu Weiwei, intending instead to conduct a surprise inspection of the studio's situation. While waiting for the elevator, Li Feng noticed 3 youthful and vibrant figures ahead of him, their attire exuding a strikingly fresh allure. From their silhouettes, They appeared exceptionally outstanding, characterized by cascading waves, long black straight hair, and short brown locks. The trio, adorned in distinctly different styles, presented three entirely unique vistas. Typically, it is challenging for Eastern Hu people to master the voluminous waves hairstyle, primarily because Eastern Hu women generally possess delicate features and slender frames. However, it must be acknowledged that the three women before him, particularly the one with the voluminous waves, boasted an undeniably captivating figure. As Li Feng observed the side profile of the woman with the voluminous waves, he discerned that she was indeed of mixed heritage, which clarified the origin of her striking physique. The other two women, while exuding a quintessential Eastern feminine charm, exhibited a hint of non-native Eastern Hu dialect in one of their voices, suggesting she was likely not an Eastern Hu native. The trio's enchanting presence naturally attracted considerable attention, and Li Feng was no exception. Yet, he harbored no peculiar thoughts, for appreciating beauty is an inherent instinct. Vivi, that rascal. Didn't he even bother to come down to greet us? Tonight, she shall definitely pay for this oversight, humph. This mysterious Vivi, who suddenly opened her own company, must have kept it a secret from us all along. A wealthy heiress, yet she feigns hardship alongside us, deceiving us most profoundly. Li Feng, listening to the trio of young ladies incessantly disparaging Gu Vivi, chose to remain silent. After all, hearing tales of her missteps was hardly a loss. The three young women before him were presumably the musicians Vivi had mentioned. Initially, he imagined them to be aged men, yet here they stood, exquisite beauties. While they were certainly a feast for the eyes, he harbored doubts about their professional abilities. As he listened to their idle chatter, Li Feng gleaned a wealth of useful information. Gu Vivi and these three lovely ladies were indeed university classmates, even sharing a dormitory as close friends. Yet, it appeared that none of them hailed from particularly affluent backgrounds. They were all striving students, balancing work and study. There is a saying, birds of a feather flock together. Sharing a similar drive and talent, they naturally gravitated towards one another, laboring side by side, striving together, and dreaming of a brighter future. Unlike most gossiping girls, these young women, coming from modest circumstances, were determined to alter their fates. If anything, Gu Vivi's background could be considered the most favorable, a fact that left Li Feng somewhat vexed. Gu Vivi, boss, have you arrived? Do you need me to come down and get you? Li Feng, no need. I'm just familiarizing myself with the area. Gu Vivi, all right, my invited friends should be arriving shortly, so I'll go meet them now. Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, curious about Gu Vivi's reaction upon seeing the trio. The elevator swiftly ascended to the 13th floor. The ground floor of Qingfeng Tower was quite spacious, and Gu Vivi hadn't been extravagant enough to rent the entire floor. On the 13th floor, besides Li Feng's studio, there were three other online studios. Thus, following the three young ladies out of the elevator, he raised no suspicions. Moreover, he deliberately slowed his pace, trailing behind at a distance. Oh, Gu Vivi, you have kept this from us most artfully. The first to speak was the voluptuous beauty, her bold demeanor reflecting her equally audacious spirit. Little Vivi, this is rather excessive. While we toil away in our respective cities, you've gone and opened a company. The elegant long-haired beauty crossed her arms, her expression frosty. Vivi, it's been ages, the short-haired girl said shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. Seeing her three friends who seemed to reproach her, Gu Vivi bypassed them, her expression brightening as she exclaimed, Boss, you're here too? Li Feng, who had intended to remain hidden to observe, was taken aback by Gu Vivi's keen eyesight. She had spotted him instantly. Originally planning to watch the unfolding drama, he was now caught off guard, managing a dry chuckle. I've just arrived as well. Though her mischievous friends did not recognize Li Feng, Gu Vivi, knowing them all too well, was certain they had been vocally ridiculing her. Boss, they haven't said anything about me, have they? Gu Vivi asked. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke in a hushed tone. Li Feng decisively shook his head, saying, They didn't say anything, not a word. I didn't hear anything. Gu Weiwei's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this what you call not saying anything? How could these scoundrels discuss such matters on the road? As for the talk of wealthy young ladies feigning poverty to tease their roommates, she had not heard that either. Li Feng's expression remained impassive, yet the mirth in his eyes was unmistakable. Gu Weiwei exclaimed, Lin Xian, Olga, Asuka, what on earth have you three rascals been discussing all the way here? I will tear your mouths apart. Observing Gu Weiwei transforming into a fierce tigress, the trio burst into laughter and fled. Olga, still running, teased. So our Weiwei prefers mature gentlemen. No wonder she was reluctant to date during college. Gu Weiwei, infuriated, retorted, Olga, you are going to regret this. Tonight, you will sleep on the streets. Lin Xian calmly replied, little Weiwei, if you like someone, you must pursue them bravely. Asuka chimed in softly, what Xian said is true. Li Feng remarked, wait, why have I become part of this? Chapter 23, Audition. In the conference room of the Wei Feng studio, Gu Weiwei began, boss. Let me first report on the current situation of our studio. Apart from myself, I have hired a copywriter, a video editor, and a promotional operations specialist. Li Feng nodded, saying, I can see your work results. What I am curious about is your own project. Gu Weiwei responded, my project isn't urgent, now that they are here. I plan to establish a Kuaishou account in the form of a girl group. Li Feng was indifferent. The group model has its pros and cons. Each woman possesses her own uniqueness, yet a group can attract a larger fan base. The downside is that only a portion of those fans genuinely belong to oneself. And if they were to part ways in the future, the fan count might plummet dramatically. In addition, I intend to create 4 individual Kuaishou accounts, which will help in drawing traffic through dual support, Gu Weiwei explained. That is indeed a viable solution, Li Feng noted, refraining from offering advice to someone less experienced. As long as you have a plan, that's all that matters. After all, I am not paying you a salary, so manage the environment and equipment as you see fit. Li Feng said with a smile. Gu Weiwei, in high spirits, offered, let me introduce these 3 to you, boss. Li Feng nodded in agreement. Gu Weiwei first turned to the stunning mixed-race beauty with large waves, introducing her. This is Olga, a professional soprano, skilled in both cello and saxophone. Paired with her partner Pokémon, the chubby sprite. Olga smiled slightly, playfully saying, hello, little boss. After which, she tossed a flirtatious wink. Hello, Olga. Li Feng replied with a slight nod, internally thinking, how would you know my size if you haven't tried? Generally, unless one is a professional trainer. Individuals typically have only one partner Pokémon, which is meant to complement their profession or future aspirations. After all, Pokémon possess abilities that extend beyond combat. Many can assist in human work and daily life. This is Lin Xian, a professional lyricist, proficient in both guzheng and piano, with her partner Pokémon, the elegant cat. With her long, straight black hair and an inherent air of pride, Lin Xian greeted softly, hello. Li Feng reciprocated politely, hello. Gu Weiwei then introduced, this is Asakura Asuka, a professional composer skilled in various ancient musical instruments, partnered with the sprite, by Peng Peng, a true gem from the land of the rising sun. Li Feng observed her a moment longer. It was not that he found Asuka particularly enchanting, but rather that in this realm, trainers from the East were exceptionally formidable. Dongwang. The United States, Britain, France, Russia, and the East were recognized as the leading nations in trainer prowess. In fact, the East's performance in international competitions often surpassed that of Russia, Britain, and France. Despite its modest land area, the East boasted a plethora of sprite realms, rendering its sprite resources comparable to those of the vast territories of Dongwang, the United States, and Russia. This was indeed perplexing. Many sprite researchers from various nations struggled to comprehend this phenomenon, yet Li Feng understood it all too well. As the origin of Pokémon, the initial 2 generations of regional prototypes were inspired by the East. Moreover, he had observed that areas with prototypes often saw a priority in the emergence of related sprites, as was the case with the Galar region's sprites favoring Britain. Thus, the strength of trainers from the East was entirely justifiable. However, today was not the day for discussing sprites. At present, his level 9 Charmander required popularity to enhance its skills and swiftly ascend to level 10. Following Dr. Lin's genetic assessment, he realized that his Charmander faced greater challenges not only in evolution, but also in overcoming its bottleneck compared to ordinary sprites. While patience could eventually yield a breakthrough by November, Li Feng yearned to accelerate the process. Hello, I am Li Feng, and I warmly welcome your presence. He beamed and continued, since Weiwei believes in your abilities, I certainly shall not doubt them either. I am here today seeking your assistance with a particular task, but I wish to gather some professional insights. However, upon finishing his statement, he noticed that the 4 enchanting ladies were utterly silent, seemingly entranced by the lyrics and melodies he had presented. The quartet, all graduates in music, began to hum Li Feng's song. The more they sang, the more invigorated they felt. It was a truly inspiring and uplifting piece. Moments later, They gazed at Li Feng in astonishment. Lin Xian was the first to inquire. Did you compose both the lyrics and melody? Li Feng, with unabashed pride, nodded affirmatively. Olga gasped softly. I believe this could have earned me high marks during my university graduation exam. Asuka remained silent, repeatedly digesting the lyrics and melodies. Although she bore half Eastern blood, having grown up in Donghuang after the early passing of her father, she could easily identify as a Donghuang native aside from her name. Your composition seems to lack a certain fluidity, Asuka suddenly remarked. Li Feng's eyes brightened as he replied with a smile. This is merely a first draft. There are many imperfections in my initial attempt at songwriting. That is precisely why I sought Weiwei's help to consult some professionals for possible revisions. The four ladies were left speechless. First attempt? First draft? How boastful. This is an unabashed display of talent. Their envy is palpable. Shall we head to the recording studio and give it a try? Let's listen closely and see what we have, suggested Gu Weiwei. Li Feng nodded. All right. I came here to resolve this matter. Since Gu Weiwei aspired to be a musician, the studio was equipped with recording devices, albeit not of the highest caliber, yet certainly superior to many others. Li Feng, unfamiliar with operating such equipment, could only take on the role of vocalist. The arrangements for the drums, acoustic guitar, and electric guitar were outlined by Li Feng, while allowing the others creative freedom. Li Feng's rendition utilized a previous version, infused with contemporary elements that resonated more with the youthful aesthetic. Running freely with the wind is the direction, chasing the power of thunder and lightning. After singing a few lines, Li Feng suddenly realized the music had not started, leaving him momentarily bewildered as he glanced at the four beautiful women. Are you a music major? Olga inquired, a hint of disbelief tugging at her lips. Li Feng nodded. I just transferred to a music specialization this semester. Gu Weiwei and the others exchanged incredulous looks. Had their years of study yielded such negligible results? Honestly speaking, aside from Olga, their singing paled in comparison to Li Feng's. This was simply outrageous. His skill set was remarkably comprehensive. A true expert's prowess is evident, while the difference may seem subtle to the average listener. For them, Li Feng's vocal articulation and breath control were nothing short of astonishing. Is this a high school student? Let us begin. Let us begin. Gu Weiwei was eager to uncover the depth of Li Feng's abilities. Li Feng once again gathered his emotions. The acoustic guitar resonated, and the beat of the drums fired up. Running freely with the wind is the direction, chasing the power of thunder and lightning. I carry the vast ocean within my chest. Even the smallest sail can voyage far. Gu Weiwei was increasingly captivated. Such vocal prowess was often lacking even among professional singers. Lin Xian found the lyrics exceptionally well-crafted. For them, as newcomers striving in the world, this song emanated a profound spiritual strength. Although the lyrics were straightforward, was the essence of a song not to provide solace and empowerment? In her view, this song achieved that beautifully. The genius, Olga, was left speechless. Asuka, with her eyes closed, began to revel in the performance. Minor flaws in the song did not detract from its beauty. Moreover, these imperfections could easily be rectified in post-production. To produce a song nearing 90% completion in its initial version was, to Asuka, nothing short of monstrous. Furthermore, Li Feng's singing talent did not necessitate the ruse of purchasing songs and claiming them as his own, though they remained unaware of Li Feng's background. The persona of a wealthy heir was undeniable, who would invest millions in a studio without the prospect of profit. Such individuals typically wouldn't engage in such endeavors without necessity. If one sought fame, wouldn't it be simpler to throw money at it? After finishing the song, Li Feng too felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. In the presence of beautiful women, the joy of showcasing one's talents is truly exhilarating. The four beauties stared in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at him, a sensation entirely different from the thrill of defeating an opponent in battle. This marked his debut in performing a complete song, and the significance of this moment in a brand new world was unparalleled. How about it? Is there any way I can optimize this? Li Feng pondered, sensing that something felt amiss with the song. Let's sing it again. I wasn't paying full attention earlier. Gu Weiwei remarked earnestly. Li Feng replied, while it's not impossible, isn't it a bit inappropriate to be so forthright? After all, I am your boss. Reluctantly, he decided to sing once more. As the accompaniment began, Li Feng immersed himself in the emotion of the piece. Meanwhile, Gu Weiwei discreetly took out her phone to record the moment. Hee hee. This is the boss's first song, and it's live. with his singing skills and creative prowess. If he ever chooses to debut, it would be absurd not to gain popularity, and I would be the sole possessor of this precious footage from before his debut. Perfect. This time, as Li Feng sang, he also sought to identify any issues within the song, understanding that one cannot rely solely on others. After pinpointing the problems, he would later compare them with any issues others might have identified. If they aligned, he would consider how to address them. This method of analysis is akin to the common technique employed by students, known as the error collection method. A weekend passed. With the assistance of Li Feng's four beauties, Li Feng successfully refined the piece titled Running. Yet, this was not the most significant achievement. The true triumph lay in the incorporation of some fairy harmonies within the song. This was an area in which Li Feng had no prior experience. However, it must be said that the addition of fairy harmonies amplified the emotional resonance of the piece. The emotional connection between humans and fairies is a research topic of Professor Oak in the Pokémon world. It is not surprising that a song infused with fairy power could evoke such feelings. Although the effects were significantly diminished after machine processing, the softened fairy harmonies were indeed suitable for human listening. It is essential to recognize that if fairies were to fully harness their singing to manipulate human emotions, the prolonged effects could lead to extreme joy or sorrow, or even induce sleep, ultimately resulting in mental exhaustion for humans. Thus, the tempered fairy harmonies that gently stirred human emotions represented the ideal form of fairy song. Li Feng had listened to Running countless times. Generally, he felt little. Yet, inexplicably, he found himself stirred by a surge of motivation. It was utterly absurd. At this moment, Running bore a resemblance to the version he remembered. Yet Li Feng found this rendition more fitting for the world's current trends. Thank you all, Li Feng expressed his gratitude. Gu Weiwei, flushed with excitement, replied, Boss, there's no need for such formalities. I will take care of the song's patent application for Running tomorrow. Little boss, when you release this song, please don't charge us for the cover, Olga chimed in, playfully draping her arm around Li Feng's neck with a grin. What a whirlwind of emotions. The two mountains are exceedingly perilous. Li Feng gasped. All right, from here on, you may arrange the subsequent matters. Observing Li Feng's departing figure, Olga leaned over to Gu Weiwei and inquired, Little Weiwei, are you and the young boss truly not a couple? Gu Weiwei, blushing, retorted, What nonsense are you speaking? He is my boss. Olga responded with an amused "oh," and then grinned. Then I shall take the initiative. Gu Weiwei, perhaps influenced by her mixed heritage, Olga exhibited a level of openness and assertiveness far exceeding that of traditional Donghuang women, at least in terms of personality. Sister Xian is right, Misaki quietly concurred. Gu Weiwei regarded her mischievous friends with no sense of camaraderie. She was acutely aware of their thoughts. With a man of such wealth, beauty, and talent, how could one possibly let him slip away? Moreover, upon achieving success, her sisters would refer to her as the boss lady. What an exhilarating notion. The dynamics among girls are not as blatantly straightforward as the camaraderie among boys, yet the schemes to outwit one another abound. However, Li Feng remained oblivious to the musings of Li Feng's four beauties. At that moment, his greater concern lay with the impending monthly examination. Having squandered the weekend without studying, was he not doomed to failure? Particularly with that dreadful mathematics subject, he could only sigh in resignation. Yet time does not bend to the will of humanity. The monthly examination on Monday arrived as scheduled. The first examination of the morning was the Chinese language test, which Li Feng had intended to use to showcase his prowess. In his previous world, the essay prompt permitted any literary form, except poetry, a restriction common in most Chinese composition prompts. However, for reasons unknown, this world lacked such limitations, and many renowned ancient poets had vanished, including the likes of Li Bai and Du Fu. Having memorized 300 Tang poems, Li Feng possessed an extraordinary advantage. How could he possibly fail? As the examination commenced, he promptly flipped to the last page of the Chinese test to discover the essay topic. As winter passes, spring flourishes. Please write on the theme of spring. What the heck? Li Feng thought. This was so easy he could skip the memory enhancers. He could compose verses celebrating spring with his eyes closed. For instance, I want to strike 10. No, that was wrong. He dismissed the errant thought. For example, spring slumber unaware of dawn. Everywhere the sounds of birds are heard. Or, a grain of millet sown in spring yields a harvest of myriad grains in autumn. And again, the spring scenery fills the garden, yet a branch of red apricot breaks through the wall. Whether to celebrate nature or evoke emotions through imagery, he had it all. Metaphors? Yes. Satire? Indeed. The four seasons in ancient poetry were fundamental, yet that did not imply a lack of exquisite verses within those themes. Nevertheless, Li Feng had no intention of merely copying those timeless classics. He felt that unleashing his full potential in this monthly examination would be somewhat excessive. As he continued to sift through the questions, a lingering sense of familiarity began to gnaw at him. He could not shake the feeling that this paper resembled a real examination from a certain year. Li Feng found himself puzzled. Upon contemplating this, Li Feng resolved to give the memory gummies a try. After exchanging for the gummies, he consumed them with a sip of water. The flavor was a subtle sweetness. Quite delightful indeed. The memory gummies would instantaneously pinpoint the desired memories based on one's thoughts. As anticipated, Li Feng found himself immersed in the ocean of memories, where the actual exam questions appeared before him. Moreover, the corresponding memories were instantaneously retrieved. Most intriguingly, the answers to this set of exam questions had been publicly disclosed after the test. With the standard answers at his disposal, it would be nearly impossible for him to score poorly in Chinese. Even if Lu Sun were alive, he would have no chance of accurately describing the two jujube trees. Yet Li Feng could confidently provide the correct response. It took him less than 30 seconds to answer the questions, rendering the 10 minutes of the memory gummies seemingly squandered. Li Feng suddenly recalled that exam questions typically come from the same batch, facilitating teachers in comparing student performance with previous years. With this thought in mind, he boldly decided to review the accompanying subjects of mathematics, English, politics, geography, and history from the same year, as the memory gummies still had ample time remaining. Striving for perfection could elevate one's work to new heights. Suddenly, Li Feng felt a detachment in his thinking, followed by a blurriness in his vision. And before he knew it, he was staring at the exam paper, having zoned out for nearly 10 minutes. However, since this was a monthly examination, the seating was merely spaced apart, and the invigilating teacher was their Chinese teacher. Furthermore, the special class consisted of students who were not particularly academically inclined, making the teacher accustomed to their lax attitudes. Yet, Li Feng was different. Thus, the Chinese teacher approached him with a furrowed brow, saying, "Li Feng, focus on your exam." Jianian High School was divided into two factions, one advocating for the reform of education through the use of magical creatures, and the other upholding traditional educational methods. The Chinese teacher was responsible not only for Class 29, but also for several regular classes. She firmly believed that the third year of high school should be dedicated to diligent study, and that magical creatures could be nurtured in university. Particularly, for students like Li Feng, who originally had excellent grades, attending a special class was a clear misallocation of talent. Li Feng smiled faintly at the teacher's reminder and promptly began answering the questions. At this moment, he was filled with confidence, writing with an almost divine inspiration, completely disregarding his lackadaisical classmates. However, he was not merely transcribing. He calculated the scores to ensure they were not overly exaggerated. If he neglected this and hastily copied answers, achieving a perfect score of 150 in Chinese would be quite farcical. After completing the earlier questions, Li Feng began to contemplate his choice of ancient poetry for the essay, which was the focal point of this exam. While high scores might create a stir among students, a remarkable piece of poetry could achieve far greater recognition. Akin to a perfect essay being published, classic poetry that is passed down through generations is truly not difficult to achieve. However, as Li Feng pondered which ancient poem to select, he suddenly noticed that the unused draft paper seemed to be moving on its own. Even more astonishing, a very short pencil stub was dancing across the draft paper. The handwriting that emerged was identical to the content on his answer sheet. What on earth was happening? In the world of Naruto, a remarkable scene unfolds during the examination. The protagonist, Li Feng, a top student, finds himself the target of his classmates' desperate attempts to copy his answers. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, he turns his gaze towards the sole classmate possessing a ghost-type Pokémon, the Dream Demon. This girl, hands clasped in a pleading gesture, seeks his aid. Li Feng sighs, relieved that he had resorted to memory candies. Otherwise, his haphazard answers would inadvertently lead to others' failure. Yet, he muses, is he not complicit in this deceit? Has the school truly overlooked such blatant cheating? Li Feng's mind races with questions. Could this be considered part of their training? After all, students in the special class hardly excel. What could they possibly glean from each other? They are all struggling learners. and the thought of producing a top student through mere copying seems absurd. Strangely, in their habitual thinking, the teachers appear to have neglected him entirely. Not only the teachers, but even he himself has adopted a lethargic attitude this month, seemingly indifferent to the prospect of failing the exam. Though Li Feng's grades are commendable, he is no genius. His lackadaisical approach to studies has led the teachers to doubt his potential performance. However, to his astonishment, he finds himself on the verge of failure. As the Dream Demon hastily transcribes answers, she utilizes her psychic waves to transmit the copied responses to the entire class. Li Feng is left in disbelief. If there were no organization or forethought behind this, he would never believe it. The transmission of memories via psychic waves is inherently prone to distortion. Yet often what is needed in answering questions are the underlying ideas and thought processes. Soon, the language teacher notices that the entire class is fervently writing away. If this continues, the overall performance of the special class may surpass that of the experimental class. How utterly ridiculous! As the bell tolls, signaling the end of the language examination, the teacher collects the papers and departs. Many students approach Li Feng to express their gratitude. Suddenly, he realizes why he had been seated in the very center of the room. This arrangement was undoubtedly advantageous for the Dream Demon's psychic transmissions. No wonder her psychic abilities seemed so weak in battles. She had been honing them as a means of cheating. What a clever little trickster she is. Such ingenuity and skill development should have been directed towards training Pokémon, rather than resorting to such underhanded tactics. Do they not fear that their collective scores might become absurdly inflated? Li Feng cannot help but feel a twitch of incredulity. Given his previous academic performance, his classmates in Class 29 do not view his remarks as exaggerated, nor do they perceive him as arrogant. They recognize that others possess the capability to act in this manner. Many students in the special program have turned to it precisely because they struggle with academic subjects, while others are simply interested and maintain decent grades. However, time and energy are finite resources, and with a focus on their specialties, their academic performance naturally declines. Yet this does not imply they lack the desire to achieve good results. Such are the straightforward thoughts of the students. Li Feng, a privileged individual, finds it difficult to comprehend this mindset. Don't worry, Li Feng, they assure him. We will adjust some answers ourselves. We would never simply copy. The answers do not require extensive alterations. If one manages to score around 130, and classmates merely adjust one or two answers, wouldn't it be effortless to exceed 100? For those who have perpetually struggled with their grades, this marks a monumental advancement. Upon returning home, they can proudly inform their parents that while excelling in their specialties, they have also made strides in their academic subjects. Isn't it justifiable to treat oneself a little? I've heard that the latest 4090 graphics card is quite impressive. As the afternoon math examination approached, Li Feng entered the examination hall with a heart full of trepidation. Fate smiled upon him. Upon unfolding the math paper, a wave of elation washed over his face. A mere math test, indeed. His speed in answering the questions was astonishing. Devoid of any deliberation, the answers emerged instinctively, a testament to the formidable power of memory enhancers, transforming once confused recollections into reflexive responses. The multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions were swiftly completed. When it came to the more complex problems, Li Feng boldly transcribed the answers, even indulging in writing down 2 different methods for the final question out of sheer boredom. Given that his math scores were already exceptional, the highest among all subjects, he was unperturbed by the prospect of performing too well. After completing the exam, he chose to lie down and catch up on sleep, completely disregarding the commotion surrounding his answer sheet. Clearly, it was of no concern to him. Soon enough, the math exam concluded. Did you all merely copy my answers? Li Feng inquired with curiosity. Not at all. I copied about 80%. I took 90%. I managed 70%. Li Feng's lips twitched. Scoring 70% on a 150-point test still yielded 105 points, meaning that a group of students who had previously flunked were now poised to start at 100. Incredible. What happened to being specialized students? This was surely more akin to an experimental class. However, Li Feng, who was simply waiting to enjoy the spectacle, remained silent. After all, he had not copied, so there was no reason for alarm. The next day's English exam featured some changes in questions, with grammar and reading comprehension being the primary challenges. Yet, in his past life, Li Feng had achieved an English proficiency sufficient to engage in debates with foreign critics. Thus, even without the answers, scoring over 100 was hardly a challenge. especially since he retained most of the answers. English could indeed be a medium for poetry. However, this particular essay was based on visual prompts, with a rather rigid theme, making it difficult to replicate. Moreover, he currently lacked the memory enhancer to search through his recollections of Tagore's poetry collections. He had perused them, but who would take the time to study them meticulously? Finally, the afternoon of the second day ushered in the comprehensive liberal arts exam. This format offered little room for creative expression, consisting solely of multiple choice and explanatory questions. After the monthly assessment, Li Feng estimated his score to be around 700 out of a total of 750. This was achieved while exercising some restraint. Otherwise, he might have been on the path to a perfect score. However, observing his classmates who had resorted to copying, it seemed they would average over 500 points each. Was this his concern? Absolutely not. Besides language, math, English, politics, history, and geography, both the Elven studies and music specialties also had examinations, albeit conducted in a one-on-one format. Furthermore, these events commenced only on Wednesday, with the morning dedicated to the Elven examination and the afternoon to specialized assessments. Li Feng harbored no concerns regarding these subjects, for since his arrival in this world, he had devoted all his energy to mastering them. Moreover, with the prospect of failure being virtually non-existent, he felt assured of success. Thus, after completing his cultural studies, he took his little Charizard to continue learning the technique of gratitude. While Li Feng enjoyed a leisurely time, the teachers grading the exams were in a state of utter exhaustion. First, in the Chinese language department, Li Feng's final essay was a seemingly unremarkable 7-character quatrain titled Early Spring. The poem read, "The gentle drizzle on the streets of spring. The grass appears distant, yet near it seems. This is the finest moment of springtime, surpassing the willows that grace the grand city." This quatrain, penned by Han Yu, one of the 8 great masters of the Tang and Song dynasties, is undeniably a classic of literature, even devoid of its historical context. This 7-character verse stands as a pinnacle of poetic achievement. The poem in question, Early Spring presented to Zhang Shiba, also has a second part. However, it is evident that this latter section does not possess the same brilliance as the first. Ultimately, Li Feng took the liberty of altering imperial capital to grand city. Was this a flaw? Perhaps, but it at least resonated with the context. Is it not more commonplace for a high school student to produce a classic poem with imperfections? Would one not expect scrutiny if they began with something as grand as water melody? At that moment, the head of the Chinese department, engrossed in grading, happened upon Li Feng's paper. The preceding multiple-choice questions, fill-in-the-blanks, and reading comprehension sections were all executed flawlessly, leaving the head of the department at a loss for points to deduct. Since Chinese language assessments are inherently subjective, teachers often exercise discretion in grading. However, with no issues in the earlier sections, it was akin to Li Feng securing a perfect score of 100. The remaining 40 points would hinge on the essay, and the department head would undoubtedly scrutinize it rigorously. Yet, upon reading the concise 30-character quatrain, he was rendered speechless. From initial disdain to subsequent admiration, he concluded that this score could not be compromised. Adjusting his reading glasses, the department head stood and called, "Everyone, come here." The other Chinese teachers, engrossed in their own grading, gathered around, as they typically convened to discuss exceptional papers. After all, unlike mathematics, language assessments lack definitive answers. The gentle drizzle on the streets of spring, the grass appears distant, yet near it seems. This is the finest moment of springtime, surpassing the willows that grace the grand city. Gasp. Many teachers with a refined appreciation for poetry instantly grasped the significance, while others, slower to react, wore expressions of astonishment. Whose masterpiece is this? Almost everyone doubted that a high school student could craft such a work. Let us take a look at the earlier responses. The department head suggested as he flipped through the exam paper. Gasp. Only a few points deducted? Many teachers were incredulous and began to meticulously compare the paper against the standard answers. This exam was flawless. Should we perhaps deduct a point for the barely legible handwriting? One teacher proposed. The collective response from the other teachers was clear. This essay deserves full marks. Do you truly believe it does not merit a perfect score? Is there a perfect score without a full score essay? It can only be a full score, regardless of the perspective one takes. However, what if this poem was not composed by the student in question? Whether it was or not, this particular poem cannot be found online. While achieving full marks for classical poetry is acceptable, it is neither published nor promoted. Subsequently, the student should be located for further inquiry into the matter. Each language teacher contributes a remark, establishing a consensus. Thus, a nearly perfect language exam officially emerges. They have genuinely never encountered a language exam that approaches full marks, let alone one that could be regarded as such with a more lenient approach to the topic. Many reading comprehension questions merely require answers to several items to achieve full marks. Not all responses need to be correct. However, the group leader's stance clearly insists that only those who answer all correctly deserve full marks, leaving them unable to identify any points for deduction. Unlike the language group's concerns, the math, English, and comprehensive studies groups express their satisfaction with the emergence of a perfect score. This demonstrates that students have indeed mastered what has historically been a challenging set of examination questions. After all, over 3 years of high school. The first 2 years cover the entire curriculum, and the final year is dedicated to citywide revision. The fact that this student could grasp all knowledge points without revision is remarkable. Undoubtedly, they are a promising candidate for academic excellence. They must be nurtured carefully. The grading for monthly tests is remarkably swift, considering that fill-in-the-blank questions are answered on a response sheet, allowing for immediate scoring. Thus, by the third day, the scores for cultural subjects are released. Even as Li Feng queues to await the results of his Little Fire Dragon exam, he becomes aware of his score. A total score of 743. Upon seeing this figure, Li Feng's mouth twitches. Did he not miss a few knowledge points? Why then do his English and comprehensive studies still receive full marks? Suddenly, he recalls that for many of the response questions, although the answers may present 7 or 8 possibilities, often only 4 or 5 correct responses are necessary to achieve full marks. Realizing this, Li Feng's mouth twitches again. How could he have forgotten this crucial detail? Goodness, I actually scored 585. What the heck? I got 599. Suddenly, many in the queue turn to look at Li Feng. Ming inquires, Li Feng, what score did you achieve this time? Li Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replies, 743. The entire class 29? Chapter 26, the Newcomer Cup Competition? At this moment, all members of Class 29 share a single thought. They are completely doomed. They themselves find their acts of plagiarism excessive and outrageous. Typically, students in experimental classes achieve scores just above 600, with the top students scoring around 630 or so. However, this time, after a round of inquiries among Class 29, the lowest score recorded is 573. What does this signify? This is even more extreme than the experimental class situation. Roughly calculating, the average score hovers around 600. Under such circumstances, would their families still believe their daughter needs to enroll in a special program? Ming feels that Li Feng is leading them into a trap. Li Feng shrugs. Can you really blame me for this? Is my excellent performance truly a problem? At this moment, it is not only the 29th class that is bewildered, even the head of the year responsible for ranking classes is left in disbelief. Is this the 29th class? The one renowned for its music, art, and physical education specialties? Surely, it cannot be a newly established experimental class? Astonishingly, the class that secured the top position in the entire year is indeed the 29th class. They achieved first place in every subject. This singular event has rendered the examination in the spirit class unable to capture anyone's focus. Many stumbled in their conducting, resulting in numerous failures. However, Li Feng remained unaffected. His level 9 Little Fire Dragon demonstrated exceptional strength, enduring the longest under Shin Shouting's Fairy EV, thereby successfully passing the exam. After class, Teacher Shin Shouting instructed Li Feng, "Please come to my office." Li Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at Shin Shouting's office. Li Feng, the number of spirits one can nurture is finite. At this moment, I believe you should focus more on spirit cultivation, Shin Shouting advised earnestly. Li Feng scratched his head and replied, Teacher Shun, I am indeed very dedicated to cultivating my Little Fire Dragon. It is on the verge of breaking through to level 10. Shin Shouting's expression turned serious. If you were not distracted by music, your Little Fire Dragon might have already reached level 10. To my knowledge, there is a fellow in number 1 high school whose initial spirit has already attained level 10. The Newcomer Cup competition held by the Guangdu Trainer Association in December is one I have high hopes for you. However, your current state of distraction is quite disappointing. The Newcomer Cup in December? The Mid-Autumn Sports meeting in November, and then the Newcomer Cup in December. What a tight schedule. Li Feng mused. This competition serves as a means for the Guangdu Trainer Association to identify and cultivate a new generation of exceptionally talented trainers. However, once identified, responsibility lies with the local trainers associations across various cities. This means that if your performance ranks in the top 8, while that fellow from No. 1 middle school places in the top 4, many resources will be allocated away from you, Shin Shouting stated gravely. Moreover, the most crucial point is that those selected as key trainers can access training facilities at the Middle City Trainer Association for specialized training at any time. Many training equipment and facilities are not easily available for personal purchase unless one possesses the requisite permissions. It is not simply a matter of wealth. The nation is still in the process of widespread development, with educational institutions and trainers associations not yet fully established, making it improbable to sell these resources to individuals. After all, the development of spirits in this world has only been underway for a little over 20 years, with each 5-year plan implementing substantial advancements. Thus, to enhance training efficiency, reliance on the local trainers association is indispensable. Although Li Feng's spirits merely serve as a supplementary enhancement, it does not deter him from his aspiration to accelerate his progress. Upon hearing this, Li Feng recognized the necessity of hastening his cultivation efforts. The realization that someone could surpass him in breaking through to level 10 left him somewhat bewildered. But, teacher, I have arranged a very rigorous training schedule for my little fire dragon each day, and its skills are all at a proficient level. Yet, it still hasn't broken through. I suspect it may be due to genetic suppression stemming from the revival of its lineage. I am currently cultivating it to learn more advanced skills, Li Feng shrugged, expressing his helplessness. The notion of breakthrough, unless one resorts to purchasing resources to forcefully achieve it, is not advisable. Dr. Lin has recommended that his little fire dragon refrain from such measures until evolution into a Charizard, as the genetic stability remains uncertain. Acting impulsively with external forces may lead to unforeseen complications. Moreover, the exorbitant cost of acquiring Pokémon resources with his current permissions is another deterrent. Upon becoming a professional trainer, the price for purchasing Pokémon resources is reduced to a mere 90, while gym leaders enjoy an even lower rate of 80. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The true significance lies in the vastly greater selection of Pokémon resources available in terms of quality and variety. While purchasing is an option, given the circumstances surrounding his little fire dragon and his own external system, a more prudent approach would be to focus on self-improvement and training before evolving into Charizard. The only aspect that could be expedited is skill proficiency, but acquiring skill gems pales in comparison to the system's skill development. Therefore, the training regimen for the little fire dragon comprises 2 primary components: physical conditioning and the acquisition of new skills, with skill development entrusted to Li Feng. Naturally, Shin Shouting is aware of Li Feng's situation, yet her mindset resembles that of a parent scrutinizing their child's academic performance. If the child scores 99 out of 100, why not strive for a perfect score? Her intent is to emphasize the importance of the little fire dragon's condition. The upcoming sports event will not only include various athletic competitions, but also battles, and securing first place in this contest is imperative, as mandated by Teacher Shun. Li Feng immediately comprehended that in order to enjoy his freedom of movement in the future, this task must be accomplished. Nevertheless, he remains indifferent. School fans are indeed fans, are they not? Where there is popularity, there is Li Feng. While he may not excel in other areas, causing a stir is certainly within his expertise. This is no jest. Apart from the battle at the sports event, every member of their class is required to enroll in an athletics event, which they may select for themselves. As stated by Shin Shouting, the school sports event in this world is quite amusing, despite the inclusion of Pokémon in the competitions. The various restrictions make it resemble a whimsical gathering. For instance, in the 100-meter freestyle swimming, water-type Pokémon are prohibited from participating. How absurd is that? Similarly, in the 100-meter sprint, multi-legged Pokémon are banned, as their participation would negate the very definition of a sprint. Furthermore, in the high jump contest, flying-type Pokémon are also disallowed, leaving one to ponder whether it is truly a high jump or merely flight. Even Dodo, the flightless flying type, has been disqualified. What can be done? Wouldn't you agree? A certain non-flying legendary Pokémon has expressed its approval. The Earth God shall never depart from the ground. This is a matter of faith. Unlike a certain blubbery fish that claims to be the god of the ocean while being away from the sea. How shameless. As for what competitions the little fire dragon can partake in, perhaps swimming? Li Feng turned to the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon responded with a puzzled expression. I feel I am not human, but you are truly a dog. Swimming is simply not within the realm of possibility, never in this lifetime. In youthful ignorance, if it were me, I would undoubtedly participate in the swimming competition. Setting aside other considerations, the bikini fashion show cannot be wasted, Li Feng mused, shaking his head. It is a limited-time event. The potential rewards are substantial. Xin shouting dismissed Li Feng's nonsensical remarks. Having conveyed all that needed to be said, what more was there to retain? With his hands tucked into his pockets, Li Feng pondered what activities Charmeleon could participate in. It seemed that, apart from running, there were few options available. After all, it was merely a school sports meet, and the events were unlikely to be particularly diverse. Activities such as wingsuit flying or free solo climbing were certainly out of the question. If they were included, Li Feng might have cheekily remarked, I am invincible beneath the immortals. Above them, it's a one-for-one exchange. Speaking of which, it seemed that the Pokémon competition at the sports meet did not prohibit the use of skills. Unfortunately, Charmeleon did not possess the move Quick Attack, which was rather vexing. In the afternoon, Li Feng took his music theory exam for his major. With his theoretical knowledge and skills at a professional level, these tests felt as effortless as a university student solving simple arithmetic. Just as he was about to leave after finishing the exam, Ms. Li Feng called out, Have you prepared the song for your performance? Li Feng did not conceal his readiness and nodded. I'm all set. Ms. Lin responded. Then please sing it for me a cappella. The essence of a song's quality can often be discerned through a solo performance. And she was quite curious as to what kind of composition a student with such exceptional vocal technique and solid theoretical knowledge would craft. Not to mention, Li Feng had chosen to write both the lyrics and the melody entirely on his own, without any assistance. That seemed reasonable. Li Feng seized the opportunity to refine his work, a chance to receive guidance from his teacher without any cost. After clearing his throat and gathering his emotions, he began to sing running. However, this time, as he sang, he compared it to the original version in his memory, seamlessly making adjustments to any parts that felt less fluid. Running with the wind, freedom is the direction. The more Li Feng sang, the more astonished Ms. Lin became. What was this? Was this truly the creation of a high school student? This was not merely a display of vocal prowess, but a song capable of resonating deeply with many. The fundamental essence of the song was a spiritual connection, rather than mere flamboyant high notes. Everyone faces adversity and encounters hardships. Running, with its harmonious resonance, could undoubtedly inspire listeners to muster the courage to confront the darkness and challenges of life. Did you really write this song yourself? Ms. Lin asked, incredulously. Li Feng nodded. Yes, I did. Although he had penned the lyrics, he felt that he merely acted as a conduit for the cultural exchange between two worlds. Truly gifted, this is hard to believe. Ms. Lin exclaimed. To be frank, I lack the ability to help you revise this song. Both the composition and the lyrics are exceptionally mature. Even the singing technique appears quite polished to me. Li Feng smiled and replied, Thank you for your kind words, teacher. Are you planning to perform this as a solo with pre-recorded music? Ms. Lin inquired. Li Feng nodded. Yes. However, this approach does diminish the sense of live atmosphere. Indeed. In that case, please inform me of the partners you require, such as a guitarist or drummer, and I will assist in forming a performance ensemble for you. Li Feng felt this would indeed be more suitable for a live presentation and agreed. That is certainly a better approach, but I may not have sufficient time for rehearsals. Ms. Lin shook her head. Just provide me with the sheet music, and I will help them practice. You can join for the final rehearsal to fine-tune everything. Given your level, I have faith that you will manage this. Li Feng exclaimed with delight. Thank you, teacher. Chapter 27, Private Assessment. On Wednesday evening, all classes for the senior students at Memorial High School were replaced with self-study sessions. Unaware of the circumstances unfolding, the students engaged quietly in their studies. Only Class 29 was rather boisterous, having analyzed the situation earlier that morning. They were now in a state of uproar. It's fine. The law doesn't penalize the masses. Are they really going to keep us all under observation? Indeed. The teachers surely had no knowledge of how we managed to cheat, right? We simply took the exam collectively. What's wrong with that? Li Feng listened to their gradually comforting reassurances, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He wasn't particularly concerned about these matters. After all, his scores could not be copied from others. He was quite confident. Thus, he decided to partake in a lottery and claimed the reward for amassing 10,000 fans. With ample resources at hand, he felt untroubled. As long as he drew the memory candy, he would face future endeavors without a hint of anxiety. With over 70,000 popularity points, Li Feng deliberately visited the restroom to wash his hands before the lottery. May the Jade Emperor, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Jesus Christ, and Allah bless me. It was a characteristic of the Eastern Huang people. When in need, they sought divine aid, but when at ease, who were they to the gods? He received 1. Good luck sticker 2. Peach blossom sticker 3. Band-Aid. Li Feng stared in bewilderment at these 3 items after drawing thrice. What use do these serve? Although their meanings were straightforward, they seemed utterly useless to him. This invocation of divine assistance was clearly in vain, particularly the Band-Aid. What a farce. May Arceus, Mew Zygarde, Necrozma bless me. He received 1. Ultra Ball 2. TM, Sleep 3. TM, Charm. Li Feng was left dumbfounded. Is this how it works? You pray for one thing and receive another? 10,000 popularity points earned him merely an Ultra Ball? What a laughable outcome. To make matters worse, he couldn't even use the Ultra Ball, considering this world only had the standard red and white Pokeballs. What would he say if someone inquired about his Ultra Ball? He would be left utterly clueless, which would be quite the embarrassment. Frustration washed over him. It felt as though he had drawn nothing of value. Among the 6 items, he perceived only the TM, Sleep, to be genuinely useful. This particular skill was intended for his Charmander as its second move, ranking just behind the Gratitude skill in importance. According to the words of the Flame King, the Sleep skill would induce a deep slumber in the Pokémon. The higher its proficiency, the more effective the deep sleep would be. Such slumber could significantly accelerate the growth of the Pokémon and aid in recovery after training. Moreover, if mastered during battles, the ability to awaken instantly after the sleep status was lifted was entirely plausible. Now, the system had bestowed upon him a TM? Could it be that it resembled a simple disc, allowing him to teach the skill to his Pokémon merely by tapping it on their heads? Unfortunately, as they were in a self-study session, he could not summon his Charmander to experiment. Nonetheless, there was no doubt that the items granted by the system were indeed beneficial. This was undeniably gratifying. To think there existed an item that could enable instant learning of a skill. If this could be replicated, it would undoubtedly mark a revolutionary era. It is certain that anyone could become a professional trainer. After all, having a tangible reference implies the possibility of reproduction. The only hindrance may be the immense difficulty. Yet this does not render it an insurmountable challenge. The most daunting scenario is the absence of a reference point and a lack of inspiration. Furthermore, deconstructing a Master Ball might also innovate Pokeball technology, but for now, such a venture is impractical unless one possesses considerable self-defense capabilities or social standing. It is prudent to exercise caution. This time, I shall not seek assistance from anyone. As the saying goes, the vigorous man strives for self-improvement. Memory gummies. Yes, Li Feng was nearly leaping with excitement. With the acquisition of memory gummies, he had secured the utmost insurance. Even if the teachers at school were to confront him with past examination papers, he would no longer feel intimidated. This was the primary purpose of his recent lottery win. After all, having scored over 740, nearing perfection, even he found his performance rather monstrous. Having secured the memory gummies, he decided to claim the rewards for achieving level 3. System, acquired proficiency in basic acoustic guitar. System, acquired proficiency in basic piano. System, acquired proficiency in basic electric guitar. Li Feng. This is outrageous. 3-star skills all at once. Surely this is excessive. At the very least, I should have received another trainer skill, right? For instance, something like Super Novice would be perfectly acceptable to me. Alternatively, becoming a Super Scion isn't too much to ask, is it? Li Feng truly believed he was not being greedy. Is it unreasonable for a trainer to transform into a Super Scion in this Pokémon universe? Not at all. Is there anything wrong with trainers being more formidable than Pokémon? Absolutely not. If it weren't for the constraints of the animated Pokémon world that prevent trainers from participating in battles, would Ash really have to endure such hardships in each new region? Nonetheless, receiving 3-star skills is not a bad outcome. It can indeed enhance his repertoire and expedite the accumulation of fan value, which is a positive development. It lays a foundation for future success. Li Feng, step outside for a moment. The homeroom teacher of Class 29 suddenly called from the classroom door. Li Feng, still pondering the application of his newfound skills, paused momentarily before rising. Teacher, what is it? Li Feng asked, his expression neutral. The teacher, slightly exasperated, twitched at the corners of his mouth and inquired, Li Feng, please be honest with me. Is your examination score genuine? Li Feng nodded affirmatively. Is there anyone who could have copied from me? Indeed, considering your score, you are approximately 60 points ahead of the second-place student. The teacher seemed reassured. It's good to know you're genuine. Your performance has truly astonished the higher-ups at all the schools. Li Feng maintained his composure. This set of questions may have simply suited me. It does not necessarily indicate that I am the strongest. Regardless, this was merely a preliminary examination. Based on the results and the manner of answering, it is evident that you possess the deepest reservoir of knowledge in the entire senior year. The teacher found himself at a loss for words. How is it possible that the top-performing student of the entire year is in the special skills class? Who could possibly make sense of this? In truth, I hold faith in your abilities, for your achievements are commendable. However, the higher-ups are unaware of the circumstances when they summon you shortly. It may lead to an unconventional evaluation, the homeroom teacher cautioned. Li Feng inquired, what aspect is it? The teacher responded, shaking his head, no. Your primary challenge lies within the realm of Chinese literature. Your composition of ancient poetry is simply astonishing. The Chinese teachers cannot fathom that it was penned by you. Other educators remain silent, as there are standard answers. If one possesses logical reasoning and good memory, success is attainable. Li Feng understood, ultimately. It was a matter concerning the Chinese department. This revelation was somewhat anticipated. Chinese literature is the most contentious subject. To resolve this, one need only convince them through literary prowess. And what form will this assessment take? Li Feng queried with curiosity. The homeroom teacher replied, couplets and ancient poetry. Those fellows in the Chinese department are rather predictable, lacking in originality. Li Feng acknowledged this insight. Now that the problem was identified, the solution seemed straightforward. He was well versed in the 300 poems of Tang, with the sole challenge being the couplets. As he accompanied the homeroom teacher to the conference room, he decided to utilize memory aids. Once, a former Chinese teacher had recommended a comprehensive anthology of couplets, which he had eagerly perused in its entirety. Recalling the couplets would not consume much time. He merely needed to visualize the content, and the memory aids would imprint it within his mind. Conveniently, Li Feng also recorded numerous modern poetry collections alongside ancient texts. At this moment, he stood upon the shoulders of giants in the realm of ancient poetry and couplets. Even Li Bai would find it difficult to surpass him in this domain. With such extraordinary prowess, would Li Feng falter? His ambition today was to achieve legendary status within the confines of the conference. Inside the conference room, over 40 educators were present. Among them, half were typical Chinese teachers, and the other half spectators. Greetings, esteemed teachers. Li Feng, as a junior, initiated the salutation. Li Feng, is it? Your composition and ancient poetry are truly remarkable. Would you be able to present another piece on the spot? It need not rival your earlier work, Early Spring. But something of similar caliber will suffice, inquired a bespectacled, Mediterranean-haired teacher, known for his greasy demeanor. Li Feng recognized this teacher, known as the Devil. He was the homeroom teacher of Class 1 and was fiercely competitive. The fact that his class did not secure the top spot in Chinese literature this time left him quite displeased. It could be said that this informal evaluation was orchestrated entirely by him. Without uttering a word of unnecessary dialogue, Li Feng began to recite, Spring slumber, unaware of dawn. Everywhere the calls of birds are drawn. The night brought the sound of wind and rain. How many petals fall? Who can ascertain? Several Chinese teachers murmured, what is the title of this poem? One elderly gentleman, appearing amiable, asked. Li Feng smiled, Spring Dawn. Ah, what a splendid spring dawn. Do you have another? The old gentleman laughed heartily. This inquiry was not one of relentless pressure, but rather a benevolent question, with the elder's tone clearly reflecting anticipation. A tree adorned in jade, with countless green tendrils cascading down. Who, I wonder, has tailored these delicate leaves? The spring breeze of February is akin to a pair of scissors. Li Feng casually remarked, a poem on willow. Excellent. What a splendid spring poem. The elder exclaimed in admiration, before continuing, is there more? Li Feng stroked his chin and then smiled, reciting, Spring View. The nation shattered, yet the mountains and rivers remain. In the city, spring's greenery runs deep. Moved by the moment, flowers bring tears, the parting of birds stirs the heart. The beacon fires have raged for 3 months. A letter from home is worth its weight in gold. My white hair is thinning, as if it can no longer hold a pin. By this point, The elder's expression was one of pure delight, exclaiming, "A youthful genius. An undeniable youthful genius. All elements of scenery, objects, and feelings are present." The Mediterranean language teacher furrowed his brow and suggested, "Mr. Han, why not test him on something else? Perhaps Li Feng is merely adept at spring poetry." Mr. Han smiled without responding. Given Li Feng's proficiency in spring poetry, it was reasonable to assume his grasp of other classical poetry would be equally commendable, at the very least at a scholarly level. However, Mr. Han chose not to hinder the Mediterranean teacher's curiosity, instead gazing at Li Feng with an appreciative expression that Li Feng could easily perceive. Chapter 28. A Dual Champion? In the conference room, the language teachers had indeed divided into two factions. One faction had begun to believe in Li Feng's abilities, while the other remained skeptical, convinced that he had merely memorized the poetry of others. An 18-year-old lad possessing such poetic talent was simply beyond their belief. Li Feng maintained a composed demeanor as he regarded the gathered teachers. Given Li Feng's remarkable spring poetry skills, it stands to reason he has ventured into other classical works as well, remarked the language teacher from Class 2, a middle-aged woman. Li Feng's homeroom teacher interjected, "Dear colleagues, did you not say that as long as Li Feng could compose another comparable spring poem, he would pass?" Li Feng recognized that his homeroom teacher was still protective of him, but today he felt unyielding, empowered by the 300 Tang poems. He was invincible. With an air of confidence, he conveyed, "You may challenge me as you wish." In the realm of literary figures, today, Li Feng did not see himself as a mere student, but rather as a scholar standing on the shoulders of giants, wielding the authority of the literary world. Direct confrontation was the only means to settle matters among literati. With spring poetry established, the request for summer, autumn, and winter poems arose. The middle-aged language teacher stated, "Let us hear one from each of the other seasons." "Yuan, isn't that a bit excessive?" The homeroom teacher frowned. "Yet," Mr. Han interjected, "Li Feng does not appear flustered. He must possess confidence." Li Feng responded, "One for summer, autumn, and winter? Very well. Allow me to enlighten you and reveal the true prowess of the literary arts. Little pool. The spring's source quietly cherishes its gentle flow. The shade of trees reflects lovingly upon the water. The young lotus has barely unveiled its pointed tip, and already, a dragonfly perches above." With a confident stride, Li Feng recited an unconventional summer poem. "Splendid. What a delightful line about the dragonfly." Several language teachers applauded in enthusiasm. Could this young man truly possess such talent? Many of those who had initially held doubts began to question their skepticism. The Mediterranean language teacher from Class 1, still unconvinced, remarked, "It is indeed an impressive summer poem." Li Feng chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself that the Mediterranean's words were rather boastful. However, he maintained a stoic expression on the surface and continued. "In the autumn twilight of mountain abodes, after the fresh rain upon the empty hills, the evening air heralds the autumn's arrival. The bright moon shines through the pines, while the clear spring water flows over the stones. The bamboo rustles as the washerwomen return, and the lotus stirs as the fishing boats glide beneath. When the spring blossoms fade at will, the noble wanderer may linger as he pleases." At that moment, Han Lao's eye sparkled, gazing at Li Feng as if he were an exquisite gem. Li Feng suddenly felt a chill. He absolutely rejected any notion of male advances, let alone from an older man. "Snow on the river," he recited. "In 1,000 mountains, not a bird takes flight. On myriad paths, no trace of man remains. A solitary boat, an old man in a straw raincoat, fishing alone in the cold river snow." Li Feng wished fervently for a folding fan to punctuate his display of erudition. His recitation of several classic poems left the attending teachers in a state of stupor. Was this truly a student from their school? Such talent seemed almost supernatural. If these poems were indeed his own compositions, it would be utterly outrageous. Considering this, the poem he wrote for the exam matched the caliber of these classics. Han Lao clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Li Feng, you have successfully demonstrated your prowess. Your score on the Chinese composition exam is a perfect one." Han Lao was a renowned figure in Chinese education, his words holding significant weight within the department. The teachers were merely skeptical, primarily astonished at the presence of such ancient poetry within a high schooler's essay. Today's events were spurred on by the enthusiasm of the two Chinese teachers from the experimental class, as well as the genuine curiosity of other educators eager to gauge Li Feng's abilities. The outcome left them all utterly stunned. The initial poems they had accepted, but the subsequent ones from summer, autumn, and winter rendered them speechless. Li Feng, do you have any plans to publish your poems? Han Lao inquired with a smile, his silver hair glinting in the light. Little friend, the teachers, aware of Han Lao's esteemed status, were taken aback. Among scholars, to address someone as a friend regardless of age signifies a recognition of exceptional talent. This implied that Han Lao held Li Feng in high regard. Li Feng was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such an opportunity. Was there a demand for published classical poetry? Certainly, but the channels and recommendations varied, influencing the level of attention one could garner. It resembled the world of online novels. Without recommendations, self-publishing is often a futile endeavor. However, with endorsements from prominent figures, the level of attention received would undoubtedly differ. I have such intentions, though I am uncertain of my poetic prowess, Li Feng humbly replied. A portion of the teachers remarked, how can you still be uncertain of your level? A perfect score in classical poetry cannot be anything less than exceptional. As examiners themselves, they understood that achieving full marks in a standard essay was already a considerable feat, let alone in classical poetry. In this modern age, devoid of cultural depth, one cannot craft such elegantly intricate verses. Most poetry produced by the average person consists merely of ornate embellishments. Young friend, do not underestimate your worth. Given your ancient verses, it would not be an exaggeration for them to be included in the curriculum, were it not for the incongruence of the era, Mr. Han remarked with a smile. Li Feng readily accepted this statement, as these poems were ones he had memorized during his studies. Wasn't it reasonable for them to be included in the curriculum? Li Feng nonchalantly replied, it matters not. If necessary, I shall rewrite them. The language teachers were left in a state of admiration and envy. The ease with which he could compose such verses was indeed astonishing. Since you, young friend Li Feng, have made your decision, allow me to handle the subsequent matters, Mr. Han said with a smile. We in the language department have no issues. Do the other departments face any difficulties? Is there any trouble in English, mathematics, politics, history, or geography? Absolutely none. Even if one were to copy, could they achieve full marks? Don't jest. If it were that simple to attain full marks through mere copying, what would be the purpose of these exam questions? Many questions test knowledge points that require cognitive shifts. If one cannot adapt their thinking, even with the book in hand, they would struggle to comprehend. Open book exams have been attempted in the past, and what was the outcome? A dismal failure for many. Yet, there are no issues. No issues indeed. While Li Feng's near-perfect scores may be reluctantly accepted, how shall we address the concerns of Class 29? The lowest score in the class was 573. There were many scoring over 600. With such standards, what need is there for a special talent class? It might as well become the experimental third class. Everyone is considered a potential candidate for prestigious universities? Is that even possible? This is clearly absurd. The results for Class 29 shall be ranked as usual. Placed second to last, the grade director concluded. In the future, the exams for the special talent class must also have the Pokeballs collected. This incident has proven that these youngsters are quite adept at utilizing them for copying. The homeroom teacher of Class 29 remarked, they are not fools. Who could be unaware that the entire class is merely copying Li Feng, copying to achieve over 600 points? It seems the students of Class 29 did not anticipate Li Feng's scores to be so outrageous, ultimately ruining the situation. At that moment, Li Feng appeared indifferent. I too am a victim. I am the one being copied. Upholding intellectual property rights is my duty. Li Feng, would you consider transferring to Class 1 of the experimental program? Mr. Han suddenly inquired. The Mediterranean language teacher's eyes brightened as he gazed at Li Feng. If one cannot defeat the opponent, why not win them over? Is that not a favorable outcome? Li Feng resolutely shook his head. What an international joke. My dream is to become a legendary trainer. You want me to apply to a top university? Don't be absurd. Mr. Han, my aspiration is to be a trainer. Mr. Han sighed. What a pity. Today's youth only wish to be trainers. I wonder if that is a blessing or a curse. In Mr. Han's eyes, Li Feng's cultural literacy in poetry was truly remarkable, not to mention his outstanding performance in other subjects. How could such a literary prodigy aspire to be a trainer? It was incomprehensible. The road ahead is long and winding. I shall seek diligently, Li Feng declared with determination. Mr. Han pondered Li Feng's words for a moment, only to sigh, a truly gifted individual, what a pity. I implore you, old Han, do not covet my precious student, exclaimed Shin shouting as she unexpectedly burst into the conference room. having apparently caught wind of the situation, shouting, "Consider the condition of Li Feng. Do you truly believe it is beneficial for him to become a trainer?" The Mediterranean teacher's expression transformed dramatically. Li Feng felt his lips twitch. These instructors meant no harm. Yet their blunt attempts to recruit him were difficult for him to digest. 743 points. Xin Xiaoting's eyes widened in disbelief. Prior to this, she had heard rumors about someone attempting to lure Li Feng away to transfer classes, especially given his impressive scores in the recent monthly exam. However, she never anticipated that his results would be so extraordinarily high. There was no need to continue. Even if he lost 30 or 40 points, he would still be a top student in the forthcoming college entrance examination. No way. Regardless of his academic prowess, Li Feng's potential as a trainer is astonishing. Xin Xiaoting resolutely decided to stand her ground. 70 million Charmeleons. All known skills mastered. It was worth noting that a 10th level trainer from the first high school could not even match that level of skill proficiency. In a real battle, Li Feng's Charmeleon would, in fact, have the upper hand. A top student in academics is still a top student, but a top trainer is somehow not? What nonsense. If Xin Xiaoting did not refuse to let him go, no one would be able to persuade her otherwise. Currently, the prevailing trend across the globe centers around trainers. Other professions merely serve as sidelines in the face of the trainer vocation. The support and promotional efforts from the World Pokémon League and the National Trainer Association for Trainers are unimaginably vast. Ms. Shun, please do not be agitated. My dream is to be a trainer, Li Feng smiled. Upon hearing his declaration, Xin Xiaoting exhaled in relief. Of course, I personally believe my energy levels are quite good, and I will attend school on time. Who knows, I might even become a dual top student in the future. His words left all the teachers in the room astounded. This fellow is rather audacious, isn't he? Yet, if he truly achieved it, their school would become the first prestigious institution in all of Guangdu to accomplish such a feat. Chapter 29, Peach Blossom Poster. Ultimately, Li Feng remained in Class 29. As for the publication of classical poetry, Old Han would assist him with that. So there was no need for Li Feng to worry. In any case, he need not fret about the upcoming matters. His primary focus was to continue building his popularity, which was his true calling. Upon returning to his dormitory, Li Feng immediately summoned his Charmeleon. After clicking on the trial use, a palm-sized disc materialized in his hand. Could it truly be a disc for skill acquisition? Li Feng glanced at the disc in his hand, then at his Charmeleon, who wore a puzzled expression. What was his trainer up to? Holding the skill disc in his left hand, Li Feng extended his right hand to give his Pokémon a gentle pat on the head. In the next moment, both hands emanated a soft glow. Charmeleon, why is this different this time? The consumption of the skill disc was remarkably swift, vanishing almost instantaneously. As the disc disappeared, a new skill, Sleep, appeared in Charmeleon's Pokédex panel. This is simply incredible, Li Feng marveled. However, after mastering the art of slumber, he began to ponder whether his little Charizard could learn the skill of charm. The results of his experiment were disappointing. It was impossible. He had initially believed that the real world would be less encumbered by limitations than the gaming realm, yet it appeared that skill adaptability still existed. If that were not the case, wouldn't drawing the perfect finishing touch be utterly delightful? Calm yourself, as your trainer. It is only natural for me to teach you a few skills. Li Feng asserted without a hint of modesty. Little Charizard exclaimed, "Yay? Level up. Li Feng, aren't you capable of enhancing my proficiency?" Unfazed, Li Feng replied, "Teaching skills is quite exhausting. I shall assist you with your training tomorrow." Exhausting? Little Charizard regarded Li Feng with skepticism. "I don't see you looking tired. And you're still so young. What could possibly tire you?" However, such words remained unspoken by little Charizard, who sensed a slight affront to Li Feng's authority. Without further ado, Li Feng delivered a gentle yet firm reprimand to little Charizard. Does a father require justification to discipline his son? Absolutely not. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Li Feng encouraged little Charizard to play. Bored and restless, Li Feng suddenly contemplated whether he should seek a girlfriend. After all, pursuing a girlfriend isn't illegal. No one has decreed that a girlfriend must inevitably be a marriage prospect, right? He firmly remembered the modern man's 3 principles: do not take the initiative, do not resist, and do not bear responsibility. Reclining on his bed, he retrieved a peach blossom sticker from the system. Li Feng was curious about the effects of this item. Would applying it to himself attract a bevy of beautiful women? The system's offerings were indeed formidable, but surely not to such an absurd extent. Since he had nothing better to do, and being in a male dormitory, He found it hard to envision any romantic encounters that could transcend the barriers of reality. Rather than seeking a girlfriend, Li Feng was more intrigued by the limits of the system's creations. After affixing the plaster-like sticker to his hand, he closed his eyes in contemplation. Would celestial maidens descend from the heavens? Would Western saintly figures emerge from a radiant light? Or would hellish succubi arise from the abyss? The peach blossom sticker was said to last for half an hour, yet after 10 minutes had elapsed, Li Feng noticed no discernible change. The only difference was that Fat Lu inquired whether he needed a midnight snack. Could this truly be considered a stroke of romantic fortune? Useless system. Useless peach blossom sticker. Worthless. Ding dong. Li Feng realized his phone was ringing. Upon opening it, he saw. Inbox. You have a new email awaiting your attention. Damn. What good is an email? Nevertheless, Li Feng dutifully opened the email to investigate. Upon reading it, he was left utterly stunned. It contained several hundred megabytes of ultra-high-definition images. Each one was remarkably clear. Even a novice like Li Feng could discern that these were captured using professional equipment. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that these images were all selfies. Oh, as if that were not sufficient, they were an assortment of various poses. Most importantly, some featured revealing content. What a stunning figure. The only regret is that one can only catch a glimpse of half of her face. Nevertheless, even Li Feng can discern that she is undoubtedly a breathtaking beauty, captivating enough to bewitch nations. Her voluptuous body, elongated legs, and alluring poses showcased in various selfies left Li Feng utterly mesmerized. In truth, for men, the allure lies not in complete exposure, but rather in the tantalizing hints and the strategic combination of specific attire that truly captivates. Crawling like a lion and kneeling like Pikachu, Li Feng forced himself to endure the viewing of all the images, suppressing his emotions. What a masterpiece! Whose private collection is this? The images depict a beauty whose physique is indeed exceptional. In Li Feng's eyes, few could rival the enchantresses portrayed. Whether the photos have been edited is beyond Li Feng's perception, yet their inherent beauty remains undeniable. However, discerning the identity of the person behind the images is a challenge when their visage is obscured. Wait. Li Feng instinctively glanced at the sender's email address. How familiar it seemed. Upon reflection, he realized it was merely one digit off from his own. What an uncanny coincidence. Could this sender have mistakenly sent these photos intended for their own cloud storage to him? What a bizarre blunder. This must be the influence of the peach blossom charm. Since when did Risku images qualify as such? How absurd. At that moment, Li Feng pondered what course of action to take. Deleting such a captivating collection would be a pity, yet not deleting it seemed fraught with potential repercussions. Ding. You have a new email awaiting your attention. Instantly alert. Li Feng opened the email, revealing a message from the very beauty in the pictures. Hello. I seem to have sent some things by mistake. Could you please help me delete them? Unless the sender opted for a face-to-face meeting to request the deletion, Li Feng found himself intrigued. This, he surmised, might indeed be the potent effect of the peach blossom charm. However, if he were in the woman's position, he would certainly refrain from such a meeting. The images, while revealing, do not disclose her complete likeness, presenting only vague or partially concealed features, with no upper body shots at all. Yet, should a meeting occur and a person with ill intentions capture a real-life photograph, the contrast would unveil everything. Pong Hao Ren, alright. As he sent the response, Li Feng also took a screenshot of the email, demonstrating that he had indeed deleted everything. The fact remains that he had thoroughly removed the images. Thank you. Coincidentally, the duration of the peach blossom charm had come to an end. Li Feng found the situation rather intriguing. The peach blossom charm claimed to be powerful. And indeed it was. He had inexplicably received a set of top-tier Risku images. To call it a mere trifle felt like an understatement. Was this really the extent of his fortune and love? If one sought such explicit content, it could easily be found online, couldn't it? What? You mentioned Band-Aids? Li Feng dismissed that notion entirely. This only served to prove that the popularity-based lottery was merely a decorative embellishment, not something to rely on for regular enhancements. There were valuable items like memory gummies and skill capsules, but there were also disappointing ones like Band-Aids. As for the peach blossom charm, Li Feng felt a surge of excitement, albeit tinged with exasperation. Truly, what a letdown. He cursed under his breath. Despite the exhilarating rush, he knew he must avoid actions detrimental to his health. He recalled the fierce power of the luminous mother creature and the alluring charm of the dark-skinned beauty. This top-tier cooling method was indeed effective. Having calmed down somewhat, Li Feng pondered whether to give the lucky charm another shot. But the experience with the Peach Blossom charm left him apprehensive. What if the lucky charm presented him with another batch of Risku images? Would he even be able to sleep tonight? For a man, acquiring such explicit assets did seem like a stroke of luck. Brother Feng, Li Feng, lost in contemplation, was suddenly jolted by the excited voice of Fat Lu. What is the hurry? Li Feng inquired, glancing at Fat Lu, who was panting at the dormitory entrance. Brother Feng, Zhang Changshan from your class is about to clash with 2 students from class 30. Fat Lu gasped. Li Feng was momentarily taken aback, yet instinctively dressed quickly. What is the reason for the conflict? In this world, there existed a rather irksome rule when disputes arose. Battles were the solution. The school did not prohibit student duels, but since everyone was still a student and had only recently begun their journey into Pokémon training, the culture of battling had yet to take root. However, this did not mean that battles were entirely absent. If students engaged in a physical fight, it would indeed be a significant issue. Yet, if the altercation were to transform into a Pokémon battle, the school would wholeheartedly encourage it. By the way, this is somewhat related to you, Brother Feng, Fat Lu explained. Li Feng, why should I be involved? While we were queuing for late-night snacks, those 2 from class 30 were bad-mouthing you, Brother Feng. Zhang Changshan couldn't stand it and argued back, which escalated into a heated exchange, ultimately leading to the current situation. Fat Lu continued, what a bunch of reckless youths. These kids were full of boundless energy, easily igniting into conflict. High school students cared deeply about their pride. They could forego anything but their face. Li Feng understood the situation, but fundamentally, it was Zhang Changshan defending his honor. Regardless, he felt compelled to intervene. Let us go see what is happening. Li Feng took the lead, leaving the dormitory. Chapter 30. Are we not battling, baby? To speak frankly, Li Feng was rather indifferent to these trivial matters. As someone with the psychological maturity of a 30-year-old, he held no desire to engage in disputes with 17 or 18-year-olds. Yet, did this affect his eagerness to observe the unfolding drama? Upon arriving at the battlefield, one could already observe a throng of dozens gathered. Cocodora, dual blade head smash. With an explosive surge of strength, Cocodora propelled itself forward, leaving a distinct mark on the ground as if carved by a sharp dagger. Transporter craftsman, Trip. Grasping a piece of wood, favored in the eastern regions for construction, the transporter craftsman swung the timber like a heavy brick towards the oncoming Cocodora. Just as the newcomer, Li Feng, entered, he witnessed this spectacle. Was that a trip? Sometimes, Pokémon exhibit peculiarities. For instance, while the Dragon-type Landshark cannot master Dragon Dance, the Mudkip can. The ground and Dragon-type Landshark frequently engages in aerial battles with the Flying-type Dragonite. A certain Earth deity weeps with envy. Thus, the same skill can yield entirely different effects when wielded by different Pokémon. Take the Transporter Craftsman, for instance, with its short legs. Executing a trip would indeed be a considerable challenge. The essence of the trip move is to forcefully kick the opponent's foot, causing them to stumble and thus become vulnerable to attack. Therefore, channeling fighting-type energy into the construction timber and sweeping it towards Cocodora, akin to a golf swing, would be the correct application. The dual blade head smash, combined with Cocodora's hard-headed trait, is a formidable move with no adverse effects. However, the issue lies in Cocodora's lack of proficiency with this technique, resulting in an uncontrollable execution that merely sends the Pokémon charging forward. Moreover, considering that the trip is a fighting-type move, it is inherently effective against rock-type energy, which is a significant disadvantage for the steel-type Cocodora. The wooden beam swung towards the galloping Cocodora like a heavy hammer. Subsequently, the onlookers witnessed Cocodora being propelled through the air like a golf ball. An alarming aspect of the trip move is that the heavier the attacked party, the greater the damage inflicted. Despite Cocodora's small stature, it typically weighs over 60 kilograms. This results in a precise trip delivering a substantial blow to Cocodora. In battles below level 10, the absence of evasion against type advantages often leads to severe injuries, especially when confronted with a move of such immense power. The sole piece of good news is that Cocodora possesses exceptional physical defense, barely mitigating the impact of the strike. Changshan, recall your Pokémon. There is no need for it to sustain such serious damage. Li Feng decisively intervened upon witnessing the scene. Li Feng. Zhang Changshan was taken aback, but complied, recalling his Pokémon. Li Feng commanded considerable respect in Class 29. He excelled academically, possessed formidable Pokémon, was exceptionally skilled, strikingly handsome, and quite wealthy. The only rumored flaw seemed to be his lack of a girlfriend, supposedly due to a fondness for fencing. Unbeknownst to him, had he been aware, he would have certainly let everyone know what it meant to have a harem of 3,000 beauties. Patting Zhang Changshan on the shoulder, he then turned his attention to the individuals from Class 30. The one utilizing the transporter craftsman was rumored to be the brash and powerful younger son of the owner of the Guandu fighting-type dojo. Among Class 30, aside from the strongest individual, Liangshang certainly ranked highly. They, with an air of authority, spoke in a tone reminiscent of an elder. Liangshang furrowed his brow and remarked, "Do you truly consider yourself the foremost? Your tone is excessively arrogant." Li Feng shrugged, replying, "Not at all. I generally refrain from comparing myself with those of lesser strength." Liangshang's eyes narrowed with a chill as he declared, "Given your inflated ego, let us engage in combat." This marked Li Feng's inaugural invitation to battle, and inexplicably, he sensed a peculiar energy emanating from the surroundings. Bewildered, he pondered whether the duel had indeed escalated to global proportions. If he declined, would there be adverse repercussions? Very well, he nodded in agreement. He felt no anger. What merit was there in being irate with a mere child? Yet, with such a multitude of spectators, a victory might garner him a follower or two. Even the smallest of victories could yield some reward. Li Feng, ever pragmatic, was indifferent to the nature of his potential fanbase. He would not refuse even the middle-aged ladies of dance. Should he concoct a couple of catchy dance tunes? However, he sensed such an endeavor would not align with his dashing persona. Perhaps it would be more enjoyable to compose these melodies for others, causing a delightful mischief instead. With an ability to contemplate such trivialities before the duel, Li Feng did not take the matter seriously. A confrontation between Li Feng and Liangshang promised to be an eventful spectacle. It was astonishing to witness Li Feng's emergence. It appeared that even the top student of the year did not dedicate every waking hour to study. Who do you think will prevail? Just moments ago, the had rendered Kiki utterly confounded with a simple wooden figure. The white little fire dragon, an entirely unprecedented variant. Li Feng affectionately patted the fire dragon's head, stating, "A reward awaits if we triumph." The fire dragon responded, "Today, no one stands a chance. The Dragon Emperor must claim victory. Gather your energy." Liangshang commanded first. Observing his opponent's choice, Li Feng shook his head and uttered, "Dragon Dance." The plunged the wooden materials into the ground, striking a pose akin to a Super Saiyan. His face flushed as a gentle white aura enveloped his entire being. Li Feng immediately discerned that his adversary was attempting to transpose the gaming mechanics into reality. The realms of gaming and reality are fundamentally divergent. In the former, immunity and resistance are only applicable under conditions of comparable or overwhelming strength. In reality, a level 1 entity could indeed withstand a level 100. Moreover, while enhancement techniques are not without merit, the real world does not permit one to disregard physical attributes in order to execute a 6th level enhancement. The greater one's strength, the more intricate the enhancement techniques required. Conversely, for lower-tier spirits, particularly novices, the ability to endure a single enhancement is a significant concern. Why do most spirits learn enhancement skills only at higher levels? It is primarily because using enhancement moves equates to exceeding one's limits. In such circumstances, a novice attempting enhancements can only be described as inexperienced and overly audacious. Li Feng dared to employ the Dragon Dance due to his mastery of the technique, coupled with the robust physical prowess of the little fire dragon. The humble transport craftsman across from him, his face flushed with exertion, clearly revealed that he was employing techniques beyond his limits. To his astonishment, the Dragon Dance had indeed been executed. It was remarkable enough that Li Feng had managed to coax his little Charizard into using it. Ordinarily, the power of charge attack could not possibly compare to the enhancements of Dragon Dance, unless one were dealing with exceptionally rare Pokémon. The gathered students buzzed with discussions of the ongoing battle. Liangshang was equally astonished that Li Feng's little Charizard truly unleashed Dragon Dance. However, with the battle already underway, he could not afford to concede defeat despite his pride. With a swift motion, he unleashed Sonic Punch. The empowered transport craftsman wielded the wooden beam with newfound speed, unleashing a brilliant flash of light. Yet, the little Charizard, bolstered by Dragon Dance, effortlessly evaded the strike. In reality, Speed does not guarantee a preemptive advantage. Game mechanics are merely game mechanics, while real-world tactics operate under different principles. Despite the speed boost, it was not an automatic victory. Metallic gleams enveloped the little Charizard's claws, sharp as blades, slicing towards the transport craftsman. As the little Charizard skillfully dodged the sonic punch, the transport craftsman found himself momentarily suspended in midair. With a mighty swipe, the Charizard's claw descended like a cleaver, sending the craftsman flying. While fighting-type Pokémon have an advantage over steel types, they are not immune to their attacks. The steel energy pierced through the craftsman's skin, leaving 3 vivid gashes across his back. The little Charizard's developing musculature, amplified by the explosive power of Dragon Dance, delivered a devastating blow that left the transport craftsman reeling. Witnessing his opponent's refusal to surrender, Li Feng resolved to teach him a lesson. Enduring a beating at school was far preferable to facing one in the real world, after all. With a benevolent heart, Li Feng decided to impart some wisdom. What he referred to as a spark could easily be likened to a fireball, given his mastery of the technique. A fireball, half a meter in diameter, spun rapidly behind the little Charizard's tail, hurtling toward the transport craftsman with searing intensity. The craftsman, forcing himself to remain upright, fixated on the trajectory of the fireball. Harnessing his fighting-type energy, he managed to roll away just in time to avoid the fiery onslaught. The fireball detonated behind him with a resounding explosion. However, before he could catch his breath, a terrifying blade of wind sliced through the air with a menacing whistle. Airblade. The little Charizard, hands clasped in prayer, manipulated the flying-type energy, summoning a howling gale that struck the transport craftsman directly. Under the relentless barrage of skillful combinations, the transport craftsman dejectedly relinquished his wooden beam and collapsed unconscious upon the battlefield. The spectators gasped in awe. The seamless execution of the little Charizard's skills was nothing short of perfect. With the advantage of speed, each technique flowed into the next with remarkable fluidity. Was this truly a novice Pokémon? It seemed to have transcended into the realm of the elite. Many were left in shock, unable to believe that such feats could be accomplished by a mere beginner. Yet, the little Charizard demonstrated an impressive mastery of various techniques, effortlessly overwhelming the transport craftsman. Liangshang, equally bewildered, could hardly fathom that the little Charizard was only at level 9. How could my level 7 transporter artisan exhibit such a lack of resistance, not even managing to inflict a single point of damage on the opponent before succumbing? This is utterly outrageous. A 9th level combatant can easily overpower a 7th level novice. What calamity awaits should one ascend to the 10th level? Li Feng's concealment of his true strength is far too profound. This is excessive. Chapter 31, Level 10. When faced with uncertainty, the resolution of conflict through battle has become the universal law of the world. In the midst of Li Feng's bewilderment, Liangshang directly stated, "I apologize for my disrespectful words." This wretchedly glitched scenario. Only Li Feng felt the awkwardness, while the others seemed unfazed. Never mind, it's merely a friendly spar. Li Feng graciously waved his hand. The victor is always the one who exhibits magnanimity. Ignoring the few from Class 30, Li Feng approached Zhang Changshan, saying, "Next time, let others say whatever they wish. There's no need to injure your Pokémon over such trivial matters." Zhang Changshan nodded, gazing down at the Pokéball in his hand. Thankfully, he wasn't burdened with carrying a hefty Cacnea, which would be a challenge for anyone. The urgency to depart stemmed from a simple reason. Charmeleon indicated it was ready to evolve. A thrilling battle had propelled Charmeleon past its previous barrier. Li Feng found himself questioning whether Charmeleon had simply accumulated enough experience or if the world's rules following victory had played a role. If battling had no effect, why was this world so enamored with it? Regardless, an evolution is always a fortuitous event. At that moment, a faint red glow enveloped Charmeleon's body. Soon after, a mysterious sensation washed over Li Feng as he realized Charmeleon had transformed. The Pokédex clearly indicated that Charmeleon was now at level 10. Regrettably, there was no display of capability values. How he wished it could exhibit a hexagonal chart like in the games. Li Feng mentally lamented that his system was inferior to a mere device. With the surge in strength, Li Feng discovered an unexpected delight within the Pokédex. Charmeleon had successfully comprehended the move Gratitude, though the leap to elite level appeared to bring minimal changes. Mastering Gratitude was undeniably a remarkable achievement. With a constant maximum intimacy level, Li Feng was eager to assess the effects of Gratitude, However, it was already nighttime, and venturing to the training facility was not ideal. Better to rest. Any matters could be addressed the following day. He gently patted Charmeleon's head. The next day, Li Feng resolutely skipped his cultural class to experiment with the effects of gratitude. Yet, before testing, he needed to enhance Charmeleon's proficiency with the move. Initiating the head pat technique. Charmeleon, accustomed to this routine, patiently awaited the elevation of its skill level. All right, let us see if you can directly master the techniques from the gratitude manual, Li Feng instructed. After attempting the move, Charmeleon responded, "Yay, it shouldn't be difficult, but I'll need a little more time." Li Feng replied, "Then let us first test the effects of gratitude." The use of gratitude involves an explosion of emotional energy. And when Charmeleon executed this move, Li Feng felt a stirring within his own emotions. Although not overwhelmingly powerful, he could distinctly perceive the essence through his psychic connection. The Charmander radiated a soft, ethereal white light of general energy, and then unleashed a formidable punch, the terrifying force of which made Li Feng's eyes brighten with intrigue. Is this the effect of a skill exceeding 100 in power? Li Feng pondered, contemplating the potential of transforming this force into a permanent enhancement. The results would be nothing short of extraordinary. However, according to the skill manual of the EV Master, the passive effect of the gratitude skill would experience a certain degree of attenuation, with the precise outcome depending on the bond between the two. In contrast to the overt amplification of Dragon Dance, the enhancement from gratitude was more subtle and intangible. The two forms of enhancement did not conflict, naturally. The more skills Li Feng's Charmander could master, the better. The active use of gratitude would yield effects somewhat akin to that of a Charmander employing Metal Claw after a single use of Dragon Dance. Nevertheless, Li Feng leaned more towards the idea of rendering it a permanent passive ability. Active usage would impose a burden on the body, whereas a passive enhancement would bolster its inherent capabilities. This insight was derived from the skill manual, elucidating why the gratitude skill was deemed worthy of the master level. Augmenting a Pokémon's foundational strength was of paramount importance. After all, Dragon Dance had yet to reach its zenith, and an elite-level Charmander would not be able to endure the limits of an ultimate Dragon Dance. With an increased foundation, it was plausible that the Charmander could unleash 2 instances of Dragon Dance in a short span. In such a scenario, compounded with the inherent benefits of gratitude, wouldn't that surpass the efficacy of a single Dragon Dance coupled with active gratitude? There existed the standard Charmander, the one capable of maintaining Dragon Dance for extended periods, and the supercharged variant capable of dual Dragon Dances. Under this augmentation, the Charmander's explosive power and combat prowess would undoubtedly rival that of higher elite-level Pokémon. After all, Li Feng's Charmander possessed an almost absurd level of skill proficiency. Yet, this proficiency, while impressive, was relatively commonplace among families or organizations with formidable trainers. Achieving a higher level of mastery, however, was not something that could be accomplished in a short time frame. Even with abundant resources, mastering multiple advanced skills within a mere month or two was entirely unrealistic. If one were to expend master-level resources on a novice-level Pokémon, it could be done, but few would pursue such a path. Regardless of how powerful a trainer may be, their resources are inherently limited, and cost-effectiveness remains one of their perpetual pursuits. Turning around, Li Feng spotted Teacher Shen shouting, entering the training gym. "Teacher Shen, you're here quite early," Li Feng inquired. Shen shouting replied, "I brought my Pokémon for a warm-up and to prepare for lessons." "Oh, your Charmander has broken through," Li Feng confirmed. "Yes, it achieved that after battling Liangshang from Class 30 last night." Upon releasing her own Pokémon, Shen shouting began to meticulously observe the state of the Charmander. "Very good. I heard about the battle, and I'm pleased you won," she expressed with satisfaction. "Isn't it quite normal for trainers to engage in battles? Moreover, Liangshang was a specialized battler. As long as she and the Pokémon instructor from Class 30 had no objections, who would dare to voice dissent? Are you training the gratitude move?" Indeed, as the instructor of the Elven class, her discerning eye is truly remarkable. "Yes, I am currently endeavoring to transform the move gratitude into a passive ability, drawing inspiration from the skill manual of the esteemed EV King." Li Feng was somewhat taken aback, but proceeded to explain. "Passive ability?" Shen shouting exclaimed with a bewildered expression. "Has your little Charmeleon truly mastered the move gratitude to that extent? Is it really possible?" After observing for a while, Shen shouting found it incomprehensible how Li Feng had managed to train his Charmeleon, just having broken through. And now he was working on mastering another skill? Moreover, judging by its prowess, the bond between Charmeleon and Li Feng is undeniably impressive. Shin Shouting was well aware of Charmeleon's exceptional talent, yet Li Feng's prowess as a trainer seemed almost terrifying. Could this truly be the mark of genius? Not only excelling academically, but also demonstrating prodigious skill in Pokémon training? Effective training of Pokémon is of paramount importance. Even with a single manual, different individuals can yield varying results. It is akin to studying. While the textbooks remain the same, the outcomes may diverge significantly. A slight lapse today, a bit of leniency tomorrow, ultimately leading to a stark contrast in results. Not to mention the absurdity of a genius who outworks you at every turn. Shall we engage in a battle? I happen to have a newly trained Pokémon that has just reached the elite level, Shin Shouting suggested suddenly. Li Feng paused, realizing that this was indeed a splendid idea. Battling with the teacher would undoubtedly provide valuable insights. Furthermore, facing a Pokémon of the same caliber could assist Charmeleon in mastering the passive version of gratitude. Although their ISNTA system for gaining experience points through battle victories, success in combat would certainly endear one more to the forces of nature. In such circumstances, the strong grow stronger, accumulating more fortune and consequently receiving greater assistance. All right, Li Feng nodded. Shin Shouting was equally eager to ascertain the capabilities of Li Feng as Charmeleon, and thus they reached a mutual agreement. My Pokémon is this one, Ponyta. Shin Shouting summoned a charming little pink pony. This was a Galarian form of Ponyta, and in this world, regional forms weren't confined to specific areas. Through cultural exchange, Pokémon could be mutually cultivated. Training in a new locale also serves as a fresh opportunity for gathering data on such regional forms. Unlike the ordinary Ponyta, this pink variant is a Psychic-type Pokémon. It bears no resemblance to flames. Its mane has transformed into shades of light purple and bluish-green, while its hooves are adorned with purple fur. Unlike the typical Ponyta, this pink variant boasts a single horn on its head, and after absorbing the energies of the forest, its mane shifts into a spectrum of colors over time. Rather than merely a horse, it is more fitting to describe it as a unicorn. The Galarian form of Ponyta possesses formidable healing abilities, rendering typical injuries negligible in its presence. However, based on its power level, Shin Shouting's Ponyta appears to be around level 10 or 11 in the elite tier. A Ponyta of this caliber has likely yet to unlock its full healing potential. Regarding the characteristic of the pink barrier, it serves as an immunity to toxins and a remedy against poison, effectively countering toxic-type moves. However, for Charmander, it holds no value whatsoever. The spirited Ponyta gazed eagerly at Li Feng and Charmander. Charmander expressed its reluctance. I don't want to fight. The rewards Li Feng promised last night have yet to be fulfilled. Li Feng retorted, what if we win this match? Charmander inquired. Li Feng gritted his teeth and replied, the same. Shin Shouting observed the intimate exchange between Li Feng and Charmander, understanding why they could master the move of gratitude. Their bond was so profound, devoid of barriers, evoking envy from onlookers. If Li Feng were aware of Shin Shouting's thoughts, he would surely be speechless. A strong bond? Nonsense. Even battles come with a price. What a ripoff. Chapter 32, Triple Eruption. In the arena, Li Feng stood ready with Charmander, facing Shin Shouting's Ponyta. Psychic. The psychic wave surged toward Charmander like crashing waves. Ancient power. With a swift motion, Charmander clapped its hands, causing a rock of similar height to erupt from the ground as if it were springing forth after the rain. Shin Shouting frowned. Yet another expertly executed move? The furious rock barreled through the psychic waves, striking Ponyta with residual force. As Ponyta saw the rock hurtling toward it, it adeptly evaded the attack, using its keen psychic abilities to lock onto the position with remarkable agility. Fairy Wind. Upon invoking this move, Li Feng's lips twitched. Is this what you meant by just stepping into the elite level? Level 10 is merely entering the elite tier, and level 15 is also just entering, right? The fairy-type energy manifested as a powerful gust toward Charmander. In the real world, speed dictates who can act first. Charmander stood no chance against the nimble Ponyta. Given the disparity in their species, Li Feng questioned whether even after using Dragon Dance, Charmander could turn the tables. Moreover, Ponyta's proficiency in both Psychic and Fairy Wind was strikingly high, delivering precise attacks on Charmander, a testament to the Galarian form's affinity for psychic powers. Air Slash. In terms of wind manipulation, could there be a more elite user than the flying type? Furthermore, Even at the same proficiency level, the power of Air Slash far exceeded that of Fairy Wind. Without the benefits of the same type, Air Slash effortlessly dispersed Fairy Wind. The howling gusts of Air Slash sliced toward Ponyta. Dragon Dance. Seizing the moment while Ponyta had to defend or evade, Li Feng chose to bolster his own strength. With a disadvantage in speed, Charmander faced numerous restrictions. It was not a defensive Pokémon and needed to minimize the speed gap as much as possible. Shouting sensed trouble and promptly commanded Ponyta to evade while utilizing Howl. This move combined sound and psychic energy to influence the opponent's emotions, causing a decrease in battle spirit and, consequently, a reduction in attack power. The neigh of the little fire horse caused a frown to form on the little fire dragon's face, momentarily disrupting the execution of its dragon dance. Clearly, the little fire dragon's mental fortitude was lacking. Li Feng observed the battle, noting the little fire dragon's shortcomings. Although its dragon dance was weakened by the interference, its speed had evidently increased. Metal Claw. The little fire dragon surged forward with remarkable velocity, leaping and arriving before the little fire horse in an instant. Its claws, enveloped in a metallic sheen, sliced toward the little fire horse like blades of steel. With a resounding impact, the little fire horse's horn erupted with a brilliant white light, its powerful limbs propelling it forward to collide. The clash resonated like the collision of blade and bullet, metal striking stone. The little fire dragon, propelled backward by the recoil, executed a graceful turn in midair, its tail's flames flaring dramatically as it unleashed the spark technique with a swift tail swipe. The benefits of having mastered all its skills became evident as the transitions between techniques flowed seamlessly. With a thunderous explosion, the spark erupted like a grenade, sending the little fire horse hurtling through the air. The little fire dragon, after landing, sprang back up, enveloped in a white glow as it combined general energy waves with emotional energy, unleashing its reprisal technique. Shouting was taken aback by the little fire dragon's ferocity. Both its energy attacks and physical prowess were astonishingly formidable. With the combination of 8 expertly mastered skills, including Roar, Grab, Spark, Smoke Screen, Dragon Dance, Primordial Force, Airblade, and Metal Claw, the little fire dragon's foundation exceeded that of an average elite-level pinnacle Pokémon. Indeed, Pokémon power is crucial, but this is merely the basis of their capabilities. The depth and potency of a skill pool serve as the true amplifiers. For a typical elite-level Pokémon at level 19, there are usually around 8 or 9 skills, with inherited skills bringing the total to about 10. In contrast, the little fire dragon, with 4 inherited skills and the top-tier Dragon Dance, truly exemplified a regal presence. The Galarian form of the little fire horse, at level 19, possessed only 5 racial skills. However, its psychic and fairy-type skills were inherently powerful, resulting in exaggerated enhancements for Pokémon. Thus, while the number of skills is not the definitive factor, it certainly influences performance. Regardless, the little fire dragon's strength could undoubtedly rival that of an elite-level pinnacle Pokémon. As for the little fire horse, its power was indeed formidable, yet it was not superior to the little fire dragon. It merely possessed a greater fundamental Pokémon power. From a gaming perspective, this translates to the little fire horse having a higher level while the little fire dragon maximized its effort values. In comparison, the disparity was quite significant. The reprisal technique seemed to imbue the little fire dragon with immense vigor, transforming it into a projectile enveloped in white light as it charged toward the little fire horse. With a powerful bang, the little fire horse was launched once more. Had victory been achieved? Li Feng observed the injured little fire horse sprawled on the ground, yet shouting did not call an end to the battle. A gentle warm glow emanated from the little fire horse, visibly healing its wounds. What the morning sun? Shouting smiled softly and explained. My little fire horse inherited the morning sun technique. It is also the core of its training. Can Li Feng truly remain oblivious to this? Although the recovery speed does not entirely negate the injuries inflicted by requital, under continuous assault, it is still capable of vanquishing the Ponyta. However, this is contingent upon the premise that the Charmander's stamina is inferior to that of the Ponyta. Yet, can a creature proficient in Morning Sun possess inadequate stamina? Especially one of equine lineage? It is well known that horses inherently excel in endurance. Thus, it is implausible to suggest that a Pokémon of such a nature would falter in stamina. The notion that Charmander could outlast its opponent seems rather far-fetched. If Requital cannot eliminate the adversary in a single strike, how can victory be achieved? At present, the mightiest move at Charmander's disposal is indeed Requital, as even its own fire-type Ember pales in comparison. Surrender may be the wisest course. Your Charmander possesses tremendous explosive power, yet its endurance remains insufficient. Identifying and rectifying its shortcomings is crucial, advised Shin shouting from a mentor's perspective. Proceed, teacher, Li Feng replied, unperturbed by thoughts of defeat. For he still had an ace up his sleeve. Very well. It is only by facing difficulties head-on that one can ascend to greater heights. Shin shouting expressed her admiration for Li Feng's resolve. As the battle unfolded, it appeared that Charmander was consistently pressuring Ponyta. However, Ponyta's reliance on the restorative properties of Morning Sun allowed it to remain steadfast. In contrast, Charmander, due to the exhaustion of its stamina, began to show signs of fatigue. Conclude this, Ponyta. Seizing the moment when Charmander stumbled, Shun shouting commanded Ponyta to unleash Psychic. The psychic force surged over Charmander like a tidal wave, bringing the already fatigued Pokémon to the ground. Li Feng observed this spectacle with an impassive expression until Charmander collapsed. Charmander, rise, he commanded. What constitutes a true life-or-death struggle? It is the act of locking one's health to zero. Blaze mode, ignite. The activation of Blaze in reality unleashes the full potential of the Pokémon. Moreover, the lower the stamina, the more formidable the eruption becomes. Recall the might of Ash's Infernape when it entered Blaze mode. Although Charmander may not possess comparable strength or depth of experience in its final moments, it is at its most ferocious. At this very instant, all notions of stamina limitations are rendered moot. Dragon Dance, unleash. Requital, erupt. Finally, the Blaze mode explosion. Under the triad of explosive power, the white skin of Charmander bore witness to vivid red fissures. In this moment, Charmander resembled a dragon from the depths of hell. Shin shouting was taken aback. What is happening? Wasn't it already exhausted? Glancing at Charmander, and then at Li Feng, she suddenly noticed a faint luminescence emanating from him. Psychic abilities? It seemed unlikely. Or could it be a brand new innate talent? In the Eastern Kingdom, such innate talents refer to humans who possess supernatural capabilities. Individuals like the Dragon King, who wields the power of dragons, are considered endowed with innate talents. This power is purely a gift of nature, utterly impervious to human training. Shin shouting could hardly fathom that Li Feng was such a prodigy. Meanwhile, the dazed Ponyta failed to react as it was struck unconscious by a single requital from Charmander. Did Ponyta's defeat matter? Not in the slightest. Shin shouting discovered that Li Feng was truly a treasure. His remarkable talent in Pokémon abilities and extraordinary prowess as a trainer, coupled with a latent skill, suggested he would undoubtedly excel in the upcoming Pokémon examination a year hence. It was well known that producing a top-ranking trainer would reflect favorably on her achievements. After all, who would willingly dedicate themselves to teaching a bunch of children otherwise? What was most significant, however, was that Li Feng was remarkably easy to guide. He grasped concepts effortlessly and even demonstrated an impressive ability to apply his knowledge, prompting her own reflections. Such exceptional talent, combined with a latent skill, rendered him invincible. Absolutely unbeatable. If Li Feng were aware of Shun Shouting's enthusiastic appraisal, he would surely be taken aback. The Pokémon Encyclopedia contained a status report indicating the general condition of Charmeleon. Initially, Li Feng regarded this as a positive sign, but suddenly, his vision darkened, and he fainted. Shin shouting, witnessing Li Feng collapse before her, promptly summoned her companion, the psychic-type Eevee. Utilizing psychic powers, she levitated Li Feng and hurried towards the Pokémon Center. Did he not realize that employing his latent skill would impose tremendous strain on his body? Observing Li Feng unconscious, Shin shouting suspected it was his first encounter with such a power. Generally, the burden of utilizing a latent skill varied based on how it was employed. A Pokémon like Charmeleon, capable of exerting itself to the limit, undoubtedly bore a significant burden. Chapter 33, Latent Skill. What the? My head hurt so much. Slowly regaining consciousness, Li Feng cradled his head and opened his eyes, only to find himself lying on a pristine white hospital bed. Nearby, a Happiny was cheerfully singing, and upon sensing Li Feng's awakening, it tilted its body and scurried away. Soon, Dr. Zhao entered the room with the Happiny in tow. First, it was Charmeleon that entered the Pokémon Center, and now you have managed to bring yourself here? Dr. Zhao expressed his bemusement. Is this your first time utilizing a latent skill? Li Feng was taken aback. What latent skill? Oh, so it is your first attempt at using a latent skill without understanding your body's limitations, causing you to faint from exceeding your limits. A latent skill is a rare ability possessed by only a select few, akin to superhuman powers. Such abilities cannot be cultivated through training, but may be inherited through offspring. Aside from that, there is no other means of control. Moreover, latent skills can only awaken by chance, with no other possibilities for activation. Although potent, utilizing a latent skill comes with burdens. Each individual's capacity to bear such burdens varies due to differences in their awakened abilities and physical constitution. With Dr. Zhao's elucidation, Li Feng began to comprehend the folly of his actions. The healing roar was undeniably powerful, but he had unwittingly absorbed the adverse effects of his own exertion. Charmeleon may have flaunted its prowess, but he bore the consequences. What a predicament! If you consider the fact that you overexerted yourself from the start. It is a miracle you did not remain unconscious for 3 days and nights, all due to your commendable physical constitution, Dr. Zhao acknowledged Li Feng's reckless behavior with a hint of admiration. How long will it take for me to recover? Li Feng inquired. Dr. Zhao, your primary issue now is weakness. As long as you refrain from recklessly employing your innate abilities, you should be fine in about 10 days or so. However, once your body recovers, do not be so careless with your powers in the future. Li Feng nodded decisively, yet even this simple gesture made his head throb. It was not a crucial battle. Why did he feel the need to win at all? Moreover, while the blaze ability becomes stronger the lower the health, there was no need to push it to such extremes. If only he could traverse time and space, he would undoubtedly strangle his past self, who sought to show off. The sense of accomplishment from defeating a Pokémon bred by a professional trainer was hardly worth it. Where's my Charmander? Li Feng realized that his Pokeball was not by his side and inquired. Dr. Zhao replied, your Charmander is exhausted, and the combination of the Rhydon move and Dragon Dance has caused some damage to its body. I have arranged for its treatment. Enough with the nonsense. Once it wakes, let it eat something and take its medicine. What you need most now is rest. The overexertion of innate abilities can directly lead to brain death in those whose bodies are not fit for it. What? Li Feng was utterly taken aback upon hearing this. He hurriedly followed the Chansey's instructions to eat and take his medication, then focused on recuperating. The medicine contained a certain sedative component, and soon after waking, Li Feng fell into a deep slumber. 3 days later, he certainly would not inform his family about his hospitalization. Although it was his own recklessness, since he was now fine, he would treat it as if nothing had happened. He did not wish to face his parents' wrath and have his privileges curtailed. The reason for Charmander's vibrant energy was that it had successfully mastered the passive Rhydon. The mastery of this passive ability was achieved in merely 2 days. Moreover, its subsequent growth in Pokémon power was significantly faster than usual. Regardless, a Charmander that had mastered the passive Rhydon was, in terms of Pokémon power, undoubtedly comparable to a level 15 or 16 Pokémon. In its normal state at level 10, it could contend with Pokémon of level 15 or 16, and with Dragon Dance enhancing its power, it could instantly battle level 19 Pokémon. Not to mention the Blaze state. Even elite peak Pokémon would find it challenging to contend with Charmander. Could this be akin to the phenomenon often depicted in fantasy novels, where one accumulates strength and, upon reaching a certain realm, becomes invincible within that realm? However, with all skills learned, Li Feng could only continue to spend exorbitantly on acquiring a new skill manual. Charge Flame Strike. This is a fire-type attack skill that simultaneously enhances the Pokémon's speed and explosive power after use. It bears a resemblance to the lightning power from Naruto, which activates 1S cells to boost speed. However, Charged Flame Strike heats the blood circulation within the body, thereby increasing the explosive power of the limbs. Every move fundamentally possesses its own principles. As long as one understands these principles, training becomes significantly more efficient. In the absence of skill machines, the only way to broaden and deepen the skill pool is to rely on purchasing skill manuals. That evening, in the dormitory, Li Feng waved his hand and said, "Did you skip class? It is currently the time for evening lessons. Did Fat Lu really skip? By the way, Feng Go, my family has recently overcome a difficult period, and I should be able to return that 1 million to you within the next couple of days. I will repay you along with the interest." "Thank you so much, Feng Go," said Pang Lu earnestly. Li Feng congratulated him, saying, "It's wonderful that the issue has been resolved. You can manage it as you see fit. By the way, Feng Go, Are you interested in participating in a novice trainer competition in Zhongqing? Pang Lu inquired. What is it? Li Feng glanced at Fan Lu. Pang Lu explained. It's a Pokémon battle competition organized by several private enterprises in Zhongqing, exclusively for high school seniors. The champion receives an elite-level resource. While it may not be particularly precious, the stage for the battles is quite enticing. Li Feng was not particularly interested. But upon hearing that the competition would be broadcast live on the local Zhongqing satellite station, he promptly asked, when is this competition taking place? Pang Lu replied, didn't you just say you weren't interested? Why the sudden curiosity? It's this weekend. It will be completed in 2 days. You can register on this website. Pang Lu stated, tossing out a URL. Upon opening the link, Li Feng discovered that this was a small competition hosted by several private enterprises, one of which was a clothing company. Isn't this the company owned by Pang Lu's father? Why didn't you just say it was your family's event? Li Feng thought, feeling somewhat exasperated. Pang Lu, somewhat embarrassed, responded, if you weren't interested, I wouldn't have insisted you participate, Feng Ge. Li Feng waved his hand and said, go on. I'll join. What do you need my assistance with? Pang Lu hesitated a moment before saying, it's not a big deal. But could you represent our company during the competition? Of course, if you decline, that's perfectly fine. I wouldn't have brought it up if it weren't for my father insisting. Li Feng chuckled, that's not a problem at all. I accept. After all, I'm merely an obscure individual, so any advertisement I provide won't have much impact. However, I do have one condition. Make sure to capture me looking good in the footage, ha ha ha. Regardless, this small competition marks my formal debut. I certainly don't want this event to become a source of embarrassment in the future. Imagine the shock of a legendary trainer having a disgraceful past. That would be quite amusing, wouldn't it? Today is Wednesday, and with a few days to prepare, that should suffice. Thank you, Feng Ge. Pang Lu sighed in relief, feeling somewhat guilty for constantly troubling Li Feng. To be honest, he couldn't comprehend why his father insisted that Li Feng represent them. While his skills might not be exceptional, he was certainly stronger than the majority of high school students, so it should not pose a problem. It baffled him entirely. As he watched Pang Lu take out his phone to report the completion of the task, Li Feng was also busy. He allowed his Charmeleon to play on its own while he prepared for a couple of Pokémon master battles. However, when Charmeleon fixed its large, captivating eyes on him without blinking, he suddenly realized that he seemed to owe Charmeleon something. Charmeleon, here you go. Feel free to add whatever you desire directly to the shopping cart. Li Feng handed his phone to the Charmeleon, curious about what a Pokémon might wish to purchase. After all, had he not already prepared all the necessary resources? Food and training supplies were never in short supply. His Charmeleon was not addicted to the internet, nor did it indulge in games. What could it possibly want to buy? Hey, hurry up and check out. The Charmeleon's insistence piqued Li Feng's curiosity. Upon opening the shopping cart, he was taken aback. A photo album of Milotic. Wait, are you serious? You extravagant creature. You spent over 10,000 on 7 stars merchandise. But isn't this the one belonging to the renowned Bai Mingqi? Goodness. He never imagined his Charmeleon had such an affinity for celebrity culture. Is there any significance in purchasing this? Li Feng was at a loss for words. It wasn't that he was reluctant to spend money, but weren't all 7 stars photos essentially the same? There were countless images online. Couldn't they simply be downloaded? The Charmeleon, with an expression of utter disbelief, sulked in discontent. Bye. I must see what purpose this serves. Li Feng found himself bemused by his Charmeleon's whims. What was the appeal of idolizing someone? When the time came, there would be plenty of photos to choose from, even ones that were, well, quite revealing. But could a Pokémon truly be portrayed in such a manner? Perhaps shiny Gardevoir could. Chapter 34, The Central City Battle Tournament. Upon returning to a semblance of normalcy, Li Feng noticed many classmates were curious about his recent disappearance over the past few days. He wore an expression that suggested they would understand if they only thought for a moment. Wow, so this is the life of a privileged youth? Skipping class to have fun. No wonder he looks so worn out. Instantly, rumors about his fondness for fencing began to dissipate. Yet some of the female students remained convinced that true love lay in same-sex relationships, particularly for someone as unremarkable as Li Feng, who would be much better suited to a more flamboyant lifestyle. The mundane days swiftly passed, and before long, Saturday morning arrived once again. Central City Memorial School dismissed students on Saturday mornings, a common practice among boarding schools. Here comes Feng Ge. Upon spotting Li Feng, the chubby Lu exclaimed, "Are you all participating too?" Li Feng noticed Mi Ying and her companions. It seemed this had turned into a class event. Local battle competitions in Central City were few and far between, particularly ones suitable for novice trainers like themselves. Having the opportunity for practical experience is always invaluable. Ming explained with a cheerful smile. In a world dominated by battles, it's unlikely that a kid in shorts or a bug-catching youth would suddenly emerge from the sidelines to challenge someone to a duel. Nor would there be gentlemen or ladies brandishing two weak Pokémon, demanding a match, only to lose and hand over 3,000 in a baffling display of foolishness. They had already established a relationship of strengths and weaknesses among their classmates prior to the battles, and it would be quite challenging to alter that dynamic before reaching the elite level. Thus, while their battles might not yield substantial results, the opportunity for practical engagement was certainly worth participating in. "Oh, then let's head out," Li Feng replied, understanding the sentiment. The crowd gradually boarded the vehicle belonging to Pang Lu and proceeded towards the venue of the battle, Qingfeng Building. This site boasted a spacious outdoor arena. Li Feng was surprised to discover that the battle was being held here, yet he had no intention of observing the studio's operations. Understanding that it was the weekend and that not working was justified, his attention was captured by the camera operators, whose presence indicated that this live-stream battle was taken seriously. The number of participants was modest, around 100, and the organizers would select opponents through a lottery. Pang Lu, while perusing information on his phone, explained. Li Feng nodded, stating, "Let us proceed directly to the draw." Students from Yizhong, Xiaozhong, and Huashe affiliated were all participating. Ming glanced at the contestants. "Isn't this quite normal? Novice-level competitions are bound to attract high school students," Zhang Changshan remarked. "We can't expect a plethora of professional players to participate, can we? That would be absurd. While professional players are unlikely, could there be trainers with elite-level Pokémon?" Pang Li inquired curiously. "Isn't there one right here?" Miao Qingyu rolled her eyes. Li Feng curiously asked, "Is anyone from Class 30 participating?" Pang Lu shook his head, saying, "I didn't invite them. Besides, this is merely a small competition, and they likely look down upon participating." In truth, what is deemed a small competition for someone of Li Feng's caliber is still quite significant for the average individual. The elite-level resource rewards are valued at around 100,000, which is quite substantial compared to many small-scale events that offer prizes of only 30,000 to 50,000. For students, a reward exceeding 100,000 is indeed enticing. This explains the attendance of over 100 novice trainers, as merely reaching the top 8 guarantees a cash prize of 10,000. The battles provide both practical experience and an opportunity to earn money, making it an appealing venture. Meanwhile, in Wei Feng's studio, Wei Wei remarked, "It seems there's a Pokémon battle happening downstairs today." Alaga, playing with her hair with one hand while resting her chin on the other, responded. Gu Wei Wei, holding a steaming cup of coffee by the window, replied nonchalantly, "What competition?" Alaga glanced at a promotional flyer on the table and exclaimed, "It's a novice-level Pokémon battle. What is so interesting about that?" Gu Wei Wei took a sip of her coffee. "Indeed, as Li Feng would put it, it's merely a case of chickens pecking at each other. Quite dull," Alaga said. Tossing the flyer into the trash, Gu Wei Wei placed her empty coffee cup down and announced, "I have some errands to run. Contact me if anything comes up." "Oh, Asuka, you stay here in the studio. I'll manage on my own today." Asuka, who was about to rise, set her bag down and nodded, "If you need anything, remember to let me know, Wei Wei." Alaga, observing Gu Wei Wei's departing figure, contemplated, "Has little Wei Wei ever gone out for errands without taking you along?" Asuka shook her head. "No, but perhaps today Wei Wei is attending to personal matters?" Alaga sensed something peculiar, but could not pinpoint the oddity at that moment. Lin Xian suddenly inquired, "Have you completed your part?" Olga instantly appeared as despondent as a frostbitten eggplant and resumed her work. "Oh, very well." As Asuka dialed Gu Wei Wei's number, she discovered it went unanswered. Concerned, Asuka remarked, "Could something have happened to Wei Wei? She didn't answer my call." Lin Xian frowned. Olga stretched lazily, her emotions tumultuous. Simultaneously, she pondered, what could Wei Wei be up to? It feels rather strange. Li Feng had just received his battle number, 37. With a total of 128 participants, he would swiftly progress through the rounds. In the initial rounds, he encountered no formidable opponents. A single seamless spark was enough to vanquish the opposing Pokémon. It was a case of elite-level skills overpowering novice-level abilities, rendering the competition utterly futile. Not only did Li Feng effortlessly advance to the top 16, but his classmates Mi Ying, Zhang Changshan, Miao Qingyu, and Pang Li also cruised through. Being among the 10 key battle seeds selected from their school, their Pokémon talents were undoubtedly exceptional. Of the top 16 slots, 6 were occupied by their institution. Fat Lu's Mumuao was also quite capable, narrowly defeating its adversary to proceed. Given the circumstances, reaching the quarterfinals seemed rather precarious, especially with several strong novice trainers from rival schools such as Yi Zhong and Xiao Zhong. The only disappointment was the absence of any elite trainers in this round. Li Feng sighed. Isn't this merely a game of baby Pokémon? The strength of his Charmander was such that even elite trainers would struggle against it, let alone this assembly of novice-level Pokémon. I concede, Ming declared upon seeing her next opponent. A Chikorita against a Charmander? Perhaps I could manage against an ordinary Charmander, but not against Li Feng's. She had faced enough challenges from him at school. Li Feng had anticipated encountering Mi Ying in the top 16. However, with a 1 in 3 chance of facing a classmate, it was indeed quite probable. Not only had he met a familiar face, but Zhang Changshan also clashed with Pang Li, a rather unfortunate coincidence. In stark contrast to Mi Ying's immediate surrender, Zhang Changshan and Pang Li were determined not to yield to one another. Having faced each other in training battles, they had both tasted victory and defeat. Come on. The prize for winning is all yours. Li Feng encouraged his lackluster Charmander. At that moment, the Charmander was yet to grasp the joy of competing with baby Pokémon. Reflecting on the Charmander's current fascination with celebrity culture, Li Feng realized it could be advantageous. With desires come leverage, and with leverage, one could exert influence. He could entice the Charmander with photos and money for training. If the Charmander ever lost motivation, he could simply arrange a meeting with the illustrious Wang Tianqi's Qishi bird. Could it really be excessive to purchase a meal with the legendary Warren Buffett? Charge, charge, charge. The championship is mine. No one can take it away. The Charmander's spirit soared with determination. Li Feng could not comprehend when Xiao Hualong developed an affinity for celebrity culture. However, he acknowledged that Bai Mengqi's Qishi Qingyao was indeed cultivated to perfection. Still, he shook his head, reasoning that pursuing such frivolities was far less rewarding than engaging in singing, dancing, or playing basketball himself. Alas, the system forbade him from resorting to underhanded tactics. Otherwise, he would surely showcase some impressive skills. The prospect of studying was out of the question. The true path lay in debuting as a trainee. Upon hearing a familiar voice, Li Feng turned to see Gu Weiwei beaming at him. Dressed in professional attire, she exuded an alluring charm characteristic of a mature woman. What brings you down here? Li Feng inquired with a smile. Gu Weiwei responded with a radiant grin. I just came down to purchase a few items and thought I would stop by to say hello upon seeing you. Li Feng explained. I came with my classmates to participate in the Pokémon competition. Fat Lu and his companions observed Li Feng conversing animatedly with the stunning professional woman. Their expressions a mix of confusion and envy. Is this intellectual beauty, a working professional, really someone Li Feng knows? Zhang Changshan and Fat Lu gazed at him with admiration. In contrast to high school girls, this slightly older beauty possessed an irresistible allure for an 18-year-old. If high school girls were akin to budding flowers, then Gu Weiwei was a fully bloomed rose. Wow, that beauty is even holding Li Feng's hand. Fat Lu exclaimed. I'm not envious. Not even a little. Fat Lu and Zhang Changshan declared earnestly, clutching their chests. Go for it, little boss. Gu Weiwei encouraged Li Feng, who smiled appreciatively before leading Xiao Hualong to prepare for the quarterfinals. Chapter 35. The little cat monster. Li Feng's opponent in the quarterfinals was a senior from Zhongqing No, one high school, whose partner Pokémon was the electric type, little cat monster. As for its strength, it was evident that it had not surpassed the elite level. Li Feng estimated it to be at most level 7 or 8. The breeding plan for Little Cat Monster included a championship-level scheme, though such elite breeding plans were likely beyond the means of the average person. At the novice level, one could learn skills such as Quick Attack, Thunder Shock, Charge, and Bite. This caliber of skill set would easily dominate ordinary Pokémon. Yet, it was apparent that the Little Cat Monster before him was unlikely to possess such extraordinary capabilities. Let the battle begin, bellowed the middle-aged man, who served as both host and referee. Such small competitions were likely not very professional. They were held mainly to appease local government requirements for several enterprises. After all, the trainer industry was a project vigorously promoted by the state, with each region having certain metrics that the average person might find perplexing. Nevertheless, these subtle influences could indeed foster industry advancement. As for why Fat Lu chose to participate himself, it was clear that his father deemed his abilities insufficient. Instead of letting others benefit from the rewards, he preferred to give them to his son's friends. The phrase elite-level resources held significant weight. There was a substantial difference between low-tier and high-tier elite-level resources, primarily in terms of value and purchasing rights. Despite Li Feng's wealth, many items remained inaccessible without a professional trainer's license. Much like the modest competition in Zhongqing, this event has undergone rigorous scrutiny before being approved. The primary focus lies on the evaluation of rewards. Indeed, other countries do not impose such stringent regulations, with only Dongwang maintaining a strict oversight in this regard. For instance, to acquire a second legitimate Pokémon after obtaining the first at the age of 18, one must either pass the elite assessment and review of the Trainer Association or become a professional trainer. There are no alternative routes. Oh, there is another option. Capturing wild Pokémon is permissible, yet it bears a resemblance to the illicit possession of firearms. Engaging in such an act would result in the forfeiture of one's rights to their original Pokémon, and in Dongwang, such behavior could even lead to legal repercussions for the trainer. It is deemed an exceptionally grave offense. However, it is precisely this strictness that renders Dongwang's safety environment unparalleled, indeed unique on a global scale. From a certain perspective, such policies effectively deter trainers from abandoning their Pokémon without cause or from capturing a multitude of them merely to utilize as tools. This aligns harmoniously with Dongwang's ethos of fostering a harmonious coexistence between humans and Pokémon. In contrast, the practices observed in the United States often lead to children as young as 6 or 7 possessing numerous Pokémon, resulting in distressing incidents where Pokémon consume children or vice versa. Despite the formidable nature of Pokémon, the practices in the U.S. are unprecedented, characterized by naive behaviors such as offering them toxic substances out of curiosity. To adults, this is nothing short of demonic conduct. Such issues frequently arise when one's moral compass remains unformed. Nonetheless, a silver lining exists. Some affluent families cultivate 6 Pokémon from a young age, resulting in these young trainers developing remarkable prowess as they mature. Competitions such as the World Championship impose age restrictions on trainers. Yet there are no limitations on the age of Pokémon. If a novice trainer possesses the skill to bond with a champion-level Pokémon, dedicating it wholly to their cause, it is not unreasonable to refer to it as a quasi-champion. After all, what is the issue with the offspring of the wealthy or officials, and now, perhaps, the progeny of trainers? There is no problem at all. Setting aside these distractions, Li Feng gazed at the small Meowth before him. Its ears and tail bore the design of yellow 4-pointed stars, its neck was adorned in black, and its forelegs were encircled by yellow bands. The hind legs of the female Meowth were blue, and the fur atop its head was notably shorter. After processing this information, it became evident that the female Meowth belonged to the electric type. Its abilities remained intact. Observing the Meowth that initiated the confrontation, Li Feng surmised its potential characteristics. His own Charmander's abilities had not diminished, nor had the Meowth's, allowing him to eliminate the traits of fighting spirit and intimidation from consideration. Could it be the perseverance trait? While this trait might seem mediocre in the realm of games, in reality, if wielded adeptly, it can be terrifyingly effective. Perseverance and resilience, in Li Feng's eyes, belong to the realm of extraordinary abilities within the Pokémon universe. Take, for instance, the Master of the Mirage Tower from the Sapphire version, whose reliance on the move Endure was masterful. Harnessing various abnormal states and transforming them into personal motivation is one of the cultivation methods that Li Feng intends to explore in the future. However, the prerequisite for this endeavor is to find a Pokémon proficient in physical prowess. Generally speaking, fighting-type Pokémon excel in physical training, and furthermore, fighting-type is also a vital component of Li Feng's future team. Thunderbolt. The tail of the little cat creature, adorned with starry lightning, emanated a brilliant glow, and as it dashed forward, a bolt of electricity erupted instantaneously. The speed of the electric strike was astonishing, resembling a serpent as it swiftly darted towards the little fire dragon. The white little fire dragon drew considerable attention, especially given its remarkable performance in the preceding battles. Many spectators were curious to see how Li Feng's white little fire dragon would respond. A wall of earth, conjured by primal energy, shot up from the ground. The timing of the move perfectly countered the electric attack, and immediately afterward, The unyielding primal force surged forth like a cannonball, aiming directly at the little cat creature. The little cat creature kicked out its limbs, and with its forelimbs aglow in a light brown hue, it leaped over the boulders formed by primal energy, shattering them into dust upon contact. Double kick. Moreover, the little cat creature, having inherited this skill, evidently displayed a heightened dedication to training its limbs, showcasing a remarkable improvement in physical speed. The skills of Pokémon are akin to martial arts techniques. Identical moves executed by different Pokémon yield vastly differing results. A champion-level Pokémon can obliterate a professional-level Pokémon with a single, powerful blow. This exemplifies the disparity in inherent strength among Pokémon. Indeed, the power of Pokémon is of utmost significance, yet the enhancement of physical capabilities must not be overlooked. To draw an analogy from gaming, the training of physical attributes is comparable to the accumulation of effort values. However, games impose limitations, while reality is unbounded by such numerical constraints. Thus, diligent physical training, albeit gradual and seemingly subtle in effect, undoubtedly paves a broad avenue for cumulative progress over time. Smokescreen. Li Feng allowed the little fire dragon to unleash its potential on its own, intending to cultivate its decision-making abilities under pressure. This is one of the crucial aspects that trainers must develop in their Pokémon. As humans, even with the benefits conferred by Pokémon, one's physical prowess will gradually improve and grow stronger. Nonetheless, fundamentally speaking, the enhancement of human physicality cannot keep pace with that of Pokémon. Novice, elite, and even professional human trainers can still command their Pokémon in battle. Therefore, trainers are only able to dictate the initial combat strategies and anticipate the timing of explosive maneuvers. If one wishes to maintain constant command, they should be referred to as conductors rather than trainers. Trainers must not only cultivate the strength of their Pokémon, which is merely the most elementary aspect of training. Besides, power, understanding, and autonomy are equally critical considerations for trainers. Seizing this opportune moment for battle, Li Feng was determined not to let it slip away. As the little fire dragon exhaled a dense cloud of smoke, it enveloped the entire arena in an instant. The little cat creature, possessing limited mental acuity, became disoriented under the visual interference. Surprisingly, the little cat creature's trainer commanded, "Thunderbolt." This is a common pitfall for novice trainers. Yet it is in moments of unforeseen circumstances that Ash often displays the most commendable tactics. An excessive reliance on Pokémon abilities is a mistake made not only by beginners, but even by elite trainers. Pokémon, while fantastical creatures, share physiological attributes with many primal beasts, such as the keen sense of smell found in canines, which can be advantageous during battles. When Charmeleon enveloped the battlefield in smoke, it could vaguely discern the general location of the Meowth within the obscured area, yet it still required a cautious approach. Conversely, Meowth's reckless use of Thunderbolt resulted in a complete exposure of its position, rendering it unable to strike Charmeleon effectively. The luminous aura of the reversal move enveloped Charmeleon, propelling it through the smoke like a cannonball. With a thunderous crash, Meowth was launched out of the smoke, colliding thrice with the ground before finally coming to rest, motionless. What just happened? A one-hit knockout. What on earth did that Charmeleon just do? Did it take steroids? Many spectators were left in stunned silence. At that moment, Ming crossed her arms and shook her head, stating, "See? I knew this would be the outcome. Thankfully, I chose to surrender. Wasn't that move what defeated us in class earlier?" Miao Qingyu pondered aloud, stroking her chin. "Does that even matter?" Ming rolled her eyes. "That Charmeleon is simply unreasonable. We all trained together. Could it be that its talent is just that monstrous?" Yet, Ming was aware that even many Pokémon eggs valued at over 100 million did not exhibit growth as exaggerated as that of Li Feng's Charmeleon. This was precisely why the members of Class 29 had rallied around Li Feng as their leader. It was not for any other reason but that they had been thoroughly convinced by his prowess. Gu Weiwei's skills as a trainer were mediocre at best. Her Pokémon merely served as companions for singing. However, this did not imply a lack of understanding of battles. Having lived for several years and witnessed numerous competitions, she could easily discern just how exceptional her little boss truly was. Not only was he adept at gaming and possessed remarkable talent as a trainer, but he also excelled in songwriting and singing. Gu Weiwei had never encountered a boy so outstanding. Chapter 36, Fragments of a Wish Star. Hiss. The semifinals featured Miao Qingyu. Miao Qingyu wore a look of utter disbelief. Engaging in battle was out of the question. She had no desire to see her Pokémon harmed. Even if she wished to fight, her Pokémon, Bogeman, firmly declined. The school was already a battleground every day. Why endure more combat outside? What a joke. Water-type Pokémon countering fire types? That strategy held no weight against Li Feng's Charmeleon. What kind of nonsense is this? Li Feng chuckled, shaking his head. Although the battles were not evenly matched, the experience of defeating weaker opponents was undoubtedly beneficial for Charmeleon's growing confidence. Naturally, an excess of confidence could be detrimental, and Li Feng would continuously monitor Charmeleon's condition, poised to temper its self-assurance when necessary. Li Feng had no intention of undermining Charmeleon. He was no villain, after all. In the end, the contender for the championship would be a rather portly individual from Class 1. The portly companion's Pokémon is a relatively common dragon type, known as Yaya. From Li Feng's observations, this Yaya is likely around level 8. Its ability to effortlessly conquer challenges stems from the fact that this Yaya has inherited one of the dragon type's signature moves, Dragon Pulse. The capacity for a novice-level Pokémon to wield Dragon Pulse is akin to a fire-type Pokémon unleashing Flamethrower, showcasing an astonishing combat prowess. Moves such as Dragon Pulse, Flamethrower, and Ice Beam belong to the category of signature techniques, while moves like Dragon Dive and Explosive Flame are classified as ultimate moves. That said, even signature moves are not easily mastered. Under normal circumstances, a Pokémon must either possess exceptional talent or substantial financial resources to acquire them, even with skill manuals at their disposal. As for learning through cultivation schemes, it is indeed possible, provided that the Pokémon can naturally learn the racial skills. Otherwise, specific training via skill manuals remains necessary. According to Li Feng's perspective, racial skills refer to those that a Pokémon can intuitively comprehend as it levels up under adequate resources, akin to skills learned through leveling up in a game. In contrast, taught skills are those acquired through skill machines. Mr. Fan, I never anticipated that the final showdown would be between representatives of your company and Mr. Yu's, remarked one of the executives in the conference room on a certain floor of the Qingfeng building as they observed the match. Mr. Fan, with his rotund figure and beaming smile, responded, I appreciate everyone's kindness. As for the champion, it's hard to say. After all, being the head of a corporation, who isn't astute? Each remark was carefully crafted to avoid offending anyone. Mr. Yu chuckled, Brother Fan, if you do clinch the championship, remember to treat us. On the battlefield, as the match commenced, Li Feng's little fire dragon exhibited a notable speed advantage, launching the first offensive. The razor-like air blades of wind blades sliced through the air toward Yaya with a piercing sound. Dragon Pulse. The purple, dragon-shaped energy surged forth, its lightning-like form effortlessly dispersing the wind blade and continuing its trajectory toward the little fire dragon. The little fire dragon's metallic claws gleamed as it sliced through the dragon-shaped energy with its white-gray talons. Following this momentum, it raced forward with tremendous speed towards Yaya. Bite. Yaya's prominent fangs, charged with purple-black energy, opened wide to latch onto the little fire dragon's talon. Sparks flew. Observing the brief standoff between the little fire dragon and Yaya, Li Feng commanded, You're at a disadvantage with your short tail and lack of corresponding attack capability. With flames surging from its tail, the little fire dragon launched itself into the air, utilizing the reaction force after its claws struck Yaya's fangs. The flames from its tail erupted like a baseball pitcher throwing a ball, directly igniting sparks in Yaya's face. With a resounding explosion, Yaya was sent flying. The skill proficiency of this little fire dragon is indeed remarkable. Currently, all its moves are executed with a level of mastery that leaves no room for awkwardness. Indeed, judging by the school uniform, it belongs to Jizhong, and I suspect he is the strongest there at present. Whispers circulated among students from other schools. On the battlefield, 2 or 3 devices are capturing the unfolding action, while the host endeavors to narrate the battle using straightforward language. This live broadcast is exclusively aired on Zhongqing television, attracting a rather limited audience comprised mainly of students and those keenly interested in the potential of future trainers from Zhongqing, such as several trainers from the Zhongqing Trainer Association. Is that the little Charizard left by Old Yi? There's no helping it. Old Yi is also from Jizhong, and those from Jizhong have a penchant for exclaiming their pride in being Jizhong people, insisting on placing that exceptionally gifted Charizard with newcomers at Jizhong. This talent is more exaggerated than our assessments, isn't it? Whereas that rascal Old Yi, He.S. probably sneaking off to watch the event in person. With his personality, he'd be like a dog chasing after something. As a spark of energy strikes Yaya, the little Charizard immediately initiates Dragon Dance. The passive ability activates Dragon Dance, an unprecedented explosion of elite-level prowess. Metal Claw. Just as the Charizard's foot cracks the ground, it transforms into a white blur, launching itself towards Yaya. Yaya's trainer is taken aback, hastily commanding Dragon Pulse. As Yaya struggles to rise, it forcibly unleashes Dragon Pulse, causing its expression to betray its discomfort. The normally infallible Dragon Pulse, under the explosive force of Charizard, is rendered ineffective, akin to a dagger slicing through waves, swift and decisive. The Charizard, wielding Metal Claw, strikes Yaya with the precision of a blade. Yaya, already in a precarious state, loses all fighting capability as it is sent flying. A Dragon Dance Charizard? While inheriting Dragon Dance is acceptable and using it is manageable, the proficiency of this little Charizard's Dragon Dance is astonishing. All entry-level skills exhibit a palpable awkwardness, which only dissipates upon reaching a proficient level. In contrast, Yaya's Dragon Pulse displays a notable clumsiness. Its forced usage even inflicts a degree of self-harm. Yet, Li Feng's white Charizard executes Dragon Dance with effortless grace, immediately transitioning into an explosive attack. Is this a Pokémon that has only been acquired for 2 months? This defies logic. Congratulations to our novice trainer, Li Feng. He has triumphantly claimed the championship at the Zhongqing Student Cup. At this moment, the camera nearly zooms in on Li Feng's face. Aspiring to become a star, Li Feng has prepared himself psychologically for the spotlight, and he appears quite at ease before the lens. Congratulations, Li Feng. How do you feel about your victory? The host inquires, microphone in hand. Initially intending to deliver a witty remark, Li Feng reconsiders and decides against it. Such trivial competitions hardly warrant clever banter. He opts to offer a couple of polite phrases to fulfill the obligation instead. The rewards are presented on the spot. However, Li Feng's elite resources come with choices. Gazing at the images of resources backstage, he is momentarily bewildered. One of the items resembles fragments of a wishing star. Regardless, he resolves to seize this item and inspect it further. Could such a trivial competition yield such results? Yet it seems to be merely a minuscule fragment. As everything concluded, the hour was nearing noon. Fat Lou called out to everyone, "My father has reserved a restaurant. Would you care to join?" Li Feng glanced at Gu Weiwei, who was waiting nearby, and since he had matters of future development to discuss, he replied, "You all go ahead. I have other engagements." Fat Lou and Zhang Changshan mumbled to themselves about valuing romance over friendship, urging each other to consume more goji berries, and cautioning to take care not to overexert themselves. Li Feng, upon hearing this, could not help but grimace and retorted, "Get lost." However, the subsequent scene left Fat Lou and Zhang Changshan utterly envious. Ah, Gu Weiwei. No wonder she vanished this morning, claiming to be busy. She didn't even bring Mingri Xiang along. Turns out she sneaked away to watch the little boss compete. Olga's voice immediately captured the attention of most. As the crowd turned their gaze, they beheld 3 radiant figures, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. For stunningly different beauties now surrounded Li Feng. Mi Ying, witnessing the spectacle, felt somewhat bewildered. Li Feng, who had seemed like a monk at school, was revealed to be quite the charmer outside. "What are you dawdling for? Take pictures." Zhang Changshan promptly pulled out his phone to capture the moment. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Feng was indeed a prominent figure at Jizhong, and as the boy most familiar with him in Class 29, he often helped relay notes. Zhang Changshan felt a pang of envy. Today he intended to show all the girls at Jizhong what it meant to be a king surrounded by 4 queens. "You immature kids should stay out of this." Olga, with a mocking expression, remarked, "I wonder who said earlier that a match between novices would be entertaining?" Gu Weiwei remained unfazed, responding calmly, "While a contest among novices may not be captivating, a one-sided slaughter is quite the spectacle." "Sister Weiwei, you're being quite excessive." Mingri Xiang murmured softly. Lin Xian displayed no reaction, as if the unfolding scene bore no relevance to her. Li Feng observed the escalating tension between Gu Weiwei and Olga. Feeling perplexed, what was happening? Regardless of the situation, as the boss, he felt compelled to intervene. He forcibly pulled both beauties away, with 2 others trailing behind. A sight that left a group of hormone-driven youths filled with envy. "Truly impressive, Brother Feng. You are our role model," Fat Lou exclaimed, reflecting on his own father who, despite being wealthy, dared not utter a word against his mother. He mused, but Li Feng? One in each hand, and two more following behind. This is hardly the life of a student. He resembles a prince. No wonder Li Feng had refrained from dating at school. He simply found the local girls beneath his notice. Chapter 37. Yi Yan. Listening to the barbed exchanges between Olga and Gu Weiwei, Li Feng felt a headache coming on. He interjected, "Have you finished the first video yet?" Upon hearing Li Feng mention work, Olga and Gu Weiwei finally ceased their banter. Lin Xian has always appeared with a calm demeanor, proactively stating, "I have nearly completed the preparations. The first video should be uploaded in the next few days." Li Feng smiled, "I shall eagerly await it. I will use my account to like and comment." While mutual promotion among studios is quite customary, the nature of their work and Li Feng's initiative are distinctly different. The latter carries a greater sense of personal connection. As long as you manage your own affairs well, that's sufficient. Regarding the Invincible series of Qi, I intend to launch a new series, Li Feng proposed. The instructional content is not without merit. However, teaching is inherently challenging to expand fully. The underlying reason is that most viewers engage with quick entertainment for relaxation and leisure. Thus, the audience willing to view instructional content is significantly reduced, a matter rooted in the viewer's mindset. Consequently, Li Feng plans to create a dining series. Joyful, lighthearted, and humorous. These are the most appealing tags for attracting followers. Naturally, transforming such followers into devoted fans proves unrealistic, unless one ascends to the stature of a comedic genius, which remains a possibility. Dining series? What does that mean? Gu Weiwei asked, momentarily perplexed. In gaming, if one plays poorly, they are deemed kai vegetable, which can be served as a side dish, Li Feng explained vaguely. Olivia frowned. Can a poor player really have fans? Li Feng merely thought to himself that they had yet to witness a streamer whom even 4 professional players could not uplift. Isn't that different? However, what Li Feng sought was not merely that. His concept of dining conveyed an overwhelming sense of being outmatched by the forces of fate, like experiencing a series of unfortunate events such as facing the opponent's continuous hypnosis with all their Pokémon. This feeling of being overwhelmed by fate is precisely what Li Feng desired. After all, the scope of instructional content is limited, and following a dozen consecutive teaching sessions, he felt there was little left to impart. Teaching is about conveying thought processes rather than rigid strategies or lineups. Moreover, with Li Feng on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of Pokémon Master battles, he sensed it was time for a transformation. Reaching the summit is not arduous. Maintaining that position is the true challenge. Li Feng's aspirations do not lie in becoming a professional gamer. Achieving the top once is sufficient to demonstrate his capability to teach. Furthermore, the current environment is increasingly competitive, making the pursuit of a perfect win rate ever more challenging. Thus, in his final ascent, he plans to unveil a powerful strategy, quality tactics. Upon completion of this endeavor, Li Feng decisively decided to withdraw from that account and wholeheartedly focus on creative content. Indeed, Li Feng's initial battle, featuring the Onyx, was purely an entertaining approach. Rather than labeling it a dining series, it would be more aptly described as a creative series. The boundaries of instructional content are finite. Since the fan base for quick entertainment surpassed 1 million, the growth rate has continually slowed. Li Feng elucidated, thus, to attract more followers. The sole remedy lies in enriching the content. Of course, delving deeper is also an option, but firstly, I lack the energy for it, and secondly, I am not a professional Pokémon master, so there's no need to squander time. Lin Xian, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Boss, why do you desire to attract more fans?" Li Feng elucidated, "One of my dreams is to become a star." "Then why don't you show your face while singing?" Olga questioned in confusion. Li Feng aspired to fame, yet he was not eager to be the center of attention just yet. At least for this year in high school, he preferred to maintain a low profile. This mindset resembled the common ideals surrounding marriage and parenthood. Most envision a year of honeymooning before considering children. "I believe my singing skills are not yet sufficient, so I plan to wait," Li Feng explained. Gu Weiwei and the others interjected, "We can't possibly believe that. Such words might deceive the uninitiated, but us? Have we spent 4 years studying for nothing?" Li Feng, undeterred, continued earnestly, "Academics take precedence. Matters like that can wait until university." "I think the boss is right." Asuka chimed in softly. "Oh, Asuka." Gu Weiwei and Olga were taken aback that Asuka was the first to turn against them. Li Feng nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, Asuka possesses wisdom." Is this dinner series truly worthwhile? Lin Xian, embodying her role as a studio employee, wondered. She felt quite comfortable at Wei Feng Studio, which offered her an opportunity to showcase her ambitions. Thus, she was concerned that Li Feng's impulsive decision could jeopardize the studio's sole popular account. Her worry stemmed from both personal and professional interests. Li Feng recognized Lin Xian's concerns and reassured her, "I am confident in this. Even if this account were to falter, I have numerous captivating ideas to draw attention." Given the boss's assertion, what more could they say? "I will promote you all when the time comes. It should yield a better effect," Li Feng mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Gu Weiwei and the others brightened at the prospect. Li Feng's strategy seemed quite promising. With a guaranteed victory for the account's Ascent, a well-planned promotional effort over the next few days should attract a substantial audience, especially since this would be Li Feng's inaugural live broadcast. However, I do not intend to reveal my face this time. To dispel any doubts, I plan to film from multiple angles while completely obscuring my own visage, Li Feng stated. The growing notoriety of this account had led many to question Li Feng's authenticity, alleging that everything was staged and scripted. Rumors spread with ease, but debunking them is an arduous task. Li Feng, dismissing the naysayers, resolved to address everything in one live session, demonstrating his capabilities, dispelling rumors, and promoting the next series along with Gu Weiwei's rapid account. A perfect plan. Suddenly, a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit approached Li Feng, hands clasped behind his back. "Who are you?" Li Feng queried, studying the man before him. The middle-aged gentleman appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, his glossy black hair meticulously styled in a formal manner, and his Zhongshan suit was impeccably clean and well-fitted. This is Li Feng's initial impression. To be candid, the attire of the people in this world is entirely different from that of his previous life. In this realm, replete with elves, there seems to be an abundance of eccentric fashions. Wearing a Zhongshan suit while wandering about is already considered quite normal. However, he finds it utterly incomprehensible to see individuals draped in capes and clad in overalls. "Old Master Yi Yan, consider me your senior brother," the middle-aged man Yi Yan stated calmly. "Senior brother? When did I acquire an additional sect? I was not aware of this. Could it be that my parents are disciples of some ancient hidden sect?" Upon noticing Li Feng's apparent misconceptions, Yi Yan's lips twitched. "I graduated from Jizhong as well." Li Feng suddenly comprehended. Indeed, this could be regarded as a form of brotherhood. "Then, senior brother Yi Yan, what brings you to me?" Li Feng inquired. He possessed a cautious disposition, instilled in him by his kindergarten teacher. "Do not follow strangers." "You do not recognize me?" Yi Yan was taken aback. "Why should I?" Li Feng responded, equally astonished. "I am Yi Yan." Yi Yan exclaimed, exasperated. "I know you are Yi Yan, but why should I recognize you?" Li Feng retorted. "My title is the Flame Emperor." Yi Yan could no longer maintain his composure. After all, he was a title-level king, a widely acknowledged Flame Emperor, with his name and image immortalized in the Hall of Fame at Jizhong. How could Li Feng, a distinguished student of the combat department, not recognize him? Title King, Flame Emperor? Li Feng was once again taken aback. He scrutinized Yi Yan with suspicion, retrieving his phone from his pocket to search for Yi Yan on a search engine. Before long, the search results displayed information about Yi Yan. Holding his phone beside the middle-aged Yi Yan's face, Li Feng nodded and said, "Indeed, it is the Flame Emperor, Yi Yan." Yi Yan, Li Feng's actions left him utterly flabbergasted. A junior meeting a senior, a novice encountering a master. Shouldn't this be met with utmost reverence and trepidation? Your skeptical expression could save the national anti-fraud campaign. Can we have a conversation? Yi Yan said, exasperated. Li Feng replied, "Haven't we been conversing all along?" Yi Yan once. He believed his own personality was challenging. Today, he encountered someone even more perplexing. Although the other's behavior adhered to logic and fact, it was inexplicably irksome. "Please hold on a moment. I will instruct the driver not to approach. Let us converse at the nearby CAF." Li Feng arranged for old Zhou before leading Yi Yan to a CAF not far away. "By the way, since your surname is Yi, do you have a junior named Yi Fan? If so, could you have him settle the parking fee at Mount Tai?" Li Feng jested as they walked. Yi Yan? Why did he consistently feel that this individual before him was somewhat mentally unhinged? The conversation was filled with incomprehensible remarks. In truth, Li Feng's peculiar behavior stemmed from his intent to probe Yi Yan's true motives. Generally speaking, someone who could endure such nonsensical chatter was either well-meaning or possessed a compelling purpose that necessitated his involvement. though certainty eludes him regarding the specifics. Li Feng is resolute in acknowledging these two potentialities. Senior brother? Such a tenuous connection is hardly worthy of consideration. Li Feng is far from Navi. Chapter 38, Inheritance? Inside the CAF. Senior Yi, what would you like to drink? Li Feng inquired proactively. Yi Yan shook his head, replying, just warm water, please. Li Feng remarked. Ordering warm water in a CAF, now that's a form of performance art. At this moment, the attendant approached and asked, good day, what can I get for you two? Warm water and a coconut latte, thank you. Certainly. As the attendant departed, Li Feng turned to Yi Yan and asked, did you summon me for a particular reason? Yi Yan, straightforward as ever, stated, your little Charmeleon was placed in G by me. Li Feng's eyes brightened with interest. Are you aware of Charmeleon's condition? Yi Yan shook his head. I merely know that its innate talent is exceptional, perhaps rivaling that of semi-divine Pokémon. Li Feng responded with a thoughtful "oh," falling silent. Yi Yan continued, this Charmeleon of yours is the offspring of my Charizard. Li Feng exclaimed, you're not suggesting you wish to take Charmeleon away, are you? Yi Yan chuckled, seemingly aware of Li Feng's concerns, and reassured him, Charmeleon is indeed in G under my care, but I am already well aware of its potential. There is no need to keep it there any longer. I have come in accordance with Charizard's last wishes to provide some resources for Charmeleon. Despite Yi Yan's smile, an inexplicable sadness enveloped Li Feng. The mention of a last will signify the passing of Yi Yan's Charizard. This marked Li Feng's first encounter with a trainer who had truly lost a partner Pokémon. Do not mourn. Every mother is extraordinary, regardless of her species. Yi Yan consoled. Did Charizard perish giving birth to Charmeleon? Li Feng inquired. Yi Yan corrected him, to be precise. It was merely a matter of protecting the larger and the smaller. In the midst of peril within the secret realm, Charizard fought while pregnant, ultimately exhausting itself and forcibly delivering Charmeleon, leading to its demise. Listening to Yi Yan's matter-of-fact tone, Li Feng, endowed with telepathic abilities, could not help but sense the profound sorrow emanating from him. It was as if a river of grief had surged forth. Even in animated tales, Pokémon can meet their end. After all, Ash has faced death on several occasions. Yet, such narratives are crafted for a younger audience, deliberately glossing over the darker, more gruesome realities. This does not negate the fact that Pokémon can perish. Consider the insect-type Pokémon. Even with the enhancement of Pokémon physiology, their lifespan is extended only by 100-fold, still culminating in a mere few decades. It may appear lengthy, yet when contrasted with the millennium-long existence of ghost-type Pokémon, it becomes utterly inconsequential. This is also a contributing factor to why the Unova champion, Alder, struggled to maintain his title following the death of his ace, Volcarona. While diminished strength plays a role, the fundamental issue lies in the frailty of most insect-type Pokémon. The notion of Pokémon death is one Li Feng finds utterly unbearable. The loss of a pet dog is already a profound sorrow. How much more so for a Pokémon that has fought alongside him through thick and thin? Charmeleon emerged from its Pokéball, curiously observing Yi Yan from beside Li Feng. For the vast majority of the elves raised by humans, the concept of parents is rather distant. However, upon hearing Yi Yan's remarks, it ventured out to witness the nature of its progenitor's trainer. The esteemed trainer Yi Yan waved his hand and expressed his curiosity about how the little fire dragon was nurtured. In a mere 2 months, it had mastered numerous skills, and its innate power had even ascended to level 10. Li Feng glanced at the little fire dragon and remarked, perhaps it possesses extraordinary talent. I haven't exerted much effort. The little fire dragon beamed with pride. As a champion-level trainer, Yi Yan was acutely aware of the significance of an elf's innate talent. Yet he believed that the trainer's role was even more paramount. Many novice trainers mistakenly believe that only those with powerful elves can cultivate formidable creatures. However, Yi Yan wished to convey that the majority of champion-level trainers in Dongwang possess rather ordinary elves in terms of talent. Yet, the question arises, why are they able to attain champion status while many trainers with superior qualified elves remain few and far between? To become a top-tier trainer, relying solely on the innate talent of elves may suffice, but to ascend to the pinnacle of the profession, one must possess both innate ability and a commendable temperament. This is akin to the ancient adage of recognizing a child's future potential by the age of 3. The essence remains unchanged. This is precisely why Donghuang's policy mandates that only those who have formed their worldview by the age of 18 can begin nurturing elves. as only such trainers can instill proper values in their little companions. Without a sound temperament, aspiring to be a top-tier trainer is futile. It was for this reason that Yi Yin harbored curiosity about the little fire dragon's situation. He feared that its strength was merely a product of excessive resources, leading to arrogance and complacency. Although the little fire dragon he sent away was no longer his concern, he still wished to observe the status of his draconic offspring. Yi Yan's perspective resonated with Li Feng, who acknowledged the paramount importance of temperament. Moreover, Li Feng inherently did not prioritize innate talent. If he were to focus solely on talent, why would he not invest heavily to find the best little fire dragon nationwide? The inherited dragon dance technique certainly signifies top-tier qualifications, but that is not the sole determinant. As there have been instances of little fire dragons inheriting moves such as Dragon Dive, Dragon Pulse, and Reverse Scale. Such true descendants of dragons epitomize exceptional talent. While Li Feng, who preferred a serendipitous approach, did not prioritize qualifications, he would not foolishly select a creature of inferior capability if he had the means to choose wisely. Therefore, the little fire dragon from the final selection in Jizhong was undoubtedly his target. Reborn into the world of Pokémon, he was not in a Lovecraftian universe. He was there to excel, not to endure hardship. Furthermore, techniques like Dragon Dance, which are top-tier enhancements, are unattainable for novice trainers unless inherited, making it an opportunity Li Feng could not afford to overlook. Additionally, Li Feng's consistent training of the little fire dragon, akin to the sweat and toil required to achieve fitness, served as an invaluable trial for the newborn creature. Before embarking on his journey as a professional trainer, Li Feng aimed to prioritize training and avoid over-reliance on resources. Yi Yin shared his wisdom with Li Feng, yet, paradoxically, he provided him with an account and password for the Pokémon Bank. This passage details the resources I have prepared for Charizard, Elite, Professional, Gym Leader, and Champion-level resources, all of which can be claimed at the Pokémon Bank with a trainer's license. I hope you can guide Charizard to become a top-tier trainer, allowing me to witness his ascent to greatness. Li Feng felt somewhat bewildered. Was this an offering of resources? Such good fortune? Despite verbally rejecting the idea of utilizing resources, his body betrayed him with eagerness. Yet, it was undeniable that Yi Yin harbored profound feelings for his former Charizard. The affection he held compelled him to prepare such a grand gift for Charizard. It is worth noting that this package even included champion-level resources. Though Yi Yin, known as the Flame Emperor, surpasses ordinary champions, it does not render champion-level resources useless. In fact, this bounty might very well be a part of Yi Yan's personal fortune. I have conveyed my sentiments, and I hope that one day we shall meet at the pinnacle of our endeavors. After speaking, Yi Yin cast one last glance at Charizard before departing. Li Feng pondered the Pokémon Bank card on the table. Was the title of champion so devoid of prestige? Did one still have to walk to leave? After packing his coffee to go, Li Feng resolved to visit the Central City Trainer Association first to elevate his novice trainer license to the elite level. The basic requirement for an elite trainer license is to possess an elite-level Pokémon and then pass a battle assessment to obtain the elite trainer license. With this license, Li Feng would be able to retrieve the resources Yi Yin had provided for Charizard. Unfortunately, Yi Yin had deliberately kept the elite-level resources a secret, refusing to divulge any details. However, on his way to the Central City Trainer Association, Li Feng decided to open the system. After acquiring the Wish Star Fragment, he had vaguely heard a prompt from the system. After casually browsing through the system interface, he discovered a new item in the previously empty system shop, the Gigantamax Band. Li Feng was taken aback. What on earth? The Gigantamax Band was priced at a staggering 100 million popularity points. If it were merely the popularity points, it would be manageable, but there was also a redemption progress indicator. At that moment, the progress displayed a mere 1.9%. The Wish Star Fragment he had stored in his backpack had completely vanished. A fragment the size of a fingertip could only increase the progress by less than 2%. Moreover, Li Feng had another question. Could the Gigantamax Band truly enable Pokémon to Gigantamax? Wasn't Gigantamaxing supposed to require Galar particles? More accurately, it should necessitate the bodily remnants of the Ultra Beast, which would then affect the world particles to facilitate Gigantamaxing, right? However, the issue remained that there was currently no information available online regarding the legendary Pokémon of this world, not to mention the highest-tier legendary Pokémon. Even the rather embarrassing trio of legendary Pokémon, such as the legendary birds or the legendary beasts, lacked any news. Perhaps such information existed but was classified by the state. With insufficient rank, many things remained beyond his reach. Regardless of the circumstances, for someone like him, who is not adept at research, the prospect of possessing a significant wristband for exchange is indeed splendid news. In a casual manner, Li Feng drew 3 more lots. Peach Blossom Sticker 1. Misfortune Sticker 2. Li Feng. He could not fathom the utility of these 2 items. The former allowed for a glimpse at Risku images to alleviate one's mood, while the latter served what purpose? He had no intention of harming anyone. Thus, it was utterly pointless. His luck was poor today. Perhaps he would try again tomorrow. As he observed Old Joe slowly bringing the vehicle to a halt in the parking lot of the Central City Trainer Association, Li Feng opted to deactivate the system. Let us go, Charmander. It's time for the assessment. Whether you can inherit what your mother left for you depends on your own efforts. Li Feng, accompanied by Charmander, entered the association directly. Chapter 39, Elite Level Assessment. The exterior of the Central City Trainer Association is a vast expanse. The most prominent feature is the red and white Pokeball emblem displayed prominently on the central building. Li Feng did not quite understand why the red and white balls were so favored. Entry into the association necessitated identity verification and registration. The receptionist, a neatly dressed girl with a few freckles, greeted him. Hello, how may I assist you? Li Feng presented his identification, stating, Hello, I am here to participate in the Elite Level Trainer Assessment. Please hold on, I will check. If all is in order, I will arrange everything for you immediately. The freckled girl replied, taking his ID and proceeding to a nearby computer for verification. Each trainer's license is linked to their identification, a practice he was uncertain about abroad, but was certainly the case domestically. Every matter pertaining to the association and Pokémon requires the provision of a trainer's license. While Li Feng patiently awaited, he observed the trainers occasionally passing through the association, noting that the foot traffic was not particularly heavy. The Central City Trainer Association solely conducts assessments for elite levels. Those seeking professional qualifications must go to the Guangdong Trainer Association for their evaluations. Professional licenses can only be issued by provincial-level trainer associations, where the review and assessment processes are exceedingly rigorous. Your identity verification is clear. Next, we will need to take you for a Pokémon power test. Only after passing this test can you proceed to the elite level assessment. Generally, those who qualify as novice trainers do not face significant issues in elite level reviews. However, should you engage in any illicit activities or legal infractions during this time, I regret to inform you that future assessments will be entirely irrelevant to you. While it may seem that a license holds little value, in reality, all secret realms and the vast majority of Pokémon resources within the country are controlled by the association. In such a context, attempting to cultivate Pokémon without a license is akin to scaling the heavens. Without resources or experience, how can a Pokémon grow stronger? This is quite impractical. A professional license is a crucial key for passage. Only with it does one retain the right to continue their journey as a trainer. Understood. Li Feng nodded, following the freckled receptionist. The Pokémon power testing device comes in both simplified and precise versions. Naturally, the association employs the precise variant. This is a large apparatus resembling a house, within which a Pokémon merely needs to enter and wait for several seconds to derive a conclusion. However, Li Feng was intrigued by the prospect of experimenting with it, curious to ascertain whether humans were truly as inept as they seemed, finding the idea exceedingly amusing. Releasing his Charmander, the freckled girl gazed in astonishment at the small, white creature, realizing that it was an exceptionally rare variant. Following Li Feng's instructions, the Charmander stepped inside the testing device. After the freckled girl swiped her card and executed a series of operations, the door reopened after a brief wait, and the Charmander emerged, looking around in bewilderment. There's nothing in here. The Charmander was perplexed, as the interior was quite spacious. At its speed, it would take a good 10 seconds to complete a lap. The report indicated a Pokémon power level of 10. The freckled girl entered the information into Li Feng's trainer license, effectively updating the Charmander's profile. Li Feng understood her implication. A level 10 Charmander did indeed appear rather feeble. The rarity of its coloration did not correlate with its strength, and typically, a level 10 Charmander would possess only 2 or 3 moves. How could such limited prowess pass the assessment? It seemed utterly impossible. Nevertheless, Li Feng declared, I still wish to give it a try. Seeing Li Feng's determination, the freckled girl ceased to waste words. After a series of operations on the computer, she stated, "In 10 minutes, proceed to the third battle arena for your evaluation. Successfully passing this battle assessment will elevate you to the rank of a 1-star elite trainer." After expressing his gratitude, Li Feng followed the route map to the third battle arena. 10 minutes is a fleeting span of time, and upon reaching the arena, only 5 or 6 minutes had elapsed. Upon entering, he spotted an elderly gentleman already waiting in the arena. "You must be Li Feng? I am your elite battle examiner." Xiaobuxiang. Although the man appeared aged, he radiated vitality. Li Feng was taken aback to discover that his examiner was a gentleman over 60. How could someone of such advanced years still engage in battles? Given the emergence of Pokémon, this man must have been around 40 at that time. "Hello, Grandpa Xia. I look forward to your guidance." Regardless of the situation, showing respect to one's elders is a cherished tradition in Dongwang, and Li Feng maintained his politeness. Grandpa Xia stroked his long beard and chuckled, "Such courtesy. I shall certainly show you leniency. This will be my examination Pokémon. Come forth, Wanwanju." Wanwanju. Li Feng observed the creature in the arena. It was a Pokémon with a red and black coloration, strikingly similar to the trendy pet pigs favored by humans. Was this a match of Charmander against Wanwanju? As both were fire-type Pokémon, this battle would undoubtedly offer Charmander an opportunity to learn and grow. "Come forth, Charmander." The sight of the white Charmander caused Grandpa Xia's eyes to widen momentarily. Was this young man truly a scion of wealth? To purchase a rare variant Pokémon indicated considerable affluence. In this tangible world, the discovery of rare variants was not entirely comprehensive. Even the Trainer Association had merely promoted a concept regarding them, and the true nature of each Pokémon's rarity remained somewhat elusive to the association itself. This narrative pertains to the realm of ecological observation. The commonplace Charmander can exhibit variations in skin tone, ranging from a slight reddish hue to a more orange tint. Should these variations be classified as alternate colors? In the absence of a definitive classification, it seems prudent to designate any deviation from the norm as an alternate color. Primarily, the distinction of alternate colors, while occasionally unique or aesthetically pleasing, does not contribute to the Pokémon's prowess in battle. Consequently, the Trainer Association would not expend considerable resources to ascertain the specifics of each Pokémon's alternate coloration. Such efforts would be deemed unnecessary and unworthy. As the referee took their position, the battle commenced with resolute determination. "Charge up, Flame Charge." Grandpa Xia commanded the Numel to initiate its offensive. Simultaneously, it fortified itself, as this Flame Charge was a skill that Li Feng intended for Charmander to learn next. Ancient Power. Rocks erupted from the ground, hurtling towards Numel like cannonballs, aiming to overwhelm it with sheer force. Boom. The boulders disintegrated into smaller fragments upon impact, momentarily halting Numel's advance. Dance of the Dragons. Seizing the opportunity presented by Numel's brief pause, Charmander decisively activated its enhancement. As a fire-type starter, Charmander excelled in swift resolutions, while Numel thrived in prolonged engagements. This disparity stemmed from their innate species abilities, compounded by the fact that Numel's power level undoubtedly surpassed that of Charmander. At this juncture, Charmander was effectively engaging in a battle beyond its typical tier. Yet, under the influence of its gratitude-driven passive ability, Charmander's explosive potential was on par with Numel's. And with the augmentation from Dragon Dance, its power surged even further, transform into a sphere. Grandpa Xia, witnessing this unfolding scene, opted to bolster Numel's defensive capabilities. Upon discerning that his opponent was Numel, Li Feng surmised the countermeasures that would be employed. However, this was of little consequence. What mattered was the instantaneous activation of a third-tier explosion. Engaging in a fierce attack while at low health is commonplace. Yet no one ever claimed that one could not unleash a powerful assault while at full health. This approach, though not particularly extraordinary, was essential, for without it, Charmander's destructive capabilities would fall short against Numel. Following the hit from Ancient Power, there existed a minuscule probability of invoking the cosmic forces to enhance the Pokémon. The primordial power of the earth. Claw. The unembellished claws slashed through the air with ferocity. A sharp and formidable strike sent Numel flying. Grandpa Xia watched in disbelief as Numel was propelled backward, utterly unable to comprehend that this was merely a level 10 Charmander. Show mercy? What a jest! His Numel was being mercilessly pummeled as if it were a mere punching bag. The anguished cries echoed throughout the battlefield, and after multiple bursts of energy, Charmander's speed was astonishingly rapid, its consistent training yielding remarkable physical resilience that allowed it to maintain relentless assaults. The claws continued to rake across Nummel's tough hide, and with no speed advantage, it was unable to retaliate, left in a state of despair. Ultimately, Charmander's tail gathered sparks, and a single burst of flame struck Nummel squarely in the face. The attribute of thick fat becomes utterly inconsequential in a state of near death, prompting Li Feng to opt for close combat, as the warm pig likely possesses the thick fat trait. This is evident, for the warm pig is visibly larger than its counterparts. Should one not possess thick fat, Li Feng would perform a handstand to wash his hair. Observing the fallen warm pig, he smiled and remarked, "Have I successfully passed the elite battle assessment?" Chapter 40, Training Equipment. Xia Buoxiang felt particularly unfortunate. He had initially envisioned an exhilarating battle, intending to feign defeat and allow Li Feng to pass the test, a tactic he frequently employed, first defeating the opponent, then allowing a display of leniency, thereby gaining their favor while indulging himself. Yet, how could one traverse the riverbank without getting wet? The triggering of primal energy disrupted all plans. It was merely a stroke of bad luck. How could a level 15 lose to a level 10? At his age, it would be wise to refrain from uttering overly foolish remarks, lest he provoke himself into the hospital. A level 10 passed the assessment. Your Charmander has been trained exceptionally well. Xia Buoxiang perused the logged information, feeling a pang of frustration. In his recollection, there seemed to be no instances of a level 10 passing the elite trainer assessment in this region. Li Feng would likely be the first. From a standpoint of explosive power, this Charmander was indeed formidable. His own warm pig, adept in defense, had been instantly defeated. How absurd. Your trainer license has been upgraded to elite level. Should you wish to capture a second Pokémon, you may apply for an advancement assessment and review, Xia Buoxiang reminded. Li Feng resolutely shook his head. Firstly, he was unprepared, and secondly, his Charmander could barely manage a standard assessment. It was better not to take unnecessary risks. He suspected that Xia Buoxiang was merely seeking an opportunity to strike him, though he had no evidence to support this. As Xia Buoxiang watched Li Feng depart, he murmured to himself, "Is this the Charmander that Xiaoyi sent out? Truly a prodigious talent." Pokémon Bank. With his upgraded license, Li Feng successfully passed the review, allowing him to view the elite-level resource list left for his Charmander by Yi Yan, a cash sum of 1 million. Li Feng chose to disregard this. Yet upon realizing its existence, Charmander's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, 1 million? How many pictures can that buy? Regardless, Li Feng had no intention of pocketing the million, but he also could not simply hand over the entire sum to Charmander. "You are still young. I shall hold on to your red envelope money for now," he stated with utmost seriousness. "Are you jesting with me?" Charmander retorted, "Having been drenched in the rain as a child, now you intend to break my umbrella and expose me to the downpour?" The forced exercise device. This apparatus resembles a dumbbell, but differs in that it features an additional circular ring at the lever. Li Feng recognized this item. Once affixed to the body, it would restrict the use of Pokémon powers. By limiting their powers, Pokémon could better strengthen their physical capabilities. In terms of value, this item far exceeds 1 million in cash. Li Feng, who had been troubled by the diminishing effectiveness of his school's gym, found that with this object in his possession, he could effectively harness the power of his Charmeleon by continually suppressing its energy, ensuring an outstanding workout outcome. The instinct of the Charmeleon warned it that a conspiracy lurked within, yet the allure of 1 million was simply too tempting to resist. Ah, wonderful. What does it mean to be intellectually dominated? Is this not the epitome of it? In addition to the compulsory training device, the subsequent items greatly pleased Li Feng as well. Strength wristbands, strength belts, strength mirrors, strength harnesses, strength ankle supports, and weight vests. Each of these was akin to specialized gym equipment designed for efficient training of specific muscle groups, complete with user manuals and instructional videos, showcasing a remarkable level of thoughtfulness. Indeed, his approach to fitness training for his Pokémon was undeniably correct. After all, how could the training methods endorsed by top trainers be misguided? As for why others do not follow suit, it is largely due to the necessity of possessing specialized fitness knowledge. For instance, a simple stretching exercise can yield vastly different results based on the angle employed. It is quite foolish for an ordinary person to merely lift a heavy object without proper technique. Moreover, many individuals blindly use weight belts, ultimately leading to excessive strain and lifelong issues with their backs. Furthermore, Not all Pokémon are suited for such rigorous training methods. One cannot expect a Caterpie to lift dumbbells or perform squats, as that would be utterly absurd. Only humanoid-like Pokémon such as Charmeleon are truly fit for this regimen. In conclusion, Yin provided a contact for a Pokémon caretaker. The primary role of a Pokémon caretaker is to assist in the rehabilitation of various physical ailments. While Pokémon centers can treat injuries and illnesses, minor issues require attention before they develop into more serious conditions, focusing on protection and prevention. This is precisely the domain of the caretaker. The reason Yin recommended this professional is that after reaching the elite level, Charmeleon's muscles could become excessively tense if subjected to rigorous training, necessitating professional massage and relaxation to maintain optimal performance. This, combined with a well-balanced nutritional regimen, would facilitate more effective training. Skill training and natural physical conditioning can stimulate the growth of a Pokémon's inherent power. Likewise, physical exercise accelerates the absorption of natural energy, thereby enhancing the Pokémon's capabilities. Thus, physical training is of paramount importance. During the early stages of development, a young Pokémon's muscles face no issues as they have yet to undergo the strain of the compulsory training device, allowing recovery through their innate powers. This path is highly effective but also extremely demanding. Nevertheless, this training method not only fortifies the body but also sharpens the Charmeleon's spirit, leaving Li Feng thoroughly satisfied. Contact the Pokémon caretaker directly. It's not that Li Feng is unwilling to seek other caretakers. Rather, each caretaker specializes in certain Pokémon. Given the multitude of Pokémon species, it is improbable for any caretaker to possess comprehensive expertise in every Pokémon's anatomical intricacies. Indeed, it's likely that there exists only a singular caretaker proficient in raising Charmeleon within Zhongqing. The allocation of Pokémon caretakers is managed by the association, and typically, they refrain from dispatching caretakers with overlapping specializations to the same city. Hello, may I speak with caretaker Li Lingling? Li Feng inquired. This is she. Who am I speaking to? Li Lingling responded. I was referred by Senior Yi Yin and wish to request your services for the care of my Charmeleon. Li Feng stated directly. Yi Yin, you say? Li Lingling pondered for a moment before replying. Very well. Please schedule an appointment 2 days in advance, and send me the address and time. Each session will cost 3,000 yuan. Li Feng nodded in agreement. However, he soon realized that this might be the reason the Trainer Association does not promote fitness training methods. A fee of 3,000 for each session of care is steep. In many second and third tier cities, the average monthly salary of ordinary people barely reaches a few thousand yuan. How could they possibly afford a caretaker? Even many so-called luxury items range from several thousand to tens of thousands. Do ordinary people purchase them in significant quantities? Well, perhaps they do. But most of those are mere imitations. Of course, some individuals have attempted to employ fitness training methods without the assistance of a caretaker, only to find that their Pokémon's muscles became excessively rigid, possessing considerable strength, yet nearly zero agility. This effectively equates to trading agility for power, which, in Li Feng's view, is a poor exchange. This is the real world, not a game. While games have effort value distribution, where does such distribution exist in reality? Isn't effort merely the result of a Pokémon's own training? Hence, comprehensive growth is the objective Li Feng aspires to achieve. After ending the call, Li Feng received a care suggestion manual from Li Lingling. It outlined the recommended frequency of care sessions, circumstances necessitating care, and various packages available. Additionally, it included her personal accolades and areas of expertise. Charmeleon, Charizard, and even the fiery Dragonite are all within Li Lingling's realm of proficiency. This is a common practice among caretakers. Mastering an entire series of Pokémon is paramount. It facilitates learning and makes it easier for clients to purchase packages, thus increasing revenue. Packages costing hundreds of thousands or even millions made Li Feng ponder whether there might be a double 11 promotional package, as the prices were exorbitant. He couldn't help but wonder if the 1 million left by Yi Yin was intended for him to purchase a package. Yet, he had already promised to use that money as a gift for Charmeleon, which created a dilemma. If he were to inform Charmeleon that the funds were intended for lessons, its enthusiasm would likely wane significantly. To maintain Charmeleon's fervor, he resolved to pay out of his own pocket. The resources Yi Yin left for Charmeleon at the elite level indeed corroborated his assertion prior to reaching professional status. It is crucial to refrain from utilizing resources and instead focus on cultivating Charmeleon's mentality. While Li Feng agreed with this approach, he did not fully endorse it. The temperamental little fire dragon, akin to a child, requires not only rigorous training, but also the significance of rewards. These rewards can be categorized into material and psychological incentives. Presently, material rewards can be effectively satisfied with money, whereas psychological rewards, in Li Feng's view, play an equally crucial role in cultivating an indomitable spirit. Regardless of the adversary faced, possessing an invincible demeanor is what Li Feng aspires for. At this moment, the little fire dragon remains oblivious to the challenges ahead, blissfully trailing behind Li Feng, reveling in the increase of its New Year's money. Chapter 41, Caregiver. On Sunday, Li Feng escorted the little fire dragon to the nearest gym. After declining offers for annual memberships and personal training sessions, he opted for a pass that seemed, to the average observer, to be the least cost-effective. His sole requirement was the gym equipment within. The presence of trainers was entirely unnecessary. In his previous life, he had been a fitness enthusiast for several years, mastering even the most advanced standard exercises without exaggeration. His purpose for visiting was to assess the little fire dragon's performance under the constraints of enforced exercise equipment and various strength limitations. Observing the little fire dragon adorned with restraints on its hands, feet, waist, neck, and even its tail, Li Feng momentarily questioned whether he was being excessively harsh. Just look at those wrist and power weights. They are formidable. He pinched the little fire dragon's muscles, which were beginning to show signs of development. The little fire dragon, not one to back down, retorted, "Your species has a peculiar tendency, evolving into a more portly form as it matures, especially after becoming a Charizard. Its belly resembles that of a human in the 10th month of pregnancy." Li Feng quipped in response. The little fire dragon exclaimed, "No way. Enough chatter. Let us begin with a set of squats." After limiting the little fire dragon's energy, Li Feng was uncertain of its condition and decided to start with weights akin to those manageable by an adult male. The little fire dragon protested, "Something feels off. Why is this so heavy?" Its expression shifted as it instinctively attempted to summon its energy, only to find it stagnant and unresponsive. "Oh no, my energy isn't reacting." Li Feng, satisfied, explained, "What you bear is a limiter. To effectively strengthen your physique, your energy must be constrained. It seems this weight exceeds your capacity. Let us reduce it a bit." As he spoke, he removed 2 weight plates from the barbell. "Now, perform the standard movement. Let us go," he encouraged. Suddenly, the little fire dragon thought that perhaps its plump belly was endearing after all. Why must it strive for a physique solely composed of muscle? "I heard there will be a concert in Guangdu after the new year, but I assume you're not particularly interested," Li Feng remarked with a hint of regret. The little fire dragon replied, "Practice. Isn't it just building muscle? How hard can that be? As long as I don't collapse, I'll push myself to the limit. Whoever backs down is a coward." Li Feng observed the little fire dragon's fervor, noting that even as its legs trembled uncontrollably, it persevered. The power of idolization is indeed formidable. After all, it's merely a Chishi bluebird. Is it truly necessary? Li Feng found himself utterly perplexed. However, there is no need for understanding. The fervor of idolizing and the whims of love are both easily manipulated. Grasping the vulnerabilities of the little fire dragon and maintaining control is entirely feasible. It was my first encounter with the little fire dragon engaging in fitness. As a man nearby, astonished, remarked. Li Feng exemplified a mode of training through personal demonstration, provided he could indeed accomplish it. The notion of teaching a creature to fly through an electric grid is absurd. However, if it were about teaching the earth god to soar, Li Feng could manage a leap given sufficient incentives. My little fire dragon has developed a penchant for fitness, and thus, I can only bring it along when time permits. Li Feng expressed with pride. The little fire dragon remained expressionless. "You are the trainer. Your words hold truth," the man observed, casting a lingering glance at the little fire dragon performing bench presses. "If only my own creature exhibited such diligence," he lamented, glancing towards his own creature sprawled lifelessly on the ground. Li Feng remarked, "Finding the right method is paramount. Training Pokémon must begin with leading by example." The man contemplated this. However, he was soon taken aback as Li Feng produced a nutritional supplement, the price of which he recognized as being several thousand for just this single box. "Is this what you mean by leading by example? Are you pulling my leg?" Upon completing his training session, Li Feng departed the gym with the little fire dragon in high spirits. One cannot deny that with an array of strength restrictors and enforced exercise equipment, The little fire dragon's training results were indeed impressive. Moreover, he need not fret over the inadequacy of gym apparatus. Upon returning home, he could finally relish a day of genuine rest. This day found Li Feng doing nothing but lounging in bed. Monday arrived. There was no need for classes today, as the schedule entailed enrolling for the upcoming sports meet. Both Pokémon events and human events required participation from the entire class. Li Feng, you should sign up for an event, and the little fire dragon should too. Oh, and the battle registration is already completed, Mi Ying announced, presenting the enrollment form to Li Feng. I'll take anything, running, long jump, whatever. As for the little fire dragon, let me see what it can participate in, Li Feng replied, taking the Pokémon registration form and discovering several amusing events. The two-legged race caught his eye, and he found it amusing that the Centipede King was explicitly banned from participating. Unlike traditional competitive events, these fun sports garnered greater popularity, with a noticeably higher number of registrants. After all, watching Pokémon run seemed far less entertaining than witnessing them engage in playful activities. So, what event will the little fire dragon register for? By the way, how does the battle mode work? Li Feng inquired. Mi Ying explained, it's a standard arena battle format, but organized as a rotation by class. The victors continue to fight, and our class, along with Class 30, can only field 5 participants, while other classes can have 10. Li Feng mused. Although they are technically battling specialized students, most are still novices with limited skill sets. Attempting to take on 2 opponents is quite a challenge. Well, it seems the school is merely creating unnecessary tasks. Ultimately, Li Feng decided to enroll the little fire dragon in an event it excels at, weightlifting. The outcome was inconsequential. The primary goal was simply to allow it to lift a few weights for added training. In truth, this was a project that Charmander had chosen for himself. After a warm-up, all it required was weightlifting, and soon the sinewy muscles on his body would become distinctly visible. At that moment, wouldn't all the Pokémon from the same egg group gaze at him in awe? However, Li Feng found it impossible to comprehend Charmander's aspirations. Feeling that the tablet in their dormitory had been commandeered by Charmander to watch an array of chaotic content. Charmander stood to the side, casting a glance at Li Feng, who, feeling somewhat awkward, murmured, such secretive behavior makes me feel like a fool. Let us go, let us train. Li Feng decisively led Charmander to the gym. While others might indulge in laziness, he would not allow Charmander to slack off easily. As the day of strenuous exercise came to an end, the Pokémon caretaker, Li Lingling, had fortuitously become available that afternoon to assist Charmander with muscle relaxation. Although the appointment had been made 2 days in advance, it merely facilitated scheduling. If time permitted, adjustments could still be made. After a short wait in the dormitory, Li Lingling arrived, accompanied by a Mr. Mime, who held a silver toolbox in each hand. Hello, Teacher Li Feng greeted first. Li Lingling nodded slightly, and, with an air of brisk efficiency, stated, I have another engagement in an hour and a half, so can we begin now? Li Feng nodded resolutely, instructing Charmander to lie on his bed. Just bear with it. Charmander, perplexed, thought, Ascent this muscle relaxation? Why must I endure? Li Lingling observed the little white Charmander while meticulously assembling various tools, a collection of items that Li Feng could not comprehend. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, Teacher Li, what are these tools for? Li Lingling did not withhold the information, explaining, the muscle density and strength of Pokémon differ from that of humans. For a fleshy Pokémon like Charmander, it's manageable, but for something like Geodude, muscle is a non-issue. However, since they are both Pokémon, it is nearly impossible for humans to assist in muscle relaxation without tools or the psychic support of a psychic-type Pokémon. Li Feng suddenly understood, recognizing the validity of her words. Previously, he had attended stretching classes during his training, which were designed to help muscles relax, yet the instructors employed considerable force. The so-called relaxation occurred amidst discomfort. Indeed, Charmander exclaimed, it hurts. This was an unprecedented pain. It was entirely different from the pain of skin being cut or the body being struck. This was an intense agony emanating from within. While external pain could be tolerated, the internal suffering left Charmander's eyes wide open, nearly breaking free from the psychic grip. Yet, before the professional-grade Mr. Mime, Charmander was completely immobilized. Li Lingling frowned, remarking, work on its mindset. The stronger the resistance, the less effective the relaxation. Li Feng nodded and rushed to Charmander's side, urging, endure it. The greatest trials forge the mightiest dragons. Li Lingling furrowed her brow. Is your bond with Charizard really this poor? It doesn't heed your words at all. If this continues, today will be in vain. Seeing that lecturing was futile, Li Feng bluntly stated, as long as you don't resist, I'll transfer you 1,000 yuan. Charizard remained unyielding, still resisting. 10,000. The intensity of Charizard's resistance slightly diminished. It's working. Li Lingling glanced at Li Feng. Gritting his teeth, Li Feng proclaimed, 100,000. Although Charizard's body trembled, it was a manifestation of pain and forced endurance. Could it endure further? Signs of resistance still lingered within its body. Li Lingling was exceptionally responsible. She always strived for excellence in every task. Li Feng decisively revealed his trump card. I've bought concert tickets. The mental power of the magic puppet finally allowed most of its effects to be directed towards muscle relaxation. While Li Lingling wholeheartedly employed tools to assist Charizard in relaxing its muscles, she couldn't help but feel that this was an odd strategy for a trainer. What kind of concert tickets could yield such remarkable results? It was astonishing that they could make Charizard entirely cease its resistance. In truth, she had merely spoken in jest. A slight resistance in response to pain is a normal biological reaction. For a Charizard in its infancy, possessing extraordinary willpower was hardly feasible. Where could such a young Charizard derive such strong mental fortitude? Chapter 42. The sports meeting commences. 1 hour later. The initial muscle tension required subsequent care. Once Charizard's strength reached a professional level, resources for assistance would be necessary. I will provide you with a list later. You can either purchase the items yourself or buy them from me, Li Lingling stated in a businesslike manner. Li Feng nodded. All right. He explained. A Pokémon caretaker is a classification beneath Pokémon breeders, yet their work is akin to that of human health coaches, personal trainers, and rehabilitation specialists. Do Pokémon require such care? Pang Lu inquired, intrigued. Li Feng chuckled. That depends on the nurturing method you choose. If you solely focus on enhancing a Pokémon's strength, then such care is unnecessary. For instance, Dandy's strongest Charizard evidently possesses an extraordinary level of Pokémon strength. However, in terms of perception, there is still a significant gap between Dandy's Charizard and Chiye's Charizard. A Charizard capable of clashing with Mutwo is an astonishing anomaly. Oh, I see. Pang Lu refrained from probing further. He adhered to traditional nurturing methods, so he thought it best to forego care. Moreover, having overheard Li Feng's conversation with the caretaker, he found the prices exorbitantly high. Brother Feng, shall we go watch the women's high jump and long jump tomorrow? Pang Lu suddenly asked with a mischievous expression. Li Feng paused for a moment before responding. You go ahead, I'll pass. I heard the school beauty will participate. Pang Lu added. School beauty? Is there truly a stunning beauty at our school? Li Feng queried, curiosity piqued. Pang Lu shook his head. Not quite. There are a few who are merely average. Miying from your class is one of them. Miying, huh? That is fine then. It's not that Miying isn't beautiful. If I were to rate her, she would probably score around 85. In the Wei Feng studio, Gu Weiwei achieved a commendable score of 90, while Lin Xian managed to attain an impressive 91 or 92. As for Mingri Xiang, her score hovered around 88. And although Olga's appearance was quite similar to Mi Ying's, her physique undeniably added significant allure. Therefore, the so-called campus beauty, as defined by Ji Zhong, held little fascination for Li Feng. Moreover, isn't it a prevailing trend to eliminate the campus beauty at the onset of an apocalypse? It seems that being a campus beauty is a perilous occupation, and perhaps it is wise to maintain some distance. Indeed, with one emperor and 4 empresses, their disdain for mortal women is quite understandable. Pang Lu wore an expression of envy, for discussions among men invariably gravitate towards women. Some even exhibit an unsettling fixation on female elves, which is utterly absurd. Ding dong. Li Feng chose not to delve further into this topic, picking up his phone to discover a message from the Wei Feng Studio chat group. Gu Weiwei. Boss, we plan to release our first video this Saturday. Li Feng. All right. Let us schedule Chi's live debut for that day as well. Olga. Thank you, little boss. Li Feng. Naturally, Chi's account cannot simply go live. It is crucial to generate anticipation and attract a substantial audience in the days leading up to the event. The climactic battle will unfold during the live broadcast. Currently, the fan count remains stagnant at over 90,000. Still a few thousand real fans shy of achieving the prestigious 100,000 milestone. Unlike before, the achievement reward for reaching this threshold is singular, and even Li Feng is curious about what it entails. Nevertheless, Li Feng is confident that he can elevate the fan count to the 100,000 mark during Saturday's live stream. Achieving this would ensure that he enjoys a daily popularity value of 100,000. As long as he continues to enhance Little Fire Dragon's skill set before the Freshman Cup competition, its proficiency can rapidly ascend, driven by this popularity. At present, Li Feng has amassed a considerable amount of popularity. Strengthening his skills once more before the sports meet is indeed a prudent endeavor. The foremost priority is to elevate the proficiency of Dragon Dance to mastery level. Upon acquiring both swiftness and might, Li Feng discovered, through testing, that the primary distinction lies in swiftness enhancing speed entirely, while might amplifies explosive power. He had anticipated that the mastery of Dragon Dance would yield such a transformation. Li Feng initially assumed that the swift variant merely accelerated speed, but the outcome proved to alter the enhancement capabilities, honing it in a specific direction. Of course, employing swiftness Dragon Dance, Li Feng noted that the acceleration was indeed faster than before. As for Might Dragon Dance, its full force output surpassed that of 2 standard Dragon Dances, although the strain on his body simultaneously increased. From a certain perspective, a single burst is more potent than 2 Dragon Dances, albeit at the cost of some speed. Next came the enhancement of the Spark skill's proficiency. Upon reaching mastery level, the robust execution of Spark was less akin to a mere spark and more reminiscent of a fireball. This fireball's diameter was nearly equivalent to Little Fire Dragon's height, which was quite extravagant. The issue lies in the consumption of energy, which, according to the game's terminology, necessitates a doubling of the expenditure. Under conditions where the release speed diminishes, the power experiences a remarkable surge. Conversely, the form of the swift spark becomes increasingly dispersed, resulting in reduced potency. However, both speed and coverage area, along with maneuverability, see significant improvement. This encapsulates the essence of the fireball and the phoenix fire. Li Feng observed the tested sparks and couldn't help but express his candid thoughts. The robust form of the metallic claws rendered the Little Fire Dragon's talons appear more formidable and resilient, showcasing a destructive capability far superior to that of ordinary metallic claws. What thrilled Li Feng the most was that the swift form of the metallic claws, due to its energy fluctuations, became easier to manipulate, allowing the claws to envelop the body in a metallic sheath. This metallic membrane endowed the Little Fire Dragon with commendable defensive capabilities. For the final skill upgrade, Li Feng resolved to enhance the primitive power. The elevation of primitive power was peculiar, while the robust form indeed exhibited a notable increase in strength. As the rocks of primitive power visibly expanded, the swift form showed no extraordinary effects, apart from a marginal increase in release speed. It paled in comparison to other mastered skills. Yet, perfection is a rarity. The enhancements in power and speed sufficed. Moreover, through the Little Fire Dragon's own accumulation, the spirit power successfully ascended to level 11. According to the nurturing plan for the Little Fire Dragon devised by the Flame King, level 12 signifies a stable acquisition of Dragon Breath. This is a formidable Dragon-type energy technique, not to mention the accompanying paralysis effect, which is an exceptionally useful ability. Regrettably, the popularity points fell slightly short. Otherwise, Li Feng would have undoubtedly considered elevating both sleep and gratitude to elite levels. Regardless, it was assured that this week, he could elevate all of the Little Fire Dragon skills to mastery level without issue. The sequence of upgrades was not of paramount importance. The following day dawned, marking the first day of the school sports festival. The morning's opening ceremony was, to put it mildly, lengthy and tedious. The customary remarks dragged on, each word feeling like a lifetime of healing. However, once the opening ceremony concluded, the previously lethargic class formations revived with vigor. Various little spirits emerged on campus, accompanying their trainers to participate in the events. The first event of the morning was the 50-meter women's sprint. With nothing pressing to attend to, Li Feng opted to watch the competition. After all, it was primarily because his teammate, Mi Ying, was participating in this event. Not to cheer her on would have felt rather inappropriate. His motivations were far from superficial notions about girls running. Li Feng aspired to be a top-tier champion, far above such triviality. Mi Ying focused on participation rather than securing a commendable result, knowing that the athletic students would dominate, still recognized that aspiring to be a professional trainer required her physical fitness to be on par. Thus, she exerted considerable effort, though, realistically, as a girl without extensive training, her performance was rather average. Following the women's 50-meter sprint, The Pokémon 1,000-meter sprint commenced. Yes, you read that correctly. It was indeed a 1,000-meter sprint. For humanity, long-distance running is akin to a sprint for elves. Li Feng's lips twitched as he gazed at the competing Caterpie, wondering if it intended to directly evolve into Rayquaza to seize the championship. By the way, what did you sign me up for? Li Feng inquired, directing his question towards Mi Ying, who, at that moment, was holding a bottle of soda. After taking a refreshing sip, she replied, a 2-kilometer run. Li Feng. What on earth? A 2-kilometer run? This is not a leisurely jog. It's a race. In other words, if I don't want to embarrass myself too much, I have to give it my all. There's no one else signed up. And every event must have class representation. Since you seem indifferent, I went ahead and included you, Mi Ying stated matter-of-factly. Charmander. Yay, well done. Li Feng observed the gleeful Charmander, utterly unfazed. I'll just double my training tomorrow, he thought. He was not one to hold grudges. He never kept a little notebook for that purpose. So when do we start? Li Feng asked. Just a moment, Mi Ying replied with a smile. Li Feng. I'm completely unprepared, and you're telling me we're about to run 2 kilometers? Do you think that because of Pokémon sprints? 2 kilometers seems short to you? That's a good thing, though. I heard that the class beauty is also participating in the 2-kilometer run. Mi Ying added with an air of concern for him. Li Feng's lips twitched again. Did he really care about such matters? Running 2 kilometers was enough to leave anyone exhausted, let alone think of beautiful girls. Am I going insane? He mused. He resolved to accept the situation. Complaining was futile. The Pokémon sprints were indeed enticing. Since the school sports day prohibited skilled Pokémon from participating in their specialties, it turned into a battle of the inexperienced. Caterpie and Rhydon were understandable participants, but Li Feng was utterly baffled that Metapod was also allowed to compete. Would it merely harden in place and finish last? Chapter 43, Charging for Love. All athletes preparing for the competition, please take your positions. Li Feng joined dozens of others on the track. The 400-meter track meant that the 2-kilometer mixed-gender race would require 5 laps. For many students who rarely exercised, even 400 meters could leave them breathless. This was no exaggeration. Most urban dwellers were in a state of suboptimal health. However, Li Feng held confidence in his physical condition, bolstered by Charmander's nurturing and his own training. Although he primarily engaged in anaerobic strength training, his stamina was certainly better than the average person. As one of the notable figures, and alongside Sun Qian, who was subtly regarded as one of the class beauties, their joint participation attracted considerable attention. Unlike Li Feng's affluent background, Sun Qian reportedly came from a less fortunate environment, relying on her own efforts to alleviate part of her tuition fees, and it was said that she had a boyfriend outside of school who helped with her expenses. Li Feng had no interest in delving into the specifics of her situation. Nevertheless, Sun Qian was undoubtedly a complex individual. After all, how could someone so simple have boyfriends both on and off campus? Li Feng, I didn't expect you to participate in this event. Sun Qian approached him, initiating a conversation. Sun Qian, who many consider to be the school's belle, undoubtedly possesses a certain charm, a fact that Li Feng does not dispute. When it comes to beauty, it is difficult to make comparisons between genders, but she certainly holds her own. As for family background, academic prowess, and charisma, she excels in all aspects. With a radiant smile, Sun Qian introduced herself. I am Sun Qian from Class 16, pleased to meet you. Li Feng remained expressionless, not to mention living a second life. Even in his previous existence, he had little interest in such trivial matters. To juggle 2 boyfriends, using them to indulge her whims, no matter how clever she may seem. She is merely a manipulator of superficial wit. Such individuals do not pique Li Feng's interest. Positions, everyone. Ready. Bang. With the signal gun shot, all participants dashed forward. At that moment, Li Feng was relieved to be free from the annoyance of such individuals. As the race progressed, fatigue set in. Yet Li Feng's physical prowess allowed him to keep pace with the leading group. Remarkable. Li Feng's athleticism is impressive, managing to keep up with several sports specialists. Zhang Chanshan exclaimed. In a 2-kilometer run, the difference between genders is not substantial, especially among non-professionals. If endurance is strong, girls might even have the upper hand. Miao Qingyu remarked. As they entered the 4th lap, the leading group had already lapped the last few competitors. Just then, a voice pierced through the air like thunder. Sun Qian, you better be worth it. A young man clad in a yellow delivery uniform, riding a shared bicycle, charged onto the track like a fierce tiger. The speeding bicycle hurtled directly towards Sun Qian. Momentarily taken aback by the voice, Sun Qian's expression turned pale as she realized the bicycle was barreling towards her. Coincidentally, Li Feng and the others were in the leading group, preparing to lap the very last tier, meaning he too had to confront the oncoming lunatic. Charizard. A small dragon leaped from its Pokeball, dashing forward with determination. Its metallic hands gleamed as it aimed to grasp the cyclist. Rattata. A purple, mouse-like Pokémon burst forth from the cyclist's waist, electricity crackling. Rattata surged ahead, its purple form transforming into a streak of light as it charged toward Charizard. With a loud thud, Charizard was instantly knocked aside. Observing this scene, Li Feng narrowed his eyes. An elite-level Pokémon? Charizard, momentarily stunned yet unharmed, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Grr. I'm angry. Charizard unleashed Dragon Dance. The proficiency of its Dragon Dance was significantly faster than that of a novice, and in an instant, it successfully amplified its power. You are indeed the boyfriend in the middle of the chaos. Sun Qian. The cyclist glared at the dashing and affluent Li Feng, gritting his teeth. Do the impoverished not deserve love? Toiling tirelessly to earn money to support my girlfriend's education, only to be met with such a disheartening outcome? She even claimed that after graduating from high school, we would obtain our marriage certificate. It is all nothing but deceit. Today, I have reached my breaking point. I might as well eliminate this wretched creature. Li Feng stood frozen, taken aback by the words of the bike-sharing rider. He had initially thought he was witnessing a deranged individual attacking students, yet this was a tale of love and hatred? What kind of absurdity is this? I am not the boyfriend you accuse me of being. Please, calm down. Li Feng hastily attempted to clarify. I have no interest in such a scheming woman. Yet the deranged bike rider, having lost all semblance of reason, could not comprehend his words. It seemed he had already concluded that Li Feng was the interloper in a romantic affair. A wealthy young master with a handsome visage. A quintessential character from a Dongwang web novel, stirring the emotions of the female protagonist. Li Feng. He nearly spat out blood in disbelief. Sun Qian, come explain this. He turned towards Sun Qian, who was hiding nearby. The little fire dragon was entangled by a Rattata. A level 17 or 18 Rattata could easily stall the little fire dragon for a short while. The issue was that this conniving woman was cowering behind him. To the bike rider, it appeared as though the man was protecting the woman. What on earth? Li Feng was at his wit's end. After running over 1,000 meters, he was already exhausted, and now he was embroiled in this chaos. Who could he turn to for reason? For love's sake, I will eliminate you, you vile creature. The bike rider pedaled fiercely towards Sun Qian. Aside from offering a solitary 6, Li Feng had no words left. As for shielding Sun Qian from the bike collision, I am neither your father nor your boyfriend. Only a fool would stand in the way of an oncoming bike. Thus, Li Feng chose to flee the scene. Sun Qian was utterly taken aback that a man could be so terrified for his life. Were they not classmates? Shouldn't they assist one another? If Li Feng were privy to her thoughts, he would undoubtedly agree with the notion of eliminating the school bell in a post-apocalyptic scenario. How has such a dim-witted individual managed to survive until now? Xiao Qian, a man emerged from the crowd, having heard the commotion, while his Pokémon, a Zubat, rushed to confront the bike rider. Pu Qiming chuckled as she helped the disheveled Li Feng to his feet. Li Feng could only express his bewilderment at the absurdity of the situation. That Sun Qian was indeed a remarkable character, capable of creating such a ruckus. Pengli divulged. What? 1 foot in 6 boats? This bike rider is clearly the legitimate boyfriend. Otherwise, how could he dare to cause such a disturbance? In other words, this rider is taking on 5 challengers? Impressive. This farce was destined to remain a farce. To have such an incident occurred during a school sports event would likely propel it to the trending topics in Zhongqing by the next day. Before long, the school teachers arrived, and even the security guards quickly gathered around. It must be said that delivery services truly facilitate seamless access, without the delivery service and bike sharing. It is likely that this love-struck rider would have never made it in. The first day of the sports event concluded hastily due to this commotion. That evening, Li Feng saw the headline on Zhongqing's public account. The valiant hero charging forth for love, the night of shared bicycles. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Li Feng gazed upon this headline, only to discover his own photograph upon opening it. Li Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Upon reading the entire article, he found himself hailed as a paragon of bravery, at the very least ensuring no one was harmed. As for the other sensational details, they bore no relation to him. After finishing, Li Feng sighed in relief. He dreaded becoming entangled in the narrative, for that would be a grave injustice. However, the comments beneath the headline left him utterly exasperated. Changhe Shankao, Li Feng, the brave hero, is indeed handsome. Mandarin fan, Li Feng. From the 29th class of the senior year at Jianian High School, single, wealthy, and for looks, please refer to the image. If Li Feng were unaware of the identities of these two individuals, he would have twisted Fat Lu's head off and kicked it like a ball. Oh, Zhang Changshan. Oh, Fan Lulu. Ding. System. The host follower count has reached 100,000. Achievement rewards can now be claimed. Li Feng thought, headlines surely do not increase followers. It must be my educational content that has attracted new admirers, leading to this milestone. It must be so. To alleviate his inner discontent, Li Feng promptly opened the system interface and selected to claim his achievement reward. System, achievement reward claimed. The host has acquired the ability to share memories of alternate selves in dream realms. What is this? Li Feng felt somewhat bewildered. Upon inspecting the skill, he was instantly filled with exuberance. The ability to share memories of alternate selves in dream realms allows one to access memories from other worlds while in a state of slumber. What purpose does this skill serve? The first thought that crossed Li Feng's mind was that once the game Zhuzi officially launched, he could utilize this skill to instantly acquire the latest Pokémon information. Before his crossing, the extent of his knowledge was limited to a few details regarding the game's crystallization and its covered deities, alongside some rather trivial information. Now, with this ability, he could obtain more comprehensive and extensive intelligence, omniscience, and omnipotence, ancient kinds, future kinds. He was aware of these insights solely because certain individuals from his past life had leaked screenshots. Not only that, but his repository of songs and other celebrity resources could also be updated in real time. He would no longer need to worry about the depletion of his stock. The notion of creative exhaustion would be forever banished. There would be no need to hoard everything in secrecy. If other realms could collectively nurture his growth, how could he not soar? That would truly render him less than a pig. Chapter 44, the first memory sharing. With such a skill at his disposal, how could he refrain from exploring it? Determined to employ the ability to share memories of alternate selves in dream realms, abbreviated as memory sharing, he resolutely lay down on his bed, preparing to drift into slumber. Staying up late was out of the question for a man who burns the midnight oil. Endurance would surely dwindle. Unlike the ethereal sensation of memory gummies, this time, Li Feng felt more like an observer from behind, witnessing events unfold. The only advantage was his ability to freely adjust the viewing speed and focus on whatever he wished to see. It truly resembled watching a video. After a moment of reflection, Li Feng commenced his journey into the dream realm, eager to uncover the information about his new life that had eluded him since his crossing. The ability of memory sharing lasts for 12 hours each use, with a cooldown period of 1 week. In a span of 12 hours without acceleration, it is ample time for Li Feng to gather a wealth of essential information. A warrior charging forth for love, barefoot, and taking on 5 adversaries. Li Feng was momentarily taken aback upon reading this headline. If circumstances had not drastically changed, could it be that occurrences in other realms would also manifest in his own world, albeit with variations in the individuals involved? But why would such absurd events transpire in his vicinity? Could it be that his existence as a traveler possesses certain traits that attract these peculiarities? This is not the Cthulhu mythos. Where does this extraordinary aggregation effect come from? Upon confirming that this world lacks elves yet includes Pokémon games, he began to search for information regarding Zhuzi's early exploits. Starting from the 6th generation, the Ninja Frog gained a unique ability, and the subsequent Alolan and Galarian starters also possessed their own exclusive skills. As anticipated, following the cleansing of the Chue version, not only did the starter Pokémon acquire unique abilities, but numerous special forms of Pokémon did as well. What is the quasi-divine entity of Zhuzi? Li Feng initiated a search. Soon, he discovered this generation's quasi-divine Pokémon, named Long, with attributes of Ice and Dragon. Its new ability, Heat Exchange, enhances its attack when subjected to fire-type attacks, and it remains immune to being burned. From Li Feng's experience, both its attack and speed-based stats surpass those of Kyurem. As for the Ice Dragon, Kyurem has its exclusive move, Ice World. Perhaps it's better left unmentioned. Kyurem, you can't fly, so what else with dragging me into this? Regarding the quasi-divine Long of the Zhuzi generation, Li Feng felt indifferent. The starters consisted of a fire crocodile lying on the ground and a water peacock resembling a samba dancer. Ultimately, the grass-type Pokémon, the magical masquerade Meow, appeared far more appealing, especially in its alternate coloration. After comprehensively understanding the quasi-divine starters, it was imperative to delve into the cover legendary. Golton, a name indeed reminiscent of Groudon. This ancient Pokémon, representing bygone eras, astonishingly possesses fighting and dragon attributes. Jiangwei Linjialong. Previously, Li Feng speculated that Golton should be fire and dragon, but to his surprise, it was fighting and dragon. Its ability, Crimson Pulse, offers a dual effect. Upon entering the battlefield, it changes the weather to sunny, and under intense sunlight, it boosts its attack power through ancient pulsations. This is quite akin to an alternative version of Xiang, isn't it? Moreover, it can achieve feats that typically require an item without being bound to one. Even seizing control of the weather, truly monstrous. Gaioka. Yes, please seize it. Li Kungzuo, I concur. As for its exclusive skill, named Full Burst Charge, it is of fighting type, with the effect of further increasing power when striking a weakness. It is utterly incomprehensible. What connection could there possibly be between fighting dragons and sunlight? Li Feng couldn't shake the feeling that it seemed rather incongruous. Conversely, the purple divine Milidon aligns more closely with the established theme, possessing the ability of Quantum Engine. By establishing an electric terrain, it enhances its special attack while within that field. The synergy of the electric-type Milotic, enhanced by the electric terrain, truly embodies its distinctive characteristics. The move Thunder Crash serves as Milotic's exclusive skill, akin to an augmented version of the powerful tackle, bearing little difference. Both legendary Pokémon, in Li Feng's perspective, appear remarkably formidable. However, based on the leaked content, their potential as mounts seems rather lackluster, diminishing their stature. In contrast, the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza heroically charges towards meteors to save the world, while the dual deities of Purple and Crimson transform into motorcycles to roam about. Upon sighting a motorcycle, Li Feng's mind instinctively conjured the phrase, "Hey there, fancy a ride?" Nevertheless, he has come to understand the dual deities of Purple and Crimson to a degree. The specifics of the plot will only reveal themselves during the next memory-sharing session. As for the phenomenon of terrestrialization, aside from the newfound Terra type, Li Feng has yet to uncover further information. The majority of the recently revealed Pokémon are enchanting, with 4 particularly captivating creatures catching his eye: the enigmatic Mask Meow, the Azure Flameblade Ghost, the Pop Dolphin, and the Iron Warrior. The first 3 resonate with Li Feng's aesthetic sensibilities, and he intends to construct a team that emphasizes diverse typings. For instance, while he may select a primarily fire type like Charmander, he would refrain from choosing another fire-type Pokémon. However, he remains open to accepting those with fire as a secondary type. The enigmatic Mask Meow, infused with grass and dark attributes, boasts a hidden ability that allows for remarkable adaptability. This ability inevitably evokes thoughts of bond transformations. After all, the first Pokémon capable of bond transformation, the Froka line, possesses a similarly adaptable trait. One wonders if this ability, when paired with aura powers, could evolve into a bond transformation. In Li Feng's estimation, both the standard flourishing of the starter Pokémon and the adaptability trait rank among the highest echelons of abilities. As for the Azure Flameblade Ghost, aside from its striking appearance, the Ghost type is an essential component of Li Feng's team. Not only does he seek Ghost types, but Psychic, Fairy, and Dragon types are also among his aspirations. He harbors specific ideas regarding Psychic Fairies, while among Ghost types, aside from Azure Flameblade Ghost, he also considers Gengar, Dragapult, and the Wash Rotom form. It remains uncertain which Pokémon he will ultimately capture in the future. Currently, no Purple or Crimson Pokémon have been discovered on Blue Star. Upon his arrival, Li Feng conducted an immediate search. Not only were there no Purple or Crimson Pokémon, but even legendary Pokémon were absent. He did not even find fossil Pokémon. Statistically speaking, the likelihood of capturing Gengar is the highest, as it is the most commonly encountered among these creatures. The Pop Dolphin, on the other hand, presents an intriguing case. With a water veil ability and a base stat total of merely 315, its evolution, Dolphin Knight, boasts a total of 457. Yet, Dolphin Knight's ability is astonishingly named All-Power Transformation. Do you believe in light? No. Rather, do you believe in briny waters? Subsequently, Its base stat skyrockets from 457 to 650. This surpasses even Popeye after consuming spinach. The primary deities of Purple and Crimson boast a base stat of only 670. Thus, the true Water Master is none other than the Pop Dolphin. This ability has undoubtedly piqued Li Feng's curiosity. What might it be like in the real world? Could it involve Shouting Pop, followed by a radiant transformation? The mere thought elicits amusement. Ultimately, the Iron Warrior piqued his curiosity. The so-called ancient and future species of elves are essentially original elves that have undergone morphological changes. For instance, the transformation of Bangila's from a quasi-divine status of 600 to Iron Thorn at 570, with its attributes shifting to rock and electric, is indeed rather disappointing. The ancient and future species do not inherently signify an enhancement in strength. For ordinary elves, this may be considered an improvement, yet for quasi-divine level elves, both ancient and future forms reflect a decline in base stats. The source of his intrigue regarding the Iron Warrior primarily lies in its striking resemblance to a hybrid future form of Shenado and Eldorado. Given that Li Feng's second elf is undoubtedly Shenado, it is only natural that he would be curious. As for why Shenado, he felt an irresistible pull towards that choice. Certainly not due to any improper desire for Shenado's form. Tomorrow, he would have Old Goo assist him in searching for a shiny Larulus. Li Feng mused thoughtfully. Larulus is not particularly rare. Even with the increased rarity of shiny variants, finding one should still be feasible. His own little fire dragon had already turned shiny. How could he not aim for an entire team of shinies to reflect his affluent identity? Many elves possess striking shiny forms, although he would rather steer clear of those like shiny Machamp. After diligently reviewing all the unfamiliar information, Li Feng rubbed his temples in fatigue. Observing the remaining time, he decisively browsed through various information within the film industry, such as upcoming movie releases and new songs on the music charts. He also sought out past hit music charts, listening to one classic after another. Whether pop, rock, or folk, he left no stone unturned. Just because he had no use for them did not mean others did not. It is crucial to recognize that lyricists and composers can also garner their own fan base. The more versatile he became, the richer his audience would be, thereby increasing his potential popularity. Regardless of age or profession, he aimed to encompass them all. This was Li Feng's objective. As the dream slowly faded, Li Feng felt his body becoming increasingly insubstantial. In a haze, he opened his eyes once more, only to find himself in a state of lethargy, discovering on his bedside phone that it was already 8 in the morning. This troublesome skill was indeed effective, but the subsequent state of exhaustion was overwhelmingly debilitating. He felt as if he had not slept for an entire day and night, lost in a daze. However, today marked the weightlifting competition for his fire dragon, along with the first battle match, and he could not afford to miss it. In his stupor, he could only make his way to the convenience store to purchase a bottle of coffee to sustain him. Off he went, heading to the sports field for the weightlifting competition. Chapter 45, Youth. Li Feng, inexperienced, vowed to ensure he was well-rested before utilizing memory sharing again. The concept of dreams had misled him into believing he was in a state of slumber, leading to his unfortunate predicament. Li Feng, why does your complexion look so poor? Ming inquired after surveying him. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was fine and that there was no need for concern. Zhang Changshan wore an envious expression. Li Feng, what does that knowing look on your face signify? What have I done? Drinking coffee 1 tea help. You should consume more goji berry water for nourishment, Zhang Changshan remarked meaningfully. Li Feng chose to selectively ignore Zhang Changshan's prattle. Attention, please. The weightlifting participants are requested to report to the venue for preparations, the school announcement echoed. Just as Li Feng was about to take his little fire dragon to the competition, the homeroom teacher suddenly approached him. Li Feng, each class is required to prepare a cheerleading script, and I would like you to write it, the teacher said. Li Feng was taken aback, pointing at himself. Me? Indeed. The teacher nodded. You are the most talented in our class, so it falls to you. But a cheerleading script doesn't require literary flair. And I have none to offer, Li Feng instinctively protested. The sports meet is a celebration of youth. I believe there is always a perspective to be found around that theme, the teacher continued. Youth? The mention of this word reminded Li Feng of a modern poem. However, he felt that this particular poem might not quite suit the atmosphere of the sports meet. Seeing the teacher's expectant gaze, he realized it would be difficult to refuse. Such tasks are typically meant for students to undertake. In a brief moment, A concise script emerged onto the blank page. After handing the completed modern poem to the teacher, Li Feng hurriedly departed for the competition venue with his little fire dragon. The homeroom teacher, seeing how quickly he had completed the task, suspected he might be trying to deceive her. Yet, when she read what he had penned, she was left dumbfounded. Was this truly suitable as a cheerleading script? Would it not undermine the event's spirit? Nevertheless, she opted to submit it to the broadcasting station, while other classes rallied with cheers of encouragement and determination. Their class presented a distinctly different tone, perfectly aligning with the artistic nature of their cohort. However, the homeroom teacher inscribed Li Feng's name on the script. She had no intention of misrepresenting such a piece. She was well aware of her own capabilities. As the weightlifting competition commenced, the various class cheer scripts gradually unfolded at the broadcasting station. These scripts contributed points to the class standings, much like gold and silver medals do. The school would ultimately recognize the top 3 contributors, as well as one for the most outstanding cheer script. The scoring system for these scripts was indistinguishable from that of medals. Hence, the cheer scripts could indeed be regarded as a competitive endeavor. Quality mattered little. Quantity was paramount, at least for the vast majority of classes. Amidst the lively atmosphere, harmonious scenes of various creatures and students unfolded across the campus. Li Feng observed as the wood gecko lifted weights on the competition stage and realized that only humanoid creatures were permitted to participate in weightlifting. Creatures like Caterpie and Onyx were ineligible. After all, it was unclear whether they were lifting or merely bearing weight. Thus, one must be spirited to participate in the afternoon competition. According to the draw, Class 29 was matched against Class 13, which is reputed to possess considerable strength. Hence, thorough preparation is imperative. Underestimating the opponent is simply not an option. As a great person once said, strategic disdain and tactical respect are essential, even when hunting a rabbit. A lion must exert its full strength. Carelessness may lead to embarrassment. The weightlifting event takes place within a glass enclosure. Initially, Li Feng did not comprehend the purpose of this box, but upon observing that the wood gecko could only lift slightly over 170 kilograms, he deduced that it was meant to restrict the Pokémon's power. Indeed, without such limitations, Pokémon could easily lift several hundred kilograms with ease. It is noteworthy that the human weightlifting limit is generally just a little more than double one's body weight. Thus, a person weighing 70 kilograms would have a maximum lift of approximately 140 kilograms. However, this is contingent upon the individual being a world-class professional weightlifter. For an average person, merely lifting one's own body weight is an impressive feat. Unfortunately, modern urban dwellers often find themselves in a state of suboptimal health, with their physical fitness being a significant concern. If the Pokémon's power is indeed restricted, it seems that the Charmeleon might have a genuine chance at achieving a commendable ranking, pondered Li Feng, stroking his chin. After all, after 2 months of training, Charmeleon's lifting capacity far exceeds that of the wood gecko. As he waited in line, Li Feng kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings. Especially after encountering a ghost the previous day, he was particularly cautious today, uncertain if another bizarre headline might unfold around him. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred, and it was finally Charmeleon's turn. The school sports competition was not overly complex, as it typically involved a single round to determine the victor. In contrast, events like the 400-meter, 200-meter, and 100-meter sprints featured multiple heats, making them one of the most popular competitions, and thus deserving of greater attention. Events such as shot put, discus throw, and weightlifting, however, attracted considerably less interest, with participation often limited to a single individual per class. Consequently, resolving outcomes in a single round was preferable to prolonging the process unnecessarily. "Isn't that Li Feng's Charmeleon?" exclaimed a spectator. "Wow, why does this little white Charmeleon have such pronounced muscle definition?" With ease, Charmeleon lifted a barbell weighing 260 kilograms. After the judges unanimously signaled approval, it brought the barbell crashing down onto the ground. The weight was then increased to 300 kilograms. With a slight grit of its teeth, Charmeleon lifted it effortlessly. Li Feng's Charmeleon had indeed been well trained. Not only had its power reached an elite level, but its physical conditioning also surpassed that of its peers. Listening to the other teachers praise Li Feng, Shun shouting felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Li Feng was exceptionally astute. He could effortlessly extrapolate from various situations, not to mention his high tactical acumen. She had been taken aback when she learned that Li Feng was actually a prodigy. As a Pokémon instructor, Finding herself outperformed in battle rankings by her students left her pondering her ability to teach effectively. Therefore, unless it is an exceptionally specialized course, particularly one focused on tactics related to Pokémon, Shun Shouting completely indulges Li Feng. While talent can certainly be nurtured, prodigies operate beyond the realm of reason. In fact, Shun Shouting often finds herself privately watching videos of Li Feng's Pokémon master battles. Under such circumstances, the notion of teaching becomes irrelevant. It suffices that one does not seek counsel. The only insights Shun Shouting can impart to Li Feng are the small experiences that many trainers commonly encounter. As for anything beyond that, it is best left aside. The broadcast announces, "Next, we present a submission from Class 29, Student Li Feng. Youth." All endings have already been penned. All tiers have set forth on their journey. Many students, weary from competitions or burdened by injuries, pause, momentarily taken aback. Yet suddenly, they forget how it all began. No matter how I pursue it, the youthful you merely flits by like a shadow. The teachers, engrossed in the matches, gaze upon the spirited students pouring their sweat into the competition, as if witnessing reflections of their own youthful selves. They were once not the bald champions, nor the portly figures they may have become. And your smiling visage is so faint, so delicate, gradually fading into the twilight's embrace. As the pages of yellowed memories turn, destiny has bound them in a most clumsy manner. Old Han, savoring tea in his office, feels a surge of energy upon hearing Li Feng's name on the broadcast. A modern poem then causes him to hold his cup suspended in midair. With tears in my eyes, I read and reread. Yet I must admit, youth is a book too hastily written. Is youth indeed a book penned in haste? Indeed. Life spans a mere few decades, yet only a decade belongs to youth. Youth encompasses beauty, struggle, regret, and dreams. This is the essence of a complete, yet flawed youth. Many listeners, captivated by Li Feng's modern poem, fall into contemplative silence, each grappling with sentiments of nostalgia, regret, and awakening. Come on, classmates, let your sweat flow freely, and strive to leave no regrets in your youth. Old Han gently sets down his teacup and hurries toward the broadcasting room established for the school sports meet. Upon acquiring Li Feng's manuscript through his authority, a broad smile spreads across his face. At that moment, the language teacher from Class 1, breathless, arrives late at the broadcasting room. Is Li Feng's manuscript significant? To him, it may seem of little value. However, for the literati, the debut of this manuscript signifies its original form. It possesses remarkable collectible and commemorative worth. Good things tend to attract attention, and Li Feng's poem Youth is no exception. With his Charmeleon securing a bronze medal, Li Feng feels utterly content. As he stands on the podium, his modern poem resonates throughout the venue. The elegant and meaningful language strikes a profound chord with the audience's thoughts. As Youth is a book too hastily written concludes, Li Feng descends from the podium, proudly holding his medal. Oh, already lamenting youth. Are we, young Master Li? Ming teases. Li Feng hung the medal around the neck of the Charizard, which was, in fact, a recognition of his fitness achievements. He then remarked, "What a coincidence, perhaps it's just a homophonic name." Ming rolled her eyes and retorted, "Since when did our Class 29 have another Li Xiao?" However, she conceded, "But the writing is truly exquisite." Ah, youth. Li Feng scoffed. What else with the melancholy at such a tender age? Youth is meant to be vibrant. Do you really believe in literary embellishment? You must be joking. Miying's moment of resonance evaporated instantly. Chapter 46, The Sports Meet Duel. At this moment, Miying found herself questioning the classical masterpieces she had memorized from her Chinese textbook. Was it truly correct to examine the author's ideological perspective during an examination? If Li Feng's piece, Youth, were to be presented as an exam topic, and she wrote down his thoughts, she would undoubtedly score 0. Yet, the troubling fact remained that these were indeed the author's genuine sentiments. "What are you pondering?" Li Feng asked, cradling Charizard. Miying expressed her thoughts, only for Li Feng to dismiss them with a scoff. "There are 2 trees in front of the door, both jujube trees," Li Feng suddenly stated. Miying paused momentarily, then exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? Why not just say there are 2 jujube trees in front of the door?" Li Feng chuckled derisively. "Assessment complete. You know nothing of literary depth." Miying retorted. Even Lu Sun blatantly padded his word count. "If I become a writer in the future, is it acceptable not to do the same? It's not quite fair to say that. It's merely the wisdom imparted by predecessors, and I am simply learning to carry it forward. Is there a problem?" "No problem." Ming was taken aback. Are you really so unconcerned about the showdown this afternoon? Don't you need to practice together? Li Feng replied, what is there to practice? I'll just take the final spot anyway. It's all one-on-one. There are no team battles, just rotations at most. Fine, fine. You're the big shot. Your word is law. After all, Li Feng's prowess far surpassed theirs. While they were still struggling at levels 7 or 8, Li Feng had already reached an elite level. Li Feng, I found you. The class monitor of Class 29 rushed up to him, panting. Your Chinese teacher requests your presence in the office. Li Feng sighed. I just want to sleep. All right, I'll go now. Though he grumbled internally, he had no choice but to comply. Had he known, he wouldn't have written that promotional piece. What a hassle. In the Chinese department office, as Li Feng entered, he was surprised to find Old Han there as well. Old Han was holding a piece of paper, surrounded by several other Chinese teachers who were observing. Good day, teachers, Li Feng greeted politely, knocking lightly on the office door. Ah, Li Feng has arrived. Come, take a seat, Old Han warmly invited. I didn't expect you to write modern poetry. Although this piece may not quite fit the context of the sports meet, it can still be utilized, Old Han assessed. Li Feng nodded, explaining that he simply favored this modern poem. Moreover, without any memory soft candy at hand, writing classical poetry felt somewhat misplaced. After all, one couldn't just whip out a line like, in the golden armor, through countless battles, I shall return only after conquering Lulan. Could they? The scale of the sports meet wasn't grand enough for such a work, which would only give off a sense of incongruity. If it were the Olympics or World Championships, then perhaps it would be more fitting. I understand a bit, Li Feng humbly added. Old Han chuckled. Is that a hint of an exaggeration? I must admit, I grasped some of the young people's nuances. It seems modest, yet it harbors a certain audacity. Nonetheless, a touch of boldness in youth is commendable. At least, that is how Old Han perceives it. A young person devoid of arrogance may struggle to harness their innate talents. Your modern poem is quite impressive. I believe your seasonal poetry will be published in the Zhongqing Literary Journal by the end of November, which is fortuitous as they are in need of a modern piece. Would you like me to submit this poem on your behalf? Old Han inquired. Li Feng was indifferent. A promotional opportunity is always beneficial. He nodded in response. Thank you, Old Han. Old Han regarded Li Feng with admiration and remarked, such matters are trivial. I hope you continue to produce such exquisite poetry. Li Feng expressed his commitment to further efforts. When your poetry is featured in the journal, I personally suggest you authenticate your online account. This will facilitate your future endeavors, Old Han advised. Initially, Li Feng intended to wait until he gained some recognition before sharing his poetry, as his current lack of certification could lead to accusations of plagiarism or others claiming his work as their own. Avoiding such pitfalls is prudent. However, with the backing of the Zhongqing Literary Association to authenticate his online identity, he would no longer need to worry about these issues. One should never test the darkness of human nature. It is best to take precautions. Good luck at the sports meet, Old Han encouraged as Li Feng departed. This scene felt entirely like a conversation among peers, devoid of any semblance of superiority. Old Han, do you truly have such faith in Li Feng? He is a trainer, and his future energies will inevitably be devoted to Pokémon, remarked one language teacher. If I were to venture a guess, literature probably ranks third in Li Feng's priorities, considering he is pursuing a singing major. Old Han paused for a moment before responding. I merely seek to pave the way for him. How far he travels depends solely on his own efforts. Upon returning to the dormitory, the little Charizard wasted no time in seizing Li Feng's phone to engage in online shopping. Li Feng exclaimed, the tickets are already sold out. Where could I possibly find them now? Little Charizard retorted, you can't deceive a dragon like that. Relax, we can simply purchase a couple of scalp tickets. Li Feng adopted a nonchalant demeanor, exuding an air of affluence. How wonderful. My trainer is quite the wealthy individual. Little Charizard beamed with delight. Are Bai Mengqi and Qixi Qingyao performing live? Li Feng was curious about the contemporary diva's vocal prowess. His own rudimentary singing skills had already been deemed professional by his instructors. What of those at intermediate or advanced levels? Would they not ascend to godly heights in their craft? However, this was not the primary concern at present. After arranging for Old Gu to procure the scalped tickets, Li Feng decisively powered off his phone to catch up on sleep. No one could hinder his slumber, not even Arceus himself. He asserted that. As for Li Feng, who knows? The phone was unreachable. What could this fellow be up to? Never mind, let others seek him out. We shall take the stage first. Who will be the first to arrive? Though Mi Ying and her companions were anxious, they could not personally seek out Li Feng, as the match between Class 29 and Class 13 was about to commence. As for Li Feng, Teacher Shin Shouting was certainly present to oversee the strategic arrangements. Stroking her chin, Shun Shouting remarked, "Well then, let us not dawdle. Zhang Changshan, you will be the first to enter the arena. Your Pokémon is quite formidable, so aim to make a strong impression." Mi Ying and her friends were taken aback. Wait, why is the teacher so agreeable? Can we really trust such words? Regardless, Zhang Changshan must showcase his prowess right from the start. It is common knowledge that Class 29 houses students specializing in battles. He cannot afford to lose easily. No matter who stands against him, victory is imperative. Even if it were a deity, there would be no room for negotiation. How unfortunate. What do you think Zhang Changshan will do? His opponent is Jiang Dan, his childhood friend. I suspect Teacher Shun is doing this on purpose, though I lack proof. At that moment, Mi Ying, Miao Qingyu, and Pang Li were secretly amused. Truly, a teacher from the 90s, having weathered storms herself, would undoubtedly understand the tempest they were facing. With utmost seriousness, Shin Shouting elaborated, a trainer must possess an iron will and the decisiveness to dismiss all external influences. If one cannot resolve even minor issues, their future achievements will surely be limited. Ah, yes. You are the teacher. You are always right. Mi Ying and her friends could only remain silent. Watching the drama unfold, Zhang Changshan stood transfixed, staring at Jiang Dan on the battlefield. He was utterly astonished to discover that his opponent was none other than Jiang Dan. How could this happen? His childhood friend, the object of his secret affections. But here they were, facing off in battle. How could he contain his excitement? The battle commenced. Just as Zhang Changshan hoped to exchange pleasantries with Jiang Dan, she noticed that her Kecleon had already raised its forelimbs. Despite its small stature, the Kecleon's weight was considerable. Its forelimbs touched the ground, and 3 boulders surged upwards with tremendous force, hurtling toward Jiang Dan's spur. Rock blockade, Jiang Dan exclaimed. Zhang Changshan, are you serious? You will regret this after school. Frowning, she hurriedly commanded, Thunder Wave. Her Espur possessed remarkable innate abilities. While most Espur typically learn basic moves like Bounce and Tackle, hers had the advantage of Thunder Wave. The move Bounce, though rebranded, was akin to the signature technique Splash of the infamous Magikarp. While it may seem trivial, it was capable of causing unexpected outcomes. Tackle, on the other hand, was fundamentally similar to a collision. Essentially, the destructive power of Thunder Wave was comparable to Tackle and Collision, yet it boasted an advantageous speed enhancement, particularly beneficial for a Espur. A radiant light enveloped a Espur as its agile form deftly evaded 2 boulders. Upon reaching the 3rd boulder, it sprang onto the rock, swiftly bypassing the rock blockade technique. However, just as a Espur leaped out, a Kecleon, exuding an overwhelming presence, positioned itself squarely in Espur's path. The double-edged hammer in conjunction with a resilient head. Zhang Changshan's ultimate move with his Kokidora. With a resounding bang, the body of Wan Air visibly crumpled, foam spilling from its mouth as it was hurled backward. After several successive impacts with the ground, Wan Air nearly lost its ability to fight entirely. That was indeed a brutal display. It was a victory that came with its own defeat, truly deserving of being a Steel-type trainer, exhibiting the quintessential traits of a steadfast man. Mi Ying and the others shook their heads as they observed Zhang Changshan's battle. Which girl could possibly watch this without shaking her head? Did Zhang Changshan not wish to hold back? Such a notion is utter nonsense, particularly with Teacher Shin standing at the edge of the battlefield. Would he dare to pull his punches? The consequences of sparing his opponent would undoubtedly lead him to endure grueling training afterward. As for Jiang Dan, a simple explanation accompanied by a meal and a few gifts would suffice to remedy the situation. The distinction between what truly matters is rather clear, is it not? This is also the reason why Kokidora can be even more ruthless than Zhang himself. The devilish instructor Shin Shouting, to show leniency is akin to risking one's own life. Chapter 47, finished in an instant? Once again, it is a vibrant afternoon. After a few hours of slumber, Li Feng stretched and descended from his bed. Meanwhile, little Charizard was engrossed in a photo album. Artisan Dragon. Li Feng's expression was one of skepticism. Standing behind little Charizard, he was astonished to see it framing posters. Why didn't you wake me? I did. You just wouldn't wake up. Couldn't you have called a few more times? I'll repay you next time. Li Feng, are you plotting to murder your trainer? Let us go. Let us go. If we delay any longer, the battle will likely conclude. If we win, that's fine, but if we lose, Teacher Shin's training regimen for you will surely be exponentially intensified. Little Charizard tilted its head. Why should I take the blame for your oversleeping? Look at other trainers' Pokémon. Some even substitute for their trainers in battles. While you expect me to carry you into the fray. How pathetic. Li Feng lamented. Little Charizard. Upon arriving at the battlefield. Oh, finally, Li Feng. You're here. Please make way. Let me enter first. Hurry up and let Li Feng through. Li Feng. Why does that sound so much like unleashing a dog? Can't you use a more pleasant phrase? Shin shouting glanced at Li Feng and said, prepare to take the field. Li Feng looked at the battlefield in confusion. Was he really expected to step in? Even if it were 1 against 3, he shouldn't have to fight himself, especially with an elite-level Pokémon on the opposing side. Shin shouting replied calmly, yes. Li Feng. What do you mean? Elite level? Cultural class? The Rockruff had already been nurtured with resources, explaining its rapid development, but this approach would not bode well for its future growth, Shin shouting elaborated. From her perspective, such a nurturing method would be insufficient for passing the Pokémon exam in a year. However, understanding the youthful mentality of the opponent, if they did not intend to pursue a degree in Pokémon studies, one could comprehend the desire to cultivate Pokémon early for the sake of appearances. Such situations are, in fact, quite common, occurring almost every year. Li Feng suddenly realized that the disparity between elite and novice levels was indeed considerable. The comprehensive breakthrough in physical fitness, the difference in the number of racial skills, these were gaps that novice-level Pokémon could not bridge based on their inherent circumstances. As for Rockruff, personally, I believe that Mi Ying and her companions, along with the Pokémon, lacked adequate training, rendering their talents unfulfilled. Before stepping onto the stage, Li Feng suddenly spoke to Shin shouting. Mi Ying and her friends were taken aback. How could there be someone like you? Upon reaching the battlefield, Charmander followed closely behind Li Feng. You are Li Feng, the strongest trainer in the 3rd year? Zhang Bend, a trainer specializing in Rockruff, with his crew cut, gazed at Li Feng. I am Li Feng, but merely a novice trainer, Li Feng replied, patting Charmander's head and prompting it to enter the arena. He certainly could not claim to be the strongest in his year. Humility was a traditional virtue in Dongwon. Even if it were true, he wouldn't think of himself that way. The battle commenced. The school sports meet was rather tight on time, leaving little room for banter. Charmander stretched its body, the sound of loosening joints leaving Rockruff puzzled. The opponent is Charmander? Are you sure it's not some other Pokémon? Are you a Pokémon? Are you really Charmander? Stop kidding around. Not only was Rockruff bewildered, but even Zhang Bend struggled to comprehend this extraordinary Charmander. Wasn't Pokémon training supposed to enhance their powers? How had it developed such impressive musculature? Having gained considerable popularity, Li Feng had elevated the proficiency of his payback skill to a masterful level. With the passive effects of payback now exaggerated, under the influence of intimacy enhancement, Charmander's physical strikes became remarkably formidable. Li Feng pondered, should he render all skills passive? A simple yet potent move? This template felt somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered it before. The downside was its plain appearance, though it seemed somewhat fitting for the bald-headed Charizard. Swift Metal Claw. Li Feng maintained an outward calm while activating his psychic connection. Shin shouting narrowed her eyes as she observed Charmander using Metal Claw. This guy, Li Feng, is truly extraordinary. Perhaps Mi Ying and her friends do not understand why she indulges him so much. After all, Li Feng is Qi, the one who completely revolutionized the Pokémon battle environment. She was unaware of others, but as a master of glory, she knew just how disruptive Qi's strategies could be. Various flamboyant tactics emerged, even under the game's 4-skill limit. Reality imposed no such chaotic restrictions. How many tricks could Li Feng possibly employ? Moreover, she had been following Qi's quick sound account, continuously analyzing and learning from his tactical insights. In light of this, what right did she have to instruct Li Feng on Pokémon battle strategies? Her greatest concern was that Li Feng might become so engrossed in the game that he neglected actual battles. Yet, judging by the gym battles and the current situation, Li Feng's Pokémon cultivation in reality appeared even more astonishing. Did he truly possess skills at a masterful level? The swift metallic claws gleamed with a shining sheen, enveloping the little fire dragon's upper body. With a powerful leap of its legs, it charged towards the rock hound like a warrior wielding dual blades. The rock hound, with its keen gaze, fixed its attention intently on the little fire dragon, its limbs stirring up a cloud of sand that surged forward. The sand obscured the little fire dragon's vision, momentarily causing it to lose its target. Li Feng watched in astonishment at the cleverness of the rock hound. However, such a distraction was futile against the little fire dragon. At that moment, the little fire dragon was in a state of mental connection with Li Feng, enabling it to perceive the battlefield through Li Feng's sight. To truly disrupt the little fire dragon, they would have to attack Li Feng as well. This situation bore a striking resemblance to the Jinchuriki in Naruto, where Jinjutsu can hypnotize the host, yet the tailed beasts have the power to awaken them. A mere ordinary mental connection would not suffice for such an extent, but the bond between Li Feng and the little fire dragon was profound. Consequently, under the astonished gaze of the rock hound, the metallic claws struck with precision, sending it flying. The steel-type energy corroded the rocky body, and under this restrained assault, the rock hound was nearly overwhelmed to the point of losing its combat ability. If there were a health bar present, it would be evident that the rock hound's was nearly depleted, glowing a vivid red. With an overwhelmingly effective attack, the little fire dragon, having seized the advantage, was not about to offer any opportunities to its opponent. "Finish it," Li Feng commanded, his voice resonating with an air of finality akin to the Grim Reaper's call. The little fire dragon sprang into action once more, propelled by the formidable explosive power of its passive ability, rivaling that of a dragon dance. In an astonishing display of speed for a novice-level Pokémon, it appeared before the rock hound in an instant. The metallic claws transformed into a razor-sharp blade, delivering a blow of unmatched might, and before the rock hound could react, it succumbed to unconsciousness. 2 moves. The elite-level rock hound was defeated in what seemed like a near-instantaneous manner. This was utterly outrageous. The expressions of the observing students were filled with disbelief. It was known that Zhang Ben's rock hound was indeed elite level. Regardless of its future potential, how could it possibly be defeated so swiftly? Had Li Feng's little fire dragon already ascended to the professional level? How absurd. No one could fathom such an outrageous notion. 2 months to professional level? Was Li Feng treating the little fire dragon as a machine, fueling it relentlessly? Li Feng's little fire dragon had already become legendary throughout the region, flaunting its prowess at a school sports event with a staggering 70 million. Surely, only someone with a severe mental affliction would act thus. Any rational individual would not believe that Li Feng would prematurely exhaust the little fire dragon's potential for rapid advancement and strength. In this scenario, the little fire dragon had relied solely on its own efforts to attain its current power, annihilating the elite-level rock hound with its combat prowess. Yet, why did it seem even more monstrous? Without a significant level disparity, it could nearly obliterate its opponent. Was this truly a Pokémon? Was this reasonable? Indeed, elite-level Pokémon appeared utterly inadequate before the little fire dragon. Zhang Changshan wore an expression of vindication. Miying was aware of the little fire dragon's formidable nature, yet she had not anticipated it to be this exaggerated. Perhaps her sprite is a Chikorita, having been consistently overpowered from the very beginning to the present. The disparity is so vast that it renders the extent of the difference virtually invisible. Indeed, a decisive and unambiguous victory is what one ought to achieve. Shin Shouting was quite pleased with Li Feng's performance. It is said that Long Shanshan Swablu from Class 30 has also ascended to the elite level. A sprite possessing dragon lineage that has reached elite status undoubtedly boasts formidable strength, especially considering it has inherited the terrifying move Dragon Dive. It can be asserted that for Class 29 to claim the championship in the upcoming school sports competition, their greatest rival is none other than Long Shanshan from Class 30. Although Li Feng had little ambition regarding this championship, he felt it was only right not to yield in battle since he had entered the fray. The competition format for the school sports event is rather straightforward. Victory leads directly to advancement, with 2 experimental classes alongside 30 ordinary classes. A total of 32 classes will compete over 5 rounds to determine the champion. Indeed, the 2 specialized classes are still counted among the ordinary classes, a remnant of practices from many years ago when only experimental classes were deemed superior. Well done, keep up the good work, Shin Shouting encouraged appropriately. Li Feng turned to Miying and her trio, expressing in a lamenting tone, "You can't even triumph over a standard cultural class. It pains my heart. Teacher Shun, I believe they have truly neglected their training and lack the proper attitude," Miying's group retorted. "Are you done yet? How can someone be so insufferable?" Shin Shouting chuckled. "Go on, mind your own business. Just remember to show up for the competition." All right then. Fearing Shin Shouting would hold a grudge later, Li Feng hastily made his exit. As for the words he had just uttered and their potential impact on Miying and her friends, he mused. Did he even say anything? Surely not. Chapter 48, 29:30. The following 2 days of competition passed without incident. Each day, Li Feng either admired the scenery of the female long jump and high jump or watched the women run. As for the men's events, he held no interest whatsoever. Over the span of 3 days, the announcement regarding the punishment of the knight who charged for love, as well as Sun Qian's, was made public. The school clearly lacked the authority to discipline outsiders, so the only one who could be held accountable was Sun Qian. Such reprehensible behavior warranted serious consequences. Additionally, a notice was issued to caution other students about the importance of balancing academics and character. Sun Qian's actions were emblematic of a disreputable individual. Many in reality engage in similar behavior, yet Sun Qian's antics were particularly outrageous and escalated dramatically. Hello, Mom? Li Feng was somewhat astonished that his mother had called him. Ah Feng, I've heard about that incident at your school. During your high school years, you must behave properly. Whatever you wish to pursue can wait until you are in college. Lin Sujuan, Li Feng's mother, stated sternly. As the primary authority in the Li household, he dared not disregard his mother's admonitions. Ignoring her warnings would not pose significant problems, save for the fact that he would transition from a landlord to a tenant. As for his father, that was a different story. Before his mother, he was as timid as a quail, and both he and his father were mere subjects of her scrutiny. Li Feng had long pondered 2 perplexing matters. Why, despite his father's considerable wealth, did he cower in fear of his mother? The second inquiry pertains to the origins of their family's substantial wealth. However, the parents do not appear to fit the mold of typical corporate magnates, leaving him perplexed. He often senses an air of mystery surrounding his parents. Yet when he inquires with the butler or directly with them, nobody is inclined to divulge any information. Shortly thereafter, he hears the sound of a phone being abruptly disconnected. Lin Sujuan, with her decisive demeanor, has already hung up. Lin Sujuan's expectations are something Li Feng has been well aware of, and this contributes to his decision to refrain from dropping out of school to pursue reckless endeavors at this moment. The world is not ending. There is no rush. Embracing the tranquility of high school life has its own merits. While wealth can indeed facilitate many things, it is not a panacea for cultivating a genuine fanbase. Despite having over 1 million followers, the system only recognizes a little over 100,000 as authentic fans. Is throwing money at the issue truly effective? Such an idea is preposterous. It resembles the notion that love intertwined with materialism is inherently flawed. Similarly, the practice of purchasing fans through monetary means is frowned upon by the system. On Friday, the semifinals and finals are set to unfold. In the morning, there is no need for Li Feng to intervene during the semifinals, as most individuals are not irrational enough to force their Pokémon to surpass the elite level. Achieving that breakthrough through diligence and skill training demands an exceptionally high level of innate talent from the Pokémon. Isn't there a cotton bird there? Don't you like it? Li Feng inquired, casting a curious glance at his Charmeleon. The Charmeleon promptly shook its head in refusal, exclaiming, "Yeah, I don't like copper refining." Li Feng responded with confusion. Do you even know what copper refining means? If you don't understand, don't speak carelessly. He continued, if you and the other were to play together, that would be akin to childhood sweethearts. Yeah, is that how it works? The Charmeleon tilted its head in contemplation. Li Feng resolved to set the youth mode on the Charmeleon's tablet, as the incessant barrage of data was utterly toxic. The mental and physical well-being of Pokémon, alongside the establishment of proper values, is paramount during their early training. The guiding principle in Dongwang is the harmonious coexistence of humans and Pokémon, rooted in shared values rather than dominance through authority. Numerous instances abroad illustrate the chaos arising from Pokémon with distorted values exerting their powers. With such blatant examples of error, Dongwang would never fall into that trap. As anticipated, the final showdown culminated in a face-off between Class 29 and Class 30. In the afternoon, the highlight of the sports meet finally arrived. Outside the battlefield, a throng of students gathered, eager to witness the climactic battle of the senior Pokémon. Shanshan, do you feel confident? Long Shanshan, upon hearing her friend's inquiry, glanced at Li Feng across the way and shook her head. It's hard to say. That Charmeleon has been nurtured exceptionally well. A similar scene unfolded in Class 29. Li Feng, do you think Long Shanshan can handle it? Zhang Changshan asked. Li Feng replied, if Long Shanshan cannot manage, the cotton bird might be able to resolve it. Zhang Changshan responded in disbelief. I'm asking you seriously. Stop jesting. This time, Miying was set to take the stage first. After pondering for a moment, Shin Shouting turned to Li Feng. What do you think, Li Feng? I don't think much of it. I'm not Yuan Feng. In the context of the competition, Miying mused that regardless of the opponent sent forth, even if they were of inferior caliber, they would not suffer losses. Should the adversaries be of equal standing, the outcome would depend on their respective strengths. If Miying were to face Long Shanshan, a superior competitor, she could still deplete some of her opponent's stamina. Li Feng instinctively analyzed the situation. Miying responded, while your reasoning is quite sound, the analogy of inferior horses is rather disconcerting. Is it not simply that my Chikorita is not particularly adept at combat in the early stages? It hardly qualifies as inferior. Unfortunately, the nature of this battle allows for continued engagement as long as stamina is not completely exhausted. Otherwise, employing the strategic maneuvering akin to the Tianji horse racing method would indeed be quite effective. Miying's Chikorita was pitted against a fellow grass-type Pokémon, Hallie Li, leading to a clash where both grass types countered one another, leaving many spectators bewildered. Ultimately, Hallie Li's inherited photosynthesis granted it superior endurance. Yet Chikorita's toxic powder had already inflicted a severe poison status, leaving Hallie Li with dwindling energy. After reaching the elite level, your Chikorita will undoubtedly surpass that Hallie Li. Li Feng reassured Miying, who appeared despondent, unaware that he was merely stating a fact rather than offering empty comfort. Your turn, Pang Li, instructed Shin Shouting. The Ice-type Ninetales would find it quite simple to dispatch the severely weakened Hallie Li, requiring little more than evasive maneuvers during the battle. Pokémon endowed with psychic abilities possess exceptional mental fortitude, enabling them to keenly perceive their opponent's movements and forthcoming actions. Pang Li's Ninetales expended minimal energy in thoroughly exhausting Hallie Li, who remained in a poisoned state. Next to compete from Class 30 was Liang Shang with his Transport Craftsman. The fighting-type Pokémon had a distinct advantage over Ninetales. In novice-level battles, facing a type disadvantage poses a significant hindrance, often causing the affected party to hesitate. However, this particular match was notably exhilarating, as Ninetales' rapid speed and psychic intuition granted it a considerable edge. With access to devastating dual-type moves, Ninetales proved to be remarkably formidable. The ultimate outcome saw Ninetales withstand an attack from the Transport Craftsman while securing victory over its opponent. Not bad. Defeating an opponent with a type disadvantage is essential to becoming a Pokémon master, Li Feng commented from the sidelines. Look at Ash, who triumphed over the champion Dandy. This demonstrates that mastering type disadvantages is no mere jest. Consider Ash's Pikachu, which effortlessly overcame all rock-type Pokémon. Dandy still dared to confront Pikachu with primal force. Akin to a card player during a duel claiming their opponent is akin to a flickering candle in the wind, waiting for inevitable defeat. Mastering the intricacies of overcoming type disadvantages is indeed a skill to be cultivated, as one cannot always expect favorable matchups. Pang Li's performance today exemplified this principle admirably. Shin Shouting wholeheartedly endorsed Li Feng's remarks, seemingly oblivious to any underlying jest. Miying observed that whenever Li Feng spoke, Teacher Shin appeared to concur. What an unusual turn of events. Shouldn't it typically be the students who echo the sentiments of their teachers? Li Feng also sensed that Teacher Shun had been acting somewhat strangely lately, yet he did not dwell on it. One cannot help but marvel at the fact that the remaining 4 members of classes 29 and 30 exhibited nearly equal strength. After Zhang Changshan's Kecleon triumphed over the 3rd student from class 30, it too fell to the 4th contender, the Crocodile. Miao Qingyu observed Zhang Changshan descending from the battlefield and said, "Leave the next match to me." The first match had been a grass-type showdown, while the 4th morphed into a water-type clash. The Crocodile from class 30 was a formidable creature, inheriting exceptional talents in Crunch and Ice Punch. If Miao Qingyu's Pachima could be likened to a mage, then this Crocodile certainly represented a melee warrior of the water type. Indeed, from the onset of the battle, Crocodile adeptly evaded Pachima's assaults with its superior agility. The power of Water Gun was undeniably impressive. However, the proficiency required to wield such a signature move as a novice Pokémon was quite challenging. Being capable of executing the move did not equate to mastering it. For Pachima, using Water Gun was akin to a child swinging a heavy hammer. While landing a hit could undoubtedly inflict significant damage, the real dilemma lay in the difficulty of connecting. The accuracy of Water Gun was inherently questionable. Even a fool could see and dodge such a destructive beam of energy. Consequently, just as Nuzleaf had outmaneuvered Chase-Spin, Pachima fell victim to the same fate at the hands of Croconaw. Croconaw's Ice Punch struck Pachima, slowing its speed through the application of freezing energy. Mudslap further hindered Pachima, diminishing the accuracy of its Water Gun once more. These two moves, laden with supplementary effects, gradually wore down Pachima, akin to a frog being boiled in warm water, until it finally succumbed, leaving Miao Qingyu in a state of disbelief. While powerful moves are undoubtedly crucial, excessive reliance on them can be detrimental. Li Feng shook his head. Zhang Changshan fell into contemplation. Miao Qingyu, emerging from the battlefield, also heard Li Feng's remarks and began pondering solutions upon recognizing her weaknesses. There was no need for regret. Akin to the distinctions between early, mid, and late stages in a game, Pokémon training follows a similar trajectory. Some Pokémon possess a wealth of skills even in their novice phase. Not being able to win now does not preclude future victories, Li Feng explained with a smile. Although they understood this truth, the cheerful demeanor he displayed was rather infuriating. You've never lost, so it's easy for you to talk, they exclaimed in frustration. Chapter 49, Charmeleon and Swablu. Li Feng stepped up. Look. Many female students who admired Li Feng quickly focused their attention on the battlefield. Trubbish and Charmeleon, water and fire types. The apparent advantage belied a substantial disadvantage. Water Gun. The trainer of Trubbish initiated the attack. His objective was straightforward. While victory was unlikely, he must exhaust Li Feng's Charmeleon's stamina. Water Gun was the skill Trubbish had mastered best, effectively countering Charmeleon's fire type with its water type. For a novice Pokémon, Li Feng had no intention of directing the battle. This was an excellent opportunity to hone Charmeleon's practical combat skills. In response to the Water Gun attack, the Charmander emanated a cerulean glow, channeling its flying-type energy. The blades of air, formed from the swirling currents, instantaneously dispersed the stream of water generated by the move. Despite the comparable strength of both techniques, the proficiency of Charmander's air blades was evidently on a higher level. However, the Totodile managed to evade the nearly invisible air blades by rolling to the side. Raw power. With a swift maneuver, the ground beneath Totodile surged upward, propelling a circular rock that lifted its body. Li Feng was momentarily taken aback by this spectacle. Goodness, is that a super inferior version of the Cliff Sword? He had not anticipated that raw power could be utilized in such a manner. Yet, upon reflection, it was evident that raw power typically erupted from the ground before crashing down. Using it this way wasn't entirely implausible. But wouldn't you eventually learn to fly? Why bother with the Cliff Sword? Did one not witness how Aelin's Charizard nearly met its demise after being struck by a Cliff Sword while unable to fly? If one could suffer such consequences for daring to soar before Groudon, how much worse would it be to employ a makeshift version of the Cliff Sword while airborne? Nevertheless, Charmander's application of raw power proved exceedingly effective, catching Totodile off guard. Seizing the opportunity, Charmander erupted into action like a brutish warrior, its white form leaping into the air. The metallic claws, sharper and elongated beyond their usual state, descended upon Totodile like scimitars, wielding immense force. With a resounding crash, the muscular Charmander unleashed its strength. The weight of its metallic claws akin to a hammer falling from the sky. Totodile was instantly overwhelmed, shattering the rock formed by raw power, and both it and the debris crashed onto the ground, creating a small crater before the astonished spectators. Goodness, that is astonishing. Are you joking? It seemed that even against the Rockruff, which appeared far more formidable than Totodile, the disparity in performance was hard to fathom. They were both novice trainers. Why was it that one was utterly overwhelmed in battle? This was simply unreasonable. The onlooking students were awestruck, primarily due to Charmander's combat style and its method of dispatching opponents, which was visually striking. In the preparation area, no matter how many times they watched, Mi Ying and her companions found Li Feng's Charmander to be rather exaggerated. Was the Charmander, worth 70 million, truly gifted? Or was it Li Feng's financial prowess at play? Shanshan, it's up to you. Go for it, Shanshan. The students from Class 30 cheered for Long Shanshan. After taking a deep breath, Long Shanshan entered the battle arena with a Pokeball containing a Swablu, who would claim the title of the strongest student trainer in the senior year of Class 3. Would the gold medal in the school sports meet go to Class 29 or Class 30? All the students, along with most of the teachers, were intently awaiting this showdown. As Long Shanshan stepped into the arena, she tossed the red and white ball. With a flash of red light, a Swablu soared into the battle arena. The Swablu, a Pokémon of normal and flying types, sported a sky blue body. Its wings, resembling soft cotton, were filled with air, giving them a fluffy texture. 2 long blue feathers adorned its head, and its tail was similarly hued. The cotton bird possesses wings that resemble flowing clouds, and after enduring the scarcity of food during winter, it migrates close to urban areas as spring arrives. Its appearance, akin to a fluffy cloud, renders it difficult for predators to detect. In Li Feng's memories, the cotton bird exhibits an utter lack of fear towards humans and delights in perching atop heads, masquerading as a hat. Undoubtedly, within the realm of Pokémon, the cotton bird ranks highly in both beauty and adorability, provided its feathers remain dry. The battle commences. With the referee's declaration, the final showdown officially begins. Enchanting voice. The melodious cotton bird harnesses fairy-type energy to generate sound waves that ripple outward, rendering the Charmander unable to evade. The Charmander, having been instructed by Li Feng to memorize all elemental strengths and weaknesses, swiftly envelopes itself in a metallic sheen, attempting to mitigate the fairy-type attack's damage through the resistance of steel energy. The mental shockwaves accompanying the fairy-type energy are significantly diminished under the steel's fortitude. Although both Pokémon are relatively close in level, the essence of their abilities diverges. For Li Feng's Charmander, skill proficiency remains its greatest trump card. Fierce Spark, a fireball, akin to a fire release, Great Fireball, is flung from the Charmander's tail. Proficient level Spark, Shin shouting, and the teacher of the class watch in astonishment as the battle unfolds. While the proficiency of its other skills is not particularly evident, the prowess of the Fierce Spark is unmistakable. The energy visibly expands. Wings. Long Shanshan intends for the cotton bird to utilize flying-type energy to evade this extraordinary spark. With a graceful flutter of its cotton-like wings, the cotton bird elegantly dodges the Charmander's fiery assault. Fond of flying, the Charmander squints its eyes, bringing its tiny hands together as rock-type energy surges forth, launching primal power like an artillery shell towards the airborne cotton bird. This match adheres to a rule limiting aerial distance. Flying Pokémon cannot ascend beyond 6 meters. Such a restriction ensures that the flight capabilities of flying-type Pokémon do not render opponents helpless. Jinyan Middle School seeks battles, not mere games of hide-and-seek, making this regulation quite reasonable. Dragon God Dive. After the wings repel the primal force, the cotton bird seizes the opportunity to unleash its most formidable attack. A melodious dragon's roar resonates, audible to nearly all present. Accompanied by the dragon's cry, a cerulean draconic energy envelopes the cotton bird, which then descends from the heights with an overwhelming and terrifying might that far surpasses novice levels, targeting the Charmander. The Charmander tilts its head slightly, feeling the energy flow rush towards it, and activates Dragon Dance. Fierce Dragon Dance. Full burst form. The muscles of the Charmander swell, exuding a sense of power, its metallic claws gleaming as they strike forth. Boom. The intense energy explosion generated a turbulent airflow that made the observing students acutely aware of the disturbances. Is it truly this outrageous? Is this still a novice-level battle? Li Feng's Charmeleon and Long Shanshan's Swablu clearly possess elite-level prowess. In the other matches, it was a back-and-forth exchange, but the clash between Charmeleon and Swablu felt akin to a showdown between professional trainers. Although the students themselves were not particularly skilled trainers, their extensive experience in watching various Pokémon competitions allowed them to discern the caliber of the battle. Just as an avid sports fan may not be an exceptional player, it does not imply a lack of insight. Charmeleon and Swablu were evidently far beyond the standard of a school sports meet. Even when compared to several past competitions, the disparity was immense. Is this the power of wealth? The one most perplexed by this scene was Zhang Bend. Both were elite level. So why was his Rockruff defeated so swiftly by Charmeleon? Now, 2 elite Pokémon were engaging in such a fierce confrontation. As the smoke cleared, Charmeleon retracted the metallic sheen from its claws, and Li Feng could faintly observe Charmeleon's hands trembling slightly. The Dragon-type move, Dragon Dive, is that ferocious? In the game, it is notoriously underwhelming. At least, Li Feng would rarely include such a move in his strategy, preferring the more reliable Dragon Claw. However, reality had proven him utterly mistaken about the terrifying potential of Dragon Dive. As long as the timing was well-timed and proficiency was elevated, It could undoubtedly serve as a devastating trump card. After all, it was not like a Pokémon with compound eyes, which significantly boosts accuracy. Yet, Swablu was not in a much better position either. Without evolution and the strength of the dragon type, its body remained too frail. Straining to execute a move without the necessary recoil, Swablu appeared somewhat listless. Your trump card is Dragon Dive, isn't it? Now that I have withstood it. If there are no other moves, I shall claim victory in this battle, Li Feng remarked, casting a glance at Long Shanshan. Gritting her teeth, Long Shanshan declared, Dragon Dive. Li Feng frowned immediately. Was this a strategy that would injure Swablu just to secure a win? Unfortunately, Swablu's ability proved to be rather lackluster in this context. Blaze. The combination of the passive ability and Blaze. A dual energy explosion. The flames at the tip of Charmeleon's tail surged dramatically. The fire enveloped Charmeleon as if it were a combustible object, and soon everyone witnessed the white Charmeleon engulfed in flames. Under the terrifying energy fluctuations, the visible surge of Pokémon power was palpable. Ember, now bolstered by the Blaze ability. A fearsome fireball shot skyward, and the intense heat made it evident to all spectators that the temperature in the arena was rising. Once again, Swablu, determined to execute Dragon Dive, charged forth with an indomitable spirit, the Western dragon-shaped energy colliding instantly with the Ember. If the previous encounter was a melee clash enhanced by Dragon Dance, this time it was a showcase of Charmeleon's energy mastery. Chapter 50, Substitute? It is over. It is worth noting that her Swablu was also valued at over 40 million. Why was I instantly eclipsed by 70 million? Not to mention I have purchased numerous training manuals, which essentially represent the utmost limits achievable by the current capabilities of the Qingyan bird. Is the disparity truly so vast? I managed to withstand the Dragon God's dive head-on and held my ground against its energy onslaught. Is the Dragon God's dive inherently feeble? Or is the little fire dragon simply extraordinary? Do you believe your Pokémon can endure such an assault? Many fell silent, retreating into contemplation. The seemingly straightforward sports meet concluded entirely after this decisive battle. Class 29 secured second place in the gold medal standings, trailing only by a single medal behind Class 30. This was under the circumstance that they had clinched both the battle championship and the promotional draft title. Had they not, the gap would have been even wider. Generally speaking, the specialty students in Class 30 are slightly stronger, akin to the distinction between Class 1 and Class 2 in the experimental cohort. Thus, in previous sports meets, Class 30 consistently claimed the top position, boasting a medal tally far surpassing others. This time, however, they were pressured to a mere one medal difference, with the crucial battle gold medal eluding them. Though they appeared victorious, the reality was that the outcome bore little difference from defeat. Presently, despite having surpassed 100,000 genuine fans, this live broadcast did not seem urgent, yet its significance remained high. If executed well, the debut and subsequent series could potentially attract a multitude of new followers. Having tasted success, Li Feng was exceedingly intrigued by the reward for amassing 1 million fans. Yet given the current growth rate, achieving that milestone seemed profoundly challenging. Shin Shouting regarded Li Feng with satisfaction, saying, "Do not become complacent. The Newcomers' Cup competition in mid-December will involve all senior students from across Guangdong. You have approximately 1 month to prepare. This competition will see examiners observing your performance, which will serve as a crucial criterion for your future applications to Pokémon-related universities." Understood. Mi Ying and her companions responded with grave expressions, while Li Feng merely waved his hand and departed from the battlefield. With a month at his disposal, based on his current popularity, he could amass at least 300,000 in popularity points. 11,000 points could elevate a skill's proficiency to mastery level. By rough estimation, he could enhance at least 20 skills. The only limitation lay in the little fire dragon's own capacity to learn skills. The offensive coverage of fire, rock, steel, and flying types was undeniably lacking in comprehensiveness. Once he mastered the charged flame strike, augmenting his offensive repertoire would need to be prioritized. He did not contemplate the acquisition of high-powered, top-tier moves. Rather, he considered that ordinary moves, being easier to master, could achieve sufficient destructive capability within the elite tier when bolstered by enhanced proficiency. If the opponent possesses 100 health points, delivering 101 damage results in an instant defeat, why strive for 1,000? Of course, this does not imply that top-tier skills are inferior. The primary concern is the extensive time required to learn them. In the absence of formidable Pokémon power, attempting to master top-tier skills renders practice nearly impossible. How could one learn under such conditions? The Fighting-type Rock Smash, Dark-type Bite, and Ghost-type Shadow Claw were all objectives for Li Feng. The first two are top-tier secret manuals, while the latter is an elite training guide. Observing the resource consumption involved, even Li Feng felt a twinge of pain. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to acquire only the manual for the Dark-type Bite skill. Even during the sports meet, the dedication of fitness enthusiasts to their daily routines cannot be impeded. Ignoring the mournful expression of his little Charizard, Li Feng recognized that expending a portion of the Pokémon's energy during battles enhanced the fitness benefits. Today's skirmish had made it abundantly clear to him the advantages of physical training. Without a robust physique, how could little Charizard possibly endure multiple enhancements? Not to mention, using a non-type Metal Claw to confront Dragon God Dive would be utterly futile. The goal, a stronger, more muscular little Charizard. Charge forth. After finishing the workout with little Charizard, Li Feng settled down to review private messages from his Quishing platform. Meanwhile, little Charizard continued to study and attempt to master the Energy Charge Flame Attack as per the manual. With the live stream scheduled for tomorrow, Li Feng intended to gather opinions from netizens and fans, keen to see what suggestions and queries they might have, which he could address during the broadcast. In the comments, many remarked that she was only proficient in singles, with a mere entertainment match record in doubles, indicating a lack of strength. Upon reading this, Li Feng stroked his chin, pondering whether to showcase a skill during the live stream. After all, he had no intention of pursuing teaching sessions in the future. The master may lead one to the door, but the cultivation relies on the individual. Compared to instructional content, entertaining material tends to captivate fans more readily. His ultimate aim was to nurture Pokémon more effectively, rather than becoming engrossed in the game. Being a Pokémon master was merely a transitional stepping stone for Li Feng. The gaming audience would always be a minority, and converting them into genuine fans was a formidable challenge. For instance, out of 1 million gaming fans, the conversion rate barely reached 1/10. Even though this was a world of Pokémon, and the game was related to them, the essence of gaming remains rooted in enjoyment. An immutable truth. Li Feng speculated that the conversion rates among different fan bases varied widely. In this realm of Pokémon and trainers, celebrity trainers likely enjoyed the highest conversion rates. However, this did not imply that he would abandon other fan demographics. Should he conduct a few live streams featuring doubles to prove his worth? It might be more effective to reach the pinnacle in singles first, leveraging that momentum to challenge prominent streamers to one-on-one duels. The thought of grinding through ranked matches again was simply maddening. After all, a trainer with a 100 win rate like Chi stepping into an unfamiliar doubles arena would likely attract challengers eager to ride on his coattails for greater exposure. Aside from the doubles conundrum, a vast majority were inquiring about strategies to counter specific team compositions, treating themselves as the definitive answer to every question. Nevertheless, Li Feng meticulously extracted these inquiries, compiling them for a cohesive response based on overarching strategies. Just as various enhancement methods could stem from a strengthening approach, the solutions were fundamentally limited to a select few. Grasping the essence of the enhancement and targeting its core was all that was required. Having organized these common queries, little Charizard completed its training for the Energy Charge Flame Attack today. As Li Feng stroked his chin in contemplation, he realized it was time to intensify little Charizard's training regimen. While increasing the training volume can indeed enhance the speed of strengthening, it still feels somewhat insufficient. Is there a method to expedite the training without adversely affecting the little Charizard's mindset? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. In his previous life, while watching anime, he noticed that Naruto's shadow clones could accumulate experience. Extensive training through numerous shadow clones could accelerate skill development, and upon dispersal, the fatigue would revert to the original body. This so-called shadow clone bears a striking resemblance to the Pokémon substitute. However, ordinary substitutes become quite rigid when proficiency is lacking, and achieving the fluidity of the original requires exceptionally high skill levels. Furthermore, since substitutes consume physical energy to construct, the principle is remarkably similar to shadow clones. Even if one cannot achieve the hundreds of shadow clones that Naruto employs for training, producing just a couple of substitutes would undoubtedly yield substantial benefits for the Pokémon's training. Moreover, this training method possesses the advantage of amplifying the effects of hardship, thereby rigorously tempering the little Charizard's mindset. As for luring the Charizard with treats, that approach is akin to wielding a stick and a carrot. It is challenging to nurture a fledgling Pokémon with nothing but strictness and no rewards. Excessive pampering or extreme severity is detrimental. Once the Charizard's mindset matures and stabilizes, akin to a human reaching adulthood and developing purposeful autonomy, resource investment can then commence. One might view it as parents refraining from giving their children too much money until they have matured to inherit the family business, nurturing the Pokémon's values and will throughout this growth process, which is a vital task below the professional level. Of course, if one can possess extraordinary talent while enduring such hardships, that would be even better. The East Huang Trainer Association mandates that Pokémon below the professional level should develop their abilities without resource support, not to suppress their growth. Just as the skill manuals that Li Feng has acquired are primarily basic and intermediate, as advanced and top-tier skill manuals require various resources to master. Basic and intermediate manuals can be learned through targeted training without resource usage, with many of these beginner-friendly manuals focused on strengthening the Pokémon's will. However, before mastering and utilizing substitutes, Li Feng intends to add another training component for the little Charizard. Come here, little Charizard. Today we shall draw a rainbow with the left hand and a dragon with the right. Li Feng called over the little Charizard. The little Charizard responded, "My trainer seems to have lost his mind. What is this about drawing a rainbow with the left hand and a dragon with the right? No. I require you to synchronize. Draw a square with the left hand and a circle with the right. I shall refer to this method of cultivating dual focus as left-right combat. Is there a Zhou Batong in this world? No. Therefore I coined it. Any objections? None. The art of mutual combat has indeed propelled the realm of fantasy to new heights. Today, I, Li Feng, have merely borrowed this concept. What of it? To enable one's doppelganger to adeptly engage in various tasks, multitasking is the most fundamental skill. This is a notion that anyone with a modicum of intellect could conceive. And naturally, I shall arrange it promptly. Chapter 51, The Debut Livestream. Saturday morning. Qingfeng Building, Wei Feng Studio. With a steaming cup of coffee in hand, I, Li Feng, arrived at the studio bright and early, the sensation reminiscent of my previous life when my parents had cast me into the realm of internships at prominent corporations. Whether I was a mere intern or not, entering the office with coffee in hand conveyed a certain professionalism. Good morning, boss. I noticed a considerable increase in staff, suggesting that the studio must have secured numerous projects to sustain its workers. Hello, everyone. I nodded slightly, surveying the scene before making my way to Gu Weiwei's office. Wow, our boss is truly handsome. Do you think he'll debut? Why would a wealthy second-generation heir like him need to debut? The employees engaged in hushed whispers, discussing me. Indeed, in terms of appearance, I appeared quite youthful, undeniably a fresh face. However, my demeanor belied my age, as my mental maturity had long since reached 30. A refined aura is often a product of accumulated experiences, which, in most instances, are a result of the passage of time. Thus, while I may appear as a charming youth, my presence exuded an air of profound sophistication, though it paled in comparison to esteemed readers. Everyone, how are preparations coming along? After knocking and receiving permission to enter, I found Wei Feng and the four beauties busily adjusting the live streaming equipment. Ah, you're here, Li Feng. We're almost ready. But we have one question. Would you prefer to wear a mask, or should we use special effects to conceal your identity? Gu Weiwei inquired. They were all aware that I intended to remain incognito during this appearance, and the two options for concealment required my input. After contemplation, I opted for the mask. It seemed more reliable. What if the special effects were to suddenly vanish, leaving me exposed like Xiao Bailu? Although my identity was meant to be a delightful surprise, I had no desire to reveal it on this account. There are several masks here. Please choose one. Lin Xian gestured toward a box on the desk, filled with various whimsical masks. I casually selected a small Charizard mask, examined it in the mirror, and upon finding it satisfactory, declared, "This one will do." Whether as my true self or in this guise, my initial Pokémon was Charizard, so it was only fitting to choose it. By the way, I have a song I would like you all to help me sample. I handed over the sheet music and instrument requirements. This was a melody I had listened to thousands of times, the lyrics ingrained in my memory from my previous life. It always played during my Pokémon gaming sessions, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. Hence, no memory-enhancing candy was necessary for me to replicate it flawlessly. The four of them took the sheet music and began to hum, the song radiating an invigorating energy. Was I truly adept at this genre of music? The song Running embodies this very style, and now there's another? Lin Xian furrowed her brows slightly and remarked, "Isn't the most pressing matter preparing for the live broadcast? Must this song be produced immediately?" It wasn't that she found it overly challenging, but rather that she felt it was somewhat misguided. After all, there were more pressing matters at hand. Could the song not be composed later? Li Feng shook his head, asserting, "This song is of utmost importance. I had overlooked it before, and I sincerely apologize. I plan to use this song during the live broadcast. It is a crucial element. Given that we are in the world of Pokémon, what reason do we have to forego using this song as my inaugural piece in this realm? After all, my aspirations are akin to those of that fellow who emerged from Pallet Town. Now, he has claimed victory. The significance of this song has only magnified." Gu Weiwei did not press for further details and promptly urged the four to create an electronic version of the song. In truth, by inputting the notes, selecting the equipment, and adjusting the tracks, it could be produced. However, while this was simple for those well-versed in music, it would undoubtedly pose a challenge for the uninitiated. He possessed musical talent, but lacked proficiency with the equipment, thus he had to rely on Gu Weiwei and her team. Meanwhile, he undertook the task of adjusting the live broadcast settings under the guidance of the studio staff, including lighting, sound, and broadcast visuals. Once these preparations were complete, the staff intended to apply makeup to Li Feng, but he resolved the matter himself. Why bother with makeup when I'm already wearing a mask? Is that not absurd? This was a purely instrumental piece, devoid of lyrics. Gu Weiwei and her companions did not dwell on it much, perhaps believing that Li Feng intended to use it as background music for the live broadcast. After all, during a gaming live stream, especially on his debut, a bit of flair could help avert potential mishaps. Wearing headphones and listening to the nearly identical melody, Li Feng found himself humming along unconsciously. However, he soon realized something was amiss. Certain lyrics required modification, particularly the locations, which was not a daunting task. He simply needed to search for relevant vocabulary pertaining to Guangdu Online and make the necessary adjustments. The most critical aspect, however, was the harmonies of the Pokémon. "Is there a harmony for Pikachu?" Li Feng inquired. Gu Weiwei was taken aback and replied, "Pikachu? Generally, harmonies cannot be heard by Pikachu, can they?" Suddenly, Asuka interjected, "I have the harmony document for Pikachu." Li Feng's eyes brightened. "That's splendid. Let me hear it first. I'll select a few to incorporate into this song." Before long, Asuka brought over the document. Li Feng listened intently to the hundreds of Pikachu audio clips, meticulously filtering through them until he finally selected a few that he found satisfactory. "Perfect," he exclaimed, as the Pikachu sounds resonated within the song, now resembling his memories by nearly 90%. As for the discrepancy between his voice and the original singers, was that an issue? Not at all. In this world, he was the original artist. Moreover, this world was not so narrow-minded as to reject the notion of music transcending borders. He could simply assert that he had intentionally crafted the lyrics in the Eastern language to infiltrate the audience, ultimately seizing the music championship, only for it to be revealed that he was from Dongwang. How exhilarating would that be? For the people of Dongwang, this is undoubtedly a commendable course of action. Is there a problem? There is none indeed. After finalizing the song and setting everything up, it was already 11 in the morning. The group casually picked at some fast food before immersing themselves back into their work. "Boss, there's no need to feel pressured during the live broadcast. If the comments become unpleasant, simply hit the block button," Gu Weiwei reiterated, addressing every detail with care. Li Feng smiled and nodded, displaying no signs of impatience. Despite being a social media influencer with 1 million followers, this was his very first live stream, and to claim he was unperturbed would be a falsehood. At noon, Li Feng promptly clicked the live button on the Quian platform. Apart from the 4 members of Wei Feng, none of the other staff were privy to Li Feng's true identity or the specifics of the day's task. Their confidentiality measures were commendably effective. As for concealing the presence of Lin Xian and her companions, that was utterly impossible. Managing an account entails far more than merely publishing content. Account maintenance, event management, and various other responsibilities could easily distract Li Feng, necessitating dedicated oversight. With a substantial investment of hundreds of thousands into the Quian company, Li Feng's inaugural live performance garnered significant attention and traffic recommendations. Gu Weiwei understood that Li Feng was indifferent to monetary gain. What he truly desired was exposure, which undoubtedly led him to allocate a considerable portion of the studio's funds. The success of the live stream rested entirely on Li Feng's shoulders. Gu Weiwei had already accomplished everything within her capacity. Traffic generation, promotion, and even the setup and adjustment of equipment were all executed personally by her. As the moment arrived, Gu Weiwei and her 3 companions observed as Li Feng activated the live button, holding their phones. They were the first to witness the live red circle indicating the presence of the fighter, Qi, on the platform. Upon entering, they were greeted by a young man clad in a red tank top and white attire, donning a small fire dragon mask. Indeed, Li Feng had intentionally chosen an outfit strikingly similar to that of Qi Yi, appearing to mirror it by a good 70 to 80% in his eyes. Hello everyone. I am the fighter, Qi. Li Feng greeted the camera with a subtle wave while adorned in the fire dragon mask. Through the mask, he noticed Gu Weiwei signaling that the live stream's quality and sound were excellent. At that moment, a weight lifted from his heart. At least the beginning was promising. The essence of a live stream lies in interacting with the comments, which is the most vital task for a host. As for those who garnered millions of viewers merely sleeping on screen, Li Feng couldn't help but think that such spectators must have their own peculiarities. Mu Chun, first to seize the sofa. Let me send a rocket to Qi Yi. Immediately after posting this comment, the individual known as Mu Chun launched a rocket in the live room. Instantly, many newly arrived fans began spamming 666. The rocket rewards on Quayin come with a rain of red envelopes, which can be converted into cash upon collection, a rather absurd phenomenon. One rocket is valued at 10,000 Dongwon coins, a substantial tip for an ordinary person. Although Li Feng was indifferent to the few $1,000s, he still felt grateful for the support. Thank you, Mu Chun, for your generous donation. Li Feng calmly expressed his gratitude. The audience couldn't help but jest. No wonder he is the esteemed Qi Yi. Even a 10,000 yuan rocket launch does not faze him. And with a perfect win rate, how could he not remain composed? Overall, the initial broadcast was quite successful, and the number of viewers steadily increased. At this moment, the top donor, Mu Chun, sent another message. Qi Yi, is your debut going to feature a Pokémon Master Battle? Li Feng nodded, confirming, indeed, one of our significant objectives today is to ascend to the pinnacle of masters. The chat erupted with excitement. Yay, I've been waiting for this. I want to see Roaring Tiger. I want to witness the beauty of violence. I want to see the Baden past. The atmosphere in the live stream became electrifying. Everyone was eager to discover whether a new king would rise or if the old king would remain invincible. Today, the moment of revelation had finally arrived. To be honest, this was Li Feng's first time operating the Pokémon Master game on a computer, yet the interface bore no significant differences. After using a masking effect to input his account credentials, he entered the game. The moment he logged in, his obsessive-compulsive tendencies compelled him to dismiss all the red notification dots while checking out the latest skins. A staggering 10,000 points. Impressive. No wonder he is the esteemed Qi Yi. That man has all the skin effects maxed out. Here's a joke. The top donor's contributions are even less than the streamer's points. Many fans recognized that Qi was wealthy, yet they still lacked a concrete understanding of it. Like a shopping spree, he showcased all the newly released skins and skill effects before his fans. Having completed that, Li Feng switched to a different platform view, ready to conduct a giveaway for the early arrivals. The prize was a limited edition skin, with the least being an epic skin. While other streamers focus on profit, Qi Yi comes in ready to give away money. How impressive. I got it. A limited edition skin. To the person above, take my spear. Yes, enjoy the spear. In Pokémon Masters, the title of the top master cannot be obtained through ranking. One must achieve second place and then challenge the reigning champion to usurp their position. The very first master was selected through ranking, yet they were dethroned within an hour. Li Feng had arranged a battle time with the current top master, Wang Xian, for 12:30. Starting the broadcast at 12 allowed him to gather some initial viewership, and the title hanging above Qi's stream read, 100% win rate, the battle for the top. Any of these hooks were sufficient to attract fans of Pokémon battles. While the viewers participated in the giveaway, Li Feng was deep in thought about which team composition he would utilize. As the audience observed Qi lingering on the team-building screen, an incredulous thought crossed their minds. Could it be? Qi hasn't he even decided on his lineup for the championship battle? Watching Qi vacillate between options, many fans were left in a state of disbelief. Indeed, Li Feng had meticulously crafted his strategy. Today, his objective was to embody the essence of a refined individual. However, The plethora of elite teams presented a quandary for him as he pondered which to select as his starting point. Did he truly require 6 Pokémon for an elite team? Li Feng found himself ensnared in contemplation, who proclaimed that formal battles could not possess an element of surprise. Spectators were left astonished as Chi, in his lineup, clicked on 4 Magikarp. What was the intention behind this? Let us not underestimate Magikarp. In its eyes, all other Pokémon are but mere refuse. Indeed, Magikarp is formidable, yet with 4 Magikarp relying solely on leap moves, how could we be convinced? Could it be that this Chi is, in fact, an imposter? This notion suddenly flickered through the minds of numerous onlookers. As for the 5th Pokémon, it would be none other than the bald-headed powerhouse, Squirtle. Observing Squirtle, the audience could not fathom why he did not opt for Blastoise, clearly the ultimate evolution. Why the hesitation? In this lineup, Li Feng ultimately added a seemingly amiable little Pokémon, the Nutty Dumbbell. Perhaps many of my comrades are unaware of the formidable nature of this ensemble, but once the battle commences, you shall witness its prowess. As the time approached, Li Feng initiated the battle request. She was adept. Li Feng promptly set aside the Blaziken. In truth, he held no apprehension towards Blaziken, yet he resolved to maintain a level of steadiness while engaging in playful tactics. Is Chi not deploying Blaziken this time? Is the famed Blaziken not being utilized? Meanwhile, in a certain courtyard within the imperial capital, a youth adorned with plain spectacles was fixated on the screen before him, engrossed in a Pokémon master battle. A slumbering Garchomp lay sprawled across his lap. Blaziken, you say? The youth adjusted his glasses, contemplating for a moment before deciding to forego Swampert and Mismagius. The next instant, a frown creased his brow as he observed the opposing team, featuring both Blaziken and Infernape, 3 consecutive Fire-type Pokémon. Was this opponent's preset team so fearful of flames? Or was it merely a ruse? The youth was uncertain, yet this did not hinder him from selecting Ditto and slaking for his lineup. Astute viewers could discern that the opposing player was likely aiming to employ a strategy centered around enhancements, whether it be Ditto, Mismagius, or Blaziken. All were formidable counters to typical enhancement strategies. Li Feng explained with a light-hearted tone as he allocated the final position to Charizard. The 4 fire types were indeed a deliberate choice on Li Feng's part. After all, this time, the Grass Steel Nutty Dumbbell was armed with leftover items. Should the opponent express dissent and deploy Grass Steel in the next battle, they would soon learn what it meant to face a Nutty Dumbbell equipped with a Leech Seed and an Assault Vest. The first Master Championship was a best-of-3 format, which is why Li Feng sought to engage in playful tactics while maintaining a reasonable chance of victory. After all, he was the current top master. How could he belittle himself by utilizing only 2 Pokémon? Wong must be beside himself with rage. Once the top player, reduced to 2 Pokémon. Chi is exceedingly audacious. I had thought his preset team was merely a jest. 2 Magikarp. This must be a method to trounce the newcomers. Li Feng merely wished to convey that it was not just 2, but rather 4. In truth, he was imitating the mythical beast, Dacto. Who could fathom whether the Nightmare God and the Water God were accompanied by 4 kingfish? Nonetheless, this did not detract from his homage to the legendary creature. After all, strategically speaking, employing a quality tactic against an honest opponent was hardly different from the actions of the mythical beast. Yet, it is often said that the transformation of eras is invariably accompanied by heartache and tears. As long as it was not he who shed tears or blood, that sufficed. When the 4 kingfish descended, Wang Xian's expression darkened considerably. How could it be that he held such disdain for her, when he did not show such contempt towards others? Sister Weiwei, do you think the boss will falter? Asuka whispered with concern. Gu Weiwei remained silent, her gaze fixed on Li Feng's direction. Lin Xian interjected, the boss has never lost at this game. If he dares to act so boldly, he must possess confidence. As the match concluded, Li Feng's lineup remained unchanged from the initial setup. Though it was claimed to be 6 Pokémon, in reality, there were only 2, the bald-headed powerhouse Squirtle and the Nutbell. In stark contrast, Wang Shuxian's lineup was resplendent, featuring Tyranitar, Garchomp, Dugtrio, Hippowdon, Regirock, and Cinescorch. The visible Sandstorm variant was further enhanced with acceleration effects. The 2 weather controllers, Tyranitar and Hippowdon, complemented the rapid assailant Dugtrio, the stationary enhancer Garchomp, and the artillery Regirock. The acceleration provided by Cinescorch was immensely beneficial and powerful for any of the aforementioned 3. I shall make you pay for your disdain. Wang Xian adjusted her glasses. her youthful visage contorted with determination. Undoubtedly, only Squirtle could initiate the offense on my side. What about the opponent? Given that the rival team was a sandstorm assembly, the likelihood of Hippowdon leading the charge for weather control was the greatest. As for why Tyranitar was not the first to emerge, it was due to the uncertainty surrounding my true intentions. To send out a fully prepared Tyranitar to probe the opponent would be an exceedingly foolish strategy. Lo and behold, the opponent indeed dispatched Hippowdon to lead. Of course, my analysis was something that all present could easily deduce. While Li Feng engaged in analysis, he also took the opportunity to commend his fans. Oh, don't flatter us too much, Master Chi. Is this what it means to ceaselessly praise our streamer? Absolutely love it. As Li Feng played and provided commentary, he anticipated the opponent's next move. It was highly probable that the rival would seek to seize weather control, particularly since my Pokémon was merely the harmless and weak Squirtle. With a relaxed demeanor, Li Feng continued his predictions, which unfolded precisely as anticipated. Wang Xian switched in Hippowdon, while Li Feng cunningly employed a quick retreat to replace it with Nutbell. In the absence of Fire-type Pokémon on the opposing side, Seeking Rain was no longer an essential move. At this moment, the battlefield bore witness to Hippowdon suffering just under a third of its health from the quick retreat, a result attributed to the type advantage, despite Squirtle's inherent frailty. As Hippowdon entered the fray, the sandstorm surged once more. After all, Wang's adept lineup relies entirely on the attributes that can only be triggered by a sandstorm. Without it, the power of sand and the sand veil ability become utterly futile. As for Li Feng's maneuver, it is merely the unremarkable Spikes, devoid of any lethal force. Spikes is but one option within the versatile Spike strategy, a tactical framework that seamlessly integrates into virtually any team composition. The types of spikes are numerous, such as ground-type spikes, rock-type stealth rock, and poison-type toxic spikes, each possessing its own merits and drawbacks. This, I trust, is well understood. The choice of spikes stems from its ability to layer multiple times, ensuring stable damage output. With the emergence of Centipede King, the Nut Doll also assumes its substitute form. A small doll materializes on the battlefield, its gaze seemingly mocking the opponent for their inexperience. Centipede King, Swords Dance. Nut Doll, Leech Seed. Are you not seeking to enhance your prowess? Chapter 53. Guard or not guard. I imagine many are pondering how I intend to secure victory in this scenario. In truth, I must assert that the path ahead is rather simple. Unless the opponent possesses moves that counter my strategy, it is likely that Wang, who is proficient in enhancement tactics, has not equipped those particular moves. Li Feng is quite confident. For the current top player, Wang has mastered the latest enhancement strategies to perfection. Observing Centipede King performing Swords Dance, it becomes evident that this is no mere imitator. After careful consideration, Wang selects the ferocious Garchomp to take the baton, for its move set is the most brutal and comprehensive. Yet, as Garchomp enters the fray, it suffers an immediate loss of a quarter of its health due to the spikes on the ground. Wait, what? It just lost a quarter of its health right off the bat? How fierce! What purpose does this serve? The opponent can simply switch Pokémon, rendering it meaningless. Surely, Chi has his own strategy in mind. Currently, we are aware of Nut Doll's moves, Spikes, Substitute, and Leech Seed. The fourth move must be pivotal. Numerous comments flood in with analyses, yet none seem to grasp the full picture. Li Feng has cleverly obscured his Pokémon's move set, leaving spectators perplexed regarding his true intentions. You are likely still wondering how I plan to secure victory. What significance does my substitute hold? What utility do my Magikarp possess? Today, I shall impart a mantra, guard or not guard. Li Feng, with a playful smile, clicks on Leech Seed, while the opposing Garchomp, in a decisive move, unleashes an earthquake that obliterates the substitute doll. The doll vanishes, yet Nut Doll's health remains robust. At first glance, Nut Doll appears to be Li Feng's sole combat-ready Pokémon. Should it be dispatched, victory would seem assured for Wang. However, such idealistic notions often meet with harsh realities. Guard. Nut Doll withstands Garchomp's earthquake with a remarkable defense. At this moment, the effect of Leech Seed is triggered. The Garchomp, having lost a quarter of its health from the spikes, is siphoned of an additional eighth, leaving it with only 5/8 of its health remaining. Is this the plan you had in mind? Yet, the pace of your Nut Dumbbell is so languid. Are you unaware that it cannot continuously endure? Wang Xianshu adjusted her glasses, resolutely disregarding the inconsequential parasitic seeds. But could Li Feng be that foolish? A lively Kingler effortlessly supplanted the position of the nut dumbbell. You have enhanced me, yet I remain unbolstered. Why engage in a futile contest? I am no fool, Kingler. Please, do not approach. Earthquake. The hapless Kingler ascended into the heavens. However, Wang Xianshu felt no elation from dispatching a single Kingler. For the health of her fierce Lycanroc had now dwindled to a mere half, turning a sickly yellow. Li Feng could only remark, not in the slightest. The principal flaw of a boosting strategy lies in its necessity to stand firm. Any rotation equates to self-sabotage. Nut dumbbell, defend once more. While I may not withstand your assault, surely the defense and Kingler can endure. Kingler, I may not be human, but you are undeniably a mutt. Is it truly permissible to unleash Pokémon to utilize defense in such a manner? In truth, this is an extreme demonstration of defensive tactics, ordinarily. The nut dumbbell can be paired with spatial strategies to leverage its inherent sluggishness, thereby seizing priority in battle. This allows for a cyclical process of defense and substitution, complemented by the remnants of consumables and the restorative effects of parasitic seeds, achieving the very results before us. As Li Feng engaged in this pedagogical display, the viewership in the live stream soared to over 500,000, with a steady influx of modest gifts flowing in. This world differs significantly from the previous one. Live streaming platforms do not boast ostentatious metrics of viewership to artificially inflate popularity. While 500,000 viewers pale in comparison to the superstars, it undoubtedly marks a status befitting a top-tier streamer. I've learned. So this is how defense is utilized. To defend or not to defend, apparently. As long as it is strategically spaced, the success rate is 100%. Mastering a single skill can dismantle a boosting strategy. I declare, boosting is the most inferior tactic. Who agrees? Moo Chun. Oh, Chi Yi is incredible. Fire another rocket. Li Feng observed the barrage of comments on the split screen. This Moo Chun had sent yet another rocket, evidently a person of considerable means. Although he himself was not in want, the sensation of receiving monetary gifts was rather delightful, was it not? Wang Xianshu stared at her fallen Lycanroc, her spirit dulled. With her weakened Centiskorch entering the fray, it would perish upon contact with spikes. Meaning she had exchanged 2 of her key Pokémon for mere Kinglers on the opposing side? Kingler, let me be clear, everyone present is utterly worthless. What now? If one still failed to comprehend the insidious nature of Li Feng's system, they hardly deserve to be called a master. Could she forcefully push with a sword's dance from Banquilas? That would not do. The time spent boosting would allow parasitic seeds to eliminate Banquilas. Direct assault? It seemed that apart from this method, no alternatives remained. In a desperate gambit, Wang Xianshu unleashed an earthquake with Banquilas. Yet, the result was apparent. The mischievous, fully defensive nut dumbbell sustained negligible damage, to the point where even without enhancement, it had not lost its substitute. Banquilas fell once more, this time without even managing to take down a single Magikarp. 0 eliminations. The attempt to substitute Centipede King for Hippo Beast in a desperate last stand, hoping to carve a bloody path with the power of Sandrock, was undoubtedly a fool's dream. Merely a nut dumbbell stood resolutely before the Sandstorm team, akin to an insurmountable mountain, utterly unassailable. In the first match, victory belonged to Chi. Is this truly the first-person perspective of Chi? It's absolutely terrifying. Hiss. I can only draw in a breath of cold air. I must pay my respects first. Following the first match's triumph, the barrage of comments exploded with extravagant gift displays. Thank you all for your generous donations, but students should refrain from gifting. Merely clicking on the free option suffices. Li Feng did not reject the goodwill of his fans, yet he felt compelled to address a few principled matters. Hurry up, hurry up. Second match. Many comments eagerly anticipated Li Feng's second match, during which he pondered whether to employ a more refined strategy after utilizing the nut dumbbell in the first round. Perhaps he should opt for Shadow Fruit God and Pink Devil Chansey? Indeed, this game had yet to face the torment of the Fruit God. The mere existence of the Shadow Fruit God was astonishing. Its annoyance could be attested to by all who had encountered it. The setup was exceedingly simple, even eternally unchanging. Mirror Reflection, Double Return, Try Again, and Shared Fate. Mirror Reflection and Double Return both reflected special and physical attacks, respectively, with an annoyance level that was simply explosive. To fight or not to fight was a dilemma. Of course, there were numerous methods to counter the Fruit God, yet many strategies were effective only upon first encounter. How could one contemplate preemptively countering an adversary as fearsome as the fruit god without prior experience? As for opting for Chansey over Happiny, it was undoubtedly due to the exceptional effect of the evolutionary stone item. At this moment, within the Crimson livestream, many of the strongest Pokémon masters and honor masters were secretly spectating. Watching Li Feng defeat Wong with such ease, the majority wore expressions of exasperation. They faced Wong with odds of 3-7, some 4-6, while Li Feng, with a nearly incomplete team, utterly annihilated Wong. Was this not equivalent to their own experiences? What sort of mind did this Chi possess? With hundreds of Pokémon, thousands of skills, and a plethora of traits and items, how could he concoct such an array of vexing strategies? Having already experienced the allure of defense in the first match, let us now consider the concept of defense at 20. Remember, defending at 10 means maintaining 1's ground. Keep this mantra in mind for flexible application. Similarly, the usage of skills like penetration follows a comparable logic. As for 20, it pertains to the next Pokémon, Chansey. The second match had commenced, and this time it was Wong's turn to send out a Pokémon first. Wong swiftly dispatched the Nut Dumbbell and Ditto. Li Feng appeared unfazed, casually selecting two commonly used fighting-type Pokémon. After all, the Jigglypuff is quite vulnerable to physical fighting types, and this is something it is acutely aware of. Whether it was intentional or not, both parties chose not to ban the Flareon this time. Ultimately, the lineups were entirely different from the previous round. Li Feng opted for a straightforward approach, selecting 6 seemingly harmless Pokémon: Wigglytuff, Jigglypuff, Shroomish, Skarmory, Swampert, and Starmie. In contrast, Wang Xianxu's team consisted of Flareon, Espurr, Hydreigon, Mamoswine, Togekiss, and Gengar. To be honest, Li Feng found Wang Xianxu's lineup perplexing. Each Pokémon seemed to possess individual combat capabilities and rotational defensive strategies. Yet there appeared to be no overarching system. The opposing strategy leaned towards individual combat, with each Pokémon forming a self-sufficient combination, relying on their allies for support during battles. This approach was neither particularly good nor bad, but compared to the opposing team, Li Feng's lineup exuded a certain charm. His tone was resolute, particularly as the scene froze on Jigglypuff, which presented an utterly innocuous facade. Chapter 54, The Ultimate Support Team. It is well known that in Pokémon battles, victory often hinges on offense. However, there exists another method to achieve triumph beyond mere aggression. Having meticulously chosen his lineup, Li Feng was undoubtedly preparing to unleash his ultimate moves. Given the adorable nature of his selected team, should opponents from his previous life behold it, the likelihood of them engaging in battle would be slim. Most would likely opt to flee instead. Support team. This is one of the most infuriating teams. At first glance, it appears to lack offensive prowess, yet it excels in psychological warfare against players. A battle lasting an entire hour. What sort of strategy is that? Young Wang Xianxu brimmed with confidence this time, as his team displayed commendable defensive synergy and individual combat capabilities, along with a well-rounded set of moves. Moreover, he initially failed to discern any peculiarities in the opposing Pokémon lineup. With 2 Intimidate users in his team, it was highly probable that he would lead with Flareon and Espurr. Given this, Li Feng's best option was undoubtedly Swampert. He confidently selected Swampert as his lead, and predictably, Wang Xianxu chose Flareon. Flareon posed no threat to Swampert, allowing them to disregard Flareon entirely and adopt a spike strategy. The major flaw in individual combat relying on synergy is the necessity for rotation, and the greatest nemesis of rotation is the spikes tactic. Li Feng's Swampert moveset was quite simple: spikes, toxic spikes, stealth rock, and recover. What effect would 3 layers of spikes combined with toxic spikes and stealth rock have? Most likely, a single rotation would cost a third of the opponent's health, which pales in comparison to the one-hit knockout from a boosted offensive team, a mere drizzle. Li Feng quipped. Third, you must be joking. Can 3 types of spikes even stack? Is that truly the case? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The overwhelming majority of viewers are skeptical about the possibility of stacking 3 types of spikes. If such a feat were achievable, would there be any need for alternative strategies? Nevertheless, as toxic spikes were deployed, the opposing team switched to Gengar, immune to the toxins, with the intent to eliminate Swampert. However, an unenhanced Gengar's Shadow Ball merely reduced the fully defensive Swampert's health by a third. Following this, stealth rocks were successfully laid down. Incredible! Exclaimed one observer. Could a knowledgeable player elucidate the effects of the three types of spikes? Toxic spikes inflict a poison status, while stealth rocks calculate damage based on the incoming Pokémon's resistance to rock-type moves, with a base damage of 1/8. As for regular spikes, the damage scales with layers. 1 layer inflicts 1/8, 2 layers 1/6, and 3 layers 1/4. Isn't it true that if Blaziken comes out, it would instantly lose 3/4 of its health and be poisoned as well? Under normal circumstances, if stealth rocks are not countered and spikes are not evaded due to flying immunity, that would mean a stable loss of 3/8 of health, which is quite alarming. Of course, there are numerous methods to counter the spike strategy, such as mutual damage while setting spikes, or employing moves like Rapid Spin or Defog to eliminate them. From the Pokémon's perspective, options like Skarmory or Corviknight are excellent choices. Li Feng, however, remained unfazed by the potential counterplay, for after today, this account would cease to engage in ranked battles, its win rate eternally fixed at 100%. With the combination of self-recovery and toxic spikes, by the time Swampert was vanquished by Gengar, the battlefield was thoroughly strewn with spikes. Alas, Gengar's Shadow Ball had a chance to lower special defense, and Wang Xianshu's remarkable luck resulted in back-to-back reductions in special defense, making it impossible for Swampert to endure the assault. Even the onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. Wang Xianshu, witnessing his initial success, felt invigorated and resolved to maintain this momentum for victory. The drawbacks of the boosting strategy were glaringly apparent and easily exploitable, a realization that Wang Xianshu had already come to. After a moment of contemplation, Li Feng ultimately decided to deploy the Spore Mushroom. What could be more delightful than a restful slumber? Based on the previous encounter, it was highly likely that this Gengar was equipped with 3 offensive moves and 1 support move. The nature of this support move remained elusive. Would it be restorative, enhancing, or disruptive? However, disruptive moves were nearly inconceivable. The inhabitants of this world had yet to fully grasp the intricacies of such techniques. Furthermore, if Gengar possessed such a move, how could it allow Swampert to lay down all those spikes? Moreover, if Gengar were not neutralized, Li Feng would struggle to implement his defensive strategy against the toxins. It was primarily his Chansey that lacked any moves effective against Gengar, a minor oversight in an otherwise meticulous plan. Upon seeing the Spore Mushroom, Wang Xianshu's spirits soared. Indeed, his gamble had paid off. He had anticipated that Li Feng would likely choose the Spore Mushroom, and thus, his Gengar had been equipped with Sleep Talk. Unfortunately, the Pokémon he substituted was the Toxapex. While it resisted poison attacks and was immune to toxins, the unexpected Sleep Talk would not pose much difficulty for Toxapex to withstand Gengar's assault. Toxapex unleashed a Scald attack, though the damage was somewhat minimal. Cumulative damage can indeed lead to defeat. Although the unexpected presence of the Dream Talker took me by surprise, I can only say it offered a slight thrill. Today, I shall unveil an alternative strategy, showcasing just how insidious the regenerative spirits can be. Subsequently, Li Feng completely disregarded Gung Gui's assaults, continuously swapping in by Lu Qiugu and Chao Huaixing. The viewers in the live stream were treated to the sight of Gung Gui relentlessly attacking in vain. Its health gradually whittled away by the incessant scraping of the 2 regenerative spirits. It took a staggering 10 minutes to vanquish a single Gung Gui, leaving the online spectators in a state of sheer disbelief. 10 minutes was ample time for them to engage in 2 or 3 matches. What madness! This method of slowly dismantling the opponent is, in a sense, a profound psychological warfare against the rival player. As Li Feng observed Gung Gui's downfall, he recognized that it was time for the pink demon to make its entrance. I don't know why, but I feel quite sorry for Wang Xianshu, one viewer commented. Although both sides have lost a spirit, I believe Wang Xianshu has suffered far greater damage. I feel disheartened just watching. One can only imagine how Wang Xianshu feels. At that moment, within the courtyard, Wang Xianshu was rendered speechless, trembling as he selected Pak Kiss. After taking a deep breath, he was confident that Pak Kiss could vanquish those 2 infuriating foes, given its flying and grass-type moves. However, Pak Kiss soon found itself weakened by Stealth Rock and Toxic Spikes, losing 1/4 of its health and succumbing to poison. Li Feng watched as the special attacker made its entrance, the Pink Demon, with moves including Toxic, Egg Bomb, Substitute, and Protect. One would assume the presence of toxic spikes would render Toxic unnecessary. Yet, for safety's sake, Li Feng opted for Toxic instead of Earth Power or Shrink. The aim was to ensure the opponent experienced the full brunt of the assault. Pock Kiss's air slash inflicted a jaw-dropping amount of damage on Chansey, but its health bar barely budged. With an Eviolite and maximum special defense, how could an unboosted Pock Kiss hope to eliminate Chansey? Such aspirations seemed rather fanciful. What on earth is happening? One viewer exclaimed. Li Feng glanced at the barrage of comments, patiently elucidating. The Eviolite is a remarkable item that enables Pokémon that have not evolved into their final forms to participate, enhancing their defenses by 50%. Coupled with Chansey's inherently formidable special defense, an unboosted Pock Kiss stands no chance of defeating Chansey. Toxic continued to take its toll. Wang Xianshu watched helplessly as Pock Kiss succumbed to poison, failing to even dismantle Chansey's second substitute. Have you all noticed? Chi Ye's team this time possesses an outrageously low level of aggression. Another viewer noted, shouldn't Pokémon battles be about offense? Why does this scene feel so disheartening? Is this what Chi Yi refers to as psychological warfare? If I were Wang Xianshu, I would likely have lost my mind by now. This battle has dragged on for nearly half an hour. Substitute, Egg Bomb, Protect, various defensive maneuvers were employed to withstand the onslaught. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Xianshu's frustration boiled over, prompting him to type furiously, Wang Xianshu, are you too afraid to engage me directly? Oh, has he become enraged? Li Feng smiled slightly. The most tormenting aspect of being on a receiving team is undoubtedly the psychological pressure, that feeling of despair akin to a frog slowly being boiled alive, which can truly drive one to the brink of collapse. Since you were so eager to meet your demise, how could I not oblige? Observing the opponent's roaring tiger, Li Feng decisively summoned the fruit god, Guaranwang. The roaring tiger's skills were rather limited. Throwing down harsh words was utterly futile. After all, Guaranwang boasted no offensive capabilities, rendering its dual attacks meaningless. In an instant, Wang was left bewildered. I curse you. This time, Li Feng genuinely pushed the limits of annoyance and bewilderment, leaving the spectators of this world utterly dumbfounded. Toxic Shield, Spike Trap, Regenerative Defense. The Fruit God was a master at manipulating psychological tactics. Each Pokémon had been of exceptional quality in its previous life. If one were to be defeated by sheer force, one could still find respect in that. However, the problem lay in such a strategy. Who would ever respect that? 2 consecutive rounds of psychological manipulation. No one would find that acceptable, would they? Yet, the outcome was that Li Feng had achieved 2 consecutive victories, successfully ascending to the rank of master. At this moment, the streamers who had been observing the entire battle fell into a collective silence. Suddenly, they felt a wave of relief, grateful that she had not employed such tactics to publicly humiliate them. In truth, these strategies were quite easy to comprehend. I had previously mentioned the spike trap, but all forms of strategic variation were vulnerable to one skill, provocation. This skill, when executed by a speedy Pokémon, prevents the opponent from using targeted abilities such as Toxic, Substitute, and Protect. Not only did Li Feng aim to popularize various underhanded, rather sophisticated strategies, he also intended to share all his insights on countering them. After all, a clear stream harbors no fish. Pokémon masters participate in international competitions, and one can only imagine the amusement when domestic players arrive with a plethora of toxic strategies to unsettle their opponents. Chapter 55, The Curse Body. Thanks to Mu Chun for the rocket, Li Feng closed the ranked match, expressing his gratitude. Gee, how about a doubles match? Yeah, let's do it. Li Feng chuckled. I've noticed many believe I am not adept at doubles, which is quite true. I only possess a rudimentary understanding of it. However, if everyone wishes to see, I shall embarrass myself. Li Feng's friends list was rather sparse, yet, coincidentally, they were all online at that moment. He casually invited Lung Lung for a doubles match. Lung Lung, who had been secretly spectating, found herself frozen in place as the game prompted her to accept the challenge. Should she accept or decline? Only a fool would accept. She could hardly believe that she was oblivious to the intricacies of doubles. To Li Feng's embarrassment, each of the female friends in his list promptly declined his invitation. Were these individuals not watching his stream? Li Feng was left with a puzzled expression. I can't stop laughing. Chi's social skills are appalling. Don't let the last few female Pokémon masters fall victim to him. I suggest you challenge the Battle Maniac. Yes, the Battle Maniac. Ascent he self-proclaimed as the strongest in doubles? Are you all just here for the show? I am uncertain whether that madman possesses the strongest prowess in doubles. However, His tongue is undoubtedly the most caustic. Observing the deluge of comments, Li Feng realized that many viewers were eager to witness him challenge the madman. Since the audience craved this spectacle, he felt compelled to oblige. Yet, he found himself in a quandary. Should he employ an aggressive strategy or a defensive one? While engaging with the comments, the viewer count in the live stream surged to an astounding 800,000. The prospect of surpassing 1 million viewers in his inaugural broadcast loomed ominously before him. Given the public's enthusiasm, he resolved to issue a challenge. However, as an unremarkable and obscure player, he wondered if the opposing player would even entertain his request. As Li Feng spoke, he diligently searched for the name provided in the comments to initiate a duel request. Understood. The master of singles is equivalent to being unremarkable and obscure. I am unremarkable, thus I am the master of singles? Wang Xian, having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, entered Li Feng's livestream. Now composed, he accepted that losses were a part of this tactical game. With a mindset focused on learning and enjoying the spectacle, he too joined the audience to watch Li Feng's battle. At that moment, the madman, having just finished a brutal doubles match against his opponents, exuded an air of arrogance, dismissing all players around him. Contrary to his moniker, the madman bore a calm and composed countenance, his square face exuding a sense of steady dignity, which starkly contrasted with his audacious conduct. Truly, they are all worthless. There are hardly any capable players in doubles, he remarked with a shake of his head. Here he comes. Chi is here. Old Mad, quickly look at the challenge. The madman was momentarily perplexed, then glanced at the challenge request. Chi. After a brief moment of recollection, he remembered who this Chi was, the monster boasting a 100% win rate in singles. The notion that this individual dared to challenge him in doubles was exhilarating. Such attention, such excitement. While he might falter in singles against Chi, in doubles, not even the king himself could prevail. His doubles team, a weathered force, was invincible. The realm of doubles favored enhancements, though one might dismantle the enhancement tactics in singles. The comprehensive nature of doubles rendered such strategies far less effective. If he truly triumphed over Chi, he would become the first to shatter Chi's undefeated record. Except, he thought to himself, declining would be sheer folly. At that moment, the streamers who had previously faced Chi regarded the madman's live stream with a sense of foreboding. Anyone who had battled Chi could discern that he had not even exerted himself. He navigated effortlessly. Would such a monster be oblivious to the intricacies of doubles? Here it comes. The opponent has accepted. Li Feng entered the game with a smile. Upon entering, the madman promptly sent a message. Madman, I never expected you to challenge me, so blissfully unaware of your own limitations. Would it not be better to reign supreme in your singles realm rather than seek your demise here? Li Feng narrowed his eyes. Was this a tactic of mockery? A psychological assault to destabilize him with taunts? Though he possessed a good temperament, it was predicated on the absence of provocation. Would he engage in banter? Chi, how can the sparrow comprehend the aspirations of the swan? Madman. Chi, within the pages of a book lies a house of gold. Within the pages of a book lies a beauty like jade. Madman. 666,666. Insulting without profanity, impressive indeed. Has Chi come up with another provocative remark? Let me note it down. From now on, insults will be delivered without dreams or culture. The barrage initially expressed some regret for not witnessing Chi's witty remarks today. But lo and behold, 2 have just appeared. How delightful. The madman, infuriated, puffed out his cheeks and glared, yet he restrained himself. After all, he could not match Chi's wit. Coward. The madman has shown cowardice. You think you're bold? Encounter a greater master, and your bravado falters. Madman, what skill is there in mere insults? Winning a doubles match is the true measure of prowess. As the game commenced, the rules for doubles differed from those of singles. Each side would dispatch 4 Pokémon, and since it was a personal room challenge, Li Feng purposely refrained from setting restrictions, allowing the opponent to select their desired Pokémon. Observing this mode, the madman sneered. Did they look down on him? Soon enough, he finalized his roster: Gyarados, Greninja, Swampert, and Toxicroak. As for Li Feng, his selection was equally straightforward: Incineroar, Lurantis, Inteleon, and Conkeldurr. Did Gyarados truly believe it could dominate the match? Perhaps it was overestimating its capabilities. Under the onslaught of Incineroar and Conkeldurr, the madman was left utterly bewildered. Each of his 3 Pokémon could only rotate through return-type moves while under intense intimidation, rendering his physical attackers as ineffective as a limp shrimp. Not to mention, after Inteleon executed a sword's dance, Conkeldurr demonstrated the harsh realities of the battlefield. Victory was assured, without a hint of uncertainty. Gee, is that all? Madman. Conkeldurr is truly formidable. Goodness. I've learned. With Incineroar on the left and Conkeldurr on the right. Side note, abandon the slide. How amusing. The madman exclaimed, what nonsense. I don't want to witness brute force. I desire to see a team of quality. The barrage buzzed with excitement. And how could Li Feng fail to appease his fans? Just in time, the madman, still unsatisfied, prepared for a second doubles match. This time, Li Feng's team was remarkably adorable. Pikachu, Blissey, Sylveon, and Bryon. I dubbed this team the Pink Girlish Heart. Isn't it utterly charming? Li Feng smiled as he completed his selection. At this point, the barrage had already begun to mourn for the madman. For the madman had chosen a sun-boosting team. TSK. The sight of a special attacker facing off against Blissey was far too beautiful to articulate. Let us mourn for the madman for 3 minutes. Taste my Psyshock, madman. Come, let us commence. How many minutes will this match last? The pink demon, as the name suggests. After more than half an hour, the madman, filled with existential doubt, gazed upon the fallen Charizard. How could this be so infuriating? The previous match concluded in mere minutes. And now, you've managed to torment me for over half an hour? Are you even human? Madman. I am unwell today, so I shall conclude the broadcast early. Remarkable, ending the stream just an hour in. Ha. Madman has retreated. Moo Chun, truly worthy of Lord Chi. Send another rocket. Li Feng gazed at the rockets on the screen, suspecting that Moo Chun might be part of the rocket team, as they seemed to shower rockets frequently. Well then, today's Pokémon Master Series battle has come to a close. I have imparted all that I needed to teach you. The rest lies in your hands. Li Feng summarized the teaching content, while the barrage was filled with disbelief, thinking he was jesting. I am not joking, after all. You have witnessed every battle from the beginning to the pinnacle, and I have showcased nearly all I intended to. However, this does not imply I will cease updates. For I shall introduce an entirely new content series. I shall name it the Activity Series. Activity Series? Numerous comments were questioning this new concept. Li Feng opened his second account, a true newcomer. What is a true newcomer, you ask? It is someone genuinely new. Li Feng explained briefly. After skillfully setting up a custom room and arranging all the necessary elements, he addressed the barrage. This is a gameplay concept I devised that I find quite entertaining. Both sides' Pokémon will possess only one skill, Wave. Furthermore, both Pokémon are randomized. Now, I invite a viewer to compete and see who possesses better luck. Soon, Li Feng invited a viewer into the room through the barrage. As the battle commenced, Li Feng elucidated. This game lacks strategy. It is purely a game of chance. Li Feng randomly obtained a Gengar and a Snorlax. My luck appears favorable. Both Pokémon and their abilities are quite impressive, so the opposing viewer should be cautious. What is the pinnacle of the activity? It is the host experiencing misfortune. With this thought, Li Feng decisively applied a bad luck sticker to himself. Having never used a bad luck sticker before, he intended to test it in a relatively safe environment. It remains uncertain whether the bad luck sticker failed to take effect. But Gengar immediately unleashed a surf attack. The wave enveloped the entire screen. However, the opposing Pokémon, one grass type and one ice type, resisted the water type damage. Yet, to Li Feng's chagrin, Snorlax's Curse Body ability activated. Gengar was afflicted by a bind. The barrage erupted with astonishment as Snorlax also unleashed Surf. Even worse, Gengar's Curse Body was similarly triggered. Snorlax also fell victim to a bind. With both Pokémon possessing only the Wave skill, they were rendered incapable of action. What is there left to play? I can't believe my eyes. Can anyone calculate the probability of this occurrence? Both Pokémon activating Curse Body simultaneously. Both unleashing Surf at the same time. Both afflicted by bind. Is this the activity? A legendary scene. An absolute classic. So, Lord Chi is indeed a non-lucky player. I'm dying of laughter. Li Feng. His luck could not possibly be this poor. It must be the bad luck sticker. Chapter 56. The goal is Pokémon Master. The bad luck sticker continues to take effect. In the subsequent matches, various astonishing scenarios unfolded. such as the opponent invoking Absolute Zero to obliterate Li Feng's Pokémon, and Li Feng retaliating with Earthquake to annihilate our Electric-type Pokémon. While the two opposing flying types remained unscathed, the barrage of comments was filled with amusement, with viewers exclaiming, "Today has truly opened my eyes. I shall call you the #1 unlucky player. And incredible, I have never seen anyone as unfortunate as you." Questions arose about whether they were watching a masterful technical streamer or merely an entertainer. The lively banter within the comments section was delightful, as the comedic antics provided ample joy. However, as the effects of ill fortune began to wane, Li Feng's luck started to improve, alleviating the fear of consecutive hits from Absolute Zero. How does he manage this? Asuka inquired curiously. Lin Xian and Olga were equally perplexed, unable to fathom how such a streak of bad luck could occur. Gu Weiwei, with a calm demeanor, remarked, "Otherwise, why would he be the boss?" "Well, you certainly know how to flatter. You've turned misfortune into a virtue." They had been streaming for 3 hours, and Gu Weiwei reminded the group of their agreement with Kuai-Yin regarding the duration of the stream. Considering it was their first broadcast, Gu Weiwei and her companions were apprehensive about Li Feng's performance, hence they hesitated to request a longer streaming contract. 3 hours was a manageable time frame, and thus far, Li Feng's streaming had yielded commendable results. With the entertainment continuing unabated, the viewer count soared to over 1 million. As the time approached its end, Gu Weiwei signaled to Li Feng, indicating it was nearly time to conclude the broadcast. Acknowledging the cue, Li Feng began to wrap up. "Today's stream has been lively and joyful. I appreciate all your support," he stated. The majority of comments expressed their reluctance for him to sign off, with viewers lamenting, "What? It's ending already. Don't go. I haven't seen enough. And how could my favorite streamer be slacking off so soon?" Although most of the audience was opposed to the conclusion of the stream, Li Feng felt a sense of fatigue. Managing the comments while simultaneously engaging in battles was mentally taxing and exhausting. "Before I sign off, I have a gift for you all," Li Feng announced, introducing a pre-recorded song. "I am grateful that we have these wondrous Pokémon. We live in the most beautiful era. I don't know what everyone's goals are, but as long as you have dreams, pursue them with vigor. My aspiration is to become a Pokémon master." As he prepared to play the song, Li Feng entered into a spirited performance, shouting at the screen, "In fire, water, grass, and forest. In earth and cloud." Although he sang in Japanese, the lyrics were simultaneously displayed in traditional Chinese characters. With the vocal prowess of a professional singer and the aid of high-quality recording equipment, Li Feng's voice resonated for the first time before the world. A harmonious call of Pikachu sent a wave of excitement through the chat. As the embodiment of cuteness, Pikachu's prominence in this world remains unparalleled. It is as if the timelines have converged, affirming the unrivaled status of the yellow rodent. Dreams, as once sung, are destined to come true, much like a blossom destined to unfurl. While there are no guarantees, who can assure that their dreams will inevitably materialize? Yet, does this not render dreams precious? Does it not highlight the arduous nature of striving? Once more. Again. Once more in Dongwang language. "Please. The streamer I adore sings so beautifully. I am in tears. I declare, this is the finest song about Pokémon and dreams." The chat erupted in fervor. With an almost magical allure, the song "The Goal is to Become a Pokémon Master" ignited a fervor within everyone. The four, initially inspired by the song, turned in astonishment to see Li Feng, adorned with a Charizard mask, not far away. "Sister Weiwei, silence Asuka." Li Feng, taken aback by the overwhelming barrage of comments flooding the screen, contemplated the choice of singing in Japanese due to the somewhat whimsical nature of the lyrics and melody, which had led him to consider it in that language. However, since everyone wished to hear it, he decided to sing it once more. "Moo moo moo chun, 10 rockets dispatched." In an instant, a multitude of rockets exploded in Li Feng's livestream. Cold, Liyue, and others sent rockets flying. The most resonant line for them was that one, reflecting on the initial partnership and the bonds formed. Most were watching their Pokémon as they listened to Li Feng's song. Before proceeding with the Dongwang language version, Li Feng shamelessly began to promote the fast-paced music team formed by Weiwei and her companions. If the promotion were merely blunt, it would surely falter. But Li Feng's narrative was that the creation of the goal is to become a Pokémon master had been quite arduous. Although he penned the lyrics and composed the music, the contributions and inspiration from the four were invaluable. He articulated the challenges of creation, acknowledging that crafting a complete song alone is quite a feat, as arrangement and production necessitate teamwork. Under such reasoning, is it inappropriate to highlight the efforts behind such a delightful song? Is it wrong to promote the creative team? Absolutely not. Moreover, the four Li Feng introduced were all stunning beauties. Understood. I will follow, like, and save it right now. The goal is to celebrate the four beauties of Wei Feng. Charge. Listening to Li Feng's exuberant praise, the four beauties of Wei Feng felt a tinge of embarrassment. Was this song truly arduous? They were uncertain about Li Feng's struggles, but they certainly did not face any hardship. Selecting instruments, tapping soundtracks, and recording Pokémon harmonies hardly constituted toil. Completing a song in just over an hour hardly qualifies as laborious. What of those who toil for days or weeks to craft a single song? Surely, they would be lamenting. I said, Wei, I believe we should renegotiate a contract with the boss as a four-person team. Your previous contract was entirely inappropriate. The boss should not be deprived of any benefits, as such an approach is unacceptable, Olga whispered. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed, tying benefits together is the most robust strategy. Gu Weiwei was aware that the earlier situation was quite flawed, yet she could not have forfeited this opportunity with an air of righteousness at that moment, could she? All right. I will find a moment later to discuss this with Li Feng. The value of her own contributions was undeniable, yet it paled in comparison to the assistance Li Feng had rendered to them. If Gu Weiwei acquiesced to the former, she would feel diminished. Conversely, she would feel indebted regarding the latter. It was precisely for this reason that she had brought along her most capable and trusted sisters to assist, for she indeed could not manage Li Feng's tasks alone. Do you think the boss, being such a talented songwriter, might write one or two songs for us? Olga suddenly inquired. Lin Xian responded sternly. Would you dare to accept such a gift? Aren't you concerned about ruining something precious? Gu Weiwei remained silent. Olga recognized her indiscretion and chose to say nothing further. Meanwhile, Li Feng, oblivious to the troubles of Wei Feng's for beauties, continued to interact with the barrage of comments during the live stream. Although he sang in Dongwang language for the second round, he retained the signature opening line. Whether in fire, water, grass, or forest, within the earth or clouds, that girl-esque skirt, though exceedingly arduous, must be attained. Let us capture the magical creatures. After performing the song twice, Li Feng expressed his gratitude for the gifts and affection from his fans. He then elegantly exited the stream at lightning speed. Yet, even after his swift departure, gifts continued to flood the live chat. Phew. Removing the Charizard mask, Li Feng finally sighed in relief. No wonder you insisted on including this song. Thankfully, we did, or we would undoubtedly have regretted it, Lin Xian remarked, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Li Feng. With a faint smile, Li Feng replied, it turned out well. I am quite pleased with this song. Asuka, her eyes shimmering like stars, admired. The boss is truly remarkable. This song is absolutely beautiful. With her Japanese heritage, Asuka felt an even stronger resonance with this melody. Thank you, Li Feng responded graciously. Boss, your live stream was exceptionally successful, with an average of 900,000 concurrent viewers and a peak of 1,500,000. The gift donations exceeded 1 million. Gu Weiwei summarized the data as the stream concluded. As for the statistics post-broadcast, they would wait for the final tally. By the way, I would appreciate it if you could use my song as background music for fast-paced segments in the future. As for the editing, you undoubtedly possess greater expertise than I. Additionally, please expedite the patent application for the song. It won't be long before someone seeks to utilize it. And this will serve as a source of profit for the studio, Li Feng suggested. Upon hearing the word profit, Gu Weiwei glanced at the other three and stepped forward. Boss, could we nullify the previous contract? We wish to sign a new agreement with you. Li Feng smiled at this statement. Your approach, which disregards profit, is unacceptable. It feels undeserved, Gu Weiwei explained. Understood, Li Feng nodded, adding, we shall renegotiate the contract and proceed through the proper channels. Upon hearing Li Feng's agreement, the four beauties of Wei Feng breathed a collective sigh of relief. This arrangement would indeed foster a healthy and stable collaborative relationship. Chapter 57. Breaking into the Land of the Rising Sun. The newly signed contract effectively bound the four beauties of Wei Feng to the studio. In truth, contracts for talented individuals are often renewed rather than signed for a lifetime at the outset. Any notion that one can bind someone for eternity from the beginning is sheer nonsense, if the other party has yet to demonstrate their value. Imposing a breach of contract penalty in the millions is simply absurd. Anyone with a modicum of sense would either suspect you of attempting fraud or recognize their own worth only after being alerted by your actions. You possess great value. Come and sign. Does this not border on the ridiculous? The initial contract with Li Feng was merely a test of Gu Weiwei's character. If it failed, it would simply be considered a few $100,000 in lost investment. Only those lacking investment experience would mistake this for a gift. Who truly invests with a guarantee of success? A few $100,000 in failed investment would not evoke any heartache for Li Feng. As for success, it stands as a testament to the current scenario. Li Feng sought individuals who were capable, responsible, ambitious, and proactive. As for hiring a secretary, any significant matter would still require his personal oversight. What, then, would be the point of their hiring? He aspired to be an investor and task assigner, not a captain. Given Li Feng's laid-back demeanor, he harbored little interest in commercial ventures. His drive stemmed from the existence of Pokémon in this world and the undeniable allure of the entertainment industry, particularly for those of affluence. He was not a brooding archetype, blessed with wealth, charm, and opportunity. How could he forego enjoyment? Just look at how joyful Boss Wong was in his previous life. Without a girlfriend, was indulging in lavish banquets excessive? Not in the slightest. Ultimately, as the investor, Li Feng would claim 60% of the post-tax profits, amounting to $600,000 from $1 million in net profit, leaving $400,000 for the four beauties of Wei Feng. However, he would also need to pay them salaries, alongside the financial and technical framework and operational model for hiring talent. Well, the contract is signed. The remaining tasks are now in your hands. Tomorrow, I will inject an additional $3 million. The studio cannot rely solely on my account for cash flow. Your accounts, as well as personal accounts, are insufficient. We also need to sign some new influencers. You undoubtedly understand this better than I do, so I won't overstep my bounds. However, should you encounter any difficulties or require my assistance, do not hesitate to let me know, Li Feng said, smiling at the four stunning women. The song The Goal is to Become a Pokémon Master ignited a surge of popularity on the very day it was released. Perhaps it is because Pokémon resonates as the central theme of this world, or perhaps this melody is destined by fate itself. In any case, the song ascended to the pinnacle of the day's music charts with an unrivaled presence. Unfortunately, what exists at present is merely a rough live version. Consequently, Li Feng must remain at the Wei Feng studio to successfully record both the Dongwang and Dongying versions of The Goal is to become a Pokémon master. Despite Li Feng's vocal prowess akin to that of a professional singer, his voice is not particularly remarkable, necessitating some degree of tuning for a more pleasing sound. This realization prompts Li Feng to acknowledge his shortcomings. He must either find a way to enrich the depth and distinctiveness of his voice or continue to refine his singing technique. Currently, enhancing his vocal skills appears to be the most pragmatic goal. The boss, too, was not without flaws. Asuka breathed a sigh of relief. Li Feng's previous displays of near perfection had placed immense pressure on Wei Feng's quartet. Although Li Feng's singing remains delightful from a highly professional perspective, there are indeed minor imperfections to be noted. However, this also allows Asuka and her companions to perceive Li Feng's popularity. An overly perfect individual often creates a sense of distance from others. The recording of both versions of the song took Li Feng until well past 10 o'clock in the evening to complete. Following this, the Wei Feng Quartet would undertake the subsequent production, a task beyond Li Feng's involvement. The song inherently features Pokémon harmonies, utilizing the seldom employed Pikachu. Pokémon harmonies are highly specialized, with this project largely undertaken by singing Pokémon. For instance, Jigglypuff, Chatot, Clefairy, and others, including the enchanting Ms. Mime, are all capable of contributing to these harmonies. In this world, the bond between humans and Pokémon enhances the physical capabilities of Pokémon, thereby complicating the human experience of empathy through external means. Without Pokémon harmonies, evoking emotional resonance through mere music becomes quite arduous. This reality bears both advantages and disadvantages. The simplicity and purity of Pokémon can render a trainer's emotions more genuine, resulting in a more fervent response when true resonance occurs. Conversely, the threshold for such resonance is exceptionally high. Therefore, should Li Feng aspire to pursue a career in singing, he will likely need to capture a Pokémon proficient in vocal techniques. Additionally, he must invest time in learning about Pokémon harmonies. One hopes the system possesses relevant knowledge. Upon departing the Wei Feng studio, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. As he descended the stairs, he spotted old Zhou awaiting him in the lobby. Young master, old Zhou immediately stood up. You've worked hard, Li Feng replied, visibly weary. After singing all day, he felt as if he might grow tired of the song itself. No matter how much he loved it, such relentless singing could easily tarnish that affection. It is no wonder that many artists tend to develop a disdain for their most popular songs. The continuous cycle of recording and performing these hits can become rather tiresome. Upon returning home, Li Feng washed up and promptly fell asleep. At that moment, he had no inclination to concern himself with the happenings online. After a restful slumber, he awoke the next day feeling rejuvenated and began to assess the situation. He chose to disregard the meaningless congratulations from individuals like Pang Lu. It was not that he prioritized romantic entanglements over friendships, but rather that the capable individuals around him seemed predominantly female, which was rather vexing. First and foremost, Gu Weiwei and her team had successfully registered the copyright for the goal is to become a Pokémon master online, and they released a lossless version of the song on Li Feng's Qua account in the early hours of the morning. Not long after, despite its midnight release, the song quickly climbed the charts, attracting a considerable number of night owls. By the time daylight broke, although the original live version retained its top position, the data had widened the gap between it and the second place to such an extent that it was almost incomparable. Furthermore, early that morning, Gu Weiwei and her team received inquiries from over 10 collaborators seeking to purchase usage and cover rights for the song. Undoubtedly, the song's popularity was virtually assured. Li Feng had not anticipated that in a world abundant with Pokémon, a song once deemed niche could unleash such formidable power. In the Wei Feng chat group, Asuka shared a screenshot. Asuka, look, my friend from the East sent me this. The goal is to become a Pokémon master has made it onto the East's music charts. Olga, it has penetrated the East's market so quickly. Lin Xian, I had Asuka synchronize the copyright registration for the East last night. And once Weiwei finalized the song, I dispatched it immediately. Asuka, unfortunately, without the promotional push from the Pokémon Master Battle livestream, the song's chart ranking is progressing rather slowly. Li Feng examined the data. It was not unfavorable, yet it clearly lacked exposure and impactful moments. He realized he could either create a buzz through certain events, which was evidently unrealistic, or rely on serendipity. Li Feng, I just transferred 5 million to Weiwei's account, 3 million for the development funds upon signing the contract, and 2 million for you to manage. Striving to elevate the song's data. The conversion rate of fan engagement from the song was evidently superior to that of the game. Remarkably, within a single night, his genuine fan base swelled by over 10,000. Quite astonishing. Gu Weiwei, boss, what direction should we take for the song's collaborations? This was the advantage of having autonomous talent. They merely required a direction to effectively handle subsequent matters. Li Feng, no covers allowed, but everything else is at your discretion. The rationale behind prohibiting covers was that with the backing of Pokémon, should a current superstar perform the song, the original artist would likely be overshadowed. After all, he was merely an obscure internet celebrity at present. Engaging in a money-for-popularity exchange was folly for someone who was not financially desperate. In order for the song to gain widespread recognition, various short videos featuring its background music and its commercial use provide excellent avenues for dissemination. Thus, Li Feng's prohibition on covers serves to protect his interests while simultaneously enhancing the song's popularity. Gu Weiwei acknowledged this directive with understanding. Indeed, the aspirations of the four of them aligned with Li Feng's. What Wei Feng needed most at this juncture was fame rather than fortune. Among her current accomplishments, the goal is to become a Pokémon master stands as an undeniable treasure. Li Feng accessed the platform and promptly received the links to Gu Weiwei and her trio's musical creations. While melodious, they lacked endurance. The quality of the songs was decent, suitable for limited circulation, yet achieving a broader resonance seemed rather unrealistic. However, as a debut song, its quality was commendable. Li Feng casually liked, shared, and saved the tracks, and after sending a monetary gift of 10,000, he began to ponder. Since Wei Feng and her companions were now employees of his company, should he not offer them some support? With over half a year remaining before entering university, aspiring to become a star, he must diligently complete high school to free himself from his mother's constraints. Nevertheless, he could certainly pave the way for Gu Weiwei and the others ahead of him. When the time comes, as predecessors in the music industry, they could elevate him, making their efforts mutually beneficial. Chapter 58, The Perils of a Substitute. Though this plan was in place, Li Feng found himself uncertain about which song to select. and even if he made a choice, he lacked the ability to replicate it. Ultimately, his memory was not sufficiently robust, rendering replication quite challenging. The following days passed without incident. He either trained his Charmander or attended classes. Compared to other transmigrators, Li Feng's life was relatively simple and mundane. As for the comical notion of inviting Qi for commercial performances, he flatly declined. He had no intention of revealing Qi's true identity, especially considering the ire he had incited with his various tactical maneuvers, which had initially amused netizens but later fueled their disdain. After several days of brewing discontent, many had turned to vociferously denounce Qi. A substantial portion of the comments on Qi's music account were laced with vitriol regarding his perceived lack of quality in the environment he fostered. Of course, those who were previously unfamiliar with Qi voiced their criticisms, yet some later transformed into fans upon getting to know him. Moreover, Qi's original fans continually clashed with detractors. However, Li Feng remained indifferent to these trivial matters. He understood that it was futile to reason with contrarians and critics unless one resorted to physical means. Thus, aside from training, Li Feng focused on his studies. Finally, at the end of November, Charmander successfully mastered the moves Energy Ball and Bite, with its Pokémon power ascending to level 13. During this progression, Charmander also grasped its first Dragon-type skill, Dragon Breath, which boasted a secondary effect that increased the likelihood of causing paralysis in opponents. Furthermore, through skill development, Li Feng had refined these techniques to a proficient level. Moreover, the accomplishments of the Charmander extend beyond mere training. It has successfully begun to master the art of multitasking and self-combat. One cannot help but marvel at the remarkable learning capacity of Pokémon. They can adeptly grasp any training task assigned to them. Given the current pace, reaching level 17 before the Freshman Cup competition seems rather precarious. As Li Feng observed the Charmander, equipped with a mandatory training device and various weight training gear, he contemplated the initiation of advanced training techniques, including the skill of Substitute. To his astonishment, he discovered that there are no elite-level manuals for this technique, which struck him as peculiar. Could it be that Substitute is akin to the Shadow Clone technique, rendered a forbidden art? Is it merely the act of summoning shadow clones? Upon searching the Trainer Association's marketplace, he indeed found no elite-level manuals available, only those suitable for gym leaders. Perplexed, he ultimately decided to seek guidance from a senior. After a prolonged wait, the call was finally answered. Flame Emperor? Li Feng here. What is it? I'm quite busy. Please make it quick. Busy, you say? Don't think I can't decipher what busy means. Li Feng retorted, suppressing his internal thoughts. Wishing you the best in your charitable gambling endeavors. Despite his inner grievances, Li Feng proceeded to voice his queries. Xiao Nantong, come here and explain. The Flame Emperor bellowed, simultaneously cursing as he summoned someone to take the call. Li Feng mused. Is this truly a top-tier trainer from our nation? No wonder your Charizard met its demise. And, Xiao Nantong, are you serious with that name? Little boy? He suspected a feud between the child's parents and himself. Hello, I am Wan Nantong. Elder Yi has asked me to assist you with your inquiries. What can I help you with? Wan Nantong's voice radiated warmth and cheerfulness, instilling a sense of familiarity. Since the Flame Emperor recommended this individual, it was likely that he possessed knowledge befitting his rank, presumably making him a top-tier trainer as well. However, that name, was it not indicative of parental animosity? Greetings, Elder Wan. I wish to inquire why there are no elite-level substitute training manuals available for purchase at the Trainer Association's marketplace? Li Feng asked courteously. Wan Nantong did not refute Li Feng's statement, expressing mild surprise. You seek to acquire an elite-level substitute training method? The ordinary substitute technique is merely a skill employed for damage mitigation. However, elite-level techniques require a profound connection with the Pokémon psyche. This process necessitates a prolonged state of mental fragmentation during training, and even under the supervision of a professional Pokémon psychologist. The likelihood of the Pokémon experiencing such fragmentation can soar to 60 or 70%. When Pokémon encounter psychological issues, mental fragmentation is merely the mildest of symptoms. Drastic personality changes leading to calamities are not uncommon. Consequently, the association has outright banned the development of this skill. Seriously? Is it that extreme? Li Feng was left astounded by Wan Nantong's explanation. Was his aspiration for an edge truly unattainable? Currently, as far as I know, the number of trainers who have successfully mastered the art of surpassing the proficiency level of a stand is exceedingly rare. However, It is undeniable that once stand abilities transcend the realm of mastery, they become immensely powerful, as Wan Nantong continued to elucidate. In other words, to surpass the mastery proficiency level, one must engage in a deliberate mental fragmentation for training. Generally, Pokémon are not adept in matters of the mind. Thus, the vast majority of Pokémon aiming to exceed the mastery level of their stands would almost invariably succumb to complete mental disintegration. This terrifying aftermath even caused Li Feng to hesitate. The Charmander was akin to family to him, and if anything were to go awry, he felt he would regret it for a lifetime. Moreover, with his existing system in place, was there truly a need to hasten Charmander's enhancement at such a frantic pace? "Thank you, Senior Wan," Li Feng said, hanging up the phone and sinking into contemplation. "Wait a moment. That is not right." Suddenly, Li Feng recalled that his proficiency in stand abilities did not require practice. The prohibition against stands stemmed from the propensity for mental disintegration during the process of training proficiency, and that was of no concern to him. With the ability to multitask, he could adeptly manipulate his stand, and an exceptionally high proficiency would surely bolster his mental state. Given his inherent grasp of proficiency, he could certainly disregard the threat of mental fragmentation. However, all of this hinged upon the capability of his system to upgrade his skills for development. Presently, it seemed that delving into stand training methods was indeed not very realistic. Nonetheless, at least he understood the reasons behind it, which would undoubtedly benefit his future training plans. As he had only just begun to master the art of multitasking, it would be prudent to continue refining that skill, and once his skill development capabilities were enhanced in the future, he could reconsider the training methods for stands. Since the stand could not effectively accelerate Charmander's cultivation for the time being, enhancing its combat prowess was also a commendable choice. This was something Li Feng often had Charmander learn during his gaming days. His beloved Charmander was already robust from his training, and adding to that, Dr. Lin had previously mentioned that Charmander possessed exceptional electric talent. It would be a travesty to squander such potential. The skill manual for Thunder Punch lacked a myriad of unnecessary complexities, yet this champion-level Thunder Punch manual was astonishingly expensive. However, tomorrow marked the end of the month, which meant rent collection day. No need to hesitate. Purchase it. The life of a rent collector in Guangdu is often so unadorned and monotonous. Once you master Thunder Punch, you should be nearly ready for the Freshman Cup competition. With a bit of effort, you might even learn another skill, Li Feng pondered. Dingling. Li Feng picked up the phone. "Hello? Elder Han. Xiao Feng. The Zhongqing Literary Weekly has been published, and your work, Youth, has been highlighted as a focal point for online promotion. Do you have time now to register for a dynamic account? The Zhongqing Literary Association can assist you with real-time verification," Elder Han inquired. "Sure, I'll register right now." "It would be best if you could also share the updates from the Zhongqing Literary Association," Li Feng responded. Not a problem, Li Feng thought to himself, as he was uncertain how the literary associations in this world operated, so it was prudent to follow directions. However, he found it curious. Wasn't it said that scholars often look down upon one another? It felt rather strange. After completing the tasks assigned by Mr. Han and sending the information, it wasn't long before he received a certification badge from the Zhongqing Literary Association. To be frank, with his real name authentication as Li Feng and a complete lack of followers, even if he posted something, it would hardly create any significant impact. The main focus, however, was on the potential ripple effect of the Zhongqing Literary Association's updates. Upon arriving at the homepage of the Zhongqing Literary Association's updates, Li Feng first liked to post about youth, a modern poem, and subsequently shared it. After accomplishing these actions, he curiously delved into the dozens of comments beneath the youth post. Most comments expressed admiration for the poem's quality and depth. After all, this was a modern poem by Shimurong, which was enough to create a profound impact on the literary scene of a second or third-tier city. Yet, in this world, there will always be those who disapprove. Literary disdain is not absent, it merely manifests in the online realm. Among the comments, some were subtly sarcastic, but the most egregious came from an individual named Zhao Yuding, who was also a certified writer from the Zhongqing Literary Association. Zhao was known for his proficiency in both classical poetry and modern verse. Zhao Yuding, is youth so pessimistic? A young person whose youth has just begun is already so despondent, relying solely on fantasies to write poetry. Can such verse possess any literary merit? It's mere lamentation, misleading the youth. At this moment, Li Feng could only think of leaving a scathing remark in response. Was he really trying to stir up trouble now? To be fair, Li Feng had indeed guessed correctly. Had he not intervened, Zhao Yuding would have emerged as the biggest winner in the upcoming November literary publication of the Zhongqing Literary Association. Yet, under Li Feng's decisive actions, the original frontrunner had transformed into the greatest loser. Most individuals would likely have been infuriated by such circumstances. Chapter 59. To see or not to see. Although Li Feng was uncertain about Zhao Yuding's intentions, it did not mean he would remain passive. I joined your literary association to give you face. Furthermore, as Zhao's critical comment surfaced, more certified writers began to voice their dissent vehemently. Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. Logically, the swift approval of his work and certification by the Zhongqing Literary Association indicated he had supporters. However, it appeared that the number of detractors was not insignificant, which explained Mr. Han's urgency in prompting him to register and share. The number of fence-sitters might be considerable. This suggested that his writer certification could very well be a tenuous achievement. Zhongqing Literary Association. Father, I never anticipated that a casual remark would attract so many members from distant literary associations. I will delete my comment immediately. Mr. Han observed the self-directed drama of the Zhao father and son with a cold smile. Those members from Fuqing, Qingcheng, and Guanxing were not summoned by them. I would bet my head on it. Mr. Han himself was surprised that the Zhao family resorted to such underhanded tactics. What do literary figures fear the most? The scorn of the masses. Li Feng was merely an 18-year-old child. Such vitriolic public criticism was utterly excessive. This was not merely retaliation for Li Feng usurping Zhao Yuding's position. It was an attempt to ruin him entirely. Such malice was deplorable. Their actions constituted online bullying, capable of destroying a person. Old Han cast a cold glance at the Zhao father and son and remarked, "This matter does not concern us. I have already deleted the comments. We cannot manage the actions of other members of the local literary association. Moreover, one must endure storms to witness rainbows. Words you yourself once uttered, Old Han." Zhao Yuding explained, maintaining his composure. Old Han deeply scrutinized Zhao Yuding, but chose silence. He simply rose from the conference room and took out his phone, intending to leverage connections to suppress the incident. Li Feng, who was scrolling through comments, found himself both amused and infuriated. Zhao Hongyan, the vice president of the Buddhist City Literary Association, poet and writer, was surprisingly popular, boasting over 2 million fans. It was astonishing to witness such a following for poetry. With the advent of fairies, many professions had seen an enhancement in productivity, leading to more leisure time for humanity. Consequently, people naturally began to allocate some of that time to entertainment. While he struggled to amass 200,000 followers for his games, the conversion rate and acceptance among his audience were disheartening. He pondered the conversion rate within the literary fanbase. However, literature represents an extension of thought. Those who resonate with an author's work likely align with their ideology, suggesting a potentially higher conversion rate. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was that Zhao Hongyan was utterly toxic. Zhao Hongyan commented, "Li Feng, what do you even know?" Li Feng retorted, "What gives you the right to stand atop a moral high ground and lecture me about my modern poem, which aims to encourage students? Are you a professional locksmith?" With the involvement of such local literary association bigwigs questioning him, the subsequent comments turned almost uniformly critical, targeting Li Feng's youth and his age. He laughed, truly laughed. Even more absurdly, the ancient poems he had recently posted were met with skepticism from what appeared to be a swarm of sock puppet accounts. Seeking attention. "How dare you publish such trash? It's nothing but a mere collection of words." "Really? I think they are quite good. Do you understand it? Or do the experts?" The vice president of the local literary association had personally weighed in. "Well, I thought these poems were commendable, but it seems they were a waste of sentiment." Could Li Feng not discern that these were deliberate attempts to tarnish his reputation? How could he not? A newly created sock puppet account, devoid of followers, could not possibly garner such a volume of comments without some force orchestrating it all. However, Li Feng took solace in the fact that amidst the overwhelming negativity, a small fraction supported him, only to find those supporters also facing ridicule. In an instant, he felt a pang of sorrow, swiftly followed by a surge of anger. "Damn it! You can insult me all you want, but to denigrate those who support me? What is wrong with you? Hello? Old Han. It seems I have mishandled this situation. I did not foresee Zhao Yuding and his father engaging in such behavior. Old Han, do not blame yourself. It is commonplace for scholars to look down upon one another, especially amidst conflicting interests. Alas, I find myself regretting having involved you." This circle has become such that we seem to have no recourse but to adapt to others. Ending the call with old Han. I ponder, must we truly acclimate to such repugnant behavior? By what right? If we are to tolerate others, then why should they not learn to accept us? Am I not also regarded as other in their eyes? After a deep breath, Li Feng began to tap out each word on his phone screen with deliberation. Whether you see me or not, I exist there, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Whether you think of me or not, my feelings remain, unchanging and perpetual. Whether you love me or not, love persists, neither increasing nor diminishing. Whether you follow me or not, my hand is ever within yours, steadfast and unwavering. Come into my embrace, or allow me to reside within your heart. In silence, we love. In quietude, we find joy. Many assume this to be a love poem, and once, Li Feng held the same belief. It was only upon researching the poem's origins that he discovered it was far from a mere love sonnet. It is a modern poem expressing a master's care and guidance for his disciple, a testament to loyalty and commitment. From a certain perspective, it could be viewed as a lesson from elder to junior. There exists an adage in literature: the accomplished take precedence, standing upon the shoulders of giants from another realm. Is it unreasonable for me to chastise mere novices? This poem conveys a singular message. Children, cease your antics. Father shall not dwell on trivial matters. Li Feng, unperturbed, decided to express his frustrations, believing it more prudent to vent than remain silent. Essentially, he is a trainer. What could he possibly fear from you writers? Is this not absurd? Following the release of his poem See or Not See, he noted a significant reduction in offensive comments. Yet, a few persistent detractors remained resolute. Li Feng love? Huh. In books, there are golden houses. In books, there are beauties like jade. Do they presume I lack popularity? Do they think me a novice without allies to defend me? In a fit of anger, Li Feng logged into his account and shared See or Not See, expressing his fondness for the modern poem while questioning the vitriol directed at its author by these so-called experts. He yearned to discover whether, in this world of Pokémon, the literary elite would overshadow the prowess of trainers. Mu Chun. Arriving upon hearing the news, these literary association experts are nothing but self-righteous fools. Eliminate the heartless. See or Not See truly resonates. In mere moments, a torrent of netizens flocked to Li Feng's post, causing his follower count to surge from a handful to thousands in the blink of an eye. No wonder the author encourages you to read more. This is a poem of compassion, a poem of universal love. The author understands that his work cannot be universally embraced. Thus, he welcomes all evaluations with an inner joy and tranquil acceptance. Thus, the notion of whether this poem is seen or unseen, of indifference rather than joy or sorrow, arises. Yet you mistake it for a poem of romantic affection? How amusing. Zhao Yuding found herself rendered speechless by this encounter with Wan Nantong. Enraged and embarrassed, she retorted, "Who are you to hurl insults? Do you understand literature more than I do?" Wan Nantong replied, "Who am I? Merely a humble individual, the evil-type king. What of it? Are you asking me who I am, hoping to confront me offline?" Li Feng paused at the mention of Wan Nantong's name, momentarily lost in thought. Could this possibly be the Wan Senior whom the esteemed Emperor Yin summoned to resolve his queries? Indeed, he was a trainer of kingly stature. However, why did he seem so down to earth? As a king, did he truly descend to engage in direct conflict with others, disregarding his own status? What? You assert that all evil-type kings are villains? Well, that's inconsequential. As for Zhao Yuding, she felt as though she had swallowed a fly, utterly distressed by the unexpected emergence of a kingly trainer. What madness was this? Chapter 60, The Mysterious Pokeball. To be frank, this dynamic situation could only be deemed a farce, especially after a kingly trainer personally intervened. The writers from the literary association scattered like mice fleeing from a cat. Indeed, in this world inhabited by Pokémon, the status of trainers undeniably supersedes others. Nevertheless, this did not deter Li Feng from pursuing his dual aspirations. Being both a top-tier trainer and a prominent star, wouldn't his popularity soar? As the ensuing exchange of insults among fans unfolded, Li Feng, unable to bear witness to the chaos, decided to compose a new modern poem beneath the post titled Whether Seen or Unseen. Whether you are a fan or not, I remain here, neither sorrowful nor joyful. Whether you commend or criticize, the poem stands here, neither coming nor going. Whether you scold or remain silent, I exist here, neither biased nor partial. Whether you observe or disregard, this dynamic persists here, unwavering and steadfast. Come to my post, or allow me to visit yours. Like, share, save, and follow. Whether seen or unseen has countless adaptations from Li Feng's previous life, and he did not regard his poetic creations as sacrosanct. Instead, he took the lead in revising his own verses, seeking to mediate the discord with a touch of humor. Is it not permissible to appreciate literature? Must it devolve into chaos? 666. This is the first time I've seen an author parody their own poetry. How refreshingly relatable. Truly, the youth possess a boundless uniqueness that others lack. I'm a fan. Completely a fan. This demeanor surpasses that of many traditional authors. Li Feng, was it? Count me in as a fan. Li Feng was taken aback by this unexpected reception, pleasantly surprised. Just as he observed his readers and fans reveling in jest. Old Han called again. Hello? Old Han. Little Feng, your rebuttal was rather forceful, don't you think? But I like it. Haha, I'm delighted that you do. Old Han. In a burst of inspiration, I penned a rather humble piece. Humble? The wisdom of life within it is quite substantial. While your youthful perspective is evident, your cultural depth surpasses that of many. Thank you for the compliment, Old Han. However, regarding today's events, I must extend my sincerest apologies. It was my mismanagement. Mr. Han, this matter is not your fault. In a vast world, one encounters all sorts of individuals, and ultimately, it is not I who bears the brunt of today's misfortune. Oh, Xiao Feng, your magnanimity distinguishes you from them, which is commendable. After hanging up the call, Li Feng indeed held no grievances against Mr. Han. The other party selflessly assisted in promoting him and facilitating his application to the Literary Association. As for subsequent matters, the workplace is seldom a realm of cordiality. Such overt hostilities are, in essence, manageable. Moreover, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. That rascal Zhao Yuding incited a throng to conspire together. And as long as he maintains his ground, he will undoubtedly garner far more attention than before. Nevertheless, there remains a slight complication. Li Feng must extricate the identity of Qi. Consequently, subsequent videos from Qi's perspective were created, depicting the situation as an onlooker. As for the adage that there are houses of gold within books, Li Feng also utilized Qi's identity to assert that it was he who made this statement, merely a porter of ideas. Is it problematic to transport oneself? Not at all. After all, isn't it reasonable to host a grand lottery? Surely, 100 draws should yield some worthwhile treasures. After completing a series of rituals, including bathing, changing garments, and paying homage to deities, Li Feng cradled a glass of milk, sipping it as he opened the system's lottery interface. The wheel spun and spun. During the gradual deceleration of the roulette, he could still place additional bets. The so-called betting did not imply an increase in draw attempts, but rather multiplying the acquired items by the amount wagered. Spin, spin, spin. Li Feng observed the needle of the wheel rotate, slowly transitioning from the special category. Just as it seemed poised to land on, he impulsively decided to place a bet. Upon adding 10 bets, Li Feng vaguely sensed that the needle seemed to gain a slight surge of momentum. Thus, the pointer shifted from the category to the one with the largest consumption. Damn it! Li Feng cursed as he watched 10 small boxes spring open. Voice Fruit X10. Voice Fruit, upon consumption, it can ameliorate the user's vocal deficiencies. What? Such a beneficial item exists in the consumption category? Li Feng was acutely aware that his voice lacked any distinctive quality. Unlike other transmigrators who often possessed unique vocal traits, his voice resembled that of the average populace, devoid of any discernible character. This fruit, which could optimize his vocal shortcomings, was precisely what he needed. Alas, he had only managed to increase his bets by 10. How infuriating. The flavor of the voice fruit was exceptionally sweet, and each fruit was merely the size of a grape. In an instant, Li Feng consumed all 10. Afterward, he attempted to modulate his voice and faintly sensed a slight difference, though it likely remained insufficient in quantity for a significant effect. Nevertheless, audibly speaking, it was undoubtedly an improvement compared to before. Such innate conditions are immutable through training, belonging to the realm of talent. And only extraordinary systems like this possess the potential for transformation. The voice fruit is quite remarkable, yet it raises the question, are there other fruits as well? Li Feng continued to spin the lottery wheel, and this time, the pointer clearly indicated it would land on consumables. Although he regretted not placing a larger bet earlier, he opted to add just 10 more credits. Health Potion X10. Health Potion, for human use only. It can cure bodily ailments. Upon uncapping the potion, Li Feng consumed a small vial in one swift motion. Warmth enveloped him. This was the first sensation he experienced after drinking the potion. The most notable change was that his vision had improved significantly. As someone who often indulged in video games, Li Feng had always suffered from mild myopia, even under relatively correct usage. Yet after consuming the potion, he found that the previously blurred distance had become remarkably clear. Was myopia really classified as an ailment? Li Feng was astonished. Truly, this was a product of the system, and it was nothing short of extraordinary. If he were to sell such a potion or form a research team to study its ingredients, becoming the richest person in the world would be merely a matter of time. However, bringing it out into the open was akin to courting disaster. Such a miraculous item was best kept secret for personal use. With 2 consecutive successful draws, Li Feng felt that today was undoubtedly his lucky day. Why not continue? Spin again. The wheel kept spinning. Life Difficulty Lottery Tube X10. What on earth is this? Upon reading the description, Li Feng was left bewildered. Inside the Life Difficulty Lottery Tube were 5 slips, each bearing different outcomes. Supreme Fortune Slip. Life difficulty reduced tenfold. A life of great fortune. Moderate Fortune Slip. Life difficulty reduced threefold. A lucky star. Neutral Slip. No change whatsoever. Moderate Misfortune Slip. Life difficulty increased threefold. A harbinger of bad luck. Supreme Misfortune Slip. Life difficulty increased tenfold. A faded solitary star. Given the seemingly perilous nature of these outcomes, Li Feng decided it was best not to tempt fate. His guiding principle was to remain cautious, to develop steadily without taking unnecessary risks. Drawing a Supreme Fortune Slip might be acceptable. But if he were to draw a Supreme Misfortune Slip, this was a world inhabited by Pokémon. Wouldn't it mean the awakening of Kyogre and Groudon, resulting in catastrophic destruction? At the very least, Li Feng could not fathom what it would mean for his life as difficulty to increase tenfold. He suspected this Life Difficulty Lottery Tube might remain sealed for a lifetime. Following this, it seemed his luck had been exhausted, as he drew a series of useless items. Peach Blossom Stick X10, Ultra Ball X10, Healing Potion X10. Frustrated, Li Feng felt utterly defeated. With such ill fortune, it was better to refrain from further bets. He decided to observe for a while. As the pointer slowly came to a stop, it landed on Special Category. System, congratulations, host, for obtaining the purchase privilege for memory gummies. Li Feng, who else? Quickly accessing the marketplace, he discovered that a single memory gummy was priced at a staggering 100,000 popularity points. Instantly overjoyed, he was left speechless. 100,000 for a single gummy. Are they robbing me of my popularity? The current popularity points can only purchase 3 tokens after 2 days. How absurd. The lottery costs 10,000 for a single draw, while purchasing outright requires a tenfold increase. Such a greedy system, indeed. At least now. Attempting to transcribe songs has become a trivial matter. Observing the meager surplus of popularity points, Li Feng resolved to exhaust the draws, leaving behind 30 to 40,000 points for future contingencies. Suddenly, a thought struck him as he gazed at the lucky sticker. What if he used the lucky sticker while participating in the lottery? Lucky sticker increases the user's luck for a duration of 3 minutes. How frustrating. The misfortune sticker lasts 30 minutes, yet the lucky sticker only 3? Regardless, he decided to give it a try. Without hesitation, Li Feng activated the lucky sticker and resumed his lottery draws. To his astonishment, the pointer landed directly on the section. Could the lucky sticker truly be this powerful? Might he leverage it to win 37 million with just 20 on the Australian island? System, congratulations, host, on acquiring a mysterious Pokeball. A mysterious Pokeball? What could that possibly be? Summoning the Pokeball revealed it to be an unremarkable red and white sphere. Upon pressing the sphere, it expanded automatically, only to reveal its emptiness within. What distinguishes this from an ordinary Pokeball? What is the significance of? Wait, Li Feng suddenly realized that the section had vanished entirely. An apparently empty red and white Pokeball had caused one of the lottery options to disappear. Even a fool could deduce that this Pokeball must be of utmost importance. Yet, Li Feng struggled to comprehend how such an empty sphere could hold any significance at all. Chapter 61, The Prototype Technique. No matter, with the lucky sticker still in effect, Li Feng set the mysterious Pokeball aside. He continued to draw. This time, the pointer gradually settled on the skill category. This marked the first time he had drawn a skill, and with the lucky sticker S enhancement, he was filled with anticipation. System, congratulations, host, on mastering fighting techniques. What? Mastering fighting techniques? What use is this to me? Li Feng felt bewildered. Was he expected to step into the ring and personally battle 10 opponents? With his slight frame, wouldn't he be knocked out with a single blow from a Pokémon? It seemed utterly pointless. However, as the skill was ingrained into Li Feng's memory, he felt his understanding of fighting techniques escalating at a rocket-like pace. In mere moments, it was as if the various fighting techniques before him held no secrets any longer. This sensation, akin to having immersed himself in the discipline for decades, imbued Li Feng with the aura of a martial arts master. Yet, reason told him that this was merely an illusion. How could one truly master a skill without any secrets? It was simply the rapid enhancement that fostered a false sense of understanding. Now that he had mastered fighting techniques, could he not personally teach the fighting skills he had previously allowed his Charmander to learn? After all, he had previously allowed his Charmander to learn independently and had no time to take it to those fighting-type gyms for training. Now, wasn't it time for him to teach? System, Lucky Stick effect has expired. It was about time, and he decided to reserve the remaining 40,000 popularity points for emergencies. Closing the system panel, Li Feng began to contemplate the possibility of imparting fighting techniques to his Charmander. Undoubtedly, Charmander possessed an innate talent for mastering fighting-type skills. After all, it could learn numerous fighting techniques, such as Brick Break, Power-Up Punch, Rock Smash, and even the powerful Aura Sphere. This was a part of Charmander's inherent racial abilities. However, merely teaching fighting techniques seemed somewhat futile. It needed to be integrated with skill application for optimal results. After much contemplation, Li Feng, lying on his bed, discovered the most suitable template for Charmander's training, Iori Yagami. Both utilized claws and fire. Coupled with fighting techniques, was there any issue? None whatsoever. Just envision a fiery Charmander executing moves like Kunjetsu, Hachiko, and Hakashaku. How stunning would that be? Oh, wait, it would be simply invincible. As for the difficulty of mimicking these techniques, it essentially required multitasking, simultaneously applying fighting techniques while integrating the charged flame charge move. This was a form of skill. Certainly, there would be challenges, but the efficacy would undoubtedly surpass the sheer recklessness of using skills alone. The prototype technique could be considered an alternative application skill, allowing for more variability and unpredictability in skill usage, although the destructive power itself might not significantly increase. However, if executed well, these techniques could target an opponent's weak spots, effectively enhancing their destructive capacity. The next day, Li Feng took Charmander to the training room, attempting to teach fighting techniques while incorporating flame charge. Charmander wore a skeptical expression, questioning the utility of this training method. "Hey, don't trick me," Li Feng replied exasperatedly. "When have I ever deceived you? This is a battle technique. Give it a serious try," he urged. "Come on, put on the limiter and let us practice." Charmander hesitated. "Are you serious? I fear I might accidentally harm you. I'm not a healing Pokémon. I don't know any life dew." It wasn't that he lacked life dew. Rather, this particular life dew could not heal, but could create life. Enough chatter. Hurry over here. Li Feng donned a comfortable athletic outfit that day, slowly extending his hand in a combat-ready stance. Other trainers in the gym watched curiously as Li Feng and Charmander engaged in their unusual training. As a well-known figure in the school, Li Feng had garnered much attention. Trainers battling alongside their Pokémon? What was he up to this time? Observing from a distance, many students were eager to see how he had managed to cultivate Charmander into the strongest Pokémon in the school. Surely, he possessed some secret techniques. Noticing that Charmander remained stationary and reluctant to attack, Li Feng decided to take the initiative. In terms of physical prowess, Li Feng was undoubtedly far inferior to the little fire dragon. However, after assimilating various martial techniques, movements such as leveraging force, grappling, and parrying seemed to converge instinctively within his body. The skills endowed by the system encompassed decades of accumulated physical techniques, akin to combat theories etched into his memory like imprints of gummy candies. This meant that in an instant, as his body reacted, Li Feng's mind would simultaneously conjure predictions of the opponent's subsequent actions and methods for countering them. It was not merely a superficial understanding without comprehension of the underlying principles. Thus, the little fire dragon faced a tragic fate. Arrogant in its physical strength, even after being stripped of its Pokémon powers, it found itself mercilessly bested by Li Feng, prompting existential doubt. Was Li Feng a descendant of ancient martial arts? Or perhaps a true disciple of a renowned combat dojo? Was this truly how he intended to train the little fire dragon? What a joke! Exclaimed the little fire dragon. If you dare, remove the forced training device and weight restraints. I am here to hone your combat skills. What purpose does it serve to relax the restrictions? Li Feng countered. If you cannot even overcome a mere human's fighting techniques, how do you expect to claim victory in the Newcomer Cup? That competition boasts a cash prize of 3 million. Don't you desire it? Li Feng lured enticingly. The little fire dragon replied, Charge, charge, charge. The championship is mine. Anyone who stands in my way shall perish. Do you truly believe you can seize the championship in your current state? Just because you are the strongest in school? Do you assume you are the mightiest in all of Guangdu? To my knowledge, there is a formidable potential Pokémon at Zhongqing No. 1 High School. You already have competitors within the city, not to mention the entirety of Guangdu. If you wish to claim the title, you must dedicate yourself to training. Li Feng stated earnestly. After a thorough session of motivation, the little fire dragon finally calmed down enough to focus on mastering combat techniques. With its youthful spirit, the little fire dragon required guidance, as scolding and punishment are the least effective methods of cultivation. For a Pokémon with a childlike disposition, it was essential to unlock its initiative and discover ways to engage its interest in various tasks. Though the little fire dragon had initially embraced the training, if Li Feng wished to expand the training regimen, he would need to find ways to ignite its internal drive. With a serene mind, the little fire dragon once again showcased its remarkable aptitude for learning, particularly its extraordinary ability for bodily memory. While Li Feng attempted to explain the rationale behind certain actions, the little fire dragon grasped only a portion of it. However, when Li Feng personally demonstrated, even if the little fire dragon still lacked full comprehension, its body was capable of executing Li Feng's requests. After numerous practices, the little fire dragon gradually began to understand the reasons behind these movements as its muscle memory took hold. With the ability to focus on 2 tasks simultaneously, after several days of training, the little fire dragon finally succeeded in controlling flames during the energy-building process of its flame charge. The sparks at its tail were the easiest to master, possessing low energy intensity. By slightly altering the explosive form upon release and compressing the sparks to a certain degree before formation, they transformed into a fire column resembling a chalice, thereby intensifying the power of the flames. This could be considered a rudimentary technique of spark utilization. As for the charged flame attack, it involves engulfing oneself in flames while lunging at the enemy, simultaneously executing a frenzied dance of power strikes. After all, the kinetic energy accompanying the charged flame attack would be squandered if used merely to collide. Thus, pursuing the enemy after breaking through their defenses is indeed the prudent course of action. Regarding this version of the charged flame attack in conjunction with the character Yatagarasu, whether to follow up with Ghostly Flame or Lyrical Moonlight ultimately depends on the judgment and skill proficiency of the little fire dragon. It is undeniable that the King of Fighters has significantly influenced Li Feng's thoughts, primarily since Kyokusanagi employs a style centered around martial arts. It may not be particularly suited to the little fire dragon. Otherwise, imitating the crimson flames could appear even more splendid and practical. The techniques I have imparted to you are nearly mastered. From here on, it will be up to you to optimize them in actual combat. After all, with an additional tail compared to humans, mastering the Iron Tail in the future could serve as a formidable weapon in your arsenal. Once Li Feng taught the fighting techniques to the little fire dragon, he could only offer guidance on the fusion of various energies, particularly regarding the use of the tail. The most formidable example within the Pokémon universe is undoubtedly Ash's Pikachu. A single Pikachu wields the Iron Tail with astonishing finesse, slicing through foes like a master swordsman. Truly absurd. Countless top-tier and legendary Pokémon have been felled by this one tail. This illustrates that the Iron Tail technique is not only powerful in itself, but also brimming with potential. Moreover, the little fire dragon's tail possesses an additional advantage over Pikachu's. It is naturally imbued with flames. It would be a grave oversight not to capitalize on this. Furthermore, from a certain perspective, the little fire dragon's tail can be seen as a weakness. Consider how Goku from Dragon Ball transformed his vulnerable tail into a weapon through rigorous training. Li Feng is determined to assist the little fire dragon in overcoming this glaring vulnerability. Do you think it is a weakness? Ha ha ha. Brace yourself for an Iron Tail. With dual claws and an Iron Tail. Have you ever seen a 3-sword style fire dragon? Rorinoa Fire Dragon, reporting for duty. Li Feng's approach to Pokémon training is exceptionally comprehensive. He refuses to entertain the notion of weaknesses. This is not merely a game with its 4-move limit. This is reality. To not develop a versatile Pokémon would be absurd, especially considering Li Feng possesses a system. Let us get to work.